At the moment of being dumped, Yang Ming unexpectedly travels to a post-apocalyptic world and becomes the owner of a mysterious technology factory. This factory has no carbon-based life forms, only various functional robots. Can zombies infect? Sorry, I'm a robot made of alloy. Zombies have amazing defenses. My robots are made of high-strength alloy. Can zombies parasitize? My robots don't even have biomass. Your zombies are dying every moment, while my army of robots is endless. Patient, Yang Ming. Skeleton intact, no issues with internal organs, minor abrasions on the skin. The doctor looked at the test report in surprise. Did this guy really jump from the 6th floor? He turned to look at Yang Ming, who was still in a daze on the hospital bed. Young man, how are you feeling now? Abba abba, Yang Ming replied, looking somewhat dazed. The doctor frowned, thought for a moment, and said to the nurse beside him, add a note. Brain injury, mental disorder, recommend transferring to the psychiatric department for electrotherapy. Yang Ming regained his senses and quickly said, Doctor, I don't have a mental illness. He thinks he doesn't have a problem either. The doctor pointed to the bed next to him, where a fat man was half lying, eyes vacant, mumbling. Yang Ming twitched at the corner of his mouth. After the doctor left, a striking figure walked in. It was a very attractive woman, Yang Ming's girlfriend, Su Xinthong. Su Xinthong picked up the report, glanced at it, saw that there were no major issues, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief before looking at Yang Ming. Yang Ming, let's break up. Let's part on good terms. A forced relationship is not sweet. Even if you jump off a building, I won't change my mind. Su Xinthong's tone was relatively calm, mainly because she saw the 4 words written under the pathology report, mental disorder. This is a damn neurotic. Jumping from the 6th floor and not dying was luck. This is the 19th floor of the hospital. Who knows if this neurotic will suddenly jump from the 19th floor. At the same time, Su Xinthong felt a bit smug. After all, being able to tame a man to the point of dying for her was also her ability. Is it because of Chu Chun? Yang Ming looked at Su Xinthong with an unusually calm gaze. Chu Chun was a rich second-generation athlete at school, known for being a playboy, the man Su Xinthong had been complaining about. Looking down on Chu Chun for his extravagant lifestyle, luxury cars, and beautiful women. Now, she ended up rolling into bed with him. Su Xinthong was a bit surprised by Yang Ming's calm expression. After all, in her eyes, Yang Ming had always been like a devoted dog, readily available for her demands. Not to mention jumping off a building for her. But this was also good. She wouldn't have so many concerns. One should know oneself. Yang Ming, do you think you deserve me in your current state? You're greasy, unkempt, and have more belly fat than my mom. If I took you out, people would think you're my father, Su Xinthong said disdainfully. Weren't you the one who pursued me first? When Yang Ming was a freshman, he was not unattractive. Although not stunningly handsome, he was very sunny and upright. After the military training in freshman year, he even became the flag bearer for the entire school, capturing quite a few fans in his military uniform. Su Xinthong was one of them. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across a mountain, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. Su Xinthong, being pretty and the flower of her department at school, naturally captured Yang Ming. After becoming Yang Ming's girlfriend, Su Xinthong displayed her top-notch PUA skills. She wanted to check Yang Ming's phone at all times, and forbade him from contacting any women, even making him delete all female contacts. Su Xinthong claimed that only this way could it show Yang Ming's love for her. So besides Su Xinthong, there were no other females in Yang Ming's WeChat, not even the dormitory manager. Meanwhile, Su Xinthong was flirty with various senior brothers and younger brothers. Just the ones Yang Ming knew about numbered 7 or 8. In 3 years of dating, Su Xinthong never let Yang Ming see her phone, blocking him from her moments. To this day, Yang Ming had never seen a single post from Su Xinthong. The past is the past, the present is the present. Yang Ming, what I hate most is your childish thinking. People need to look forward. Su Xinthong rolled her eyes. Look at what you have now. We're in our 3rd year. You stay at home all day playing games, no job, and only a pitiful 4-digit balance in your account. What future do I have by following you? The only good thing is that you're an orphan with no parents, so there are no burdens. Why don't I have money? You should know better than me. All the money I earned was given to you. Yang Ming frowned. Since Su Xinthong became Yang Ming's girlfriend, she had always subtly mentioned how some girl asked her boyfriend for an expensive handbag. That girl asked her boyfriend for pricey clothes and shoes, then claimed she wasn't a materialistic woman and wouldn't be like those material girls. Yang Ming had been moved to tears at the time, feeling useless for not providing a good life for his girlfriend, filled with guilt. So, for 3 years in college, Yang Ming had been tirelessly gaming and doing live streaming, earning hundreds of thousands, and spending it all on Su Xinthong. Looking back now, wasn't this just PUA? Su Xinthong appeared noble in public, but relied on his silent contributions behind the scenes. Young Ming, I originally thought we could part ways peacefully, and you would keep a pure thought of me in your heart. It seems I was wrong, Su Jintheng said with a disappointed expression. Love is mutual. You spend money on me. Haven't I spent on you? Are you talking about the 10 pairs of underwear I bought for 9.9 yuan on Pinduoduo? Yang Ming replied. Or the 9.95-piece Wallace spray set I bought on my birthday from Meitwen. It made me run to the bathroom for 3 days and nights. Su Jintheng was speechless, feeling a bit awkward, but then her expression turned angry. Can love be measured by money? Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to be such a materialistic person. Weren't you just about to break up with me because I have no money? Yang Ming scoffed. What a double standard. You. Su Jintheng's face turned pale and flushed. Suddenly, she felt that this devoted dog of hers was acting differently today. Waving her hand, Yang Ming interrupted Su Jintheng, who was preparing to argue further. Enough talking. You just want to break up, right? Fine. You can leave. Yang Ming said impatiently. Su Jintheng's expression darkened. Why did it feel like she was being dumped by Yang Ming? But thinking that she had achieved her goal of breaking up and would no longer have any ties with this lower-class man, Su Jintheng's demeanor returned to normal, and she snorted. Coldly, since we've broken up, let's not contact each other again. Delete Douyin, QQ, WeChat, and phone numbers. Although I might be the best woman you can find in your life, I also don't intend to leave you with any lingering feelings, making you think I gave you a chance. I won't delete the photos of me in your phone. Consider it a breakup fee. Keep it for your nighttime use. With that, Su Jintheng rolled her eyes and left the hospital room with her bag. Chapter 2. The Apocalypse Technology Factory. Yang Ming naturally couldn't stay in the hospital, being treated as a lunatic by the doctors. Not to mention that hospitals are places where money flows like water. He only had a few thousand yuan on his card, so he left directly. In the middle of the night, in his rented room, Yang Ming sat on a chair, lost in thought. How could someone survive jumping from the 6th floor? He's not Superman. Besides, he never wanted to jump. Yang Ming just wanted to talk to Su Jintheng about their breakup. Although he was very sad, feeling like his true feelings had been fed to the dogs, he wasn't the type to commit suicide for love like some people. He didn't expect that when he was talking on the balcony, a strange force suddenly pulled him down from the building, transporting him to a zombie-infested apocalyptic world. He was even chased by a rich zombie woman for several hundred meters. Luckily, Yang Ming ran into a factory, which saved him from being killed by the wealthy zombie. After arriving at the factory, that strange force struck again, and Yang Ming returned to the real world. A system? Yang Ming looked bewildered. He wasn't unfamiliar with these things. He had seen enough of the spiritual opium that dreams of such a society for people at the bottom. Could it be that he actually stumbled upon something? Yang Ming's eyes sparkled, and his expression gradually became excited. He tried hard to recall that wonderful feeling from yesterday, wanting to reproduce it. Unfortunately, 10 minutes passed without any results. The enoki mushrooms he had eaten yesterday peeked out, but then withdrew. Yang Ming's face turned ashen. Was it true that this wealth and fortune had nothing to do with him? Just as he was about to give up, a familiar feeling filled his body. Yang Ming's eyes widened. Yes, that's the feeling. I'm about to make it big. Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Ming disappeared from his rented room. Apocalypse. Ruined skyscrapers and city streets. The streets were filled with densely packed zombies. Not far away, he could still see the rich zombie woman who chased him yesterday. But now she was back by her Rolls-Royce. Well, it was clear that she loved her luxury car, even after becoming a zombie. Yang Ming stood inside the factory, looking at the terrifying scene outside, shivering. As someone living in a prosperous modern city, how could he have seen such a sight? He had only seen such scenes in apocalyptic movies. Ding! Suddenly, a piece of information flooded into his mind. Congratulations. You have become the acting factory director of the technology factory. Please complete the formalization procedures within 48 hours. Yang Ming was taken aback. Technology factory? What is that? Another piece of information entered his mind. Technology factory. The ultimate crystallization of industrial technological civilization from a parallel universe. It can produce various products under industrial civilization. Anyone who obtains the technology factory is a lucky person in the dimensional universe. After reading it, Yang Ming finally had a preliminary understanding of this technology factory. He could confirm 2 points. First, he indeed obtained a golden finger, which is this technology factory, although he didn't know where it was. Second, he currently did not have ownership of the technology factory. He was merely the acting factory director and only had registration rights. To formalize, he needed to register at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and the registered capital of the factory must not be less than 5 million. Yang Ming was speechless. Why is it that others can use their systems right away, but he has to register this factory? Isn't it the ultimate crystallization of industrial technological civilization? Can it avoid the need for a broken stamp from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau? Is this just a conceptual game? However, there were benefits. After formalization, there would be a gift package. 5 million in registered capital. He only had 5,000 yuan on his card. Yang Ming frowned. As a poor guy, he didn't know any wealthy people. The only one he knew was Chu Chun, who had cheated on him. After thinking for a while, Yang Ming realized that under Su Xintheng's manipulation, he had very few friends he could borrow money from. Suddenly, he thought of someone, and his eyes lit up. No, there's still one. Yang Ming looked at the rich zombie woman who was still gnawing on the bumper of the Rolls-Royce not far away. Big gold chain, small watch. That must be worth a lot, right? Gritting his teeth, Yang Ming made up his mind. Let's do it. In the real world, at the Black Tiger military equipment store. Do you have military protective clothing with strong protective effects? Yang Ming glanced at the promotional advertisement at the entrance and asked. He had seen zombie movies and knew that if bitten, one would be infected, so buying some protective gear was necessary. Otherwise, he might not even become the factory director and end up as zombie food. Inside the store, a man in military uniform, with a buzz cut and a bit of a belly, glanced at Yang Ming and directly took out a set from under the counter. Yang Ming picked it up and examined it. It was not bad. How much? 18,000. Yang Ming felt a bit awkward. He only had 5,000 yuan left in his card. Do you have anything cheaper? Yang Ming cautiously asked. The military man glanced at him, clearly seeing that Yang Ming was just a poor guy. Yang Ming scratched his head. Under 5,000. After thinking for a moment, the military man got up and went to the back warehouse, bringing out a set. This is cheaper, 2,000. I'll sell it to you. Yang Ming took a look and suddenly widened his eyes. What the hell? Does this have bullet holes? And what with the bloodstains near the bullet holes? The man smiled at Yang Ming. This is genuine military equipment, not only cheap, but also comes with bulletproof plates. It's even better than the previous set. And it was just taken off a corpse from the northern battlefield, fresh with a soul ring. After saying that, the military man raised his eyebrows at Yang Ming. Can you even take this? Yang Ming was a bit surprised. Hey, I take anything. The military man looked quite pleased with himself. Anything? Yang Ming's eyes moved slightly. And he said, do you take gold? The military man was taken aback, looking at Yang Ming in surprise. If you really have it, I can take it. But his expression clearly showed he didn't believe it. Yang Ming didn't say much more. He paid quickly, took the boss's business card, Black Tiger, and then left with the bulletproof outfit. After that, Yang Ming bought a sharpened rebar and then returned to the apocalypse. After putting on the bulletproof outfit, Yang Ming felt his body sink. It was indeed heavy with the bulletproof plates, weighing at least 20 pounds. Holding the rebar, Yang Ming slowly walked towards the rich zombie woman. Oi! Feeling that he was close enough, Yang Ming shouted at the rich woman. The rich zombie woman immediately sensed him, her head suddenly turning from gnawing on the tire. With a rotten, messy face, she charged towards Yang Ming. Yang Ming's heart tightened. He was indeed frightened by her ghastly appearance. However, this time, he didn't run away. Swallowing hard, he thrust the rebar towards the rich zombie's head. Thud! The rebar completely pierced the rich woman's head, killing her instantly. It seemed it wasn't too difficult. Yang Ming smacked his lips, stepped on the woman's head, and pulled out the rebar. Then he directly took the big gold chain from her neck. He also removed the watch and the unfamiliar green jade ring. If she could drive a Rolls-Royce, it probably wasn't cheap. Yang Ming rummaged through the rich woman's luxury car. To his surprise, he found a small box of gold. Damn! This treasure really has money. Yang Ming was overjoyed. This rich zombie woman was simply his lucky charm. He pulled the box out and, passing by the front of the car, casually knocked the little golden figure off the hood. Just then, the surrounding zombies seemed to sense something and began to gather towards Yang Ming. Yang Ming's expression changed, and he ran back into the factory, clutching the gold. Chapter 3. Encountering a scam. The bloodstains above had completely disappeared. This made Yang Ming breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that his golden finger, which allowed him to travel between two worlds, would not bring the apocalyptic virus into the real world. If because of him, the real world turned into that hellish scene of the apocalypse, it would be a big problem. At the Black Tiger military equipment store, Yang Ming directly threw the black plastic bag in front of the Black Tiger. Boss, how much is this worth? Yang Ming had considered going to a gold shop to exchange it, but with this unknown origin gold, going to a gold shop would be like courting death. If he got reported and the gold was confiscated, he wouldn't be able to complete his mission, and that would be the end for him. Rather than that, it was better to take a gamble at Black Tiger. When Black Tiger saw him, he recognized him as the poor guy from yesterday. He opened the plastic bag, and his eyes widened at what was inside. Little yellow fish? Black Tiger sized up Yang Ming and thought, people can't be judged by their appearance. No wonder he asked him about buying gold yesterday. This gold is passed down from my ancestors, Yang Ming replied nonchalantly. Your family still has this? Black Tiger pulled out a large gold emblem from the bag, and his mouth twitched. However, he didn't ask much. Heroes don't ask about origins. And yellow fish don't ask about where they come from. Soon, he took out a set of equipment from under the counter. And after a series of tests confirmed it was pure gold, Black Tiger thought for a moment, and said, a total of 8 gold bars, each 1,000 G. The current market price is 800, but I'll buy it at 700. I'll give you 6 million total. How does that sound? Yang Ming pointed at the little gold emblem, raising an eyebrow. Isn't this also gold? Aren't you counting this as well? Black Tiger's face darkened, looking at him like he was a country bumpkin. This is made of nickel chromium alloy. Do you want it? I can give it back to you. Cough, cough, forget it. Yang Ming said, somewhat speechless, thinking he had specially knocked it off the car. The transfer message of 6 million soon appeared on Yang Ming's pineapple phone. By the way, this phone was bought by Su Xinthong for 200 yuan from Pinduoduo, which was the most money she had ever spent on him. And he was touched for a long time back then. Damn, thinking about how he used to be a sycophant made Yang Ming feel a bit nauseous. Looking at the time, it was already 7 p.m., and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau had long since closed. He found an Apple store and directly exchanged for the latest Apple 19 Pro Max, which made Yang Ming nod in satisfaction. The next morning, with a huge sum of money, Yang Ming went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register a company. Nowadays, registering a company is quite fast. After the capital verification and completing a set of procedures, it took less than an hour to successfully process it. A voice from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Legal person, Yang Ming, has successfully become the permanent official director of the Future Technology Factory. You have received a big gift. 1 unit of source quality. Please check. Source quality? What is that? Yang Ming was a bit confused. However, he definitely needed to go see it in the apocalypse. With that thought, Yang Ming couldn't wait to return to his rented place to check it out in the apocalypse. At the bus station, he was just idly waiting for the bus. Bang! The sound of someone falling to the ground was heard. Yang Ming looked over and saw an old lady lying on the ground, trembling and groaning. However, no one went to help her, since that classic saying of if you didn't hit her, why help her, came out. Not many people in Xia country were willing to risk their fortunes for such matters. Many people turned their heads, pretending not to see. Vehicles passing by saw the old lady lying on the ground and quickly changed lanes to avoid her. Yang Ming sneered and ignored it. He had just seen the old lady's shifty eyes looking around. It was obvious she was trying to scam someone. Young man, the old lady fell down. Why don't you help her? Don't you have any sense of public morality? Yang Ming didn't intend to cause trouble, but someone pushed him. An old man with a cane pointed at Yang Ming, looking at him with a what's wrong with the youth nowadays expression. Didn't I say I didn't hit her? What does it have to do with me? Yang Ming snorted coldly. You seem so caring. Why don't you go help her? Others didn't see it, but he saw the old lady exchanging glances with the old man. These two were clearly in cahoots, and now that they saw no one to scam, they had turned their sights on him. Is that the same? I'm so old, my bones ache. Where would I get the strength? You're a young man. Don't you know to respect the elderly and love the young? The old man glared angrily. Today's youth, really shameful. Not a shred of compassion, the old man huffed. Many bystanders were watching the show, some shamelessly pressuring him with morality. It's just helping an old lady, hesitating like that. It's dangerous for her lying in the middle of the road. If it weren't for my inconvenience, I would have gone over first. Hearing the agreement from the crowd, the old man became more enthusiastic. Are you going to help or not? I'm not going, Yang Ming said calmly, unaffected. They were trying to pressure him with morality? As long as he had no morality now, they couldn't pressure him. Just then, a girl waiting behind him hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and walked forward. Old man, let me help. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up. To him, it was all about scamming money. Scamming anyone was fine. And someone coming to him was even better. Good kid, society needs enthusiastic young people like you, unlike some who have lived for so many years for nothing. Yang Ming frowned. The old man's words were loaded with sarcasm. Originally, he didn't want to get involved, but since it had come to this, he had to ruin their plan. Turning around, he saw a girl with a ponytail wearing a mask. Her eyes were beautiful, but they revealed a clear foolishness. She looked like a college freshman. Yang Ming directly pulled her back. The old man exploded. Kid, you won't help, but you're stopping others from doing good deeds. I'm telling you, if something happens to that old lady, you'll be responsible. The girl also spoke up. Brother, let me help her, otherwise the old lady will be in trouble. Hearing this, the old lady on the ground quickly joined in, pretending to be in distress. Oh no, I can't breathe. Seeing the girl looking a bit anxious, Yang Ming rolled his eyes. Can't breathe and you're still shouting here? Do you think this is a game of PUBG? Helping her won't heal her, or anything. Yang Ming's words stunned the girl. Is there some truth to that? The old man saw his chance slipping away and became anxious, reaching out to pull the girl back. But Yang Ming directly pulled her behind him and then dialed 120. Hello, 120? Chinjua Avenue. There's an old hag lying on the ground screaming like a pig. Hurry up, or else I'll waste my phone bill calling the crematorium later. With Yang Ming's words, the old lady's face turned green. Yang Ming chuckled and shrugged. I'm just being kind and calling an ambulance. Then he continued. But I think I called a private hospital's ambulance. It seems like it costs 4,000 to 5,000 for them to come over. That's really expensive. Hearing this, the old lady's expression changed, and she hurriedly got up from the ground, glaring at Yang Ming. Kid, you're ruthless. Then she ran away with the old man. Their speed faster than some elementary school students. At this moment, the confused girl finally reacted, her eyes a bit flustered as she realized she had almost been scammed. She looked at Yang Ming, feeling a bit at a loss. Big brother, thank you. Yang Ming shook his head. You should be more careful. Then he hailed a taxi and left. Chapter 4, 100 Engineering Robots in the Apocalypse. Yang Ming was once again teleported into this factory. Looking around, there were no factory buildings, just a huge construction site enclosed by a fence. At that moment, a circular metal elevator suddenly rose from the center of the site. The elevator was airtight, resembling a flawless metal cylinder with a bright silver sheen that was quite aesthetically pleasing. Then, the originally smooth surface of the cylinder suddenly opened, transforming into an elevator. Yang Ming stepped inside. Inside the elevator, there was only one button for the first floor. After pressing it, the entire elevator descended, and the ground above returned to its original state, showing no signs of disturbance. After sinking about 100 meters, the elevator stopped. Upon exiting, Yang Ming finally saw the entire technology factory. He was in the factory director's office, which served as the central control platform of the factory. Through the panoramic glass windows of the office, he could see a massive circular mechanical structure, with countless robotic arms and assembly lines, looking quite spectacular. The lower edge was bottomless and extremely grand. In just a short while, Yang Ming's mind was flooded with a vast amount of information. Overall, this was an extremely advanced factory, currently producing robots, somewhat resembling Terminators. The massive machine before him was the entire technology factory, divided into 3 parts: production, recycling, and storage. Production was easy to understand, as it involved creating robots and various items the factory could manufacture. Recycling was related to the source material, which was the reward Yang Ming had received. Source material, or primal matter, was a mysterious substance with no properties. Only the technology factory could convert it, and it was the raw material used to produce anything. Storage was the factory's built-in warehouse, similar to a spatial storage feature found in many systems. Currently, Yang Ming's technology factory was only at level 1. To upgrade the factory, he needed to continuously produce products to increase its experience points. A message appeared in Yang Ming's mind. Inject source material? Inject. This source material was the gift pack distributed today. Subsequently, the factory's source material module showed that the replenishment was complete. Through the glass, Yang Ming saw a transparent jar next to the factory suddenly fill with a viscous, milky white substance. At the same time, the central control interface in Yang Ming's mind also changed. Source material quantity, 110. Is this the source material? Yang Ming was a bit curious. He brought up the technology factory interface and checked the items he could currently produce. Level 1 Engineering Robot 100. It looked very much like the T800 from Terminator, quite impressive. After some thought, Yang Ming issued a direct command. Produce Level 1 Engineering Robot. The quiet technology factory suddenly began to operate, emitting a lot of black smoke. This can't be coal burning, can it? Yang Ming wondered. After waiting for 3 hours, Yang Ming watched as the milky white source material in the storage tank was slowly used up. A pile of various parts appeared in the factory, and the robotic arms on the assembly line began processing and reassembling. Eventually, a humanoid metal robot was formed. After the last screw was assembled, Engineering Robot 100 was activated and placed in the storage warehouse. Back on the surface, Yang Ming directly took 100 out of the storage warehouse. As it stood upright, its entire body stiffened. Looking at its imposing figure, Yang Ming felt a surge of excitement. When he was a child watching Terminator, he envied the little boy having a Terminator bodyguard. Never did he expect to have one himself one day. Come on, take a few steps, let me see. Yang Ming rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation. Upon receiving the command, 100's red mechanical eyes slightly turned, and then it wobbled a few steps toward Yang Ming. However, its unsteady, shaky movements, resembling someone with Parkinson's, left Yang Ming dumbfounded. Who the hell made this? After testing for over 10 minutes, Yang Ming was genuinely speechless. The walking coordination of 100 was worse than that of some elderly people rushing to grab vegetables in the real world. Fortunately, despite its shaky movements, it had not fallen yet. The technology factory's experience points had increased by about 10. Yang Ming stroked his chin. Does this mean I need to produce 10 of these to upgrade? The glass jar for storing source material was already nearly empty. It seemed that obtaining source material was of utmost importance. Yang Ming confirmed his next task in his mind. What is source material? According to the technology factory's explanation, it is primal matter. Therefore, theoretically, everything in the world can be converted into source material. The technology factory has a massive recycling pool linked to the ground. Yang Ming took a look. It was quite unremarkable on the surface, and anyone seeing it would think it was just a garbage collection point. However, below it was a huge recycling tank, several dozen meters high, emitting a bluish gas. Anything thrown in here could be decomposed and reconstituted at the microscopic level, transforming into milky white source material with no properties. After a few days of testing, Yang Ming quickly discovered that while anything could be converted, materials like soil, rocks, and sand took a long time to process and were highly inefficient. Hundreds of pounds of sand or soil would yield only a tiny bit of source material. However, metals and zombie biomass had surprisingly good conversion efficiency. So, these past few days, Yang Ming had directed the engineering robot 100 to start collecting scrap cars and taking down zombies. Oh, it's a new day. This is your new working tool. Go for it. I have high hopes for you. One morning, Yang Ming threw away the dulled machete from 100's hand and replaced it with a rebar, patting 100's metal shoulder, looking like a boss encouraging an employee to work hard. 100 took the rebar and limped out of the factory. It then approached a zombie, swung the rebar, and smashed its head, turning it to mush. Dragging the zombie's body, it wobbled back toward the factory. Although zombies were sensitive to living beings, 100 was a robot, so even when it walked right up to the zombies, they remained indifferent. After tossing the zombie body into a garbage pit, the body was transported to the metal tank below, where, under the erosion of the blue mist, the zombie body completely disappeared in just a few seconds. It was more effective than high-concentration sulfuric acid. Looking at the nearly full source material storage tank, Yang Ming was quite satisfied. These were the results of 100's work over the past few days. In these days, 100 had at least smashed the heads of over 100 zombies and dragged more than 20 cars, resulting in the current achievement. On the interface, the amount of stored source material had increased from 0 to 910. Logically, as long as he produced 9 more 100s, Yang Ming could upgrade the factory. However, he didn't call 100 back. Instead, he took control of it to head to a nearby cosmic bank. This was a bank Yang Ming discovered yesterday while 100 was working. If it were just an ordinary bank, there wouldn't be much to attract Yang Ming. But this cosmic bank had dozens of gold bars displayed in the lobby. Chapter 5. The wonderful use of zombie crystals inside the bank. Several zombies wandered around, mostly bank staff and a security guard. The zombies stared blankly as 100 wobbled into the bank. Inside the factory, Yang Ming's eyes sparkled at the sight of the gold bars on the counter. Oh my, just look at that. With a punch, he shattered the bank's protective glass. Although the 100 is an engineering robot and looks quite unreliable, its alloy frame is genuinely sturdy, especially with the addition of a microhydrogen fusion battery that provides powerful energy. The loud noise attracted quite a few zombies. The zombies that got closer looked at the 100 with confusion, then staggered away. Yang Ming didn't pay attention to them and conveniently grabbed a bag printed with over 100 million in deposits. He directly filled it with gold. A full 30 bars of gold, each weighing 10 grams. He has struck it rich. Yang Ming was drooling. He had never felt this good, even while scrolling through beautiful women on Douyin. 100 kilograms obviously couldn't fit in one bag. So Yang Ming simply got 30 bags, putting 1 bar in each. Then, the 100 held a bunch of bags, looking like an old lady who just returned from a supermarket shopping spree and headed back. Just as Yang Ming was excitedly dreaming of his fortune, a shadow suddenly darted towards the 100 like lightning. A massive creature with an exposed brain stem, a wide mouth, and 2 rows of sharp teeth with a snake-like tongue appeared on the screen. In the factory, Yang Ming was startled. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. The tech factory linked to his brain, so the 100's high-definition camera made Yang Ming feel as if he was right there. What the hell is this? It felt like a horror movie. After observing closely, Yang Ming's eyes widened. This thing looks a bit like a liquor? The liquor seemed puzzled by the metal robot beneath it. It could move, but why was it dead? The long, bright red tongue licked the 100 for a long time without fear of metal poisoning. Yang Ming's mouth twitched in disdain. and he directly controlled the 100 to strike the Liquor-S brainstem with a rebar. Bang! The brain splattered, and the Liquor-S body went limp, dead as can be. Just then, Yang Ming noticed something unusual. There was a red, gem-like object at the spine of the dead Liquor. A zombie crystal core? After watching for so many years, how could he not understand this? He put the zombie crystal core into a bag and controlled the 100 to leave the area with the gold. Inside the tech factory, Yang Ming stored all the gold into the factory's storage space. He looked at the quail egg-sized red crystal in his hand and rubbed his chin. What is this thing for? Can it be eaten? After all, there are things that grant powers when consumed. However, after thinking it over, Yang Ming dismissed the idea. After all, if something went wrong, he would regret it. The source quality storage tank was almost full, so upgrading the tech factory was the way to go. Yang Ming then directly produced 9 engineering robots of Type 100. The waiting time was long and torturous. It took 3 hours to manufacture one 100 engineering robot, so 9 would take 27 hours. During this time, besides eating and going back to the real world, Yang Ming spent all his time waiting in the tech factory. This feeling was reminiscent of upgrading buildings in Clash of Clans. As for outside the factory, Yang Ming didn't dare to go out again. Damn, it was too scary. There was even a liquor near the factory. Although the 100 easily took it down, that was only because the robot wasn't a living creature. So the enemy had no desire to attack. With those muscular limbs and sharp teeth and claws, it could tear Yang Ming to pieces in seconds. Remembering how he had carelessly gone out to hit on rich women last time, Yang Ming felt a wave of fear. After waiting a day and night, finally, all 100s were completed. The tech factory upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Yang Ming took a look. First, the capacity of the source quality storage tank was significantly increased. Additionally, there was now a tech factory shop. Yang Ming checked, and there was only one item: nano liquid gold skin. Besides the 100, there was also a newly available robot, the security robot T800. Yang Ming was quite interested in this T800 security robot. The term security indicated that this robot was meant for combat. If the 100 had decent combat capabilities, this purpose-built security robot couldn't be too shabby, right? Unfortunately, the source quality was running low. Yang Ming rubbed his chin, feeling a bit regretful. But just then, he seemed to think of something, and his expression changed. He took out the zombie crystal core obtained from the liquor. This thing belonged to a zombie, so it should be convertible into source quality, right? With that thought, Yang Ming directly tossed the zombie crystal core into the recycling tank. He didn't dare to eat it. Letting the tech factory recycle it should be fine, right? As the zombie crystal core was processed by the recycling tank, a large amount of source quality suddenly surged into the source quality storage tank, quickly filling it to half. Wow, it actually worked. Yang Ming's eyes widened. After this factory upgrade, the capacity of the source quality storage tank increased from the initial 10 to the current 100. Damn, this one zombie crystal core actually replenished 60 points of source quality. Looking at the storage tank that was already half full, Yang Ming was astonished. Previously, he had worked hard for half a day, killing zombies and pulling cars, just to gather this little bit of source quality, but unexpectedly, one zombie crystal core provided so much. Yang Ming's eyes instantly lit up. Why bother picking up scraps when he could just go for zombie crystal cores? With the source quality, Yang Ming directly spent 10 points of source quality to produce one T800 security robot. The appearance of the T800 was not much different from the 100. It still had the Terminator look. But overall it appeared much more coordinated and exuded a more lethal aura. Moreover, the T800's body coordination was completely beyond that of the 100. Whether it was the way it walked or its overall coordination, it was indistinguishable from a normal human. Now, that's what a Terminator should look like. Chapter 6. Nano liquid gold skin in the real world. In his rental apartment, Yang Ming looked at the cold-faced woman in a professional suit and short skirt, with a curvy figure and fair skin, and was in awe. This woman was none other than the T800 that Yang Ming had brought into the real world. As for why she looked like this, it was thanks to the nano liquid gold skin that Yang Ming purchased from the store for 50 source quality. The nano liquid gold skin, composed of numerous nanobots, it appeared liquid-like. It could cover the entire robot and make it indistinguishable from a normal human. The factory manager could adjust its appearance at will. In the apocalypse, after applying the nano liquid gold skin to the T800, Yang Ming witnessed the liquid writhing and enveloping the T800, transforming it into the appearance he had envisioned. Approaching, Yang Ming poked at the skin made of nano liquid gold. This feels so real, Yang Ming exclaimed in amazement. Body temperature, blood vessels, hair follicles, and even fine hairs could be seen on the delicate skin, just like a human. And those stunningly beautiful, distinctly colored eyes. Who would have thought that behind them were two high-definition cameras? The most crucial part was that all the organs in her body were identical to those of a real person. If this were made into a doll, wouldn't it sell like hotcakes? No need for heating. At noon, after having a meal, Yang Ming took the T800 to Black Tiger's shop. When Black Tiger saw the visitors, a smile immediately appeared on his face. But upon seeing the beautiful figure behind Yang Ming, he was momentarily stunned. What a beautiful woman. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Black Tiger wasn't too surprised. Young people, after getting money, naturally sought beautiful women. This kid had just pocketed over 5 million from him, so finding a pretty girl was perfectly normal. Little brother, what good stuff do you have this time? Black Tiger asked with a grin. I've got some goods. Can you help me price them? Yang Mingcheo's T800 beckoned with his hand. T800 stepped forward and placed two heavy metal safes on the table. Bang! Clang! The heavy sound of the boxes and the familiar noises coming from inside made the corner of Black Tiger's eye twitch. Gold. A bold guess rang in his mind. However, Black Tiger didn't move forward. He understood the rules. Yang Ming exchanged a glance. T800 opened the safes. Upon seeing the contents, Black Tiger's eyes nearly popped out. It was indeed gold. Gulp. He swallowed slightly. May I ask your surname, brother? After all, this was the third time they had met, and he didn't even know the other party's name. Yang Ming. Brother Yang. May I step forward to take a look? Black Tiger tentatively asked. Yang Ming wore an expression of feel free. Black Tiger's heart leaped with joy, suppressing the pounding of his heart, and he picked up the heavy gold ingot with gleaming eyes. It turned out to be a 10G gold bar. There were 15 pieces in one box, a total of 30 pieces. However, upon seeing the steel stamp beneath the gold bars, Black Tiger's excitement was suddenly doused with cold water. Universal Bank. Damn! Black Tiger's heart nearly stopped, and his gaze became somewhat unfocused. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Black Tiger looked at Yang Ming. Brother Yang, this gold seems to be from Universal Bank. Yes, that's right. Yang Ming nodded. It was stolen from Universal Bank, so it definitely belongs to them. Black Tiger's expression darkened. Did this kid not understand the implication of his words? What? Can't be exchanged? Yang Ming frowned. If it can't be exchanged, then there's no point in wasting time. I'll go look elsewhere. After saying that, T800 stepped forward to take the gold away. Black Tiger's expression changed, and he hurriedly spoke. No, Brother Yang, you know with this much gold, I naturally need to be a bit careful. I don't want to end up in jail. Don't worry, my stuff is clean, Yang Ming said. The gold obtained in the apocalypse, aside from being of unknown origin, is absolutely clean. Black Tiger's mind raced for a moment, but he didn't remember any recent news about Universal Bank being robbed. After thinking for a moment, Black Tiger said, Brother Yang, this amount of gold is too large. It would be troublesome for you to sell it elsewhere, and I can't handle this much either. That said, I do have a way to help you dispose of it. Black Tiger pulled out a business card. Sister Yu, phone 138XXX. Tonight, at Villa number 4 in Qingshan Villa District, someone will meet you. After leaving the store, the two boxes of gold were thrown into a warehouse for storage, and he looked at the business card in his hand. Qingshan Villa is the most luxurious wealthy residential area in Qingshan City, where no villa is worth less than 10 million. It seems that this Sister Yu is quite powerful. Yang Ming stroked his chin. He roughly knew how much his gold was worth. Anyone who could handle this much gold was definitely not a simple character. However, Yang Ming wasn't afraid of going to Qingshan Villa. With T800's protection, his personal safety was assured. After truly understanding T800's strength, Yang Ming felt completely at ease. In the evening, at Qingshan Villa District, as the most luxurious villa group in Qingshan City, each standalone villa here occupies a considerable area, surrounded by lush greenery and beautiful scenery. Inside Villa number 4, a stunning woman in a black coat with a cold expression was listening to Black Tiger's report beside her. She was the Sister Yu that Black Tiger mentioned. Li Shiyu, 300 kilograms of gold. Upon hearing Black Tiger's words, Li Shiyu's slender waist instantly straightened, her expression surprised. So much. Black Tiger nodded. Li Shiyu's fair fingers tapped on the table. Have you investigated who this guy is? Is the stuff clean? Black Tiger pondered for a moment before saying, I checked. The other party is just a junior student at Qingshan University, but he may have other identities. The gold is from Universal Bank, but I haven't found any news about any Universal Bank being robbed or having gold stolen, so it's likely black market goods. The black market goods Black Tiger referred to are items of unknown origin, generally untraceable stolen money. If it's just black market goods, we have plenty of ways to launder it. It's not a big problem, Li Shiyu said lightly. When did you arrange to meet him? Tonight. He should be arriving soon, Black Tiger replied. Li Shiyu nodded. After the two finished talking, suddenly, a smell of blood wafted in. A faint thud was heard at the door. The two's expressions changed. Li Shiyu's hand had just reached under the desk when her body stiffened. A red dot appeared on her forehead. A young figure holding a silenced Glock walked in casually. I've already taken care of your little brother. If you don't want to die in a messy way, I advise you not to move. The young man's handsome face wore a smirk. Who are you? Li Shiyu's face turned ugly. The person who will take your life, the young man replied indifferently. Just then, a flash of cold light appeared in Black Tiger's hand, and a dagger flew towards the young man. The young man sneered at the sight and casually raised his gun, shooting the dagger out of the air. This superb marksmanship made Black Tiger's pupils shrink. However, the moment the dagger was thrown, Black Tiger lunged forward. As a retired soldier, he had been a top-tier fighter in the army. He punched towards the young man's face. The young man showed a mocking expression, and a whip kick struck Black Tiger's chest, sending the nearly 200-pound Black Tiger flying into the wall. Black Tiger trembled as he got up from the ground, feeling a tightness in his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the young man in horror. So strong. Chapter 7. T800's Terrifying Strength. At Qingshan Villa District, a taxi arrived at the entrance of the Villa District. Buddy, you're rich enough to live here, and you still take a taxi? The taxi driver looked at T800 sitting beside Yang Ming in envy. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. Tonight, she would probably be taken advantage of by this damned rich second generation. The taxi driver felt resentful. How much? Yang Ming asked. 250. The driver glanced at the meter and said. Yang Ming threw 3 red bills. Keep the change. The taxi driver's eyes lit up, and his resentment eased considerably. After the taxi left, Yang Ming thought for a moment. It seems that getting a car is necessary, otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient. Villa no. For was easy to find. These days, even Jade navigation can take you right to the door. Arriving at the villa entrance, Yang Ming rang the doorbell. Inside, the young man had just tied up Li Shiyu and Black Tiger and was preparing to act. The doorbell made him pause, and he looked towards the door, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Is anyone there? After calling several times without response, Yang Ming began to doubt if he had gone to the wrong place. Just as he was about to leave, the door opened. Seeing the handsome young man in front of him, Yang Ming was taken aback and, uncertainly, asked, Are you Sister Yu? The young man didn't reply. Yang Ming thought the other party was tacitly agreeing. What kind of man is called Sister Yu? Does this guy have some special preference? Yang Ming muttered to himself. However, he didn't say much. In this day and age, there are all kinds of people in society. What others want to be called has nothing to do with him. I was introduced by Black Tiger to exchange for gold. Yang Ming stated directly. Upon hearing Yang Ming's words, the young man's eyes flashed. Gold. After pondering for a moment, the young man's eyes revealed an inexplicable meaning, and he smiled slightly. Come in. After entering the room and seeing the scene inside, Yang Ming was stunned. Several corpses on the floor were still bleeding profusely, staining a large area of the floor red. On the pillar next to him were 2 people tied up, a man and a woman. The man was someone he recognized. The Black Tiger he had met that morning. The Black Tiger looked dispirited and showed a bitter smile upon seeing Yang Ming. Brother Yang, it's truly a sin. I didn't expect to get you into trouble. Yang Ming turned to look at the young man who had already blocked the door. Aren't you Jia? The young man smiled faintly. Does it matter? Suddenly, 2 Glocks appeared in his hands, aimed coldly at the T800 beside Yang Ming. I'm a person who cherishes beauty. Throw the box over here. At the moment the young man drew his guns, Yang Ming quietly hid behind T800. Cough, cough. This isn't cowardice. This is tactical defense. Are you sure? Hearing the young man's words, Yang Ming's expression was strange. The young man frowned. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll kill you right now. Just give it to him. Yang Ming shrugged and said. T800, upon hearing this, directly threw the 2 boxes over. The boxes were not light, containing a total of 300 kilograms of gold, which was about 600 pounds, meaning each box weighed 300 pounds. The boxes whistled through the air. The young man felt something was off and instinctively dodged to the side. The 2 boxes crashed into the wall behind him. Boom. The concrete wall was smashed, leaving a large hole. This terrifying scene changed the young man's expression drastically. You're seeking death. His expression turned cold as he fired 3 quick shots at T800, all hitting perfectly in the center of the forehead. However, the next scene shocked everyone, including the Black Tiger, Li Shiyu, and the young man. The yellow bullets from the Glock struck the woman's forehead but couldn't penetrate at all. The flattened bullets fell from her forehead and hit the marble floor with a crisp sound. Damn, it's the Golden Bell shield. True chi protecting the body. The Black Tiger's eyes widened. Having seen a lot online, he immediately thought of T800 as a legendary martial arts master. There really are martial arts masters in this world. The Black Tiger let out a strange cry. The young man felt a chill in his heart his eyes trembling. T800 slowly approached the young man, who began to retreat until he backed up against the wall, with nowhere else to go. The young man's expression hardened as he kicked T800 in the head with a whip kick. Then, unexpectedly, he thrust a three-edged military dagger towards T800's chest. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the young man's leg, which had kicked T800's head, felt like it had hit a steel plate, instantly shattering. Before he could scream from the intense pain, T800 grabbed the hand holding the three-edged dagger, and with a surge of immense strength, tore his entire arm off. Ah! The severe pain made the young man scream in terror. However, as soon as he shouted, his voice abruptly stopped. T800's hand, sharp as a blade, plunged directly into the young man's heart. Then, as if tearing through a ghost, he was ripped in half. This bloody scene stunned young Ming. He had only asked T800 to take care of the other party, but he didn't expect T800 to be so straightforward and brutal. The intestines were still writhing on the ground, with a few moving toward Li Xiu, who was usually calm, but was instantly frightened to the point of losing her color. After a good few minutes, the two pale-faced individuals finally recovered. After Yang Ming rescued Li Xiu and the others, they immediately called someone to handle the scene. Within a few minutes, a dozen suited bodyguards arrived, and the bloody scene in the villa nearly scared them to death. However, seeing Li Xiu there, they held back their nausea and cleaned it up. After switching to another villa, the four stood in a clean hall. Li Xiu glanced at T800 with apprehension. To kill someone so bloodily and not have a drop of blood on him. Could it really be, as the Black Tiger said, true qi protecting the body? That was too fantastical. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Li Xiu then looked at Yang Ming. Mr. Yang, hello, I am Li Xiu from Jinfu Group. Jinfu Group? What is Li Deifu to you? Yang Ming asked. The name of Jinfu Group was well known in Long Country. After all, it was a top jewelry company. He is my father. Yang Ming nodded and then asked T800 to bring over the boxes in his hands, which contained the gold that had been brought for the transaction. Seeing the boxes, Li Xiu's mouth twitched. The image of the boxes crashing through the concrete wall was still fresh in her mind. A 300-pound box was tossed around by this stunningly beautiful woman like a stone. She was practically a superwoman. When Li Xiu looked at the gold in the boxes, she only glanced at them before saying, Mr. Yang, I will take all this gold. The price will be based on 900 per gram. Black Tiger. Calculate how much that is in total. Yang Ming looked at Li Xiu in surprise. The price Black Tiger had given him before was only around 700 and 900. That was already the highest gold price at present. Black Tiger calculated and then said, Miss, the total is 7 billion. Li Xiu looked at Yang Ming. Currently, I don't have that much cash on hand. I can give you 5 billion in cash, and the rest. Our Jinfu Group has 5 villas in this villa area, each worth over 30 million. I can transfer all of them to Mr. Yang's name. Would that be acceptable? Yang Ming's eyes twitched. Wow. Not only did they offer the highest gold price, but they are also giving properties worth 5 billion. That is essentially giving him 30 million for free. Yang Ming glanced at Li Xiu. Li Xiu smiled. Mr. Yang, please don't misunderstand. If it weren't for your assistance, I might have already lost my life. A mere few tens of millions is nothing. Yang Ming looked at Li Xiu. This woman was indeed worthy of being the daughter of Jinfu Group. She was clearly showing favor to him. As for the reason, it was probably because of T800 beside her. However, since the money was handed to him, Yang Ming had no reason to refuse. He nodded and gladly accepted it. Chapter 8. Buying a car early in the morning in the Qingshan Villa area. Yang Ming took a taxi. After completing the transfer of the 5 villas to his name last night, Li Xiu hurriedly left after the money was transferred to Yang Ming. These 5 villas included the one where the incident occurred last night, and Yang Ming naturally wouldn't live in that one. So he kept one with a better location and directly put the other 4 up for rent online. T800 had been sent back to the apocalypse, and now his source material was running low, so he needed to quickly find some more. T800's combat strength was still quite strong, so Yang Ming planned to let T800 go hunt in the wild to see if he could get another zombie crystal core. As for the remaining 100 engineering robots, Yang Ming had sent them to pick up some junk to earn a bit. The taxi arrived quickly. The driver was taken aback when he saw Yang Ming. Hey, buddy. What a coincidence. It was the taxi driver who had dropped him off last night. Seeing the beautiful woman behind Yang Ming was gone, the driver winked at him. You've got good stamina, huh? The field is all plowed, and the ox is still lively. Yang Ming felt a bit awkward and directly threw 400 yuan at the driver. The largest Benz dealership in Qingshan City. The driver's eyes lit up as he accepted the money with a grin. All right, boss, you just sit tight. I promise to get you there comfortably. The Benz main store was in the most prosperous commercial area of Qingshan City. Yang Ming had a meal and arrived there by noon. Once inside, A long-legged beauty in a professional black silk short skirt approached him. "Hello, sir, do you have an appointment?" Yang Ming shook his head. "Sir, have you looked into our Benz cars beforehand? Do you have any specific models in mind?" Yang Ming continued to shake his head. He didn't know much about cars. The saleswoman also noticed that he was a novice. Although Yang Ming was dressed rather ordinarily, the female salesperson did not slack off because of it. The old-fashioned way of judging people by their clothes is long gone. After all, in this day and age, someone wearing flip-flops and a tank top might very well own several buildings. The female salesperson took Yang Ming around to look at different cars, her mouth never stopping. "This is the latest model, the Benz C200, and it's currently one of our main models. It's not very expensive, only $400,000. This one is the Benz A-Class sedan, which is quite affordable and has discounts right now. You can get it for around $300,000. Do you have anything larger?" Yang Ming asked. "A larger model?" The beautiful female salesperson was taken aback, then quickly revealed a warm smile. "We have larger models too. We have a few SUVs over here. Let me take you to see them." She then led Yang Ming towards other displays. However, after just a few steps, a surprised voice rang out. "Yang Ming? What are you doing here?" Yang Ming turned around and frowned upon seeing the newcomer. Yang Li? Yang Li, Su Xintheng's college roommate and close friend, had some looks. Of course, anyone who could be Su Xintheng's close friend wasn't exactly a good person. Known as a social butterfly in school, she was a master of time management. When Neza 2 was released, she was spotted bringing 8 rich second-generation kids to the cinema in one day. In the end, it was revealed that Yang Li managed to get away without any consequences, and several rich second-generation kids continued to maintain relationships with her, seemingly enchanted. At least half of Su Xintheng's flashy PUA tactics were inherited from this person in front of her. "Are you here to look at cars?" Yang Li's expression was somewhat strange as she sized up Yang Ming. The female salesperson beside them felt a bit awkward. "Sir, do you know our salesperson?" "Salesperson?" Yang Ming glanced at Yang Li. He really didn't expect Yang Li to be working here. "I know her, but not well. Just take me to see the cars," Yang Ming said calmly. Hearing this, the female salesperson's eyes lit up. Just moments ago, she thought this deal might fall through when Yang Li called out to a customer. But now it seemed their relationship was not that of friends. She hurriedly took Yang Ming away, fearing someone might cut in. Seeing Yang Ming ignore her and walk away, Yang Li's expression turned sour. Stupid loser, pretending to be so important. A dead dog who can't even afford to buy pants after being scammed by Su Xintheng. Yet he's here looking at cars? He can't even afford a tire. Yang Li cursed under her breath. Then, her eyes turned, and she thought of something. Pulling out her phone to make a call. "Yang Li, aren't you working at Ben's selling to rich guys? How do you have time to call me?" Su Xintheng's voice came from the other end. "Right now, there aren't that many rich guys. But you're dating Chu Chun, that rich second generation. I'm so jealous." Su Xintheng laughed. "You've benefited from my connection. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have met Chu Chun." Yang Li's expression stiffened. "Bitch," she cursed inwardly. Chu Chun was a target she had previously aimed to show off to Su Xintheng, but unexpectedly, because Su Xintheng was prettier than her, this little head was snatched away by that loose woman after just one meeting. Ugh, these past few days, Chu Chun has been spending hundreds of thousands on her. Even rented her a villa, just now. On the other end, Su Xintheng's voice was annoying, making Yang Li feel worse than if she had eaten something disgusting. Taking a deep breath, Yang Li changed the subject. "Do you know who I ran into at the store today?" Su Xintheng was about to boast again, but was suddenly taken aback. That loser Yang Ming came to look at cars. Looking at cars? Su Xintheng chuckled lightly. "That loser has spent all his money on me. He rents a room in the city for a few $100. And he has less than 6,000 on his card, which is a total failure for me." "What? Are you looking to date a poor guy since you can't catch a rich one?" Yang Li was speechless. The two Surface sisters exchanged pleasantries for a while before Yang Li hung up. She looked toward the SUV area with disdain. "Just a loser who can't even afford 10,000. And he is here looking at cars? Su Ming thinks he's a treasure. What a joke." Just then, her phone rang. "Hello, is it Mr. Wang? Are you coming to pick up the car today?" "Now, of course, I can. I'm at the store." "You're already at the door?" "Okay. I'll be right there." After a few sentences, Yang Li's mood lifted. Hanging up the phone, she glanced over at Yang Ming and Su Ming, snorting. "A random customer of mine is worth 10,000 times more than this loser." In the SUV display area, Su Ming led Yang Ming around to see several models. From the cheaper ones around 200,000 to the more expensive ones at 700,000 to 800,000, she introduced them all to Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming showed no intention of buying. Su Ming felt slightly disappointed. In her view, Yang Ming was likely just another broke customer who looked but didn't buy. Nevertheless, she didn't show it on her face, maintaining a warm smile. Mr. Yang, buying a car is a big deal. If you're not sure right now, you can go home and discuss it with your family. Su Ming's words were quite tactful, even considerate of Yang Ming's feelings. The cars had been looked at, and customers like this needed an exit strategy. Yang Ming remained silent, contemplating for a moment before turning to Su Ming. You have a model called the G-Class, right? Chapter 9. Su Ming. Although Yang Ming wasn't very knowledgeable about cars, he still knew about the G-Class, a well-known model. The G-Class? Su Ming was taken aback. Mr. Yang, the cheapest G-Class starts at 2 million, and it has high fuel consumption. If it's just for family use, there's really no need to buy such a car. It's not very practical. Su Ming subconsciously categorized Yang Ming as a customer who couldn't afford it. So she gently advised against it to avoid any awkwardness later if he looked at the car but couldn't buy it. She had encountered this kind of situation before. Take me to see it, Yang Ming said. Seeing that Yang Ming insisted on going to look, Su Ming said nothing more and took him to the third floor. Mr. Yang, this is our latest G8C, priced at 2.7 million. Yang Ming looked around and nodded. It was indeed a car worth 2 to 3 million. With an off-road style and sharp angles. Most importantly, it was big enough to suit him. I'll take this one. Can I pick it up today? Yang Ming asked. Su Ming was taken aback and quickly checked her phone. Mr. Yang, it might be too late today. It takes time to process the registration. What if I pay in full? Yang Ming inquired. If you pay in full, it will be much quicker, but it still takes some time to process the registration. Moreover, this car is priced at 2.7 million before tax and insurance. The total might be over 3 million. That's not a small amount. You might want to consider it first. How long will it take at the fastest? Yang Ming frowned. Su Ming thought for a moment. If you pay in full, we can get everything done by tomorrow at the earliest. Then it's settled, no need to think about it. Full payment, credit card. Yang Ming pulled out a black card and handed it over. This black card was precisely the one Li Xiu had given him the night before. Originally, Su Ming planned to verify whether Yang Ming really intended to buy after hearing that, but upon seeing the card handed over, she quickly fell silent. Although she was a newcomer and hadn't worked at Ben's for long, the training had emphasized the importance of recognizing bank cards. Yang Ming's black card required at least 100 million to be deposited. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and get the contract. Yang Ming waved the card in front of the somewhat dazed Su Ming. Only then did Su Ming come to her senses, her eyes lighting up with surprise. Her smile blossoming like a flower. Mr. Yang, please wait a moment, I'll go get it right away. Although buying a car outright won't give her much commission, for salespeople, the commission from loans is the main profit. However, with the economy being so poor these past 2 years, just being able to sell a car is already a success. Even for this car, she could earn tens of thousands with a full payment. Not to mention clients like Yang Ming, who can swipe a black card worth millions without batting an eye. Providing good service is worth more than just a little money. Su Ming went to get the contract. Yang Ming was sitting in the service area playing on his phone when Yang Li approached him, arm in arm with a balding, middle-aged man with a big belly. Yang Li leaned against the man, acting intimately, chatting and laughing. The middle-aged man said something, and Yang Li playfully slapped him, while the man squeezed her waist. Their relationship was clearly more than ordinary, likely already physical. Yang Ming glanced over, but didn't pay much attention. Yang Li was known for being a social butterfly at school. Of course, if you want to put it nicely, you could call her a socialite. If you want to be blunt, she's just a college floozy. However, Yang Ming didn't plan to engage with her, but Yang Li approached him anyway. Upon seeing Yang Ming, she smiled brightly after settling the middle-aged man. Yang Ming, where's Su Ming? Aren't you taking care of your clients? Yang Li scolded, then with a playful look, asked, which car do you like? I can help you with the paperwork. Yang Li's question was not out of kindness. She was just looking to see Yang Ming make a fool of himself. She didn't believe he had money to buy a car, let alone one that starts at hundreds of thousands in this dealership. Yang Ming subtly moved a bit further away, worried about the proximity to such a person. No need, it's all settled. Su Ming went to get the contract. Yang Ming replied casually. A contract? You really have money to buy a car? Yang Li was taken aback, surprised. But she quickly realized she had misspoken. Ahem, what I meant was, which model do you like? We're all familiar here. I can try to get you a better loan deal. You don't have to worry about it. Your client is still waiting for you, Yang Ming said, nodding towards the balding man in the distance who was watching them. Yang Li's expression changed, and she hurriedly distanced herself, pretending to be unrelated to Yang Ming, and quickly returned to appease her boss, Mr. Wang. Soon, Su Ming came back with the contract. Yang Ming glanced over it briefly, saw no issues, and signed his name. Then he nonchalantly swiped his card. Mr. Yang, can I add you on WeChat? Send me a message before you pick up the car, and I'll arrange everything for you, Su Ming said. She then opened her personal WeChat, Su Xiaoming. Normally, there would be no need to add WeChat, and even if they did, it would be a company account, not Su Mingming's personal one. This was Su Mingming's little scheme. Clients like this are rare. Company WeChat accounts belong to the company, but personal WeChat accounts are hers. Yang Ming was unaware of Su Mingming's intentions and scanned the QR code to add her. By the way, can you drive? Yang Ming suddenly asked after adding her. Su Mingming was somewhat puzzled, unsure why Yang Ming brought this up. However, since he was a big client, she quickly replied, I have a driver's license, I can drive. And I have more than a year of driving experience. Yang Ming nodded. I won't come over tomorrow. Just handle everything and deliver the car to my house. It's too much trouble to make a trip. After thinking about it, Yang Ming decided to have the dealership deliver it to his home. Su Mingming hesitated. After all, if something went wrong after the car was delivered, she couldn't afford to compensate for a car worth millions. Yang Ming naturally understood Su Mingming's concerns. Don't worry, whatever happens, it's on me. After saying that, Yang Ming directly transferred 30,000 yuan to Su Mingming via WeChat. Is it okay now? Su Mingming's eyes brightened at the sight of the transfer. I guarantee it will be delivered safely. With Yang Ming's assurance, Su Mingming felt relieved. To her, a car worth millions was a fortune, but to Yang Ming, it was probably just a few months' interest from his card. Thus, Yang Ming's guarantee was naturally trustworthy. Then she suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, Mr. Yang, you haven't told me where you live yet. Yang Ming patted his head, almost forgetting. He sent Su Mingming a location, Qingshan Villa area. Su Mingming's eyes twitched. Qingshan Villa area? Yang Ming actually lived there? As far as she knew, the villas in that area were all valued at no less than 20 million. Biting her lip, Su Mingming suppressed her shock. Which villa do you live in? Yang Ming thought for a moment. Villa 1 to 5, just park in any garage. Remember to report my name. Yang Ming said nonchalantly. Since all 5 villas belonged to him, it didn't matter where she parked. 1 to 5, any? Su Mingming was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 10. Yang Li's shock at the entrance. Watching Yang Ming leave on a hello bike, Su Mingming couldn't help but sigh. Are rich people really this unpretentious? Buying a car worth millions just like that, yet still low-key enough to ride a bike like the rest of them? However, thinking about how she had sold a luxury car worth 3 million, Su Mingming felt her heart racing, her eyes showing excitement. Meanwhile, Yang Li came out with the balding middle-aged man, looking quite pleased. With a few days of companionship, she had successfully gotten this fat guy to spend 800,000, and just from this deal, she earned 40,000. Adding in the few thousand she managed to get as pocket money from this fat guy, she had almost made 100,000. After sending off the balding boss, Yang Li looked over at Su Mingming with a mocking expression. What's wrong? Didn't sell anything? If cars in the dealership are sold, there's usually a delivery ceremony. But clearly, the only delivery ceremony just now was for Yang Li and her boss. Our dealership isn't for any riffraff to afford, Yang Li sneered. Your client is still one of my college classmates, poor enough to live in a shanty town, and you wasted so much time entertaining him. No wonder your performance isn't improving. Yang Li had a look of amusement. In the dealership, clients are treated like gods. Even if Yang Ming threw a tantrum at her, she had to endure it. But among colleagues, there were no such reservations. Although Su Mingming was prettier than her bottom line was not as low. What good is being pretty if you can't sleep with them? Although she was less attractive, she was quick to bed. Just a little action on the bed, and sales come rolling in. Naturally, Su Mingming couldn't compete with her in terms of performance. Therefore, even if Yang Li mocked Su Mingming a few times, the manager would still favor her. Who told you I didn't sell anything? The contract has already been signed, and the client paid on the spot. Su Mingming replied with a strange expression after hearing Yang Li's words. Poor enough to live in a shantytown? Su Mingming could only chuckle. Do you understand the value of casually parking at Villa 15 in Qingshan? What? Already bought. Yang Li was taken aback. Could it be an A-class? Yang Li was somewhat surprised. Although the A-class was only over 200,000, it was still not something a loser like Yang Ming could afford. Hadn't Su Xintheng already squeezed Yang Ming dry? Could it be that this guy had some tricks up his sleeve? A-class. Su Mingming rolled her eyes at Yang Li. She took out her phone and waved it in front of Yang Li. It's a G-Class 8C. 7 million, including taxes and insurance, a total of 5 million paid in full. Su Mingming tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and blinked. Wow, Yang Jia, your college classmate is really wealthy. She didn't mention anything about the Qingshan villa. After saying that, Su Mingming walked into the store with a light step, skipping and humming a song. In a very good mood. Yang Li, on the other hand, stood still in a daze, looking incredulous. However, people tend to overthink things. And soon Yang Li came up with a perfect explanation. Could this lick dog be a hidden rich second generation? Deliberately pretending to be poor in search of true love? Yes, it must be like that. Some wealthy people enjoy playing this game. Yang Li felt a bit regretful when Su Jintheng had tricked Yang Ming so badly. She had at least put in half the effort. If she had known this guy was a rich second generation, she could have opened her arms to provide warmth when Su Jintheng was tricking him. Surely her warm and broad chest could have warmed a cold heart. Wasn't he that a sure win? Yang Li felt she had missed out on a small target. But suddenly, a smile reappeared on Yang Li's face. If that bitch Su Jintheng knew that Yang Ming, this lick dog, was so rich, what would she think? Thinking of this, Yang Li took out her phone and dialed Su Shidong's number. The sound of a game being played came through the line. Hearing this, Yang Li frowned. Damn. Playing games in broad daylight. What a worthless person. Yang Li cursed inwardly. On the other end of the line, in a hotel, Su Jintheng was playing King of Glory with Chu Chun. Su Jintheng's character, Yao, was hanging on Chu Chen's Li Bai. Upon seeing the incoming call, Su Jintheng paused, but was marked with 2 question marks by Chu Chun. At Chu Chen's request, Su Jintheng could only continue controlling Yao on Li Bai. Then, she exited the interface and answered the call. Chu Chun was quite satisfied, controlling Yao and Li Bai to dominate the game. Hello? Yang Li, what's up? Su Jintheng asked. Upon hearing her voice, Yang Li's mouth twitched. Yang Ming just bought a car at our store. What? Su Jintheng's voice rose several decibels. He actually hid his savings from me. Su Jintheng was furious. Chu Chen's Li Bai, with Yao hanging on him, was filled with fighting spirit and immediately scored a triple kill. Yang Li was speechless, as expected of the vengeful character she had brought out. This focus was indeed quite absurd. Even she found it hard to bear. What car did he buy? Su Jintheng asked coldly. Don't just focus on the phone. Get back in the game and heal me. Chu Chen's Li Bai was being attacked from 3 sides, looking fierce as he shouted. Su Jintheng had no choice but to switch back to the game screen and heal Chu Chun. Yang Li smiled meaningfully. It's probably a $3 million G-class. On the other end of the line, there was only the sound of the game for a moment. After half a minute, Su Jintheng finally chuckled. Sister, are you jealous that I stole Chu Chen's heart and are intentionally trying to annoy me? How could I not know how much money that useless Yang Ming has? Can he have 3 million? I would rather stand on my head in the school square and poop like a fountain. Su Jintheng sneered. Thinking she had seen through Yang Li's little thoughts, she felt even prouder. Sister, Chu Chen's skills in King of Glory are quite impressive, you know? Li Bai has already gotten 5 kills. I'm sorry, sister, but it's actually my fault for stealing your love. Hearing the sound of the game ending on the other end, Yang Li felt her forehead flush with anger and hung up the phone. But soon, Yang Li sneered. Don't believe it? Humph. Laugh now, but you will cry eventually. The rental house Yang Ming was living in was only a few kilometers away from the Benz 4S store. This was also why Yang Ming rode a Hello bike. Now that he had moved to Qingshan Villa, he naturally had to return the rental house. After returning the house to the landlord, Yang Ming decided he didn't want any of the things inside. So, he shouted from the window. Instantly, a dozen elderly women rushed up from the village below. They swarmed in and emptied Yang Ming's rental house. Their efficiency was faster than a logistics company. After that, Yang Ming took a taxi back to Qingshan Villa. In the villa, after taking a hot shower, Yang Ming closed the doors and windows and entered the apocalyptic world. Chapter 11. Survivor on the ruined street. A licker crawled out from a second-floor window. Suddenly, its sharp mouth opened, and a long crimson tongue shot out, wrapping around a wandering female zombie on the street and swallowing her whole. After chewing several times, it quickly swallowed the meal and planned to return inside the house. Whoosh! A clear and sharp sound of something cutting through the air rang out. A steel bar, like a cannonball, shot over and pierced the licker's head, nailing it to the wall by the street with immense force. Instantly, it was dead beyond recovery. Not far away, a stunning woman in a pleated skirt, with curves in all the right places, clapped her hands, quite satisfied with the power displayed. This woman was the T800 controlled by Yang Ming. Although she had the body of a woman, it initially gave Yang Ming a strange feeling of cross-dressing. However, realizing that he seemed to be the only living person in this city, Yang Ming completely let go of those feelings. As the saying goes, flesh is weak, machinery ascends. Yang Ming had originally scoffed at this popular saying on the internet. In his opinion, no matter how powerful machines were, how could they compare to the intricately evolved carbon-based bodies of humans over millions of years? But after personally experiencing the strength of the T800, Yang Ming felt that, setting everything else aside, just the power alone made human strength, which maxed out at a few hundred kilograms, seem ridiculous in comparison to the T800, which could throw dozens of pounds of steel bars like cannonballs. He stepped forward, pulled out the steel bar, and then smashed the licker's head to pieces. Looking around, he frowned. Still nothing. Since T800 was sent back to the apocalypse, it had eliminated more than 20 lickers within a 2-kilometer radius. But he had yet to find a single zombie crystal core. It seemed that the chance of zombie crystal cores appearing was quite low. Yang Ming sighed. Relying on the 100 project robots to scavenge was quite slow for source material growth. Glancing at the time, Yang Ming planned to disconnect from T800. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, gunshots rang out from a distance. Yang Ming's gaze sharpened. Living people? After thinking for a moment, Yang Ming hurried towards the direction of the gunfire. In the shopping mall hall, a dozen people were surrounding a woman hiding in the center with guns. Jiang Yue, where can you run now? A young man in combat gear with a buzz cut looked at the beautiful woman at the center of the encirclement, his eyes fiery. Xiaoqinan, you've already monopolized the second-level zombie crystal core. Do you still want to eliminate me completely? The surrounded Jiang Yue's expression turned ugly. Xiaoqinan jingled the blood-red zombie crystal core in his hand, grinning. Hee hee, even if I kill you here, what will it matter? Not only is the zombie crystal core mine, but you are mine too. Jiang Yue's gaze turned cold. Do you really think that with just you, a first-level evolver, and these useless lackeys, you can take me down? Xiaoqinan chuckled lightly. Of course, I know your strength as a second-level evolver. But who told you I'm just a first-level evolver? Saying this, Xiaoqinan's aura suddenly erupted, his muscles bulging. He charged at Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue's expression changed. You actually broke through. A punch came at her, and Jiang Yue met it, feeling the immense power hit her, causing her to stumble back. Thanks to you, a second-level evolver, leading the charge, I wouldn't have been able to take down that second-level zombie so easily otherwise, Xiaoqinan said mockingly. Cough cough. Jiang Yue got up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face pale. Hee hee, if you treat me and my brothers well, perhaps I might still remember our old feelings and take care of your tuberculosis-stricken sister, Xiaoqinan said with a lewd smile. The armed lackeys beside him, hearing Xiaoqinan's words, all looked at Jiang Yue with eager eyes. The boss is mighty. Even a gem like Jiang Yue is willing to share with us. Evolvers. I haven't tasted the flavor of an evolver yet. My big knife is already itching for action. Everyone better line up. I want to be number one. I don't mind being the last one. Can I go back and have some fun with his sister? Without her as an evolver's backing, his sister won't last long. That would be a bargain for you. You're looking for death. Hearing the filthy words about her sister, Jiang Yue stood up, ready to fight Xiaoqinan. But she was kicked unconscious. Xiaoqinan looked disdainful. Normally, a level 2 evolver like Jiang Yue shouldn't be this weak, but after the battle with that level 2 zombie, Jiang Yue, as the main combat force, had already suffered serious injuries. So now, she appeared quite vulnerable. Find her for me, and after I'm done having my fun, I'll reward you all. The little brothers around, seeing that Jiang Yue had lost her ability to resist, hurriedly stepped forward to tie her up tightly. When Yang Ming arrived here, he happened to see a group of big men lining up in the hall. In front was a woman tied to a pillar. Damn. In broad daylight, is this a silver party? Can I join in? The sudden voices in the hall startled Xiaoqinan's group, who were just about to take action. Dozens of heads turned around, but upon seeing the newcomer, everyone was instantly captivated. Wow, such a beautiful girl. Everyone gasped. After the apocalypse, surviving women were either emaciated and malnourished or burly and tougher than men. Those with any looks were mostly kept as mistresses. A beauty like Jiang Yue was a rare gem, but the woman before them was so stunning it felt unreal. Even more beautiful than big stars from the entertainment industry before the apocalypse. The most critical thing was how clean she appeared. They hadn't seen a clean woman like this in years. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed. This girl is even prettier than Jiang Yue. I just shivered. Watching the nakedly greedy eyes of the group, Yang Ming shuddered. He thought these people were from Nantong, but then remembered he was also wearing a T800. A transformed beauty made from nanometal skin he personally crafted. He took out a mirror to look. Indeed good-looking, understandable. This indirectly proved his taste was decent. Xiaoqinan came back to his senses and gave a knowing glance to his little brother. The little brother understood and quietly surrounded Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't care about their movements. His attention was fully focused on the blood-red object in Xiaoqinan's hand. The zombie crystal core. Chapter 12, Jiang Yue. Give me that thing in your hand. Yang Ming was direct, reaching out for it. Xiaoqinan glanced at the level 2 zombie crystal core in his hand. His mouth twitching. Does this beauty not see the situation clearly? But then he thought of something and grinned. Want this? That's not impossible. But for a trade, you must offer something of value, right? With that, Xiaoqinan sized Yang Ming up. The little brothers around cast malicious glances. Yang Ming frowned. Once a man controls the situation, he usually ends up drooling. Instead, the tied-up Jiang Yue looked at Yang Ming with a somewhat uncertain gaze. You're right. How about this? Give me the thing in your hand. and I'll let you leave here alive. Yang Ming had a look as if they had made a profit. Xiao Qinin's face stiffened, his smile fading. I hope when you become a puff pastry later, your mouth can still be this tough. Take her down. Immediately, the surrounding little brothers rushed forward. 30 seconds later, the ground was littered with corpses, and in the vast mall hall, only Jiang Yue and Xiao Qinin remained alive. Xiao Qinin's face was one of horror. What did he just see? His dozen or so subordinates were torn apart by this beauty. No, this demon. It was not an exaggeration. It was literal. If it weren't for the warm, severed limbs on the ground, Xiao Qinin would think he was dreaming. So brutal. You, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll shoot. Xiao Qinin trembled like a leaf, looking at the approaching Yang Ming, his bravado faltering. Ah, rat-a-tat-tat. The rifle bullets crazily sprayed at Yang Ming, clattering uselessly to the ground without causing any harm. Seeing Yang Ming standing right in front of him, Xiao Qinin dropped the rifle with a thud, his legs going weak as he knelt down, desperately begging for mercy. Big sister, I have a 28-year-old wife to take care of, and an 18-year-old mistress waiting to be fed. Please spare my life. Just let me go. Xiao Qinin cried pitifully. Oh right. Didn't you want this level 2 zombie crystal core? Xiao Qinin's terrified eyes suddenly lit up with hope. Big sister, you just said I could leave alive if I give you this. Just let me go, and I'll give it to you right now. Yang Ming stomped down, crushing Xiao Qinin's head. Foolish, if I kill you, this thing will be mine too. After dealing with Xiao Qinin, Yang Ming turned his gaze to the tied-up Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue's face was pale. Although she had sensed the woman was extraordinary earlier, she didn't expect her to be this terrifying. Bulletproof, immensely strong. Level 4 revolver. Jiang Yue speculated in her heart, but quickly dismissed the idea. A level 4 revolver could at most dodge bullets. How could they withstand like this woman? Could she be an ability user? Seeing the other person after killing Xiao Qinin, her gaze turned to Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue's heart trembled. What is your name? Jiang Yue. Age? 23. Marital status? Unmarried. Bust size? After a series of questions, Yang Ming finally gained a preliminary understanding of this world. This is a parallel world similar to reality. 3 years ago, a terrifying virus swept the globe, turning 90% of humanity into zombies. Various creatures in nature either turned into zombies or transformed into terrifying beings. This virus not only affected living beings, but even 80% of plants mutated into inedible toxic varieties. As for the zombie crystal core, it is a rare item that originates from within zombies and has no infection properties, helping humans strengthen their bodies and become powerful evolvers who break through human potential. Evolvers? They don't seem that strong. Yang Ming stroked his chin, glancing at Xiao Qinin's head, which was smashed like a watermelon, muttering to himself. Do you have another one of these? Yang Ming waved the zombie crystal core in front of Jiang Yue. I have a level 1 zombie crystal core in my pocket, Jiang Yue replied. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. Which pocket? This one in front. Yang Ming directly reached in to feel. The warm touch of the hand, although she was a woman, still made Jiang Yue's face flush. After rummaging for a while, she indeed found a zombie crystal core about the same size as the one she got from the bank's lick eater. Yang Ming was quite satisfied and untied Jiang Yue. If these people had cooperated like you, they wouldn't have had to die. I'm a kind-hearted person. I can't stand so much bloodshed. The corner of Jiang Yue's eye twitched. Can't stand it. You didn't even blink when you were killing. However, the fact that she was untied at least indicated that he had no intention of killing her, which eased Jiang Yue's long-held anxiety a bit. Rumble. Outside, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached. Jiang Yue's expression changed. He hurried to the glass door and took a quick look. Outside, on the street, a dense mass of zombies had gathered, surging towards this side like a tide. This is bad. The gunfire and the smell of blood just now attracted the zombies. Jiang Yue's expression was serious. Let's go. We need to hide upstairs. This was a high-rise building with over 30 floors, and the first floor was a shopping mall, the very place where Jiang Yue and her group had just been. Inside a residential unit on the upper floor, Yang Ming had just followed Jiang Yue to hide here. Jiang Yue looked down through the window at the dense swarm of zombies, her face somewhat pale. There was no water or food in this place. With the horde of zombies blocking them below, if the horde didn't disperse, they were very likely to be trapped here until death. She glanced back at the T800 controlled by Yang Ming, which was lying on the sofa resting. Jiang Yue couldn't help but smile wryly. In the factory, Yang Ming had disconnected from the T800 and looked at the 2 zombie cores he held, one large and one small. Ever since the factory upgraded to level 2, Yang Ming found that as long as he controlled the robot, he could also use the factory's storage warehouse. This meant that the items stored by the T800 could be retrieved from the factory after he disconnected from the body. The last time he retrieved a level 1 zombie core, It brought him 60 points of source material. And he used 10 points to create a T800 and another 50 points for the metal skin. Therefore, Yang Ming's source material storage tank was now empty. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Ming decided to retrieve the level 1 zombie core in his hand. Just like the first time, it brought him 60 points of source material, so Yang Ming created another T100. Chapter 13. Do you want to be my assistant? In the real world, inside the villa, Yang Ming looked at the elderly man in front of him, who had a kind of ethereal appearance and youthful face. This was the second T100 he had just created. It cost him 50 points of source material to purchase a set of nanometal skin. The reason he didn't mold a beautiful woman this time was mainly that Yang Ming thought, although beautiful women were eye-catching, they were too conspicuous. It's better to be low-key in the real world, plus this kind of nanometal skin could be changed at any time. So it didn't matter what it looked like the first time. After sending the T100 back to the Apocalypse factory, Yang Ming left the villa and saw a familiar face. It was Su Ming, who had come to deliver the car. This was Su Ming's first time visiting such a high-end place. The entire villa area was located in a well-landscaped area, and driving in felt like entering a park. Even the security guards at the entrance were tall and handsome. Unlike the elderly men at ordinary communities. Initially, Su Ming was a bit anxious about whether she would be allowed in, but after reporting Yang Ming's name to the security, she was granted access. Upon seeing Yang Ming, Su Ming's eyes brightened. "Boss, I brought your car." Su Ming got out of the car, and Lu Chuan noticed that although she was sitting in the driver's seat, there were covers on the seats, and even shoe covers on her feet to avoid dirtying the car. Yang Ming nodded. Even if Su Ming hadn't done all this, it wouldn't have mattered to him. He wasn't that particular, but it also showed that Su Ming was indeed a detail-oriented person. All the paperwork and insurance for this car has been taken care of. Here are the keys, and I officially hand over this car to you. After saying this, Su Ming presented a car key with both hands. Yang Ming took it. After Su Ming thanked him with a smile, she intended to leave. Wait. Su Ming turned around and hadn't taken 2 steps when Yang Ming called out to her. She looked at him with some confusion. This place is quite remote, and it's a bit far from the city. How are you getting back? Yang Ming asked. Su Ming smiled. I can just take a taxi back. Yang Ming tossed the car key back to Su Ming. Let's go. I need to go to the city as well. You can drive, and we'll go together. Su Ming took the key and looked at Yang Ming, who was already in the passenger seat, her face slightly flushed. It was hard not to think that Yang Ming was finding an excuse to accompany her. On the way, the two were silent, feeling a bit awkward. Yang Ming broke the silence. You look young. You must have just graduated, right? I just started working this year. Su Ming replied. Which school did you graduate from? Yang Ming asked. Yanjing University. Yanjing University? Yang Ming was somewhat surprised. This was one of the top universities in Xia country. How was she working as a salesperson in Binchi? Seeing the surprise in Yang Ming's eyes, Su Ming smiled bitterly. I majored in finance, and it's not easy to find a job. Yanjing University's finance program should have a good employment rate, right? Yang Ming was puzzled. Not necessarily. It's not that simple, Su Ming said, her expression somewhat dim. As a woman with some looks, she knew all too well what it took to stand out in the finance industry. While there were successful finance graduates from her school, the glamorous exterior came at a price, sacrificing one's dignity. Su Ming didn't want to become that kind of person, so she returned to Qingshan City to work in sales. Su Ming didn't say much more, but Yang Ming could guess the underlying complexities. In today's internet age, the dirty little secrets of the industry were no longer a mystery. As their conversation deepened, Su Ming became less constrained. I heard from Yang Li at the shop that you're still a student at Qingshan University? Yes, I'm a third-year student. Yang Ming nodded. Ah, I really envy you rich second-generation kids who don't have to work hard for a living, Su Ming said with some emotion. She was just an ordinary kid from a regular family. Although she got into Yanjing University, she was still working in sales at Binchi. It's true what they say online. Some people are born into wealth, while others are born to toil, she reflected. Rich second generation? Yang Ming chuckled. I'm the only one in my family. Su Ming was taken aback, momentarily not understanding what he meant. I'm an orphan, Yang Ming explained. The car fell into silence for a moment. I'm sorry, Su Ming finally said after a long pause. Her gaze towards Yang Ming filled with sympathy. Seeing the sympathy in her eyes, Yang Ming chuckled lightly. It's fine. I've gotten used to it over the years. Yang Ming didn't even know who his parents were. He had been an orphan for as long as he could remember. Over the years, he had lived alone, scavenging for money, going to the government for aid, and studying to get into college. Perhaps it was because he lacked love as a child that he had eagerly followed Su Xintheng in college like a puppy. By the way, how much do you earn from selling at Binchi now? Yang Ming suddenly asked. Currently, The base salary is only 4,000 a month, and I rely on commissions. I can earn about 10,000 a month, Su Mingming replied, unsure why Yang Ming was asking this, but it wasn't a secret. She thought for a moment and continued. Her performance was considered poor at the store. Those who performed well were basically in the escort business. Yang Li, as the top salesperson in the store, could earn over 100,000 a month, with at least half of that coming from her bedside skills. As for Su Mingming, who relied solely on regular performance, she naturally didn't earn much. The store manager had told her several times, with your looks, you should learn more from Yang Li. Otherwise, how can you earn more? If you're willing to work hard, you'll surpass Yang Li in no time. What she needed to learn, Su Mingming was well aware. Work hard? What kind of hardship is that? 10,000 a month. Yang Ming pondered for a moment, and then said, how about being my assistant? I happen to need a driver right now. I'll pay you 20,000 a month, with full insurance and benefits. After getting off the car and arriving at the store, Su Mingming felt a bit dazed. Her mind kept replaying Yang Ming's words from the car. 20,000 a month, plus the highest level of social insurance and housing funds. Is it really just to be a driving assistant? Mingming, you're back so soon? It seems like you really just went to deliver the car. A young girl saw Su Mingming walking into the store and teased her. Su Mingming looked at the speaker. It was her colleague Xiao Ai, with whom she usually got along well. Su Mingming rolled her eyes at Xiao Ai. What are you thinking with that conflicted expression? Xiao Ai asked. Su Mingming looked seriously at Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, what do you think about a job that pays 20,000 a month and includes social insurance and housing funds? As a driving assistant? 20,000 a month, plus social insurance and housing funds? Being a driving assistant? That's a dream job. If I had that job, I would have run away long ago. Who would still be here doing sales? Xiao Ai said enviously. Then she suddenly realized and looked Su Mingming up and down. Mingming, being an assistant is no different from being a secretary. Are you sure it's just driving and not being treated like a car? Come on. Did you get close to that rich guy from yesterday? Su Mingming's face turned red. In fact, when Yang Ming mentioned the assistant position, she had thought in that direction as well. That's why she didn't immediately agree to Yang Ming in the car, but said she needed to think about it. Fortunately, Yang Ming didn't press her further and said she could message him if she was interested. Seeing Su Mingming's reaction, Xiao Ai had a knowing expression. With your looks, 20,000 is too cheap. It should start at 50,000. Xiao Ai, they're just hiring normally. Su Mingming shot Xiao Ai a glare. I understand. Xiao Ai said with a knowing look. During work hours, you two are whispering again. You could use that time to develop your potential clients. In the distance, a fat man approached with Yang Li, his hand secretly brushing against Yang Li's thigh. Manager. Chapter 14. Exchanging gold. The fat man looked sternly at the two. His gaze then landed on Su Mingming. Mingming, although you sold a big G yesterday, you still need to work hard. You've been underperforming for 2 months already. Company policy states that if you underperform for 3 months, your social insurance will be suspended, and if you underperform for 4 months, you'll be directly fired. You don't want me to be heartless and optimize you out, right? Learn more from Yang Li. She is the sales champion again this month. Why don't you girls understand? After scolding Su Mingming a bit, the fat man left with Yang Li. Humph, it's just sleeping with 10 clients, right? Otherwise, how could she have that performance? Xiao Ai muttered to herself. Su Mingming watched the two leave, hesitating for a moment, then looked at the pinned WeChat on her phone. Her gaze gradually firming up. Yang Ming's decision to hire Su Mingming as a driver certainly had his considerations. Although T800 could drive and the built-in code could even make T800 reach the level of a top racing driver, the biggest problem with T800 was that it didn't have a driver's license. As for Yang Ming, although he had a driver's license, all the money he earned before was spent on Su Xinthong. After getting the license, he hadn't bought a car or driven much, so he was still at a beginner stage that needed practice. Besides, he was now a wealthy person, which wealthy person still drives themselves. A beautiful driver secretary is the standard for a successful person. After parting with Su Mingming, Yang Ming drove to the Jinfu Group building in the city center. He also brought out T800, along with 2 safes. These 2 safes contained various gold items that T800 had collected in the city during this time. Miss Li Xiu, this is a new batch of goods I've just received. See how much it's worth. In the president's office, Yang Ming instructed T800 to hand over the boxes. Li Xiu looked at the 2 large boxes of various gold jewelry, her eyes widening. Where did this guy get so much gold? She wondered. At the same time, she noticed that the beautiful girl behind Yang Ming was gone, replaced by a quite spirited old man with white hair. However, Li Xiu didn't ask much. Some things are better left unspoken. Mr. Yang, it's still the same price as before. I just had someone check, and it's worth about 39.9 million. I'll round it up to 50 million. However, I need time for the funds to circulate. If you trust me, I will transfer the money to your card later. What do you think? Li Xiu was quite polite. After all, this person was her lifesaver. Wow, rounding up to 10 million? Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Actually, buying back at a price of 900 was already considered a loss, which he was aware of. The current buyback price for gold was around 700, and 900 was already higher than selling it. This was basically giving him money. Miss Li, business should be mutually beneficial for it to last longer. Isn't this price a bit too high? Yang Ming thought for a moment and said, Mr. Yang is my lifesaver. I can't possibly make money off my lifesaver, can I? Li Xiu said with a smile. This was the second time Li Xiu used the title of lifesaver to offer money to Yang Ming. And the most crucial thing was that he had no reason to refuse. Yang Ming now understood those fallen corrupt officials. If someone wants to give money, there are plenty of excuses. Yang Ming didn't say much. He was already indebted in terms of favors, and they could talk about it later. Moreover, establishing a relationship with someone in charge of a gold company would make it easier for him to sell gold in the future. After settling the gold in hand, Yang Ming returned to Qingshan University. Since his discharge from the hospital, Yang Ming hadn't returned to school. The school thought he was still in the hospital. Fortunately, after repeatedly assuring the counselor that he wouldn't jump off the building again, he wasn't expelled. Of course, the main reason was that Yang Ming had donated 5 million to the school through the official website. In the evening, at the school stadium, it was the military training period for new students. Many young freshmen were wearing military uniforms, and there were also many students running laps on the track. The atmosphere was full of youthful vigor. Yang Ming felt a bit emotional, although he hadn't graduated yet. The experiences of the past few days made him feel like he was living in a different world, as if campus life no longer belonged to him. Lying on the lawn, Yang Ming fell into deep thought. Currently, he had 2 T800 security robots. However, the factory's experience had only increased by 2. If this continued, manufacturing 1 T800 would only provide one of the factory experience, meaning he would need to produce 100 T800s to reach level 3. The power of T800 had already given Yang Ming a taste of its benefits. If the factory upgraded to level 3, what powerful robots would be unlocked? Yang Ming was quite looking forward to it. After thinking for a while, Yang Ming calculated the total resources needed. 1 T800 required 10 points of source material. So 100 T800s would need 1,000 points of source material. This was without considering the manufacturing of the 40-point source material nanoliquid gold skin. According to a level 1 zombie crystal core providing 60 points of source material to upgrade to level 3. Yang Ming would need to obtain 34 level 1 zombie crystal cores. Yang Ming frowned. Obtaining zombie crystal cores wasn't simple. The zombies that could produce crystal cores were quite rare. So far, the only zombie he had personally seen with a crystal core was the bank's liquor, while the other zombie crystal cores were obtained from survivors. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes. It seemed that to quickly obtain zombie crystal cores, he would need to get them from this group of survivors. With this thought, Yang Ming had a plan in mind. After resting for a while on the playground, Yang Ming decided not to return to the villa. He went directly to a restroom in the nearby gym and teleported to the apocalypse. In the shopping mall, inside a residential building, Yang Ming immediately connected to T800. Jiang Yue's face was somewhat pale. As an evolved being, her body's energy consumption was already high, and now she had not eaten any food or water for more than a day, which made her feel a bit dizzy. Below, the corpses of Xiao Qinan and his group had been completely devoured by zombies. The tide of zombies had dispersed somewhat, but there were still hundreds of zombies wandering below. Jiang Yue pressed her cracked lips together, took a deep breath, and made a decision in her heart. If we stay here any longer, we will surely be trapped to death. I have decided to take advantage of the little strength I have left and fight my way out. If you are willing, we can work together. The mysterious woman on the sofa had either been lying there sleeping or remained silent since she arrived here with Jiang Yue. After speaking to the other party, Jiang Yue did not have high hopes for a reply, as this was not the first time she had asked. However, she did not expect the woman's previously squinted eyes to suddenly open and look at her. Chapter 15. Zombie Crystal Core Trade in your current state. With so many zombies below, going out is just asking for death. After connecting to T800, Yang Ming glanced at the obviously exhausted Jiang Yue and said. Jiang Yue smiled bitterly. But without a clean water source and food to replenish, staying here is a slow suicide. Food and water? You wait here for a moment. I'll go out for a bit. Without waiting for Jiang Yue to speak, Yang Ming left the room. Food and water? There's a pile in my warehouse. However, he certainly couldn't just conjure it out of thin air in front of Jiang Yue. That would be too exaggerated. After leaving, Yang Ming found a large backpack in the mall, then took a bunch of snacks and a dozen bottles of mineral water from the warehouse. Only then did he return to the room. Seeing the woman leave, Jiang Yue smiled bitterly, thinking that she assumed the woman didn't want to take this burden, and leave alone. After all, with her personal strength, it shouldn't be a problem for her to leave here. Jiang Yue did not blame the woman, as no one would put their safety at risk for someone else in the apocalypse. However, I can't wait here to die. My sister is still waiting for me. With that thought, Jiang Yue forced herself to rise from her weak body, preparing to leave. Just then, she saw the woman who had just left approaching with a large backpack. Jiang Yue was taken aback. Then she saw Yang Ming take out a dozen bottles of mineral water and various foods from the backpack. Is this self-heating rice? Jiang Yue looked at the items Yang Ming placed on the table, her eyes wide with shock. And this is chocolate? Instant noodles. Jiang Yue swallowed hard, her eyes fixated on the food on the table. What are you standing there for? Come eat. Yang Ming said to the still standing Jiang Yue. Is this for me? Jiang Yue asked, her face filled with disbelief. After the apocalypse, although only 3 years had passed, there was a significant shortage of food. Most survivors were relying on food that had been preserved from before the apocalypse. However, since most food was located in cities densely populated with zombies, it led to food shortages. Therefore, having one meal and missing another was the norm. Even for someone like her, who had some strength, being full was a luxury. That's right, being full gives you the energy to run. Yang Ming nodded. These things, this T800 robot can't eat. T800 runs on fusion energy. Jiang Yue hesitated for a moment and did not take too much, only grabbing one self-heating rice and a bottle of mineral water. Is this enough? Yang Ming said. He then handed Jiang Yue a few more bottles of water and several packs of beef jerky. Jiang Yue looked at the food in her hands, her gaze reluctant, hesitating for a moment before handing it back. These things are too precious. I can't take them. Precious? Yang Ming was taken aback. These were just some snacks he had prepared, worth at most 100 or so. But he quickly realized that this was the apocalypse. The most scarce thing in the apocalypse is food. At least that's what he had seen many say. This girl is quite honest. Food is so precious. And she wants to even take it when it's offered. It made Yang Ming feel a bit favorable towards her. After all, in a world overrun by zombies and food shortages, maintaining some integrity is indeed rare. After thinking for a moment, Yang Ming said, Didn't you get a zombie crystal core from me earlier? Consider this as compensation. I'm not a robber, just a trade. However, Jiang Yue still did not accept it. A level 1 zombie crystal core isn't worth this much food. Yang Ming was somewhat surprised, because in his view, obtaining a level 1 zombie crystal core is not easy at all, as they are quite rare. But according to Jiang Yue, the crystal core isn't worth as much as this food? How much food can a level 1 zombie crystal core be traded for? Yang Ming asked. There isn't a clear exchange standard. Zombie crystal cores are used by evolved beings to enhance their strength, while food is essential for survival. Both are quite precious. Jiang Yue explained. I see. Yang Ming stroked his chin. So, you mean these things are at least worth more than the zombie crystal core? I am a level 2 evolved being. For me, the value of a level 1 zombie crystal core is naturally not as good as this food, Jiang Yue said. What does that mean? Yang Ming was curious and quite interested in this evolved being. Jiang Yue found it strange because, in her view, Yang Ming was clearly also a high-level evolved being. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such strong power. Yet Yang Ming seemed to be completely unaware of evolved beings. However, she still explained, take me as an example. For a level 2 evolved being, a level 1 zombie crystal core has little effect. If I want to advance to level 3, I need a level 2 zombie crystal core to enhance myself, and when I reach the breakthrough point, I will need the energy of a level 3 zombie crystal core to upgrade. Yang Ming clicked his tongue in his heart. This evolved being is interesting. It seems to have a cultivation system. How many level 1 zombie crystal cores did you absorb to break through to level 2? It varies for each person based on their physical constitution. Some people with poor constitution need more, while those with good constitution need fewer. I used a total of 8 level 1 zombie crystal cores and 1 level 2 zombie crystal core to break through to level 2. So that means level 1 zombie crystal cores are of no use to you now? Jiang Yue nodded. Therefore, generally, high-level evolved beings will use the low-level zombie crystal cores they obtain to buy food. Are evolved beings very demanding about food? Yang Ming asked. The energy consumption of evolved beings is several times that of ordinary people, so their food requirements are also several times that of ordinary people. If food is scarce, the individual's strength will also be greatly affected. I see. Yang Ming understood. Then if I use food to buy zombie crystal cores, how many can you get? After understanding the information about evolved beings, Yang Ming changed the subject and spoke to Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue was taken aback, then looked at Yang Ming with a suspicious expression. The fact that Yang Ming could take out a backpack full of food had already astonished her. There's even more? However, it was clear that he had the intention to trade with her. Jiang Yue's eyes flickered as she said, I don't know how to exchange. 1 level 1 zombie crystal core for 50 gene of rice. 550 gene. Jiang Yue was dumbfounded. Deal. Chapter 16. Heroic rescue in the parking lot. In the room, the aroma of self-heating rice was wafting through the air. With the deal settled, Jiang Yue no longer held back and accepted the package of food. She used a bit of mineral water in the self-heating pack. Jiang Yue tightened the cap on the bottle of mineral water, afraid of spilling even a little. In the apocalypse, clean water sources are nearly as precious as food. Savoring the lingering aroma of teriyaki chicken legs and rice between her lips, Jiang Yue looked extremely entranced. It had been a long time since she had eaten such delicious food. As for the remaining food, Jiang Yue packed it all up, although she wasn't full yet. Food was incredibly precious, and she needed to save some for her younger sister. There were still many zombies around. How could they leave this place now? After eating a portion of self-heating rice, Jiang Yue seemed full of energy, but when she walked to the window and saw the zombies gathering below, she frowned. Although she was a level 2 evolved, it didn't mean she could safely escape from the siege of hundreds of zombies. I'll handle it, Ming said. He could retreat safely in front of zombies since he was a robot, and they wouldn't attack him, but Jiang Yue couldn't. After all, he had to ensure the safety of the client who provided him with zombie cores. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any cores himself. With that, Ming pulled out a steel pipe and went downstairs. To Jiang Yue's astonishment, Ming started smashing the heads of the hundreds of zombies one by one. Why weren't the zombies attacking her? As she watched the scene below, her pupils constricted. But now she finally understood why he dared to appear alone in this zombie-infested city. Although there were hundreds of zombies, under Ming's powerful strikes, all of them were eliminated in less than 10 minutes. Jiang Yue remained incredulous even after going downstairs, sizing up Ming as if trying to see through the secrets he held. How do we contact each other? After a moment of silence, Jiang Yue asked. Let's use this place. A transaction cycle of 7 days. Bring things over in 7 days. Ming pointed to the building. Jiang Yue and her group managed to get here, which meant there weren't too many difficulties. It was a perfectly suitable trading location, neither too far nor too close. In the end, Jiang Yue left with food from a subway entrance. So, they used the underground railway to reach the urban area. Watching Jiang Yue disappear into the subway entrance, Ming spoke softly. However, this was quite reasonable, otherwise, it would be unrealistic to cross a large urban area from outside the city to get here. After leaving, Ming issued a command to T800 to continue searching for zombie cores before disconnecting. Inside the factory, Ming recycled the remaining level 2 zombie cores in his hand. Soon, the storage tank with a capacity of 100 was full. However, Ming keenly noticed that although the level 2 zombie cores in the recycling tank were smaller, they hadn't been fully recycled yet. After thinking for a moment, Ming spent 50 points to purchase a nano liquid metal skin. Indeed, after consuming half of the source material in the storage tank, the remaining zombie cores in the recycling tank were quickly absorbed and transformed into source material. Ming then manufactured 5 T800s, spending a total of 100 source points, and only then were the zombie cores completely recycled, filling up the source material storage tank. It seemed that a level 2 zombie core could yield 200 source points. That's 3 times more than a level 1 zombie core. Ming stroked his chin. The higher the level of the zombie core, the better the recycling effect of the source material. In the real world, at the gym, in a toilet stall, Ming's figure appeared here. He looked at the ordinary mechanical watch on his left wrist. Ming's eyes flickered. With a slight thought, the watch suddenly liquefied and quickly spread over his body. Soon, a humanoid liquid metal monster appeared in the toilet, resembling the liquid metal robot from Terminator. After covering Ming's entire body, the metal suddenly became transparent, revealing Ming's body as if nothing had happened. This nano-liquid metal skin was truly remarkable. Ming touched his skin in amazement. It was hard to feel the presence of the nano-liquid metal skin, but upon careful perception, he could still sense an extremely thin film covering his skin. This was a protective layer made up of billions of nanobots. Ming knew very well that with the protection of the nano-liquid metal skin, bullets below a 20mm caliber would no longer harm him in the slightest. Moreover, if needed, this nanoskin could even change Ming's appearance at will. Recycle, Ming silently thought. The nanobots in the nano-liquid metal skin began to move rapidly to recycle. The entire process was completely unnoticeable. And then it transformed back into an ordinary watch on Ming's wrist. At this point, it was already early morning. Ming left the gym and headed to the parking lot. In the deep night, there were hardly any students on the road. Just as he arrived at the parking lot, He noticed a girl running towards him in a panic from a distance, followed by two nonchalant figures. There was no one on the road, and when the girl saw Yang Ming, who had just arrived at the parking lot, she seemed to see a savior and stumbled towards him. As she got closer, Yang Ming could finally see her face. She was a quite beautiful woman, with an oval face showing a hint of innocence, looking quite young. She might even be a student from Qingshan University. She was thin and wore a rather simple shirt and jeans, her face slightly pale. "Help me." The girl reached Yang Ming and, after speaking, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted into his arms. Huh. Yang Ming was somewhat bewildered. How did a girl suddenly run over? Was this a hero saving a damsel in distress? Just then, the two figures behind her walked over. They were two blonde guys in floral vests, flip-flops, and cropped pants. This is starting to feel like an urban romance novel. "Kid, this girl is my girlfriend. We had a quarrel, so don't meddle," one of the blondes threatened as he saw the woman in Yang Ming's arms. He also reached out, intending to pull her away from Yang Ming. Yang Ming sidestepped and calmly looked at the two. "Your girlfriend? What evidence do you have?" Although Yang Ming usually didn't like to meddle in others' affairs, the atmosphere had escalated to this point, and he couldn't just back down, could he? "I say she is." "So she is. Why do you have so much to say?" The two blondes, looking impatient, pushed Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming stood like a mountain, completely unmoving, causing the two to stagger back. The two looked at Yang Ming in surprise. No wonder he dared to meddle. It turned out he was a skilled fighter. "This is a law-abiding society. What? Do you want to fight us?" The two blondes looked disdainful. They actually hoped Yang Ming would make a move against them. In this day and age, someone lying on the ground could still be a problem. "You know this is a law-abiding society. I've already called the police. Why don't you two have a chat with them later?" Yang Ming waved his phone. The two blondes' expressions changed instantly. They often found themselves in trouble with the law. And for social delinquents like them, the police were not easy to deal with. The baton has force. The electric baton has heat. Just thinking about it makes them shudder. "You're tough," they muttered resentfully and hurriedly fled. Chapter 17. Fang Yanmen seeing the two leave, Yang Ming chuckled softly, putting his phone back in his pocket. Of course, he hadn't called the police. He was just trying to scare them. They were just two blondes, and with the nanometal skin on him, even 10 of them wouldn't be enough to take him on. Moreover, these two were clearly weaklings. Looking down at the girl in his arms, her face wasn't looking too good. Her pale complexion was glistening with a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, with her sweet and pure face slightly frowning. She exuded a sense of pity. What a beauty! She was trembling slightly, seemingly very cold. Yang Ming furrowed his brow. Hypothermia? Although he wasn't a medical student, he had heard about several cases of hypothermia deaths during a marathon in a certain place a few years ago due to low temperatures. After that, he also researched the symptoms of hypothermia. Right now, the woman in his arms exhibited all the symptoms perfectly. After thinking for a moment, Yang Ming's eyes moved slightly. The watch on his wrist disappeared. Subsequently, a wave of gentle warmth emanated from Yang Ming's body, enveloping the girl completely. This warmth came from the nanometal skin on Yang Ming's body. The ability to raise temperature was a trivial matter for the nanometal skin. 3 minutes later, the girl's complexion gradually turned rosy. Her body began to stabilize. At Qingshan City First People's Hospital, in the emergency room, Yang Ming paid 30,000 yuan for the hospital fee. "Young man, with such a beautiful girlfriend, you should treat her better. Look at how starved she is," said a bald-headed attending physician after reviewing the examination report. "Low blood sugar, malnutrition, anemia. Her body is too weak, which led to hypothermia. Everything else is normal. She can be discharged after a 2-day rest, but she needs to replenish her nutrition." After saying this, the doctor left the ward. On the hospital bed, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was somewhat dazed. However, she quickly recalled what happened last night. On her way back to school after finishing her part-time job, she seemed to have been followed by two blonde guys. Fortunately, when she reached near the school, she finally saw someone from the school, which made her a little relieved. But her body could no longer hold up, and she fainted. After that, she only felt an unusual coldness in her body, as if she were in the Arctic glaciers. Her soul was about to freeze. Just when she was about to lose consciousness, she was surrounded by a warm current, which pulled her back from the cold abyss. Thinking of this, the girl looked a bit flustered, but upon seeing the hospital surroundings, she felt slightly relieved. At that moment, she also noticed Yang Ming standing beside the hospital bed. The girl was taken aback. "Big brother?" Yang Ming raised an eyebrow. He suddenly felt the voice was somewhat familiar. After pondering for a moment, Yang Ming was surprised. "You are the girl from the bus stop who almost got scammed last time at the bus stop." Yang Ming didn't recognize her because the other party was wearing a mask. The girl blinked her clear big eyes. Her cheeks flushed, and she nodded. "You really have some bad luck. Yang Ming was a bit speechless. A few days ago, he almost got scammed, and last night, she almost became a target for the blonde guys. Truly a series of unfortunate events. Big brother, thank you, you helped me again, the girl said, her eyes filled with gratitude. After chatting with her for a while, Yang Ming learned that her name was Fang Yanmin, a freshman who just enrolled this year. The reason she returned to school late at night was that she had to work part-time to earn living expenses. Yang Ming frowned. Your family doesn't give you living expenses? He didn't have parents, so all his school fees were earned by himself. But how could Fang Yanmin, who had parents, be living such a miserable life? Hearing Yang Ming's question, Fang Yanmin's gaze dimmed. The money was all taken by my brother. After hearing her explanation, Yang Ming's expression turned sympathetic. All along, he thought he was unfortunate for not having parents, but Fang Yanmin, who had parents, was even worse. A gambling father, a biased mother, a useless brother, and her shattered self. No wonder she came from a province that values sons over daughters. The buff was fully stacked. Yang Ming found it unbelievable that someone like Fang Yanmin, a bit daft, was born into such a family. The key point was that she even managed to get into Qingshan University. The reason she needed to work part-time in her freshman year was that the 8,000 yuan she earned during the summer vacation was stolen and spent by her own brother. Tisk tisk, what a beast, Yang Ming clicked his tongue. Why are you getting out of bed? Seeing Fang Yanmin getting up from the hospital bed, Yang Ming asked. Fang Yanmin bit her lip. I feel fine now. I can be discharged. The doctor said you need to rest for 2 more days, Yang Ming reminded her. You're worried about the hospital fee, right? Yang Ming guessed her thoughts. Fang Yanmin admitted it without saying a word, slowly lowering her head and nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Seeing her awkward appearance, Yang Ming felt a bit of heartache. He finally understood why the domineering male leads in novels were so protective. When encountering such a pure and unfortunate beauty, who could resist the impulse to care for her? I've already paid the hospital fee, so you don't have to worry, Yang Ming waved his hand. This amount of money was less than the interest he earned in a day at the bank. Moreover, he felt quite sympathetic towards Fang Yanmin, the unfortunate girl. Of course, the main reason was that she was good-looking. If she were a tank, he would have just helped call the police last night. Fang Yanmin didn't say anything. After a moment, she took out a phone that was identical to the one Yang Ming had used before, a pineapple phone from Pinduoduo. With determined eyes, she looked at Yang Ming. Brother Yang Ming, let's add each other on WeChat. When I get out of the hospital and earn some money, I will repay you for the medical expenses. Yang Ming felt a bit emotional. Look at this wonderful girl. If it were Su Zhinthong, she would probably feel that he paid too little. The key was that she was even prettier than Su Zhinthong. After adding WeChat, her profile picture was a cute cartoon pig icon, and her nickname was simply 2 words, Xiaoming. Alright, you just rest here. I have some matters to attend to, so I will leave first. After chatting with Fang Yanmin for a while, Yang Ming left the hospital. He answered a call on his phone. Is this Mr. Yang? A voice from the other end belonged to Su Mingming. Su Mingming called, likely because she had made a decision. Central City, Starbucks to meet. Yang Ming thought for a moment and arranged a meeting place. Boss, here is my resume. Inside Starbucks, Su Mingming, dressed in formal attire, handed Yang Ming a copy of her information. Yang Ming took it, glanced at it briefly, and set it aside. He then pulled out a contract that he had printed at the printing shop when he came over. Su Mingming took the contract, looked it over, and signed her name. Yang Ming put away the contract, nodding in satisfaction. Now he officially had his first employee. On WeChat, Yang Ming directly transferred 60,000 yuan to Su Mingming. This is a 3-month advance on your salary. I have some tasks for you to handle next. Su Mingming stared at the 60,000 yuan on WeChat in a daze, her red lips moving as she swallowed. You can advance salaries? And for a new employee without a probation period, it's surprising to get 3 months' salary in advance. Su Mingming was incredibly excited inside. The way she looked at Yang Ming was almost melting. When she worked at Benzi, she didn't even make much during her probation period and had to wait a month for her salary. If she didn't meet performance targets, they would even withhold it. It was simply inhumane. At this moment, Su Mingming was extremely glad about her decision. Is this the joy of being a boss? Yang Ming thoroughly enjoyed the admiration Su Mingming was directing at him. This feeling was indeed delightful. No wonder many bosses stayed in the company all day long, enjoying it endlessly. Boss, just give the orders. No matter the task, I will do my best to ensure it's done. Su Mingming's gaze was now as determined as a soldier ready for battle. Chapter 18. The first transaction helped me acquire a restaurant, Yang Ming said. In the future, he would inevitably need to trade with survivors like Jiang Yue. They needed food, and food was the core. Usually, if the purchasing volume was too large, it would be troublesome. Conversely, having a restaurant would be different. They would already have a large purchasing volume, making it easier to handle. Su Ming was taken aback. Boss, are we running a restaurant? Yang Ming pondered for a moment. Not sure yet. Where's our company's address? Su Ming asked curiously. She wasn't doubting that Yang Ming was a scammer. How could someone who could afford 5 villas in Qingshan be a scammer? Yang Ming scratched his head. Cough. The company doesn't have a specific address yet. So, how big of a restaurant does the boss want to acquire? What's the specific budget? Su Ming noted Yang Ming's requirements in her notebook and then asked. No specific requirements. It's best to find a place with a good location and buy the property as well. Otherwise, renting is too troublesome. As for the budget, let's start with 100 million. Yang Ming said briefly. With the 200 million he currently has, it's more than enough to buy a restaurant along with the property. Su Ming nodded. By the way, please help me prepare some rice, flour, cooking oil, and purified water. Yang Ming added, then transferred 100,000 to Su Ming. With 100,000, he could buy quite a lot. The restaurant was prepared for long-term development, but it was necessary to stock up for the upcoming transactions first. After receiving the task, Su Ming quickly left. As for Yang Ming, after having some fun, he returned to his villa. In the following days, Yang Ming basically drove around enjoying food, drinks, and entertainment every day. Life with money was indeed different. Previously, Yang Ming had worked day and night playing games for Su Jinfeng, and even before graduating from school, he had already lived a hard life. After spending so much money, he hadn't even kissed anyone. Looking back now, it was all a bittersweet memory. Su Ming acted quickly. Although she hadn't found a suitable restaurant yet, she quickly secured a warehouse full of rice, flour, cooking oil, and other essentials for Yang Ming. Yang Ming took some time to go to the warehouse to store all these supplies. In the factory during the apocalypse, T800 was still diligently collecting scrap. Currently, within a 1-kilometer radius of the factory, it had been cleaned out, leaving not even a single zombie. Meanwhile, 2 T800s were clearing zombies in the vicinity. Yang Ming's source quality was steadily increasing, albeit slowly. Soon, it was time for the transaction. Yang Ming linked to T800 and headed directly to the trading location, a shopping mall. Zhang Yue was waiting quietly there with a few subordinates. As a level 2 evolver, Zhang Yue naturally had her own crew. Moreover, someone was needed to transport the goods for this transaction. Soon, a figure appeared not far away, and the group immediately became alert. Click, click, click. The subordinates immediately chambered their guns and aimed at the approaching person. Put down your guns. Seeing that the newcomer was the beautiful woman, Zhang Yue ordered. The other subordinates put down their guns. Did you bring the goods? Yang Ming asked Zhang Yue, who stood in front of him. Zhang Yue took out a bag from her pocket and handed it over. Yang Ming took it and looked inside. There were exactly 10 level 1 zombie crystal cores in the bag. Yang Ming nodded. It was previously agreed that 1 level 1 zombie crystal core could be exchanged for 50 pounds of rice. So, these 10 cores would be worth 500 pounds. What? 50 pounds of rice? No way, did I hear that right? There is still fresh rice available? I don't know. I haven't seen anyone eat rice in a long time. 1 level 1 zombie crystal core can be exchanged for 50 pounds? I remember seeing someone only got an expired kin in exchange. This guy can't be bluffing, right? I think so too. Where would there be so much food now? Yang Ming spoke without hesitation, causing many of the surrounding subordinates to be shocked. However, some were skeptical about its authenticity. Zhang Yue didn't say much. Then let's exchange for all rice. The exchange rate was something that had already been communicated. She was also curious if the other party really had that much rice. After all, if 1 level 1 zombie crystal core could be exchanged for 50 pounds of rice, then 10 cores could be exchanged for a whopping 500 pounds of rice. 500 pounds of rice. In the apocalypse, this was a huge fortune. Zhang Yue pressed her lips together. No problem, follow me. Yang Ming waved his hand and walked into the mall. This area had been thoroughly cleared of zombies by Yang Ming, including the hundreds of zombie bodies that had been dealt with by T800. Therefore, Yang Ming had stored supplies in one of the shop warehouses. He opened the roller shutter door and said to the group behind him, "These bags of rice are 50 pounds each. You can take 10 bags and carry them yourselves." Wow, so much rice. Wait, is that flour? Fresh flour. Over there. Are those potatoes? And eggs and cured meat. Plus carrots and onions. Gulp. Yang Ming opened the warehouse, and Zhang Yue's group was stunned by what they saw inside. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed. The items Su Ming had prepared were all long-lasting goods, common categories found in supermarkets in the real world. But these common things had been unseen by this group in the apocalypse for a long time. Big sister, are we only taking rice? Everyone looked at Zhang Yue instead of moving. Money can tempt people, especially with a warehouse full of food. This was equivalent to placing a warehouse full of gold bricks in front of a group of robbers in the real world. The key was that the owner of these gold bricks was a seemingly delicate and beautiful little rabbit. Many people's eyes burned with desire, and they cast sidelong glances at Yang Ming, who seemed indifferent, still picking his nose, their gazes carrying an ambiguous meaning. Surviving in the apocalypse until now, hardly anyone was innocent. Killing and robbing was just a normal affair in their eyes. Jiang Yue naturally understood what her subordinates meant, but how terrifying this woman was. Jiang Yue knew better than anyone. Ignorance is bliss. Just these few people weren't enough to be a threat. The last group, led by Xiao Qinan, had been turned into fertilizer by zombies. Moreover, the fact that the other party could produce so much food was enough to prove they still had plenty. It would be foolish to turn against them over this little bit of food. A full meal is still a meal. Jiang Yue could distinguish that. With this in mind, Jiang Yue's expression darkened. Keep your thoughts to yourselves. Anyone who dares to act recklessly, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a cold glance sweeping over her subordinates, Jiang Yue's aura suddenly exploded. All the subordinates, who had lost their senses, instantly woke up. Jiang Yue was silent for a moment before looking at Yang Ming. May I ask if the other items can also be traded? Meat and vegetables can be exchanged for only 10 pounds per level 1 zombie crystal core, while flour and rice are at the same price. Yang Ming said with a faint smile. This woman wasn't that foolish. Yang Ming certainly knew what her subordinates were thinking. Then I will exchange for 20 pounds of meat and 20 pounds of vegetables, along with 150 pounds of rice and 150 pounds of flour. One level 1 zombie crystal core can be exchanged for 10 pounds of meat or vegetables. So the 20 pounds of meat and 20 pounds of vegetables would consume 4 crystal cores. The remaining rice and flour would be split evenly, exactly 150 pounds each. Deal. Chapter 19. You really know how to read people. In the factory, Yang Ming looked at the 10 level 1 zombie crystal cores in his hand, his eyes burning with excitement. Although level 1 zombie crystal cores did not yield as much source quality as level 2, they could still be recycled for 60 points. 10 level 1 zombie crystal cores would amount to a total of 600 points. Currently, Yang Ming already had 7 T800s, and these 600 points of source quality could create 60 T800s, meaning that after manufacturing all T800s, the factory's experience could rise to 67. Although it still didn't meet the upgrade criteria, it was only 33 T800s away from upgrading. Indeed, acquiring zombie crystal cores from these survivors was the way to go. It was much faster than doing it himself. With this in mind, Yang Ming was quite looking forward to the upcoming transactions. However, next I need to get some medicine. When Jiang Yue left, she expressed her hope to exchange for some drugs. Moreover, from Jiang Yue's words, I learned that medicine is also extremely sought after in the apocalypse. Even rarer than food. Modern medicine is a product that relies on a complete industrial chain. When human society collapses and society breaks down, without industry, these medicines naturally cannot be produced. After thinking for a moment, Yang Ming began to recycle the zombie crystal cores in his hand. Manufacturing T800 at a level 1 factory takes 3 hours to produce 100, but after upgrading the factory to level 2, the efficiency greatly improves. The production time for 1 T800 is reduced to 1 hour, but even so, producing 60 T800 still takes 25 days. In the real world, Yang Ming received a message on WeChat. It was from a cartoon pig icon, Fong Yanmen. Brother Yang Ming, are you free today? I want to treat you to a meal. Cute emoji. Did you get discharged from the hospital today? Yang Ming replied. The doctor said there's nothing serious anymore. So I returned to school. All right, wait for me at the school gate. I'll drive over right away. After saying that, Yang Ming left Qingshan Villa in his Benz G class. At the entrance of Qingshan University, a boy with a chicken nest hairstyle, holding flowers, bowed 90 degrees to Fong Yanmen. Fong Yanmen, please accept my confession. From the first moment I saw you, I fell deeply in love with you. As a group of university students, who were deeply into gossip, saw this scene, those coming in and out of the school all stopped and gathered around. Hey, who is that girl? She looks really good, but she's dressed a bit simply. You obviously don't pay attention to the school forum. She's our school's new freshman, the newly crowned campus flower, Fong Yanmen. Someone explained. I heard many rich second-generation students in the school have confessed to her, but she hasn't accepted any of them. Wow, she looks so good and isn't swayed by money. Girls like her are really rare these days. It seems she's pursuing true love, unlike us ordinary folks. Hey, this has given a lot of people the illusion that they can win over this campus flower. I've seen some ugly guys daring to confess. Surrounded by a crowd, Fong Yanmen's big eyes felt a bit flustered. She didn't even know this person. Why did he suddenly come to confess to her? Moreover, she had been frequently added on WeChat these past few days, feeling overwhelmed. Hello, senior, do we know each other? Fang Yanmin asked timidly. The scene suddenly fell silent, then erupted into laughter. Haha, he doesn't even know her and is confessing. Who is this guy? I don't know him. But he is probably a loser from the computer science department. In this year, even computer science students dare to confess to the campus flower. He even bowed like in a Japanese drama. I've seen that in short films too. Ha ha ha. The boy with the chicken nest hairstyle's face turned red. Senior, I'm not looking to date right now. Sorry. Fang Yanmin realized her words might have hurt him and quickly added, I just meant. Unexpectedly. The boy's eyes lit up instantly. The campus flower is being considerate of my feelings. She is really too kind. She must have feelings for me. Wah. Fang Yanmin. I want to give up. I will make you understand my feelings. I will love you for a lifetime. The surrounding crowd felt a headache. How can a computer science student like this confess? I might as well try it too. Someone tidied their hair, looked in a mirror, and said arrogantly. Many people around scoffed. You think you're worthy? She doesn't even care about money. Who knows? I might just be her type. The boy argued. However, his words struck a chord with many boys, who glanced at Fang Yanmin with some interest. Some girls saw their boyfriend's eyes lighting up and suddenly felt furious. A bunch of toads fantasizing about eating swan meat. Just then, a Ben's G-class roared over and stopped in front of Fang Yanmin. Come on, get in. I'm starving. Brother Yang Ming. Seeing Yang Ming, Fang Yanmin's eyes brightened, her brows curved, and she smiled, revealing two small dimples. She opened the door and got in the car. The Ben's G-class then roared away, leaving behind a dazed crowd. The boy with the chicken nest hairstyle stared blankly. The flowers fell from his hands. And he covered his face, crying out loud. Wow, what true love, it's all a lie. The surrounding people finally snapped back to reality as they watched the car leave. Was that a Benz? A Benz G-Class, worth millions. Someone recognized it with envy. I told you, there's no woman who doesn't love money. Someone had a knowing expression. I'll never believe in love again. In the car, Fang Yanmin took out 30,000 yuan from her bag. Brother Yang Ming, this is the 30,000 yuan you deposited in the hospital. It cost 3,000 for my treatment, and I've made up the difference. Made up the difference? Didn't you say you didn't have much money? Yang Ming was somewhat surprised. Although 3,000 yuan was nothing to him, it was definitely not a small amount for Fang Yanmin. I borrowed a little money. Borrowed money? Yang Ming frowned. Where could a student borrow money? Could it be online loans? I don't lack this little money. Take it and use it first. Just pay back the previous loan. It's all borrowed anyway. Consider it my money. Fang Yanmin fell silent for a moment. Brother Yang Ming, do you want to support me? Yang Ming stumbled and hit the brake. Ahem. Hee, you really read me well. If Yang Ming had no thoughts about a beautiful, pure girl like Fang Yanmin, he would probably have to be a eunuch. He had helped her by standing up against injustice and paid her medical fees. What was all this for? In the end, it was all because she looked good. Chapter 20. Acquisition. Of course, Yang Ming wasn't one to hold a grudge for gratitude. Helping others, especially a beauty, was inherently a pleasurable thing. Ahem, helping others makes me happy. Why did you suddenly say that? Many rich people at school want to support me. Fang Yanmin glanced at the Benz logo, her gaze somewhat dimmed. Although she didn't know much about cars, she recognized the Benz symbol. And this interior was definitely not ordinary. It was certainly expensive. Yang Ming was undoubtedly quite wealthy. She might be a bit naive, but she wasn't foolish. However, thinking about Yang Ming having the same intentions as those rich second-generation students made Fang Yanmin feel a bit lost for some reason. Ahem, I'm a rich person. But does that mean a rich person's love is called support? Are rich people inherently bad? Yang Ming said seriously. I can't just want to support you because I have money, right? Do rich people not deserve love? Fang Yanmin was stunned for a moment, feeling for some reason that Yang Ming had a point. But what did Yang Ming just say? He wants to pursue her? Suddenly, Fang Yanmin's face turned red. In the commercial street of downtown Qingshan City, Yang Ming directly took Fang Yanmin to a high-end steakhouse where the average cost per person was over 10,000. Welcome. What would you like to eat? After seating Fang Yanmin, a pretty waitress with a nice figure came over to inquire respectfully. Let us have your signature steak, one each. Yang Ming glanced at the menu and directly chose the most expensive items. This was his first time at such a high-end restaurant, and he really didn't know much about the food. Moreover, the menu was all in English, leaving Yang Ming feeling confused. But choosing the expensive ones was definitely the right choice. Expensive doesn't necessarily mean good, but good is definitely expensive. Brother Yang Ming, I can just eat this. Fang Yanmin looked at the dishes on the menu, each priced in the thousands, with a somewhat reserved expression, pointing to the only cheapest one at 698 yuan, saying softly. Yang Ming felt a bit emotional. Look, this is what a good girl looks like. She knows how to help save money. If it were that Susan Thong. She wouldn't even need him to say anything. She'd just pick the expensive items from the menu herself. The waiter smiled warmly. This beautiful lady, these are our beverages. Not the main dishes. The waiter didn't have any snobby attitude, and explained with a smile. May I ask how well done you would like your steak? The waiter asked softly. Medium well. The waiter was taken aback for a moment, then smiled at the corner of his eye, wanting to explain to Yang Ming. But beside him, a mocking sound came. Country bumpkin, there's no medium well steak. Yang Ming turned to look. It was an acquaintance. Chu Chun and a pretty girl. It wasn't Su Zin-thung after all. They said Chu Chun was notorious for changing women more often than changing his underwear. Seems like they weren't wrong. Yang Ming glanced at the waiter. Can you make a medium well steak? The waiter smiled professionally. Although we don't have medium well steaks on the menu, we can make one by cooking it a bit more tender. Rules are dead, but people are alive. This was something the boss emphasized when he hired them. The customer is king. As long as they can pay, you could bring in a live cow for them to chew on, and no one would say anything. Yang Ming nodded and handed over his card. The waiter's eyes widened slightly. A black card. The smile at the corner of his eye became even more amiable. I've had medium well steak before. It's the first time I've seen a familiar dog so at ease, Yang Ming said lightly. Chu Chen's expression darkened. Ready to explode, but instantly reined it in. What was he getting angry about with someone from the lower social class? A poor guy like this could jump off a building just to please a woman. If he got angry and was stabbed by a dinner knife, it wouldn't be worth it. Thinking this, Chu Chen felt balanced. Yang Ming found it strange. Why was Chu Chun in such a good mood? After thinking for a while, he took out his phone, snapped a picture of Chu Chun, and directly posted it on the school forum. Caption: Encountered a kindred spirit while dining. Nice to meet you. Yang Ming Gidge. Are you secretly taking pictures? Fang Yanmen, seeing Yang Ming sneakily taking pictures of Chu Chun, asked curiously. No, just posting a status. Yang Ming put away his phone. The steak arrived quickly. To be honest, the price was indeed justified. The taste was quite different from ordinary beef. Fat but not greasy. Lean but not tough. The texture was very good. Yang Ming was really hungry at this point, directly devouring 7 large steaks and a pot of creamy mushroom soup. Calorie count maxed out. Fang Yanmen didn't eat much, finishing just 1 steak and feeling full. Most of the time, she was helping Yang Ming cut his steak. Just as they were preparing to leave, a commotion broke out not far away. Oh, Chu Chun, it's only been a few days, and you're already bringing another woman to eat? Do you think you're being fair to me? Yang Ming looked over. Su Zin-thung was causing a scene in front of Chu Chen's table. She even grabbed the hair of the woman next to Chu Chun. However, this woman quickly retaliated, and the two started pulling each other's hair and fighting in the restaurant. Stop fighting. Chu Chen's voice rang out. The 3 of them ended up pulling and tugging all the way outside the restaurant, leaving everyone inside staring in shock. Yang Ming stroked his chin. He was just casually taking a picture, but he didn't expect to actually attract Su Zin-thung. Just then, 3 figures entered from outside. Upon seeing Yang Ming, the leading woman lit up. Hey boss, what are you doing here? It was Su Ming, the only employee under Yang Ming. The 2 middle-aged men beside her were surprised and looked at Yang Ming with astonishment. Manager Su, is this your boss? One bespectacled man in a suit asked. Let me introduce you. This is my boss, Yang Ming. Su Ming said. The 2 middle-aged men were shocked. One, a balding man, looked surprised. Is Boss Yang here to acquire my steak restaurant? Yang Ming looked at Su Ming. Boss, didn't you ask me to acquire a restaurant? After 2 days of market research and inquiries, I settled on this place. These 2 are the owners of this restaurant and the property. Su Ming explained. This is Zhang Chong, Mr. Zhang, the owner of this building. Su Ming pointed to the bespectacled man. This is Su Ji, Mr. Su, the current owner of this steak restaurant. Su Ming pointed to the other balding man. How are the negotiations going? Yang Ming asked. It's almost there. Mr. Zhang has other business ventures and is tight on funds, so he wants to sell this building to recoup funds. Mr. Su wants to return home to develop, so he doesn't plan to continue running this steak restaurant. Based on the current real estate prices in this area, after detailed calculations, the restaurant is being acquired for 11 million. The building, along with the office above, has a market price of 1.7 billion, but I've negotiated it down to 1.3 billion, Su Ming whispered. Chapter 21, Silly Sweet Fang Yanmen. 1.3 billion plus 11 million for the restaurant totals 1.41 billion. Currently, Yang Ming has 1.5 billion in funds on his card, and the 50 million from last time hasn't arrived yet. Why hasn't it arrived yet? I need to check with Li Xiu. Yang Ming suddenly remembered this. Have the contracts been drafted? Yang Ming asked. Everything is ready, just waiting for your signature, Su Ming said, handing over several contracts. Yang Ming briefly looked over them, felt there were no issues, and directly signed and swiped his card to pay. Thus, Yang Ming acquired another building. Zhang Chong and Su Ji watched as Yang Ming skillfully swiped one for billion, their eyes nearly popping out. Originally, after negotiating with Su Ming, they were waiting for her to report back and then follow the funding process. They had come to the restaurant today for a meal to discuss the contract and finalize subsequent matters. They didn't expect to dramatically encounter Su Ming's boss behind the scenes wanting to buy the building, and it was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. It was one thing for a young man, but to clear a $1 billion contract in just a few minutes? Hiss. The two exchanged glances, both gasping in shock. What does it mean to have $1 billion in liquid cash reserves? They weren't ordinary people. Having a building and running a restaurant worth millions made them upper-class successful individuals in society. But even they couldn't produce over $1 billion in liquid funds. To come up with over $1 billion in liquid funds, the assets behind it must be at least tens of billions. Thinking of this, the two looked at Yang Ming with newfound respect. Xiaoan, from now on, this will be your new boss. Su Ji said to a nearby waitress in a black silk suit and short skirt. This waitress was the beautiful one who just served Yang Ming. Although Su Ji, as the restaurant owner, came less frequently, Wang Xiaoan recognized him, so she hurried over to greet him when she saw her boss. She didn't expect that in just a few minutes, the boss would change to this young man who had just served her. Yang Ming's black card was still swiped by her. Although black cards are rare, those who can spend in this restaurant are not poor. So she had seen a few before, but she never expected that the black card she just handled had over $1 billion in it. No, it was just swiped for $1 billion. Who knows how much more was inside? Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoan swallowed hard. Upon hearing Su Ji's words, which should now be referred to as former boss Su Ji, Wang Xiaoan finally reacted. She gratefully glanced at Su Ji, knowing he was helping her make a good impression in front of her new boss. Boss Yang, I hope you will take care of me in the future. Yang Ming nodded. He was quite satisfied with Wang Xiaoan. Just based on her service attitude, her abilities were indeed commendable. I've never worked in the restaurant industry either. From now on, you will be the manager of this place. It will be your responsibility, Yang Ming said. The acquisition of this restaurant was simply to facilitate his work. Whether it was profitable or not was secondary. Furthermore, the entire building now belonged to him, so there was no need to pay rent anymore. Thank you for your recognition. Boss, I will definitely work hard, Wang Xiaoan said excitedly. From a waitress to the manager in one leap? She thought she must be dreaming. After discussing the acquisition, Yang Ming left with Fang Yanmen, while Su Ming stayed behind to handle the subsequent handover work and did not leave with them. Outside, Yang Ming handed the keys to the doorman and then waited for the car. He was taken aback when he saw the familiar figures of Chu Chun and his companions in the distance. One had to admit, Chu Chen's skills in flirting were truly impressive. Just moments ago, two women were fighting in the restaurant, and now they were snuggling up to Chu Chun. One on each side. It was like a modern-day Li Sun Huan. At that moment, Chu Chun and his friends noticed Yang Ming coming out and strode over angrily. Yang Ming, was it you who posted those candid photos on the school forum? Chu Chen demanded. I didn't expect you to stoop so low. Su Jintheng clung to Chu Chen's arm. Do you think that by sowing discord between me and Chu Chun, I would reconsider? Dream on, Yang Ming. Chu Chen looked smug beside him. Yang Ming, to woo girls, you need some real skills, not just a meal. After saying that, he grinned and glanced at Fang Yanmen. He had already noticed this beautiful girl, and although he was a bit annoyed that someone like Yang Ming could attract such beauty, he didn't mind putting a green hat on Yang Ming. Isn't this classmate also from Qingshan University? We're all alumni. Let's add each other on WeChat. Then, Chu Chen pulled out his car key and pressed it, causing a Porsche 718 parked nearby to beep, looking quite flashy. Fang Yanmen blinked her innocent big eyes. Skills? I don't recognize that car. But I saw Yang Ming swipe a card for over 100 million to buy a building just now. I was watching it with my own eyes. I don't think that car is worth more than this building behind it. I don't recognize cars. I don't know how much Senior's car costs, Fang Yanmen said with a sweet, naive expression. Chu Chen's heart leaped with joy. There was hope. She clearly had the innocent gaze of a college student who had never seen much of the world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been fooled by someone like Yang Ming. Chu Chan pretentiously said, the Porsche 718 isn't too expensive, just over 800,000. Of course, it's not something a loser can afford. He looked at Yang Ming, and it was obvious who he was referring to. Wow, such an expensive car. But Yang Ming Gija's car isn't bad either. Your car probably can't fit 3 people, right? Yang Ming Gija's can fit 5. Plus, the logo looks nice. It's a cross logo. Fang Yanmen said with a naive expression, revealing a hint of envy. Like a baby who didn't understand the world. Yang Ming glanced at Fang Yanmen in surprise. This girl had a cunning side. He could tell she was digging a pit for Chu Chun. Uffed, Yang Ming. I didn't realize you could tell such lies just to trick a naive girl like her. Su Jintheng said dismissively. Is all the money you have spent on me? You're so poor you live in the urban village, yet you buy a car? Cross logo? Is it the transformation device for the Wuling Hongwang? Little girl, I've been through this. There are many scammers in this world. If you want to cling to a rich guy, don't let yourself be taken advantage of. Not everyone who comes here for a meal is wealthy, Su Jintheng sneered. Really? Fang Yanmen seemed to believe her, glancing at Yang Ming with a suspicious look, though the slyness in the corner of her eyes betrayed her. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. This girl was quite the actress. I've been dating him for years. I know him better than anyone, Su Jintheng boasted. In fact, upon seeing Fang Yanmen, Su Jintheng felt a bit displeased. After all, she had confidently claimed to be Yang Ming's ultimate partner. Just a few days later, Yang Ming found a younger, prettier girl. Wasn't that a slap in her face? And with a woman's natural jealousy, how could she stand to see her perceived worthless ex-boyfriend with someone more beautiful? She had to ruin it. Boom. Just then, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class stopped in front of them. The doorman got out and respectfully handed the keys to Yang Ming, bowing with a smile. Boss, your car. My name is Wang Wu. Feel free to call me anytime. Wang Wu was well informed and naturally knew that the young man in front of him was the current owner of the restaurant. Thank you. You've worked hard. Yang Ming nodded, took the keys, and got into the car with Fang Yanmen. Sister, I can't afford a Porsche. I can only ride in Yang Ming Gij's ordinary car. We'll be leaving now. Fang Yanmen flashed her two little tiger teeth and waved at Su Jintheng. Then the car sped off, leaving three stunned individuals behind. Wait, that car is his? Chu Chen asked the doorman who was about to leave. Yeah, that's our boss's $3 million Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Wang Wu said with admiration. As someone who parked cars for customers for years, he was very familiar with them. 3 million? Su Jintheng mumbled, somewhat dazed. The cross logo was actually referring to a Benz, and it was a 5-seater G-Class. As a woman who relied on rich men, knowing about cars was essential. Yang Li's words were indeed true. Su Jintheng thought of the call Yang Li made to her that day, but she had been too busy playing games with Chu Chun to believe it. Your boss? Chu Chun seized the key point. Wang Wu examined the three of them. Having been observant for years, he could tell they were definitely not on good terms with his boss. It could very well be a love triangle among the rich. Yes. Wang Wu nodded lazily. You mean this restaurant belongs to Yang Ming? Chu Chen's eyes widened. Opening a steak restaurant in such a prosperous area must have cost at least 7 or 8 million. Where did this turtle get so much money? Su Jintheng stared intently at the doorman, waiting for an explanation. Wang Wu chuckled softly. Restaurant. The entire building belongs to our boss. Just now, our boss spent 200 million to buy the whole building along with the restaurant. Wang Wu looked quite proud. The new boss had just thanked him, and he hoped that by showing his face more often, he might be able to get in good with him. 200 million? Chu Chun was instantly dumbfounded. Su Jintheng was also in shock. Chapter 22. Su Jintheng regrets. What have I missed? Yang Ming, you've deceived me so deeply. Clearly so wealthy. Why act like a poor person, living in an urban village? This scammer. Su Jintheng felt cheated. If Yang Ming had told her he was rich, how could she have left him? She should have been sitting in the G-Class beside him. The more Su Jintheng thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Even losing interest in Chu Chen's promise to take her to see the big villa. Was he testing her? Yes, it had to be. Don't rich people like to do that? But there was no need to test for so long, right? Did Yang Ming really not trust her? When had she ever betrayed money? Su Jintheng felt heartbroken. Wait, no. Yang Ming must still have feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he test her for so long? With this thought, Su Jintheng's expression changed. Noticing that Chu Chun was distracted, she secretly took out her phone and reapplied to add Yang Ming as a friend. In the car, Yang Ming secretly observed Fang Yanmen, who looked like a good girl in the passenger seat, with a strange expression. This girl's combat power just now was anything but silly and sweet. However, thinking of Fang Yanmen's family, he suddenly realized. How could someone survive in such a predatory family and be truly naive? Fang Yanmen's little face flushed. Brother won't think I'm a scheming bad woman, right? Seeing Fang Yanmen's pitiful expression, Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Well, if she were really silly and sweet, she would need to get her head checked. Was that woman just now Yang Ming's brother's ex-girlfriend? Fang Yanmen suddenly asked. Yang Ming nodded. Brother must have loved her a lot, right? Fang Yanmen said softly. Her gaze somewhat lost. He did love her before, but not anymore, Yang Ming said lightly. He lacked love before, was puaed by Su Jintheng, and was a loyal dog for several years. After seeing Su Jintheng's true nature, Yang Ming had no lingering thoughts left. Really doesn't he love her anymore? Brother even jumped off a building for her. Fang Yanmen said with a sigh. Yang Ming stiffened. It was just the wrong topic to bring up. And his dark history was brought up by Fang Yanmen. But why did it feel a bit like jealousy? Yang Ming raised an eyebrow. What? Jealous? How about accepting my pursuit now? Then I'd be your boyfriend. I have money. You have looks. We make a perfect match, Yang Ming said shamelessly. Fang Yanmin was silent for a moment and sighed lightly. The ties of love are hard to sever. Brother once loved her so deeply. How much could my love be? I didn't expect this girl to be a bit of an artistic fresh girl. Yang Ming said seriously, I'm not a garbage dump. I won't accept a woman who only smells like 87 perfume all over. Fang Yanmin was taken aback, but after understanding the meaning of Yang Ming's words, her face immediately turned red. He wanted to take Fang Yanmin back to the villa to see his cat and eat sunflower seeds, but Fang Yanmin refused. So Yang Ming took Fang Yanmin back to school. Just as he exited the school gate, he received a call from an unknown number. Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Yang? I'm Xiao Chun from Anzuku. Oh, what is the matter? Didn't you rent out 4 villas in the Qingshan Villa area on our website before? We have a tenant who wants to rent your house. I'm currently showing it to them. Do you have time to come sign the contract? Yang Ming remembered that he had put the house up for rent online before and hadn't followed up since. Where are you now? Yang Ming asked. We're at Villa number 3. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Villa number 3 in the Qingshan Villa area. Xiao Chun, wearing a suit, hung up the phone and looked at the couple in front of him. It was Su Xintheng and Chu Chun, who had arrived in a Porsche. Su Xintheng seemed a bit uninterested after learning that Yang Ming spent over 100 million to buy a building. Su Xintheng was extremely depressed. She was in a bad mood. She even lost her desire to view the house. How do you two feel about this villa? Very good, it has a large area. A private outdoor swimming pool and garden, surrounded by greenery, with birds singing and flowers fragrant, and good sound insulation. It's worthy of the Qingshan Villa area. Chu Chun was quite satisfied. They couldn't afford a villa in this area. If they could have a villa here and spend every day with a beautiful girl, that would really be a good life. This is the first time a villa in this area has been rented out. The rent is 50,000 a month, which is incredibly cheap. Xiao Chun nodded. Who is the owner of this house? Chu Chun asked curiously. Xiao Chun chuckled, looking mysterious. Previously, this villa No. 15 belonged to the Jinfeng Group. Hearing Xiao Chun's words, Chu Chun's eyes widened. He knew the name of the Jinfeng Group, one of the top jewelry merchants in the country. Even Su Xintheng, who was somewhat depressed, became interested. However, it was said that a wealthy young lad from Beijing came. Someone whose family was extraordinarily powerful. Xiao Chun pointed mysteriously at the sky, with an expression that said, you know. Hiss, Chu Chun gasped. Although he was a rich second generation at school, compared to such a second generation, he was nothing. Su Xintheng also widened her eyes. Isn't this the legendary young master of a top wealthy family? She had seen many domineering CEOs and knew very well about these things. That's right. A few days ago, a bunch of bodyguards in suits and sunglasses suddenly arrived at Villa number 5 in the middle of the night, armed ones. Xiao Chun gestured. Terrifying. Su Xintheng and Chu Chun's mouths dropped open. In Xia country, guns were prohibited, and owning a gun was a serious crime. They never expected that the other party could openly carry guns in Xia. Impressive. Xiao Chun was quite satisfied with their reaction. And guess what happened next? This group of bodyguards surrounded Villa number 5 all night and only left at dawn, Xiao Chun said mysteriously. Guess who was at Villa number 5 that night? Su Xintheng and Chu Chun were intrigued and hurriedly asked. Who? The eldest princess of the Jinfeng Group, Li Xiyu. Hiss. Did the Jinfeng Group send their own daughter to curry favor with the other party? Chu Chun was shocked. He had seen Li Xiyu from afar at a banquet. Her beauty was like that of a celestial being. She had always been a goddess unreachable by him. Haha, that's right. It was said that Li Xiyu left the villa early the next morning, her clothes disheveled, with red marks on her body, and she couldn't walk steadily. Xiao Chun had a knowing expression. In an instant, Chu Chun imagined all sorts of positions, filled with envy and jealousy. Since that night, Villa No. 5 had completely changed hands to someone named Yang. Xiao Chun said leisurely. Could this Yang be the mysterious young master? Su Xintheng asked. Do you think it's possible? Such people do things without leaving traces. This young person is probably just a front. The real controller is someone we small fries can't even approach, Xiao Chun sighed. How do you know so much? Chu Chun asked. My aunt's father's younger brother's nephew works as a security guard here. He was on duty that night, and saw it with his own eyes, Xiao Chun said proudly. Li Xintheng's eyes sparkled with admiration. Such a man is her ultimate goal. Compared to him, what is Chu Chun, a stinky fish? If she could enter such a wealthy family, would she still care about Yang Ming? Thinking of this, Li Xintheng no longer cared about Yang Ming. Her gaze shifted, and her mind was racing with calculations. If she could rent this place and have a chance encounter with the mysterious young master, then get pregnant with his child, she might just become a noble lady. Then it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Isn't that how it's always written? Li Xintheng was still quite confident about her appearance. The more she thought about it, the more her breath quickened. This house is it. We'll rent it. Li Xintheng made the decision. All right. I've already notified the Yang owner. He'll come over to sign the contract with us shortly. Chapter 23. It's you. Yang Ming regarding matters related to making money. Yang Ming was quite proactive. Although it was only a few tens of thousands a month, a little is better than nothing. Before Li Xiu transferred that 50 million, his bank account was barely in the 8 figures. However, upon arriving at Villa number 3 and seeing 2 familiar figures, Yang Ming was stunned. You must be Mr. Yang. I'm Xiao Chun from Anzuku. Xiao Chun approached with a beaming smile. These 2 are the tenants you mentioned? Yang Ming asked with a frown. That's right. I've shown them the villa's renovations, and they are quite satisfied. I have the contract ready. We can sign it now. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Those 2? No way. Yang Ming flatly refused. Opposite, Su Xintheng and Chu Chun were also in shock. So the so-called Mr. Yang turned out to be Yang Ming. Chu Chun and Su Xintheng exchanged a glance, recalling what Xiao Chun had just said about the white gloves, and suddenly realized. No wonder Yang Ming suddenly became successful. It turned out he had latched onto a big shot. Chu Chen's face was filled with jealousy. Being a lackey to such a bigwig, even a little bit of insider information could help someone like Yang Ming rise up. Why couldn't such good fortune fall on him? Upon hearing Yang Ming's refusal, Su Xintheng immediately became anxious. She thought the same as Chu Chun, believing that Yang Ming had indeed latched onto a big shot to soar to success. This only made Su Xintheng even more intrigued by this mysterious bigwig. If even a lackey could achieve such heights, wouldn't she soar like a rocket if she could get clothes? Why wouldn't he rent? Yang Ming, this is retaliation. It's my house. I can rent it to whoever I want. What do you care? Hurry up and leave, or I'll call security. Su Xintheng was immediately speechless. Xintheng, how about we rent somewhere else? This place is too remote. It's inconvenient to take public transport or drive, Chu Chin awkwardly suggested. Not knowing Yang Ming's background, he really didn't dare to offend him. Xiao Chun, can you introduce us to some other properties? The rental agent Xiao Chun didn't expect the 2 groups to have a grudge and felt a bit awkward as he scratched his head. All right then, Mr. Yang. I won't disturb you anymore. If someone else wants to rent, I'll contact you again. Yang Ming nodded. Why would he rent the house to Su Xintheng and then have to see her every day? That would just be uncomfortable. Su Xintheng glared at Yang Ming resentfully and stomped away. Her dream of becoming a wealthy wife abruptly cut short. In the top-floor president's office of the Jinfu Group building. Dad, what brings you here today? Li Xiu looked at the elderly man in front of her, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. This elderly man was none other than Li Daifeng, the founder of the Jinfu Group. Sitting on the couch, Li Daifeng's mood improved as he looked at his daughter. I came to see you. Also, there's news about the assassin from that night. Hearing Li Daifeng's words, Li Xiu's body paused slightly. Oh, what happened? If it hadn't been for Yang Ming that night, Li Xiu would probably be pushing up daisies by now. So, she had specially hired someone to investigate afterwards. But there were no leads at all. It was still her father who had extensive connections and found out the news. The Blood Butterfly Assassin Organization. Someone has a hit on you. Li Daifeng's expression was not good. Li Xiu had never heard of it, so her gaze was somewhat puzzled. It's a killer organization on the dark web. Very few people know of its existence. I only learned about it by chance. After saying this, Li Daifeng's voice paused for a moment. These people are so lawless? They actually dare to attack and kill openly within Xia country? Li Xiu's expression became serious. I don't seem to have any enemies, right? You're going to Las Vegas soon to discuss cooperation with the Shungting Group, right? Li Daifeng asked. Li Xiu nodded. Although Jinfu Group was a well-known gold company in Xia country, its development hadn't been very good in recent years. The continuous rise in gold prices had brought huge short-term profits to Jinfu Group, but in prosperous times, antiques flourish. In troubled times, gold is king. The sustained rise in gold prices led to governments worldwide hoarding gold. There was actually very little gold circulating in the market. Therefore, to ensure the gold reserves held by Jinfu Group, Li Xiu had acquired several overseas gold mines in Africa under the Shungting Group. Related to the African gold mines? Li Xiu quickly thought of this point. As far as I know, aside from us, our rival Phoenix Group's Gao Tianliang also has intentions in this regard, Li Daifeng said. His eyes shifting. The Phoenix Group, like them, was in the same industry but was not as large as them. They were struggling, let alone Gao Tianliang. So this is related to the Phoenix Group? Li Xiu's expression darkened. This is just speculation for now. Gao Tianliang started out in the underworld many years ago. He is certainly capable of such despicable tactics. During this time, I will strengthen your security. You must pay attention to your safety, Li Daifeng advised before leaving. Li Xiu lay back in the office chair, her expression fluctuating. Being targeted by a killer organization was enough to ruin anyone's mood. Suddenly, A figure flashed through her mind. Li Xiu made a phone call. Has that money been transferred? Boss, I'm preparing to make the transfer today. Just send the money to me, Li Xiu said blandly. Okay, boss. In the apocalyptic world, Yang Ming returned to the villa, locked the door, and then went back to the factory. In the factory manager's office, Yang Ming frowned as he watched a segment of video. He had lost 2 units of the 100 series. This was the first time Yang Ming had encountered such a situation. During this time, the robots under Yang Ming had cleared an area of nearly 2 kilometers around the factory and had been pushing outward. Unexpectedly, losses occurred today. In the footage, a 100 unit was moving into a building to move items as usual, but suddenly its body was torn apart. The internal circuitry suffered catastrophic damage, rendering it completely inoperative. Both 100 units were attacked at the same location. A hospital? Yang Ming squinted at the surrounding scene, slowing down the footage to 10 times normal speed. Yang Ming finally caught a glimpse of what attacked the 100 unit in the last tenth of a second. In a place that had originally been empty in front of the robot, several slender figures in nurse uniforms suddenly appeared. Their bodies were incredibly alluring, with pronounced curves. But their faces were no longer beautiful. They looked terrifying, with their once pink lips gone, revealing a gaping maw that seemed ready to devour, and their eyeballs completely gone. Covered by a red membrane that looked quite eerie, sharp fangs were stained with mottled blood, making them look frightening. Their fingers had mutated into sharp blades with a metallic sheen, and it was with these blades that they easily dismembered the 100 unit. The footage was quite blurry, in a semi-transparent state, and the display time was extremely short. If Yang Ming hadn't reviewed it frame by frame, he wouldn't have been able to see it at all. Optical invisibility. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming's eyes widened. Chapter 24, Nurse Zombie. Crazy baby? Zombies are carbon-based life forms. How do carbon-based life forms relate to optical invisibility? Yang Ming. Is this a game of Crossfire? Cosplaying as Crazy Baby? Moreover, those claws are simply outrageous. The 100 unit was dismembered as easily as cutting tofu. It's worth noting that although Yang Ming teased the 100 units as being grandma level, they were made of solid titanium alloy. The sharpness of those claws was simply astonishing. Yang Ming's expression became serious. This apocalypse was far more dangerous than he had imagined. He had previously learned about these mutated zombies from Jiang Yue. Only zombies of level 2 and above possessed basic biological instincts. This was why the first lick eater he encountered reacted to the 100 unit but did not attack. But the female nurse zombie in front of him obviously had biological instincts. Realizing that the 100 unit had invaded its territory, it attacked immediately. However, this was an advanced zombie crystal core. Although he was momentarily startled by the brutality of this nurse zombie, Yang Ming quickly realized that the mutated zombie he had been searching for was right in front of him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The 100 unit was still too weak. Let's send a T800 over to take a look. After thinking for a moment, Yang Ming directed the nearest T800 to go over. Feng City First People's Hospital. A humanoid metal robot stood at the entrance. It was the T800 that Yang Ming had dispatched. Currently, Yang Ming had a total of 67 T800 robots. This one did not have a nanometal skin. Although Yang Ming did not plan to expose these in front of the survivors, it didn't matter in front of the zombies. Yang Ming had connected to the T800's camera, but it did not affect the T800's autonomous control. After all, the T800 was a combat robot. It was fine for Yang Ming to handle ordinary zombies. But taking over a battle of this level would only lower the T800's combat effectiveness. Soon, the T800 entered the area of the hospital where the incident occurred. After considering the 2 corpses that had been reduced to scrap metal, Yang Ming decided to directly recycle these 2 corpses into the warehouse. Although the T800 was a drag, it was only aimed at the T800 in the factory. If it were brought into the real world, it would definitely dominate the various intelligent robots in the real world. Just the small hydrogen fusion battery on it would instantly wipe everything out. If the remains were obtained by some survivors, that would not be good, even if the probability was low. Just as he finished the recycling and had just released control, a tremendous force hit, sending the T800 flying and crashing into the wall, creating a large hole in the hospital's billing window. The camera looked back, but no zombies were seen. It's coming. Yang Ming's heart tightened. Although he was only observing from an uncontrollable first-person perspective, the immersive feeling was much more exciting than watching a horror movie. The T800 reacted quickly. The image instantly magnified from multiple angles, and the resolution was directly increased tenfold. At the same time, the infrared scanning device was activated to analyze the space ahead. Soon, the analysis results came out. In the empty corridor ahead, under high-resolution analysis, there were obvious irregular folds in the space. Although they were very subtle, the T800 still detected them. Just then, the opponent moved again. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed right in front of the T800. However, this time the T800 was prepared, and its internal fusion reactor charged instantly. It threw a punch directly. The robot's fighting style was so straightforward. Bang! The punch missed. And the opponent clearly sensed the power of this punch. It canceled the attack and dodged this fatal blow. However, this punch smashed into the wall of the hospital pharmacy, causing the entire wall to explode, terrifyingly so. Next, a zombie and a robot engaged in a battle in the hospital lobby. The T800 was like a heavily built warrior. Powerful. The nurse zombie, on the other hand, was very fast, like an agile assassin. As a result, although the T800 had destructive power, it couldn't touch the opponent at all. This is bad. Yang Ming's heart sank. In martial arts, nothing is invincible. Only speed is invincible. This saying from the fire cloud evil god is understood by almost every person in Xia country, and right now the T800 happened to encounter this dilemma. Swipe. A claw came at him, and a half-millimeter deep scratch appeared on the T800's alloy frame. The alloy of the T800 was clearly much harder than the titanium alloy of the ordinary T800. Yang Ming didn't even know what alloy it was. But it wasn't invincible. At least the opponent's attacks could cause some damage. If this dragged on, wouldn't defeat be inevitable? Yang Ming felt a bit annoyed. If one can't win, I don't believe 10 can't defeat you. Yang Ming gritted his teeth and said, reinforcements. Must call for reinforcements. He then directly returned to the factory. Yang Ming didn't send all 67 T800s out. Many were left nearby to protect the factory's safety. The world is vast, but his own life is the most important. Additionally, he kept 20 T800s in reserve in the factory. After some thought, Yang Ming directly stored the 20 T800s in the factory warehouse. He then continued to link to the T800 in the hospital and released all 10 T800s from the warehouse. Suddenly, 10 T800 security robots appeared in the hospital. A total of 11 T800s surrounded the nurse zombie. Damn it, make her shit herself. Seeing the encircled T800s, Yang Ming immediately felt relieved. 10 against 1. The advantage is mine. Die. Upon receiving the command, the 11 T800s charged forward. Indeed, as Yang Ming had anticipated, under the siege of 11 T800s. Although the nurse zombie was fast, it was completely surrounded. The space for it to maneuver was gradually compressed. Ultimately, one T800 found an opportunity and punched through its lower body. After that, the entire body could no longer remain invisible, revealing itself. At this moment, Yang Ming realized that the nurse's outfit was actually a part of its body. So that's how it was. He had previously wondered how, even with optical invisibility, the clothes could also be invisible. It turned out to be one entity. This girl is quite something, after causing such a ruckus. Now she obediently gives Uncle some gold coins. One T800 stepped forward, ready to take down the nurse zombie and extract the zombie crystal core. However, just then, the nurse zombie suddenly opened its large mouth wide. Yeah. The piercing howl rang out. Yang Ming frowned and stomped on the nurse zombie's head, exploding it. Damn it. Even on the brink of death, it screams like a pig being slaughtered. It deserves to die. From its spinal cord, Yang Ming found a blood-red crystal core. It was larger than a level 2 zombie crystal core. Sure enough, Yang Ming's heart raced with excitement. But just then, an alarm went off. The T800 scanning screen showed dozens of nurse-like zombies rushing towards them from the wall of the inpatient department next to the hospital. Hiss. Damn it. This bastard can call for reinforcements too. Chapter 25. All spirits collapse and retreat. With so many nurse zombies, he definitely couldn't handle it. Without a second thought, Yang Ming quickly recalled the zombie crystal core and withdrew the remaining 10 T800s. As for this T800, Yang Ming mourned for a moment. He watched as dozens of nurse zombies tore the T800 into scrap metal. Calling for reinforcements and still not being able to win was a disgrace. This situation must be avenged. Looking at the dozens of nurse zombies appearing in the last scene, Yang Ming stroked his chin, his eyes shining. These are dozens of zombie crystal cores. However, at this stage, he still needed to quickly enhance his own strength. He took out the recently acquired zombie crystal core from the warehouse. This crystal core was larger than the level 2 zombie crystal core. This should be the level 3 zombie crystal core, right? With this zombie crystal core, the factory's upgrade should be more than enough. After recycling the zombie crystal core in his hand, Yang Ming's source material was instantly filled. He had produced a total of 67 T800s. And the factory's experience had increased to 67, meaning there were still 33 left before he could upgrade the factory. For the next 2 days, Yang Ming quietly waited for the factory's upgrade in the factory. He was quite looking forward to what surprises the upcoming level 3 factory would bring. Ding! With the successful production of the last T800, the technology factory smoothly upgraded to level 3. Inside the factory, sounds of machinery turning and energy surging began to resonate. The entire underground trembled slightly. After a while, it returned to normal. Taking a glance at the interface, the factory's upgrade experience had gone from 100 to an astonishing 10,000. The capacity of the source material storage tank had also increased from 100 to. This upgrade was too significant. Yang Ming's eyes widened, and he quickly looked at the source material storage tank outside the factory. Sure enough, the original source material storage tank had completely disappeared, meaning that Yang Ming would no longer be restricted by storage limits. All zombie crystal cores could be converted into source material with specific values. This was indeed a substantial improvement. Looking at the manufacturing section, 2 new robots have been added: the engineering robot 200 and the security robot T200. The engineering robot 200 has a human-like appearance, and its capabilities are outstanding, unlike the 100 model, which struggled to walk. The 200 model's agility is now comparable to that of an average person, and it possesses very strong abilities, capable of constructing many things, nearly indistinguishable from a human engineer, and even superior in some aspects. However, Yang Ming's gaze was still on the T200, which has formidable combat capabilities. The cost of one T200 is significantly higher, reaching 100 source quality, which is 10 times that of the T100. As for the factory store, the nanometal skin can be upgraded for 200 source quality. And several other items have emerged: a medical repair pod, a plasma cutting blade, a micro-nuclear fusion battery, and Titan armor Type 1. Turtle. Seeing these items, Yang Ming swallowed hard. This upgrade has been quite fruitful. Just looking at the names, one can tell they are not simple items. Unfortunately, he has no source quality left. Yang Ming glanced at the remaining 170 source quality, feeling a bit regretful. The level 3 zombie crystal core can be recycled for 500 source quality, but currently, he only has this little left. The medical repair pod costs 500, the plasma cutting blade also costs 500. The micro-nuclear fusion battery is the cheapest at just 5 source quality, while the Titan armor Type 1 surprisingly costs a whopping 5,000. Apart from the micro-nuclear fusion battery, he can't afford any of the others. It seems he needs to find a way to quickly take down the zombies in the hospital. Yang Ming's eyes flickered. Spending 100 source quality, he manufactured a T200. 3 hours later, a new type of robot appeared before Yang Ming. T200. Its body was made of milky white metal armor, and it was much slimmer and more streamlined than the T100. Constructed with the harder aluminum alloy compared to the T100, it boasted even greater strength. Good stuff. Yang Ming didn't hesitate. What he needed most now was the zombie crystal cores. The strength of the T200 far surpassed that of the T100. So capturing this group of nurse zombies shouldn't be a problem. He directly dispatched the T200 to the hospital. Feng City First People's Hospital, after Yang Ming's escape last time, was particularly lively today. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted densely, with a nurse zombie behind a woman named Wan Ling, who was exhausted and desperately trying to escape. Wan Ling looked at the wound on her abdomen, where her intestines were even visible, her face pale. Blood continuously flowed down her thigh to the ground. The significant blood loss had left her consciousness somewhat blurry as her body instinctively fired her gun backward. Was she going to die here today? Wan Ling glanced at a bottle of medicine in her arms, feeling unwilling. All her efforts in vain. She never expected that there would be so many level 3 zombies in the Feng City First People's Hospital. No wonder so many survivors had ventured deep into the city, and nearly all perished. Buzz. A wave of dizziness hit her head, and Wan Ling almost collapsed. She bit her tongue, the pain instantly waking her up a little. Just then, the nurse zombie behind her seemed to grow impatient, its terrifying body suddenly appearing, its blade glinting as it swung at Wan Ling. As it was about to close in on her, Wan Ling's originally despairing gaze suddenly turned cold. A strange wave emanated from her eyes. The fierce nurse zombie instantly froze in place. Now's my chance. Wan Ling's gaze hardened, pulling out a military knife from her arms and stabbing it into the nurse zombie's head, piercing to the base. Then she pulled it out and continued stabbing. After stabbing it over a dozen times, Wan Ling was completely out of strength and collapsed to the ground. However, seeing the zombie was dead, joy filled her eyes. She had survived this close call. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, she realized that this ambush had exhausted all her physical strength. If she hadn't killed that zombie, death would have awaited her. Fortunately, she succeeded. But just as Wan Ling breathed a sigh of relief, a tremendous force hit her from behind, making her feel a crushing pain in her chest. She was thrown to the ground. Wow! A mouthful of blood spewed out, and Wan Ling felt utterly drained. Struggling to rise, she looked back at the more than 20 figures slowly emerging, and her face turned ashen. How could there still be so many level 3 zombies? Wan Ling's eyes lost their focus, murmuring to herself, and just as she finished speaking, she coughed up another mouthful of blood. Her body had reached its limit, and with no way out, she fainted. In the distance, Yang Ming's T800 quietly observed all of this, originally intending to eliminate the group of nurse zombies. He was surprised to see someone engage with them first. Yang Ming was intrigued. The woman's ability was indeed strange. She could influence the zombies' actions. Could this be what Jiang Yue referred to as a superpower user? Yang Ming was astonished. Superpower users and evolved beings are both products of humanity's mutations in the apocalypse. However, compared to evolved beings who enhance human capabilities, superpower users seem much more mysterious. If ordinary people can become evolved beings through zombie crystal cores, it's merely a matter of quantity, but for superpower users, it depends entirely on fate. According to Jiang Yue, the number of superpower users is extremely limited. Yet, if utilized well, their unique and bizarre powers can far exceed those of evolved beings. It seems it's my turn to step in. Seeing the nurse zombie preparing to deliver a finishing blow, Yang Ming directly released 50 T800s from the warehouse. The white T800 charged forward accompanied by a dark mass of 50 T800s. Chapter 26. Striking it rich. In a group fight, Yang Ming wouldn't engage in any one-on-one duel. Although the T800 was powerful enough, it couldn't take down all those dozen level 3 nurse zombies alone. It's not that it couldn't win. But what if the opponent decided to flee? Yang Ming's goal was to capture them all, leaving none behind. Naturally, Yang Ming's movements attracted the attention of the dozen or so nurse zombies. Seeing their enemy, the zombies roared in unison. Yang Ming frowned. Charge. Take them down. Instantly. Like a brawl, the two groups clashed. The nurse zombies were not without leadership. There was indeed one that took charge. Yang Ming noticed her nurse uniform. She was the head nurse. Even turned into a zombie, she remained the leader of this group. These nurse zombies instantly concealed themselves. However, the T800's 2 cameras were clearly more advanced than those of the T800. After a quick scan, it quickly locked onto the nurse zombies' positions. Although the nurse zombies were fast, the T800 was able to keep up with them. It's worth noting that the T800 couldn't manage at all against the speed of these zombies. Once the battle started, Yang Ming activated the observation mode, and the T800's core chip combat module was initiated. Simple, direct, and efficient, seizing the opportunity. When a nurse zombie swung its blade at the T800, it ignored the blade aimed at its neck and directly grabbed the zombie's neck with its metal hand. With the other hand, it seized the zombie's calf. Then, with a swift pull, the nurse zombie was ripped in half. Powerful, invincible, terrifying. The remaining upper half of the nurse zombie felt no pain and continued to swing the knife at the T800, its gaping mouth ready to bite. However, without support from its lower half, it couldn't muster any strength. The T800, with its terrifying cameras glowing slightly red, lowered its head. This oppressive scene would probably have scared a human to death. It's just that zombies don't know what fear is. However, if a person were torn in half, they wouldn't survive either. Then, emotionless, he threw it on the ground, and with a stomp of his metallic foot, he crushed the nurse zombie's head into a pulp. Wow, so strong? Yang Ming was completely shocked by the combat power of T800. A hand blade that could inflict damage on the metallic skeletal body of T800 couldn't even leave a scratch on T800. Is this the hardness of the element alloy? With the addition of this big boss T800, along with 50 T800s assisting, the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. More than 20 nurse zombies were soon killed. Throwing away their helmets and armor, the leading nurse zombie seemed to sense the threat and began to flee like an animal. But how could Yang Ming let her go? Leave none alive? Take them all down. T800 picked up a steel bar from the ground and threw it, nailing the head nurse zombie, which had just climbed to the second floor glass level, to the wall. Then with a big leap, he yanked the head nurse zombie down. Its head, already nailed to the wall, split in two with that pull. Dead beyond dead. Fortunately, the zombie crystal core was located at the back of the head, so it didn't affect Yang Ming retrieving the zombie crystal core. Damn, it's clearly a high-tech robot, but it feels like a gang fight. If only there was heavy firepower, it wouldn't have to resort to hand-to-hand combat. I need to get some equipment. Yang Ming stroked his chin. After this battle, a total of 26 nurse zombies were taken down. Including the one killed by that woman, there were a total of 27 nurse zombies. This also allowed Yang Ming to obtain 27 level 3 zombie crystal cores. Jackpot. Looking at the handful of zombie crystal cores in his hand, Yang Ming's heart raced. At that moment, A T800 dragged out the discarded T800 remains from the hospital lobby. This T800 had already been disassembled by the nurse zombies, and Ming directly reclaimed it along with the 50 T800s. He then turned his gaze to the psychic woman. The woman was in very bad shape. A large pool of blood flowing beneath her. She had just been ambushed, and the tremendous force had exposed part of her intestines from the wound in her lower abdomen. This kind of injury was clearly beyond saving. Ming shook his head. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. Looking at the woman on the ground, he appeared contemplative. Bring her back. After giving the order to T800, Ming exited the takeover. In the factory, Ming directly took out the collected zombie crystal cores from the warehouse. Reclaim, reclaim, reclaim everything. Soon, Ming's source quality skyrocketed. A level 3 crystal core could bring in 500 source quality. What does 27 mean? Tens of thousands of source quality. Watching the source quality number finally settle at 13670. Ming pressed his lips together, filled with excitement. However, Ming quickly calmed down. 13,000 source quality was indeed a lot. But a Titan armor in the shop costs 5,000. With this amount, he couldn't even buy 3 sets. Realizing this, Ming's mood stabilized considerably. Produce medical repair warehouse. Upgrade nanometal skin. Produce plasma cutting blade. Produce Titan armor. The factory produces valuable goods, so Ming had no psychological burden in spending this. Moreover, aside from the nanometal skin, all the other items in the shop also needed to be produced through the factory, so it could also enhance the overall experience of the factory. 20 minutes later, the medical warehouse was completed. Just in time, T800 returned to the factory, carrying the woman. Seeing the woman being carried by T800, Ming's mouth twitched. He forgot to instruct T800 to be more of a gentleman. Ming approached to check the woman's condition. Her pupils were somewhat dilated. Ming frowned. The beautiful woman's eyes opened slightly, but he could see that her pupils had already begun to widen. In real-world terms, this situation meant that even a deity couldn't save her. Whether she could live or not depended on her fate. Ming muttered to himself. The reason he brought this woman back was to test the capabilities of the medical repair warehouse. If she could be saved, he could also learn more about this psychic. He activated the medical repair warehouse. This was a rather sci-fi device, a rectangular transparent apparatus resembling a crystal coffin. There was a holographic projection controller on the side. Ming operated the controller to start it, and the glass above the crystal coffin suddenly vanished into thin air. Put her in. At Ming's command, T800 placed the woman inside the medical repair warehouse. Chapter 27. The Power of the Medical Repair Warehouse. After activation, the glass that had disappeared reappeared, completely sealing her inside. Then Ming saw a faint blue light emanating from within the medical repair warehouse. Ming looked at the holographic projection controller, which displayed the woman's physical condition. Is this scanning the woman's body? Ming squinted. Heart rate, 0, massive cell death. Brainwaves, weak. Then, a milky white mist emerged from inside, which was absorbed by the woman's body. Nanobots. Ming was quite surprised as he looked at the controller. The milky white mist in the crystal coffin was not water vapor, but rather trillions of medical nanobots. These medical nanobots drilled into the woman's body through her skin's pores and quickly began activating her body cells and assisting in repairing her body. Visibly, the fatal wound on the woman's lower abdomen began to heal. This thing can actually bring the dead back to life. Ming's pupils constricted. Resurrection. The woman's injuries were no different from being dead. Her heart had stopped, cells had died, and though there were some brain waves, it was almost akin to brain death. To think that even in such a state, the medical repair warehouse could save her. Is it really that outrageous? After 30 minutes, the white mist drilled out from the woman's body and then disappeared. The woman, who had originally had a pale face, regained her color, even showing a healthy blush. And her skin became flawless. Treatment complete. A message popped up on the controller. Then the transparent glass cover vanished, revealing the woman's body. The rising and falling of her chest and the breath through her nose indicated that her injuries had completely healed. Ming reached out to touch her. Her body temperature had returned to normal, and her breathing was steady. Just then, the woman's eyeball moved slightly, about to awaken. Slap. Ming directly slapped the woman, who was about to awaken, unconscious. This was inside the factory, and Ming didn't plan to let outsiders know about this place. Take her to the trading building and find a room to keep her well guarded, so she doesn't die on us, Ming instructed. A T800 stepped forward to carry the woman and left the place. Until late at night, all manufacturing tasks in the factory were completed. In the empty control room, Ming's figure suddenly appeared. Optical invisibility. Ming looked at the nanometal skin on his body, his eyes shining with excitement. After upgrading, the price of nanometal skin increased from 50 to 100. The price doubled, and its functionality was significantly enhanced. First of all, it gained the ability of optical invisibility. Additionally, it could also compile sounds and translate, effectively giving Yang Ming a portable translator. Although this function was somewhat marginal, having it was better than not having it. This 100 is indeed worth it. Early the next morning, in Villa number 1 of the Qingshan Villa area in the real world, Yang Ming looked at himself in the mirror, feeling somewhat dazed. The medical pod not only has the effect of treating diseases, but also can regulate the body's condition, cleanse impurities, and strengthen the body. Understanding this, Yang Ming spent the night in the medical pod at the Apocalypse Factory last night. The effect was quite remarkable. Yang Ming now feels as if he has become 10 years younger. Previously, to satisfy Su Xintheng's desires, Yang Ming had been playing games day and night, which led him to become a greasy man at a young age, adding a layer of fat around his waist. Now, after just one night, his face has returned to how it looked when he first entered university, and his skin is even better than before. What a great thing. Yang Ming believes that the most valuable thing he unlocked in this level 3 factory is probably this medical pod. Now he needs to get some weapons and equipment. During the battle at the hospital, Yang Ming felt the issue of lacking weapons. Although the robots under his command are powerful, relying on a pair of alloy fists to fight zombies is too abstract. As for trading with Jiang Yue, Yang Ming thought better of it. He had seen the guns used by Jiang Yue's subordinates. The rifling was all worn down. If he got one, he would be afraid of a blowout. It would be better to obtain some from the real world. However, being in a country with strict gun control like Summer Country, acquiring firearms is not simple at all. Just when Yang Ming was feeling a bit conflicted, his Apple phone connected to the network buzzed. He took out his phone to take a look. It was a daily notification from Tencent News. Just as he was about to delete the notification, he suddenly stopped and looked at the news content. The democratic military aid from beautiful country will arrive in the Middle East today. Military aid? He muttered to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips. Can living people really be suffocated by their own urine? If it can't be obtained domestically, it doesn't mean it can't be obtained from abroad, right? This is just the opportunity to test the effects of this thing. Yang Ming glanced at his empty wrist, deep in thought. Late at night, in the Indian Ocean, a cargo ship flying the flag of beautiful country was slowly sailing. Whoosh! A faint sound of something piercing the air came from above the originally calm cruise ship. Bang! Then, a dull sound came from the deck. A humanoid figure clad in a sci-fi-like steel armor appeared, resembling Iron Man. Still a bit unskilled, Yang Ming sighed. This Iron Man-like armor was precisely the Titan armor Type 1 that Yang Ming had produced, made entirely of memory alloy. It has 4 electromagnetic thrusters and the ability to fly. This must be the military-age ship, right? There are no people on board. They really have guts. Yang Ming squinted. The scanning device of the Titan armor was activated. Soon, he discovered people in the lower deck. However, upon seeing the scene inside, Yang Ming's expression turned dark. What the hell? They are having an in-part party in the cabin. Still the classic yellow and white plot. Seeing the decadent scene inside, Yang Ming frowned. From their clothing, it was clear that this group was likely soldiers from beautiful country. As expected of the big soldiers from beautiful country, they still have that vibe. As for the few women, Yang Ming could instantly tell they were from Sakura country. After all, that flirtatious and submissive appearance was too typical. This group of people was completely unguarded, lost in their indulgence. Come baby. Sword new. Yang Ming waited until he stood in front of them, watching their performance as if he were watching a show. Only then did they notice Yang Ming. Who are you? Finally, someone, having regained their senses, saw Yang Ming. A stranger appeared on the ship, and the group exchanged wary glances. However, upon seeing Yang Ming's East Asian face, someone immediately showed disdain. Could it be a Sakura person who snuck on from the Sakura country port? Hearing this, the other soldiers from beautiful country relaxed, treating Yang Ming as just another Sakura person. Damn yellow-skinned monkey. Is this a place you can come to? Can't you see I'm busy? Hurry up and get lost, or I'll send you to prison when you get back to Sakura country. The Sakura girls snuggled close, acting even more pretentious. So it's just a dead otaku. What a misfortune. A few Sakura girls looked at Yang Ming with disdain. Yang Ming's lips twitched. After upgrading to the nano-liquid gold skin, he could understand what these people were saying. As expected of the Sakura girls, they really do worship white-skinned pigs to the extreme. But to be so arrogant when death is imminent? Yang Ming ignored these people, his gaze indifferent, a faint light flashing on his wrist. Suddenly, just like Tony Stark's Mark 50 nano armor from the Avengers, it covered his entire body in just a few seconds. A metallic armor resembling Iron Man appeared before everyone. The American soldiers before him were stunned by this sudden scene. WTF? Iron Man. At this moment, these American soldiers also felt something was off, and the ones closest had already reached for their guns. Now, everything on this ship is mine. Whoosh. After saying this, a 1-meter-long plasma cutting blade with a faint blue glow shot out from the right arm of Yang Ming's Titan armor, resembling a lightsaber. It was the plasma cutting blade he had manufactured. Chapter 28. Meeting with all spirits, da-da-da. A series of dense gunfire erupted on the originally calm sea. The 5.56 bullets hit the Titan armor without leaving a single scratch. The soldiers' faces changed upon seeing this. A few smart ones immediately grabbed an M249 light machine gun from the nearby weapon rack. Others went to find RPG rocket launchers. However, Yang Ming had no intention of sitting still. After all, this was a weapons transport ship. If it got blown up, wouldn't his trip be in vain? Whoosh. Yang Ming moved like a ghost, incredibly fast. The plasma cutting blade in his hand drew a blue arc in the air. In just a few seconds, the living people in front of him were dismembered. Hiss, this thing is so sharp. Using this plasma cutting blade for the first time, Yang Ming was greatly surprised. It was no exaggeration to say it cut through flesh as if it were mud. He felt no resistance at all as the blade passed through the human body. Even the solid steel bars he accidentally cut nearby snapped at a touch. After taking care of all the living people on the ship, Yang Ming directly collected all the weapons and equipment from this cabin into his warehouse. Yang Ming frowned. These weapons are simply too subpar? The majority were rifles, and the rest were some RPG rocket launchers, bullets, grenades, and the like. There were a few Humvees in terms of vehicles. The only thing that caught Yang Ming's eye was a dozen Barrett anti-material sniper rifles, but there were no scopes at all. There wasn't even a single basic mortar among the heavy weapons. Was this just for show? With this level of junk, what could they do? However, at least it wasn't a wasted trip. Although Yang Ming was somewhat dissatisfied, it wasn't too bad. After wrapping things up, Yang Ming left a few C4 explosives to destroy the evidence, and then left the place. 2 minutes later, boom, on the ocean, the cargo ship erupted into intense sparks, and then the entire ship was engulfed in flames, burning wildly. In the distance, a destroyer, the 55, was puzzled by the high-speed object that had just appeared on the radar. Was it a missile? On the bridge, Captain Zhao Ming asked his deputy, Tang Niu, who was beside him. Originally, they were executing a mission to evacuate citizens and were about to return home. Unexpectedly, the ship's radar detected a high-speed object resembling a missile, which startled Zhao Ming, especially since there were still hundreds of evacuees on board. To his surprise, this object then vanished. Tang Niu scratched his head. All defense radars had been activated, but they still could not detect that object. Tang Niu was also puzzled. Could it be some country conducting tests? But the closest thing here is just an Indian? Could it be the Brownian motion bullet that is said to be untraceable even by itself? Thinking of this, Tang Niu shivered. If this thing fell on their heads, they would really be in trouble. Zhao Ming's face also darkened. It was obvious that he and Tang Niu were on the same wavelength. Increase speed and leave this place as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, a tiny spark rose not far away, followed by a huge explosion sound. Everyone looked towards the direction of the firelight. Damn. Could it be that some unlucky guy went home and got hit by Brother San's missile? Tang Niu was stunned. Are there any merchant ships in this vicinity? Chief. According to the information, the closest one to us is a cargo ship, a military aid ship from the beautiful country to the Middle East. It's probably the one that just exploded. Should we go and rescue them? Zhao Ming's mouth twitched. He coughed lightly twice. Of course, we need to go rescue them. But our ship is a bit slow. I just don't know if we can make it in time. Zhao Ming said seriously. Tang Niu agreed. That's right. Our ship can maintain a constant speed, and remember to record the whole process. We can't let some conspiracy theorists think we did it. Also, let the overseas Chinese in the cabin come out to take a look and lend a hand if they can. By the way, let us record our rescue operation. As for the instigator Yang Ming, he had already returned to Qingshan City. After resting for 2 days and replenishing some supplies in the warehouse, Yang Ming bought the medications that Jiang Yue needed from the hospital and then returned to the apocalypse. The agreed trading time with Jiang Yue was up again. In the factory, Yang Ming distributed all the weapons in his hands. He then directly connected to T800 and headed to the trading location at the shopping mall building. Inside the trading location's building, Wan Ling had long since woken up. Looking at a piece of chocolate on the table, Wan Ling licked her lips, feeling a bit greedy. She picked up a piece and popped it into her mouth, enjoying it. After the apocalypse, she hadn't had such delicious chocolate in a long time. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the emotionless, beautiful woman at the door. Wan Ling was very clear that she had been saved by someone. Surrounded by so many high-level zombies, and with her body at the end of its strength, it was basically a death sentence. But now, Not only were her wounds healed, but even the scars on her back left from battles after the apocalypse had completely disappeared. Clearly, someone had helped her. And that person, even if not the beautiful woman in front of her who was imprisoning her, was definitely in cahoots with her. However, Wanling was also somewhat puzzled. Because it was one thing to imprison her, but they had even treated her so well. Over the past 2 days, she had eaten not only chocolate, but also ham sausages, self-heating rice, and clean bottled water. To be honest, even if she was a superpower user, it wasn't like she could be treated like this. These foods were far too precious. Hello, beautiful, can we talk? Wanling thought for a moment and softly spoke to the woman at the door. This was not her first time speaking, but the other party had not responded at all. For the past 2 days, this woman had stood at the door like a pillar, hardly moving. If it weren't for the rise and fall of her chest, and the fact that she would glance over when spoken to, Wanling would have thought she was a statue. The T800 at the door still ignored Wanling, only glancing at her faintly before returning to stillness. Wanling sighed. Although she didn't know what the other party wanted from her, she didn't care anymore. After all, her life had been saved by the other party. How much worse could it get? At worst, she would just return this life. With that thought, Wanling took a sip of mineral water. She then prepared to lie down on the sofa to rest. She hadn't enjoyed such a life of eating and sleeping for a long time. Just then, the T800 at the door moved. Since there were only the two of them in this place, the movement of the T800 immediately caught Wanling's attention. Wanling quickly stood up and saw the T800 looking towards the door. A sunny and handsome man walked in, followed by 2 fully armed soldiers wearing skull masks and holding rifles. The newcomer was Yang Ming, though not his actual body, but a T800 restored to Yang Ming's likeness using nano-liquid metal skin. In the real world, he could act freely without worry, as with Titan armor and nanometal skin. He didn't have to worry about safety issues. But in the apocalypse, Yang Ming still needed to be cautious. This was not cowardice but responsibility for his own life. Yang Ming valued his life quite a bit. There were too many unknowns in the apocalypse. Just talking about that invisible nurse zombie. If it caught Yang Ming off guard with a knife, his nerves might not even react in time before he met his end. Moreover, his actual body lying safely in the factory could get real-time maintenance and enhancement, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the 2 fully armed soldiers beside him, they were T800s made by Yang Ming, disguised with nanometal skin. When T800 saw Yang Ming, it slightly bowed and then followed behind him. Seeing this scene, Wanling's heart tightened. Even she knew the real deal had arrived. Chapter 29. The second transaction. How have you been here these past 2 days? Yang Ming stepped forward, smiled and spoke. I owe my life to you, and I feel guilty for being treated so well these past 2 days. Wanling's expression became serious as she deeply bowed to Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't say much in return, which indirectly confirmed that it was he who saved her. My name is Yang Ming. After chatting for a while, the relationship between Yang Ming and Wanling had become much more familiar. Regarding the details of her rescue, Yang Ming embellished the story, making the process sound as thrilling as a movie. This wasn't because Yang Ming wanted to spin tales. The key was that if he told the truth, that he easily took down dozens of high-level zombies, Wanling would probably think he was just talking nonsense. On the contrary, this ups and downs thrilling plot made Wanling believe it completely. At the same time, her gaze towards Yang Ming was filled with even more gratitude. Yang Ming also learned about this woman's identity. Wanling, the daughter of Wan Tianhao from the Feng City survivor base. Just then, T800 stepped forward to report. Boss, someone is here. Yang Ming nodded. It seemed Zhang Yue had arrived. Downstairs, Yang Ming looked at the group of people coming in, with Zhang Yue at the forefront. Zhang Yue looked much better than before. Of course, after getting so much food from him, having meals every day, it would be strange if she didn't look good. Upon seeing Yang Ming, Zhang Yue was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze shifted to the T800 behind Yang Ming. Yang Ming suddenly realized he had always connected to T800, but this time he was appearing as T200 with his own face for the first time. T800 stepped forward at Yang Ming's command to explain. Miss Zhang, this is my boss, Yang Ming. Zhang Yue appraised Yang Ming and then respectfully stepped forward. Mr. Yang Ming, it's a pleasure. Actually, when they first traded, Zhang Yue had thought that the other party had an organization behind them, but she didn't expect the powerful T800 Beauty's boss to be such a handsome, sunny, and clean-looking boy. However, Zhang Yue did not underestimate Yang Ming, being the boss of such a strong person as that beautiful woman. Yang Ming was definitely not a simple person. Judging a person by appearance is definitely courting death. Zhang Yue wasn't that foolish. Did you bring the items for the transaction this time? Yang Ming asked. Hearing this, Zhang Yue's expression became somewhat awkward, but she still waved her hand. A jeep drove over from behind. Jiang Yue took out a level 2 zombie crystal core from her pocket, looking a bit embarrassed. Mr. Yang, there is only this one zombie crystal core at the moment. Jiang Yue's zombie crystal core was gone. She had secretly traded for this crystal core using food from others. Wealth should not be flaunted, and she had always handled her food with great care, afraid of making even the slightest mistake. Killing and looting were far too common in the apocalypse. However, I brought a lot of other things. After speaking, several of Jiang Yue's little brothers pulled 4 boxes from the car and opened them. You mentioned you also needed gold. This is the gold I've managed to acquire during this time. Jiang Yue's voice lacked confidence. Gold was indeed valuable before the apocalypse, but after, it was honestly no different from stones. After all, what did people need in the apocalypse? Food, water, and various materials to survive. Not gold. Although she didn't understand why the other party wanted this, Jiang Yue felt like she was tricking them by using gold to exchange for food. However, when Yang Ming saw these boxes, his excitement grew. 2 boxes filled with shiny gold bars, each weighing 10 grams. And it looked like there were at least 50 bars in each box, totaling over a ton of gold. As for the remaining 2 boxes, they contained various gold ornaments and a lot of jewelry, clearly scavenged from some jewelry stores. Yang Ming's expression remained calm, but he was overjoyed inside. The price of gold in the real world was rising every day. This was worth at least several hundred million. Mr. Yang Ming, if this gold doesn't work, let's count it as one level 1 zombie crystal core, Jiang Yue tentatively suggested. She wasn't sure, after all, how much was gold really worth. A level 1 zombie crystal core, according to Yang Ming's exchange value, could be traded for 50 pounds of rice. Ever since their last exchange, she had enjoyed rice and meat. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. Moreover, her sick sister had improved a lot with the rice and meat she had eaten during this time. Even if it was counted as one level 1 zombie crystal core, Jiang Yue felt she had made a big profit. 1 level 1 zombie crystal core? Yang Ming was taken aback. 50 pounds of rice for over a ton of gold. If he told someone in the real world, they'd probably send him straight to a mental hospital, but such absurd things happened in the apocalypse. Yang Ming scratched his head. In the real world, rice was only about 3 yuan per pound. 50 pounds wouldn't even cost 200 yuan. There's a saying, isn't there? If there's a 300 profit, capitalists can sell the rope to hang themselves. How much profit was this? It was likely thousands behind that 300. As a young man raised under the red flag and nurtured by the spring breeze, this extreme profiteering made Yang Ming feel a bit embarrassed. So, Yang Ming spoke up. Cough. Let's do this. Since this isn't our first trade, and we're somewhat familiar, you all have a hard time too. So I'll count this batch of gold as 500 pounds of rice, and with that level 2 zombie crystal core, I'll give you 800 pounds of rice. 800 pounds of rice was just 2,400 yuan. Damn it, that's still a huge profit. In the real world, even a ton of toilet paper costs over 10,000. Jiang Yue completely failed to notice the hint of guilt in Yang Ming's gaze when she heard his words. 800 pounds. Really? Jiang Yue was stunned. Yang Ming nodded, then pulled out some medicine for tuberculosis that he had bought in the real world and handed it to Jiang Yue. Seeing the medicine in Yang Ming's hand, Jiang Yue fell silent. Although she was moved by the 800 pounds of food, this medicine could save her sister's life. How important was her sister to her? After the apocalypse, brothers turned against each other, and couples deceived one another. Family ties? Human emotions had become so cheap in the apocalypse. People like Jiang Yue's sister, a burden, would have been abandoned or even eaten by others long ago. Yet Jiang Yue had never abandoned her and had taken care of her until now. For her, the value of this medicine far exceeded that of the food. Mr. Yang, if there's anything you need in the future, just let me know. As long as I, Jiang Yue, can do it, I will not hesitate, including my life. Jiang Yue said seriously. This statement was practically saying she would be his servant. The little brothers beside Jiang Yue exchanged glances. In the blink of an eye, they had gained a new big boss. One of the little brothers looked confused. Are you stupid? All the food we eat comes from this big boss. The big sister is wise, finding an excuse to grab onto the big boss's leg. I need to learn this insight. The little brother sighed. The others also came to their senses and smacked their heads. Right, we still need to buy food. Following this big boss who doesn't lack food and clothing, how could our future be bad? Everyone's faces lit up with joy. Chapter 30. Attack so your food came from here. I've been watching you for so many days. Just then, dozens of armed personnel with guns suddenly appeared in the distance, their guns aimed directly at Yang Ming and his group. Huang Tianba. Jiang Yue's expression darkened when she saw the pockmarked man at the front. You've been following me. Hee, Miss Jiang, don't say it so harshly. This place isn't your home. You can come, so why can't I? Huang Tianba sneered. Jiang Yue's expression changed rapidly. The level 2 zombie crystal core she brought for trade was exchanged from Huang Tianba for 20 pounds of rice. She had been extremely careful, but she never expected to be targeted by this old fox, Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba gazed hungrily at the building behind him. The food is inside, right? Put down your guns, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. Huang Tianba cackled. Dozens of guns, overwhelming firepower. Even if Jiang Yue was a level 2 evolver. So what? She would still die? Are all the people in your base this stupid? Yang Ming asked Jiang Yue beside him. First, it was Xiao Qinan. And now it was Huang Tianba. Why were all the survivors in Jiang Yue's base so brain-dead? Jiang Yue also realized that this guy in front of her didn't fear guns. Even that beautiful woman among his subordinates was impervious to knives and bullets. Boss, I'm really sorry for bringing you trouble, Jiang Yue said apologetically. Huang Tianba's ability to find this place was indeed her fault. So it has nothing to do with you? Yang Ming nodded. Then he casually said, kill them. Jiang Yue was taken aback. Kill them? How? Then she understood. As soon as Yang Ming's words were uttered, Huang Tianba's dozens of subordinates all exploded simultaneously. Bang bang bang. Intense gunfire echoed from the nearby building. Snipers. Jiang Yue's pupils constricted. These snipers were equipped with Barrett rifles from the military-age ship, T800. Although they lacked scopes, T800's eyes were better than some scopes. Coupled with T800's built-in chip, they were top-notch snipers. At that moment, a piece of intestines flew out from the closest subordinate, still warm. This scene scared Huang Tianba so much that he urinated himself. It was too brutal. In the blink of an eye, his entire crew was wiped out. Huang Tianba was filled with regret. Of course, his subordinates' intestines were still fresh, hanging around his neck. Run. This was the only thought in Huang Tianba's mind. As a level 2 evolver, Huang Tianba immediately began to run away. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when his entire body froze. His eyes going blank as if controlled by someone, and he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Yang Ming glanced at the upper floor. He didn't have T800 finish off Huang Tianba. He wanted to see if this guy had any value. So, naturally, it was time for Wanling to take action. Wanling's ability not only controls zombies, but also influences humans. It's truly a strange power. I searched for Huang Tianba for a long time, but found nothing. What a poor guy. Huang Tianba's zombie crystal core is probably in his base, which is the headquarters, Jiang Yue said. Yang Ming needs the zombie crystal core. And she naturally knows what he is looking for. It's handled. Yang Ming commanded, and a T800 stepped forward, crushing Huang Tianba's head with a single stomp. Jiang Yue's eyes twitched at the sight, reminding her of how Xiao Qinan died, also by having his head crushed. In the base? Can I go with you to the survivor base? Yang Ming pondered for a moment and asked. Boss, the Feng City survivor base requires passes for entry. Without a pass, one cannot enter freely, Jiang Yue said with a somewhat troubled expression. Generally speaking, the management of population movement in survivor bases is quite strict to prevent the emergence of infection sources. Therefore, personnel review is rather cumbersome, making it not so easy to enter the survivor base. I can take you in. Just then, Wanling's voice came from behind. Jiang Yue was taken aback and looked at the woman, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. Let me introduce you. This is Wanling, also from your Feng City survivor base. Yang Ming briefly introduced. Wanling, the ability user from the Wan family. Jiang Yue realized why Huang Tianba suddenly didn't faint earlier. It seemed to be the handiwork of Wanling in front of her. She certainly knew that the Wan family in the Feng City survivor base was part of the real power structure, far beyond her level as a low-tier evolved mercenary team member. If it's Wanling, it would naturally be quite simple for her to bring Yang Ming into the city. After Wanling spoke, her expression hesitated, and after a moment of silence, she said, I have an unusual request. I just heard that you can trade for medicine here. I can trade with a zombie crystal core, Wanling added. You also need medicine. What kind? Upon hearing about the zombie crystal core, Yang Ming became interested. He was heading to the survivor base precisely to get the zombie crystal core, as places like the People's Hospital, where high-level zombies gather, are quite rare and may not yield any results. Currently, the best place to obtain zombie crystal cores is still the survivor base. Moreover, with Wanling's background, there are plenty of zombie crystal cores she could acquire. Anti-radiation medicine. Wanling looked at Yang Ming with anticipation. No problem. Anti-radiation medicine is not difficult to obtain in the real world, so Yang Ming readily agreed. After loading the food onto the vehicle, Yang Ming instructed his subordinate T800 to take the gold back to the base while he followed Jiang Yue's team out of the city. Inside the factory, Yang Ming disconnected. Within a few minutes, T800 returned to the factory with the gold. After storing the gold in the warehouse, Yang Ming underwent several hours of medical treatment until dark, feeling refreshed before returning to the real world. In the real-world villa, Yang Ming took the gold out of the warehouse. He pulled out a green submariner worth millions from the box of jewelry and put it on his wrist. Quite satisfied, he had noticed this watch during the transaction, and it suited his style perfectly. Just then, suddenly, all the lights in the room went out. Yang Ming's gaze sharpened. Whoosh! A sound of something cutting through the air came. Chapter 31. The veiled ninja. Yang Ming's body was covered in cold sweat. In an instant, nanometal skin covered his entire body. A cold light flashed, creating a spark as it grazed Yang Ming. Bang! Accompanied by a dull but powerful sound, a sharp shuriken, glinting with cold light, embedded itself into the concrete wall. Half of it was buried in, showing just how much force was behind it. Yang Ming's face darkened as he glanced at his neck. The shuriken had just grazed his neck. Had he not reacted quickly and deployed the metal skin in time, he would have been dead by now. The assailant clearly didn't expect Yang Ming to remain unharmed and was momentarily stunned. However, they quickly regained their composure. Clang! In the faint moonlight, hidden in the shadows, a flash of a blade appeared. Before he could see what it was, Yang Ming saw a katana swinging toward his forehead. The speed was astonishing, catching him off guard. A ninja? The blade struck Yang Ming's forehead, and only then did he see the assailant's appearance. Dressed entirely in black ninja garb, only a pair of cold eyes were visible, looking at Yang Ming with a hint of mockery, as if he were looking at a dead man. Perhaps this ninja thought that this deadly blow couldn't be withstood by any carbon-based life form. However, when the blade made contact with Yang Ming's head, it did not result in the scene of Yang Ming being cut in half. Instead, the recoil from the blade made the ninja's hands tingle, and the previously cold, calm eyes finally showed some fluctuation. How is this possible? Upon seeing Yang Ming completely unharmed, expressionless, with his eyes fixed on him, the ninja's pupils constricted. Are you done messing around? Yang Ming's voice came out calmly. Humph! With a cold snort. The ninja's eyes flashed with ferocity, and the katana that had struck Yang Ming's head was slashed diagonally downward, clearly aiming to cleave Yang Ming in two. The blade created a slight spark as it scraped against Yang Ming's body, but caused no harm at all. Not even a wrinkle in his clothing. Gulp! This internal power projection. There really is a golden bell cover. The ninja exclaimed in shock. Having trained in the land of cherry blossoms since childhood and become a top assassin, he had indeed heard of the ancient martial arts of Xia country, including innate and acquired masters, and even some legendary external chi projections. However, he had always looked down on these, having practiced martial arts his entire life. He knew better than anyone that such things as chi and true energy were complete nonsense, mere fantasies of the Xia people. But witnessing it firsthand, this ninja assassin felt his worldview being overturned. This is a master. The ninja's first priority was to retreat immediately if the first strike failed. Not to mention that the person in front of him was likely an absolute expert. With that thought, the ninja quickly retreated while throwing a few shuriken. However, they had no effect. The shuriken that usually could pierce human flesh merely bounced off Yang Ming as if they had struck a steel plate. As expected, the ninja's heart sank. Gritting his teeth, he threw out a few bottles. Bang bang bang. Smoke billowed. Then, taking advantage of the smoke, he attempted to flee. The person in front of him was not someone he could contend with. However, this little smoke was no obstacle for Yang Ming, who possessed infrared detection abilities. Just as the ninja reached the window, a kick came directly at him. The ninja instinctively raised his sword in defense. A tremendous force hit him, instantly shattering his arm bones. The ninja was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Uffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Just one strike, and he was severely injured. Damn it! Did you offend the abbot and still want to run? Dressed like this, playing cosplay with me, huh? Yang Ming kicked the ninja unconscious. Early in the morning, a few familiar faces arrived at Yang Ming's villa. Li Shiyu entered the villa with Black Tiger, but upon seeing the battle marks inside and the ninja tied up, they were all taken aback. This guy broke into my house last night, trying to take my life, Yang Ming briefly explained. Li Shiyu's expression immediately became serious. Mr. Yang Ming, I truly apologize. These assassins are after me and have involved you. Li Shiyu shared the information her father had told her with Yang Ming. Yang Ming frowned. Blood Butterfly Organization? Li Shiyu nodded. Once targeted by this assassin organization, they will not rest until they kill their target unless they are eliminated. So, does that mean I am also being targeted by this Blood Butterfly Organization now? Li Shiyu's gaze held a hint of guilt. A message came to Yang Ming's phone, and he glanced at it. The bank card received 60 million. Mr. Yang Ming, this is the transaction amount from last time. It has been delayed for so long. Consider the extra 10 million as compensation, Li Shiyu said. Yang Ming said nothing, just quietly watched Li Shiyu. This girl had already given him several tens of millions. There's no reason to visit without a purpose. This time she came in person, She must be looking for something from him. Sure enough, after thinking for a moment, Li Xiu spoke up, Mr. Yang. In a few days, I need to go to Las Vegas. I wonder if you could accompany me? Yang Ming understood. She wanted him to be her bodyguard. It must be because of that blood butterfly organization, right? Li Xiu nodded with a wry smile. No problem. Just let me know when. Having received so much money from her, he felt he owed her a favor. After several encounters, Yang Ming had a good impression of Li Xiu overall. Moreover, the equipment he obtained from the military aid ship was still not satisfactory. He remembered there was a military base of a beautiful country near Las Vegas, right? Yang Ming squinted his eyes. Then it's a trouble for you, Mr. Yang. Li Xiu felt relieved when she got a positive response, smiling slightly. She had seen Yang Ming's strength with her own eyes, with him around. Her safety was at least guaranteed. By the way, I have something here. Suddenly remembering something, Yang Ming pointed to the 4 boxes he had brought back last night in the corner of the living room. I got another batch of gold. I'm too lazy to run over to you. Just take it back. The money can be transferred to my card later. He Hu glanced at Yang Ming and, upon receiving consent, went to open the boxes. The golden light nearly blinded He Hu's eyes. Hiss! Li Xiu gasped. Although she had dealt with gold since childhood alongside her father, seeing a whole box full of gold bars was still extremely eye-catching. Moreover, where did Yang Ming get so much gold? Such powerful strength, having what seemed to be a top martial arts master as a subordinate, and still having so much gold on hand. Yang Ming's background felt like a black hole, making Li Xiu more and more curious. He Hu went out to call several black-clad bodyguards to sort the gold in batches. Yang Ming went out, and, along with a group of bodyguards, sent Li Xiu to the door. I will verify this batch of gold when I get back, but I see there's quite a bit. The company might need some time to turn the funds around, Li Xiu said apologetically, adjusting her hair at her temples. Yang Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. It's fine. Whenever you give it is okay. Consider it stored with you for now. Do you need me to help you deal with that ninja? Li Xiu asked. No need. Yang Ming smiled and refused. Li Xiu said nothing further. After finishing their conversation, Li Xiu left under the protection of a convoy of bodyguards. Yang Ming returned to the villa. In the distance, a figure stared blankly at this scene. Then she took out her phone and did a search. It really was Li Xiu, the princess of the Jinfu group. Su Xintheng found it hard to believe. What did she just see? The daughter of the Jinfu group walked out of the villa with Yang Ming. Moreover, Li Xiu's demeanor was quite respectful and cautious. A thought flashed through Su Xintheng's mind. Could it be that Yang Ming is the young master of that mysterious top family in the capital? Thinking of this, Su Xintheng's mind instantly filled with various scenarios. Could it be that Yang Ming is a fallen young master who has been recognized again? It must be like that. Isn't that how it's always written? For a moment, Su Xintheng felt regretful. The opportunity to become a wealthy young lady of a powerful family just slipped away from her hands. Su Xintheng gritted her teeth, her gaze firm. Back then, Yang Ming loved me so much. He must still have feelings for me. I was his white moonlight back then. As long as I lower my stance, there might still be a chance. Back then, when she secretly added Yang Ming on WeChat, he didn't accept her. After thinking for a moment, Su Xintheng continued to add him as a friend. Yang Ming, of course, had no idea about Su Xintheng's little schemes. He was currently torturing the ninja who had tried to kill him last night in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, there was naturally no need to hold back. Moreover, this guy in front of him was someone who wanted his life. Yang Ming would absolutely not show mercy to enemies. Surprisingly, this guy had quite a tough mouth. It wasn't until Yang Ming used the 6th of the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty that he finally pried open his mouth. This guy turned out to be from the Night Moon clan of Sakura country and was also affiliated with the Blood Butterfly organization. Furthermore, there are many branches of the Blood Butterfly assassin organization worldwide. The Night Moon Ninja clan is one of them, responsible for assassination missions. The ninja in front of him was named Kato Takashi, an elite assassin trained from a young age by the Night Moon Ninja clan. The number of people who died at his hands was at least in the 4 figures. This organization is quite significant. Yang Ming said softly, "Kill me. Please, kill me." The ninja, who had already been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, cried out in agony. Yang Ming waved his hand with a knife. The sound abruptly stopped, and the once great assassin Kato Takashi fell. After disposing of the body, Yang Ming returned to the real world. He then drove his G-class into the city to pick up Fang Yanmin from Qingshan University. "Brother Yang Ming, I was just about to look for you," Fang Yanmin said with a smile as she got into the car. Yang Ming was taken aback. "What do you need me for? I have a gift for you," Fang Yanmin said playfully, winking. She carefully took out a sweater from her bag. "Brother Yang Ming, this is a sweater I knitted in the past few days. Autumn is coming. Does it fit well?" Fang Yanmin's gaze was a bit evasive, and her face was slightly flushed. Yang Ming looked at the sweater in Fang Yanmen's hands. Back when he was in high school, he had seen scenes of young boys and girls in love knitting sweaters and giving gifts. He never thought he would have such a day himself. The goblin living in the cave suddenly felt the warmth of the sun. Back when he was dating Su Jinthong. Not to mention knitting a sweater for him. The Tinyuan t-shirt she gave him was bought through a group purchase discount on Pinduoduo by a newcomer like Yang Ming, who had never used Pinduoduo before. Yang Ming took the sweater, and it turned out to be a Hello Kitty design. After thinking for a moment, Yang Ming said, "I have a gift for you too." Fang Yanmen looked at Yang Ming curiously. Yang Ming reached into his pocket and pulled out a women's wristwatch. The watch looked quite ordinary on the outside, but its dial was made of sapphire, and the interior was embedded with numerous diamonds, looking quite beautiful. This watch was one he picked from the box of jewelry that Jian Yue had sent him, besides getting himself a green water ghost. He also conveniently picked one out for Fang Yanmen. Yang Ming didn't know much about watches, but since it was in that box, it shouldn't be a cheap item. Brother Yang Ming, this watch is too precious. The things Yang Ming gave were definitely not cheap, and this watch must be worth a lot. Although Fang Yanmen liked it very much, she did not accept it. It's a matter of reciprocity. You give me something, and I accept it. So you must accept my gift as well. Yang Ming acted like a domineering CEO, directly putting the watch on Fang Yanmen's wrist. He then took Fang Yanmen out for a fun outing. A netizen once summarized a line from the movie The Richest Man in Zhangxi. Xiazhu doesn't he love money? But every moment that Wang Diyu moves, Xiazhu requires money. In the past, Yang Ming didn't feel much about this sentence, but now he thinks it's simply the truth. After a shopping trip, Fang Yanmen transformed Yang Ming from Cinderella into Snow White. He swapped his pineapple phone for the latest high-end Apple model. Yang Ming bought more than 10 outfits. In total, he spent hundreds of thousands. To be honest, the feeling of throwing money around in front of a beautiful girl is really exhilarating. No wonder everyone wants to be the big brother. Have you seen Fang Yanmen next to him? Her eyes nearly watering. Shopping, dining, watching movies. After a whole day of activities. It was already late at night when Yang Ming drove Fang Yanmen to the entrance of Qingshan University. The passenger seat Fang Yanmen was a bit quiet. Brother Yang Ming, after spending so much money today, I'm afraid I won't be able to repay you in this lifetime, Fang Yanmen said with a somewhat resentful expression. How could she not understand the meaning behind Yang Ming spending so much money on her? In fact, if you were to offer yourself to me, I wouldn't mind. Yang Ming replied seriously. It was as if he had written his little thoughts on his forehead. After experiencing Su Jinthong, Yang Ming has come to terms with things. What pure love? What white moonlight? It's all nonsense. The high school political textbook doesn't lie to me. The first chapter clearly states that material determines consciousness. Money is the fastest opener of shells. A dog-licking person? Not even worthy of licking the shell. Is Fang Yanmen a silly sweet girl? Maybe a bit naive. But being able to attend Qingshan University is definitely not related to being silly. After several interactions, Yang Ming even felt she had a bit of cunning. A bit of a TT vibe. But none of that matters. What's wrong with a little cunning and being a little green tea? Green tea girls can sweetly call their brother every day. Green tea girls know how to care for their brother's well-being. Green tea girls understand their brother's hardships and know that it's not easy for them to earn money. Green tea girls know the importance of reciprocity. Even if the gift is just a sweater, it's one that they've knitted themselves. It's the thought that counts, right? Isn't that better than Su Jinthong, who only knows how to leech off others on Pinduoduo? Our dormitory should be closed by now. Fang Yanmen's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, her face turning red, her head nearly buried in her chest. Yang Ming wasn't a fool. With things said to this extent, how could he not understand? Everything was unspoken, but clear. On the school's side road, the big G swayed. Brother Yang Ming, is Hello Itty a bit of a hassle? Just go with Hello Itty. Is it your first time playing Honor of Kings? Yeah, it's my first time too. Then you can play as Yao. Just ride on me. And I'll take you to fly. Oh, but I can't operate it. No need to operate. Just hang on to me. I've watched a lot of expert videos. Don't think I'm playing for the first time. I'll lead you to great victories. Just remember to heal me. Fog locks the mountaintop, and the mountain locks the fog. The sky connects to the water's tail, and the water connects to the sky. Chapter 33, Jianyuan. The nurturing effect of the medical maintenance warehouse is quite evident. It not only restored Yang Ming's appearance to its original state, but also made his physical condition even better than when he was a teenager watching movies late at night. After playing more than 10 rounds of Honor of Kings in one night, he still felt refreshed. Glancing at the still sleeping Fang Yanmen, Yang Ming found a nearby luxurious Vienna hotel and booked a top suite. Then he sneaked away. The main reason was that in the apocalypse, the T800 he had followed with Wanling Jian Yue had now reached the survivor base. He needed to get some anti-radiation medicine from Li Xiu. Although Li Xiu was puzzled about why Yang Ming suddenly wanted anti-radiation medicine, she didn't ask too many questions. Anti-radiation medicine, though a prescription drug, is not a banned substance. So it was quickly settled. After getting the medicine, Yang Ming returned to the villa and crossed over to the apocalypse. The first thing he did was connect with the T800. It was a simple room with only a rack bed, and the surrounding walls were peeling white paint. It was clear that the house hadn't been maintained for a long time. This was the territory of the survivor base, where Jiang Yue was located. By receiving information from the T800, Yang Ming gained a preliminary understanding of this Feng City survivor base. The total population of the base was not small, over 500,000 people, roughly equivalent to the population of a third-tier city in the real world in Xia country. It was divided into three parts: the inner city, the middle city, and the outer city. The inner city was where the powerful elite lived, clean, tidy, safe, and with dedicated personnel, maintaining public order. Those who could live in the inner city were basically the elite of the base or close confidants of the elite. The middle city was where mercenary organizations composed of evolved individuals like Jiang Yue lived. Although not as luxurious as the inner city, it was relatively clean, and public order management was still acceptable. As for the outer city, it was where ordinary survivors lived, dirty, chaotic, and lacking public order. Even more outrageous than the slums in real-world India. Yang Ming left his room and found Jiang Yue. "Boss, I searched Huang Tianba's territory early this morning and really found something. Here are 4 level 1 zombie crystal cores. Take them." Jiang Yue smiled and handed over 4 blood-red zombie crystal cores. Yang Ming took them, somewhat surprised. Although Huang Tianba is dead, didn't anyone in the city care about you blatantly robbing his house? There are security personnel, but generally in the middle city, as long as there are no violent incidents. They basically don't intervene, Jiang Yue explained. Most people in the middle city are mercenary groups led by evolved individuals like us. With Huang Tianba dead, the others just scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. Yang Ming nodded. This was equivalent to an evolved big brother leading a group of ordinary little brothers. When the big brother was gone, the little brothers would disperse. "Boss, you haven't eaten breakfast yet. Let's go eat something first." Jiang Yue led Yang Ming to the living room. In the living room, a dozen armed personnel were sitting neatly at a large table, all sitting up straight. And each person's table had a plate of identical meals. Rice was served with 3 dishes: mashed potatoes, shredded radish, and 2 slices of sausage. All basically sourced from Yang Ming. Everyone's eyes were glued to their plates, saliva nearly dripping, throats moving. Yet no one moved their chopsticks. The discipline was quite impressive. There was also a frail little girl about 6 or 7 years old, her face pale, and she coughed from time to time. "All right, everyone, it's time to eat," Jiang Yue said. Immediately, the armed personnel showed joy, cautiously picking up their chopsticks to eat their meals. Since the apocalypse, they hadn't eaten such a fragrant meal of 1 meat and 2 vegetables for a long time. Although this meal would have been considered quite simple before the apocalypse, now it was a supreme delicacy. "Boss, this portion is for you." Jiang Yue handed a noticeably more sumptuous meal to Yang Ming, which contained 3 meats and 1 vegetable. Besides the sausage, there was braised pork and minced meat with potatoes. The little girl beside them was picking at her meal, occasionally glancing over at Yang Ming with her big eyes. "Wenwen, eat your own food. Don't look around," Jiang Yue gently scolded when she noticed her sister's gaze. The girl named Wenwen revealed her 2 little tiger teeth and stuck out her tongue. "Little kids need to grow. You eat it." Yang Ming smiled and handed his meal to the girl named Wenwen. "Brother boss, is this really for me?" Wenwen blinked her eyes in anticipation. Yang Ming nodded. Jiang Yue seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. "It's nothing," Yang Ming smiled. Now, with his T800 robot body, he had no need for food, relying entirely on the fusion battery inside. Although he could swallow, the food would just be incinerated into ash inside him, a pure waste. "Is this your sister?" "Yeah. Her name is Jiang Yuan." Jiang Yue looked at her sister with a much softer gaze. "Is the medicine you wanted for treating tuberculosis the one you're giving her?" Yang Ming thought for a moment. "I will get you some more medicine later. After all, this amount should not be enough." Tuberculosis is essentially the same as lung tuberculosis in the real world. As long as it hasn't progressed to the late stages, it's not considered a deadly disease. As long as the medicine is taken on time, one can recover. It just requires a longer treatment course. The last time, Yang Ming only took a little medicine, which is clearly insufficient. Although this girl is meeting him for the first time, she is indeed likable, and now Jiang Yue can be considered one of his subordinates. "Thank you, boss." Jiang Yue looked at Yang Ming with gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you, big brother boss." Jiang Yue clearly also knew that the medicine she took to treat her illness last night was given to her by this big brother in front of her. The other armed personnel dining also heard Yang Ming's words and smiled. Their boss's sister, although her health is not good, is kind and innocent, and is well liked by them. Now that this new big boss can cure her, it's truly a happy event. Did you move all the food into the city? Yang Ming asked. No. I placed it in a hidden warehouse outside the city. The city is a mixed bag, and if so much food is brought in and the news leaks, it could lead to disaster, Jiang Yue said with a serious expression. Yang Ming had given her nearly 1,000 kilograms of food. This kind of fine food is nearly impossible for people in the inner city to eat daily, not to mention their middle city. If people knew that a small mercenary organization had so much food, she would have been dealt with long ago. Therefore, she only goes to get a little food into the city periodically, waiting until they are almost out before going to retrieve more. Although their meal seems ordinary, if outsiders knew, it wouldn't be a trivial matter. It was once when exchanging for a zombie crystal core that she gave out some food, and as a result, she was targeted by Huang Tianba. Yang Ming nodded. Food is hard currency in the apocalypse, extremely valuable, and Jiang Yue is right to be cautious. Chapter 34, Preparation After Dinner. Jiang Yue took Yang Ming out for a stroll. This was Yang Ming's first time visiting such a gathering place for humans in the apocalypse. A tall city wall stood in the middle of the entire city. Inside the city wall is the inner city. Seeing Yang Ming looking at the city wall, Jiang Yue began to explain. All right, indeed, wherever there are humans, even in the apocalypse, there are privileged classes. Yang Ming sighed. There was no decent entertainment. As Yang Ming walked along, he saw mostly street prostitutes and some casinos. During the daytime, these people stood on the street without any reservations. Unlike the real world, where they would only dare to come out after midnight. In the harsh conditions of the apocalypse, these street prostitutes were all skin and bones, looking like they were on drugs, and they were absurdly cheap. Yang Ming saw one woman with vacant eyes enter a room with a bald man after only a half block of moldy instant noodles. In just these 10 minutes, Yang Ming saw at least a dozen similar situations. He even saw some corpses in small alleys. The smell of decay wafted out, and passers-by didn't even glance at them. As if it were normal, Yang Ming frowned. As someone from the real world living in the materially abundant society of Summer Country, it was his first time witnessing such a tragic scene. After all, in the real world, starvation is nearly non-existent. Back when he volunteered in college, he even helped some government officials distribute food and oil to some people on welfare. They looked at it with disdain and refused it because it wasn't labeled non-GMO, fearing it would affect their health. Back at the residence, Jiang Yue was helping with the cleaning. Seeing Yang Ming, she sweetly called out, "Big brother boss." Yang Ming's previously oppressive mood upon seeing the outside situation improved significantly. "Here, have some snacks, big brother." Yang Ming reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 large pieces of chocolate from the warehouse. Jiang Yue's eyes lit up, but she didn't take it. Looking at Jiang Yue, seeing that Jiang Yue said nothing, she then accepted it. "Thank you, big brother boss." Chocolate. A voice came from the entrance. It was Wan Ling. After the apocalypse, such high-energy food is a luxury. Wan Ling walked over. Approaching Yang Ming, she took out a card. "Mr. Yang Ming, this is your pass. You can use it to come and go from now on." "Thank you." Yang Ming took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it over. "This is for you." Wan Ling was taken aback, looking at Yang Ming's pocket, puzzled as to how such a small pocket could hold so much without showing. After receiving the chocolate, Wan Ling sat down with Yang Ming in the living room. "Mr. Yang Ming, besides bringing you the pass, I also have a small request." Wan Ling said, "We would like to purchase some food from you." Seeing Jiang Yue buy food from Yang Ming, it was clear that Wan Ling also wanted to buy. However, this aligned with Yang Ming's intentions. He didn't come to this survivor base for sightseeing, but primarily to acquire zombie crystal cores. "How much do you want?" 500 pounds. Wan Ling tentatively asked. 500 pounds is not a small amount. There are not many powerful figures in the inner city who can offer 500 pounds of food. Yang Ming frowned. Wan Ling's heart skipped a beat, thinking perhaps it was too much. She quickly changed her tune. "Actually, 300 pounds would be fine." Yang Ming frowned even more tightly. "How about 200 pounds? Is that all you need?" Yang Ming asked. "Actually, 100 pounds. Wait a minute." Wan Ling was taken aback. "Is that too little?" 1,000 pounds. Would that work?" Yang Ming asked. 1,100 pounds. Wan Ling pursed her lips. "Deal. You provide a location, and I'll come to pick it up tomorrow." Yang Ming said. "Tomorrow?" Wan Ling's eyes widened. 1,000 pounds of food is not a small number. Can it really be done by tomorrow? Wan Ling didn't believe it, thinking Yang Ming was only offering a portion. "Regarding the location, I can take you into the inner city. It's our Wan family's territory, and it's safe." Wan Ling said. "No need. I'll stay in this middle city." Yang Ming had his own plans. Since he came to acquire zombie crystal cores, he needed to make a big score. relying on these small zombie crystal cores. Factory development would be too slow. I have a villa in the middle city. This villa will be given to Mr. Yang Ming. Wan Ling said after pondering for a moment. Yang Ming nodded. Having a place to stay is a good thing. Staying at Jiang Yue's place all the time isn't ideal. After discussing the trade of zombie crystal cores and gold with Wan Ling, Yang Ming gave her the radiation-resistant medication. Wan Ling did not expect Yang Ming to obtain the radiation-resistant medication so quickly. It truly excited her for quite some time. After expressing her gratitude, she left with a beaming face. Soon after, a soldier came to take Yang Ming to a courtyard, accompanied by Jiang Yue and a few others. This courtyard was quite nice and included a large warehouse, which Yang Ming was very satisfied with. After Jiang Yue brought Yang Ming over, she left. But she arranged for a few armed personnel to stay at the door to ensure Yang Ming's safety. That was thoughtful. Although Yang Ming didn't need it, he accepted the good intention. One family. This was an area resembling a military camp, with lookout posts everywhere. Inside a research building, Wan Ling entered a hospital room. An elderly doctor in a white coat was examining a middle-aged man with a square face lying on the bed. Feng Lao, how is my father doing now? Wan Ling looked at the pale-faced middle-aged man in the hospital bed with concern. This middle-aged man was Wan Ling's father, Wan Tianhao, who was also the current controller of the Wan family. The doctor with white hair is named Feng Yi, the main person in charge of the Wan Jia Research Institute, and also a renowned medical expert from the Feng City People's Hospital before the apocalypse. Feng Yi sighed. The radiation now severely harms the body, and the situation is not optimistic. Wan Ling felt a heavy heart. She quickly handed over the anti-radiation medication that Yang Ming had given her. Old Feng, I found the anti-radiation medication you mentioned before. Feng Yi's eyes brightened upon seeing the medication in Wan Ling's hand. Amifostine. With this medication, we can stabilize the condition and prevent it from worsening. But is there no way to cure it? Wan Ling's eyes dimmed upon hearing that it could only stabilize the condition, and she asked hopefully. Miss Wan, the damage caused by radiation to human cells is irreversible. If it were an ordinary person exposed to radiation for an extended period, they would already be declared dead. However, because your father is a level 4 evolver with exceptional physical qualities, he has managed to hold on until now. Feng Yi did not say anything further, but the implication was clear. Hearing this, Wan Ling remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a sigh. Although there was no hope, she still hoped that old Feng would do his best to save him. Chapter 35. The fatty Zhu de disconnection complete. Yang Ming returned to the real world. In the villa, Yang Ming immediately sent a series of procurement lists to Su Mingming. With resources, Yang Ming's plan was quite simple. The apocalypse lacks food, and he lacks zombie crystals, so he might as well sell food as a grain merchant. After all, he had the entire real world as a backup. He could have as much food as he wanted. Boss, no money. Cute expression, Su Mingming quickly replied. Yang Ming didn't say much and directly transferred 5 million to Su Mingming's card. Boss is generous. Get it done for me tomorrow. I need it urgently. Wow. Isn't that a bit too much for an employee? There will be rewards for getting it done. Received. After settling the food procurement issue, Yang Ming received a call from a familiar person, the fatty Judah. Judah was Yang Ming's close friend. They were roommates in their freshman year. And as a local of Qingshan City, Judah's family was a proper landlord. When Qingshan City was developing, they allocated 7 or 8 apartments and 2 storefronts to Judah's family during the demolition. Just relying on these, Judah would basically be worry-free for life. As an orphan, Yang Ming's life was not affluent during freshman year, and Judah often helped him out, treating him to takeout and barbecues. Unfortunately, later on, Yang Ming became a sycophant for Su Xinthong, and under her manipulation, he rented a place off campus, reducing contact with Judah. Furthermore, it seemed Judah had also started dating someone, so their contact became even less frequent. Yang Ming went out to drink. On the phone, Judah's voice was loud and boisterous, but there was an air of melancholy. Where are you now? Sensing something was off with Judah's mood, Yang Ming asked. Judah gave an address. Yang Ming thought for a moment and drove over. The night market. From a distance, Yang Ming saw Judah drinking alone. Hey Zhu, why have you turned into a melancholic youth today? Yang Ming joked. It hurts. So painful. Judah clutched his chest, grieving deeply. Yang Ming, why are women so heartless? Great, another person hurt by love. Yang Ming was speechless. What? Did your girlfriend break up with you? Judah's girlfriend, Yang Ming had met once. She was quite good looking. A beauty, but not from Qingshan University. She seemed to be from some vocational school. Judah had tried to introduce her to Yang Ming a couple of times. But Yang Ming felt that a brother's woman should be kept at a distance, so he didn't even want to add her on WeChat. Alas, Judah looked dejected. I was cheated on. A few days ago, I saw her check into a hotel with a blonde guy from her school. Yang Ming's eyes twitched. That's rough. Judah cried tears. 3 years of rent. Over 2 million spent on her. I bought her whatever she wanted, and I barely held her hand a few times. And yet, she ended up with some blonde guy for the whole night. Boo-hoo. Just as Yang Ming was about to offer some comfort, Judah's next sentence made his expression darken. Back when Su Jintheng cheated on you, I advised you not to think too much about it. Now I understand. Damn. This fat guy really knows how to hit a sore spot. Hey. I've already broken up with Su Jintheng. Don't drag the innocent into this. Hearing Yang Ming's words, Judah was taken aback. Broke up. Judah looked curious. He usually spent little time at school, so he was unaware of Yang Ming's situation. Seeing Judah's curious face, Yang Ming couldn't help but grin. Weren't you just heartbroken? Oh right. Judah immediately got back into character, resuming his previous sorrowful expression. Enough pretending. By the way, you spent over 2 million on that woman for 3 years. Yang Ming was somewhat taken aback. Despite having tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions now, that was due to his luck. Judah was an ordinary person. Collecting 2 million in rent over 3 years was indeed quick money for a landlord. Judah gritted his teeth. Yeah, my heart is bleeding right now. Seeing Judah's indignant expression, Yang Ming understood. This guy wasn't heartbroken over the woman, but rather over the 2 million. Women are indeed no good. Both of us got played by that kind of scum. I used to think you were too much of a sycophant, but now it seems we are truly brothers. Birds of a feather. Yang Ming was exasperated. All right, remember this lesson. Money is best in your own hands. There's a saying, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Judah was puzzled. How does this saying apply here? With rice, a clever housewife can cook. Yang Ming said. With rice in hand, the chicken will come. If you throw away the rice, will the chicken still follow you? Well said. By the way, how did you two break up? Judah returned to this topic. Yang Ming didn't shy away and briefly explained. That wretched woman. Judah cursed, empathizing with Yang Ming. Now particularly hostile towards such women. I've come to terms with it. Tonight, my brother's rent will come in, and I'm treating. Drinks on me. Girls are on the house. Judah returned to his carefree self, patting his chest and winking at Yang Ming. No need. I have a girlfriend now. So fast, seamless transition? Are you becoming a scumbag now? Care to share with your brother? Who is she? A junior from our school, Fang Yemin. Yang Ming casually mentioned. Not expecting Judah to know her. Huh, you know her? Yang Ming was a bit surprised. Judah looked at him suspiciously. You can't be talking about the new student campus flower, Fang Yemin, right? Yang Ming nodded. Judah looked speechless. If you're going to joke with your brother, at least make it believable. With our track record, we couldn't even handle someone at Su Jintheng's level, and now you're telling me you got Fang Yemin? Judah didn't believe it. Just a couple of days ago, when the school's new students finished their military training, Judah had gone to check out this campus flower. And she was indeed a standout beauty. Judah was well aware that a woman of that caliber was beyond his reach. At that moment, Yang Ming's WeChat received a message. Yang Ming glanced at it. It was a message from Fang Yanmin. Brother Yang Ming, I'm awake. Where are you now? Did you sleep all day? Yeah, I was so tired last night, and now I'm so hungry. Pitiful expression. Yang Ming looked at the address. It was not far from Qingshan University, just a few hundred meters from the hotel. He then sent her a location. I'm at the night market here. Come eat something. Okay. Who are you messaging? Judah asked when he saw the smile on Yang Ming's face, looking all lovesick. Girlfriend. Damn, are you serious? Judah exclaimed. Chapter 36. Supermarket plan in just a few minutes. Fang Yanmin walked over. She was already pure and lovely. And when she wore the outfit that Yang Ming had bought for thousands of dollars, she was quite eye-catching. She walked straight to Yang Ming's table and sat down beside him. Yang Ming gidge. Yang Ming jiggy. Judah was hit with 1,000 points of damage. Ouch. So painful. This is unfair. Judah looked at Yang Ming with a resentful expression. He was worried about his brother's hardships and also worried if his brother was driving a Range Rover. This was Judah's current mindset. Damn it. I thought we were both in the same boat, but now you're telling me I'm the only one adrift? Judah was feeling emo. Yang Ming, shouldn't you teach your brother a thing or two? Didn't I just tell you? You need rice to cook. Yang Ming said calmly. But I have a lot of rice too. Judah was unconvinced. That's because your rice isn't enough. Yang Ming gidge, what is rice? Fang Yanmin asked in confusion. Cough. 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 Kids shouldn't pry into adult matters. Judah looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. Come on, Yang Ming, how much rice do you have? Didn't you spend all your money on Su Jintheng? He was quite clear that Yang Ming had spent all the tens of thousands he earned from gaming on Su Jintheng. But I have more now. Yang Ming chuckled. I don't believe it. Judah exclaimed. Yang Ming took out the key to his G-Class and pressed it twice. The G-Class parked not far away flashed its lights. Is it really that profitable to earn money from gaming? You've already got a Benz G-Class? That must cost over 3 million, right? Zhu Da's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. How could you earn that much from gaming? Yang Ming waved his hand dismissively. So, do you want to work with me? Currently, Yang Ming only had Su Mingming under him, and he needed more manpower. Zhu Da was studying electrical engineering at school. Although he usually didn't act serious, he had quietly won several awards over the 3 years of college. Definitely a talent. Plus, he was Yang Ming's close buddy and had helped him a lot back then. Yang Ming remembered all this, so he naturally didn't mind lending a hand. Zhu Da looked Yang Ming up and down. Then his expression turned serious as he earnestly advised, "Brother, you can't get involved in illegal activities. It's a matter of life and death." In Zhu Da's view, there seemed to be only drug dealing that could make that much money in a short time. Yang Ming's face darkened. "Don't worry, it's a legitimate business. A real job. You wouldn't trick your brother, right? Come on, what kind of relationship do we have? How could I trick you? All right, then I'm in. How do we calculate the salary? With our relationship, shouldn't it be 5,000? Zhu Da rambled on. Yang Ming directly held up 3 fingers. 30,000. A month. 30,000. Yang Zong is great. After dinner, Yang Ming drove the G-Class with Fang Yemin away, leaving Zhu Da with a resentful face. They returned to the luxurious Vienna hotel, where Yang Ming had directly booked a suite for the month last time, making it convenient to check in. Another night of intense gaming ensued. With the experience from the previous match, Fang Yemin's skills had also improved. Unfortunately, Yang Ming's energy was still too high, and they played ranking games for over 10 hours. Fang Yemin eventually couldn't hold on and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Yang Ming received a location sent by Su Mingming. In front of a large warehouse, he saw Su Mingming with dark circles under her eyes, looking exhausted. Yang Ming felt a bit embarrassed. His employees were working overtime while he was partying in a hotel. "You've worked hard." Yang Ming directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Su Mingming. "This is a reward." Ding dong. 50,000 yuan arrived in Alipay. Upon hearing the payment notification on her phone, Su Mingming's fatigue instantly disappeared. "Boss, I love you. I'm not tired at all. I can pull 2 all-nighters." Looking at Su Mingming's bloodshot eyes, Yang Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "No need. Take a break for the next couple of days." After Su Mingming left, Yang Ming entered the warehouse. Inside, the neatly arranged shelves were filled with various food items and daily necessities, resembling a supermarket. There was also a separate shelf stocked entirely with various medicines. Yang Ming was quite satisfied and directly transferred all the supplies and shelves in the warehouse to the factory warehouse. After that, he returned to the Apocalypse factory. Lying in the medical maintenance warehouse, Yang Ming directly connected to the T800 in the survivor base. Whoosh! The moment the T800 connected, Yang Ming sent over 20 fully armed T800s. These T800s were all disguised with nanometal skin, wearing the stylish gear obtained from the military-age ship. With bulletproof vests, helmets, goggles, and holding red dot sights, they looked just like regular soldiers. "You will be responsible for security here from now on," Yang Ming instructed. He then walked to the yard's warehouse and unloaded all the supplies. This warehouse wasn't as big as the one in the real world, so Yang Ming only took out part of each item. However, it still looked quite impressive. The adjacent room was also cleared out and filled with bags of rice. After finishing all this, Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction and left. Just then, he ran into Wan Ling, who had come over. Wan Ling was surprised to see the fully armed soldiers behind Yang Ming. She knew Yang Ming had a mysterious background in his own armed forces. But how did these people enter the survivor base? "Just in time. My stuff has also arrived," Yang Ming said as he led Wan Ling directly to the warehouse. Upon seeing the rows of shelves piled high with food, Wan Ling's lips went dry, and she momentarily didn't know what to say. He really delivered so much food overnight. Wan Ling looked at Yang Ming with a complex expression. While having plenty of food was one thing, the ability to sneak such a massive amount of supplies into the city without anyone noticing was simply terrifying. Wan Ling was shocked. "There should be more than 1,000 pounds of food here, right?" "I'm afraid I can't buy that much," Wan Ling asked. "Not all of this is for you. I'm planning to open a supermarket in this survivor base to make some money," Yang Ming said openly about his plans. "A supermarket? Selling food?" Wan Ling remained silent for a moment before speaking seriously. "Mr. Yang Ming, if so much food is exposed, it might become the target of everyone's ire." Wan Ling's expression was quite grave. If so much food appeared in the survivor base, the entire base would probably go crazy. "It's fine," Yang Ming said nonchalantly. "What can they do if they really target me? My main body isn't here. I'm very safe. If they provoke me, I can always self-destruct. The T800's built-in nuclear fusion battery can guarantee that they won't even have ashes left. No one could obstruct his path to wealth now." Seeing Yang Ming's indifferent expression, Wan Ling initially wanted to persuade him further, but thought of his mysterious methods, sighed, and stopped speaking. Indeed, this person was not easy to deal with. Chapter 37. Opening Survivor Base in Feng City, Wan Family. Several core members of the Wan family gathered here. Where did you get so much food? The leading middle-aged man looked at the two trucks filled with food in shock and curiously asked Wan Ling. The person asking was Wan Ling's second uncle, Wan Tianqing. Wan Ling didn't hide anything and briefly explained Yang Ming's situation to Wan Tianqing. So this person named Yang Ming saved you? Wan Ling nodded. No wonder when I visited your father a couple of days ago, Fang Yi told me your father's condition has stabilized a lot. He's more spirited. Wan Tianqing looked at Wan Ling with relief. Is he still in the city? Still in Zhongcheng. I gave him a yard. But he plans to open a supermarket at the base to sell food. What? Wan Ling's words shocked everyone. In this world, anyone with a bit of surplus food is hiding it away. Who would dare to open a supermarket? Chief, once this supermarket opens, it will probably attract a lot of attention. Whether this person named Yang Ming can survive is uncertain. If that's the case, why don't we take the initiative? Someone with a flickering gaze spoke up. Opening a supermarket at the Feng City base? Isn't that like throwing a leg of lamb into a wolf pack? Since they got the news first, they will surely take a bite first. Wan Ling's gaze turned cold as she looked at the speaker. Yang Ming is my lifesaver. Wan Ling, am not the kind of person who repays kindness with malice. Without my permission, anyone who dares to make trouble will not be treated kindly. Wan Ling's aura suddenly erupted, causing everyone to change their expressions. Although Wan Ling usually spoke kindly, she was certainly not a pushover, especially after Wan Tianhao's incident. As Wan Ling became the head of the Wan family and was a powerful ability user, naturally, no one dared to defy her. Seeing this, Wan Ling finally regained her composure. After thinking for a moment, Wan Ling ordered, arrange a team to maintain order and protect the safety of that yard. Also, try to collect some gold and take some zombie crystal cores from the warehouse. Yang Ming only accepts zombie crystal cores and gold for trading. Yes, everyone took their orders. In Zhongcheng, inside the yard, Yang Ming was preparing for the opening, but he found that opening a supermarket wasn't so simple. First, there was the pricing of various items and food. He couldn't just price them based on zombie crystal cores and gold, right? The high-value items were easier to price, but the low-value ones were hard to quantify. Just as Yang Ming was troubled, Jiang Yue arrived, seeing the room full of food. Her capacity to accept it was much stronger, as she had traded with Yang Ming a few times and knew he had a lot of food. However, this warehouse full of goods still left her stunned for a long time. After learning about Yang Ming's thoughts, Jiang Yue was somewhat shocked by his boldness. After thinking for a moment, she said, actually, we can implement a real name point system, just like the supermarkets before the apocalypse, where goods are marked with point values. Then we can exchange the zombie crystal cores and gold for points. Hearing Jiang Yue's words, Yang Ming's eyes lit up. Right. He had fallen into a mental trap. He looked at Jiang Yue in surprise. Did you study management before? Before the apocalypse, I majored in management and did some management planning for supermarkets after graduation. Jiang Yue smiled slightly. A talent. Yang Ming thought for a moment and said, from now on, you will manage this supermarket. As for the salary, once you set up the point system, you will be paid based on the equivalent of 300 jin of rice per month. Jiang Yue was taken aback and said, boss, it's only right to work for you. You don't need to pay me. Yang Ming waved his hand. Even brothers should keep accounts clear. If you work for me, I certainly can't treat you unfairly. That's settled. Can I bring my subordinates over to help? Jiang Yue asked. Yang Ming had a good impression of those ordinary mercenaries under Jiang Yue. Moreover, plenty of people would be needed to work here later. Yang Ming's subordinates, like T800. Jiang Yue couldn't use anyway, so he nodded. In the next 2 days, Jiang Yue listed all the items and provided an exchange list. The exchange rates were quite straightforward. 1 G of gold could be exchanged for 1,000 points. A level 1 zombie crystal core could be exchanged for 10,000 points. And a level 2 zombie crystal core could be exchanged for 100,000 points. As for the value of supermarket items, it was priced according to their rarity. For example, 1 gene of rice was worth 10 points. After finalizing the prices, Jiang Yue directly posted the price list at the entrance. This peculiar scene immediately attracted a large number of survivors and mercenaries from Zhongcheng to watch. A supermarket? Selling food? There's even rice, flour, vegetables, and pork and beef? Are you kidding me? I've worked my ass off for days and can't even find a pack of expired, moldy instant noodles. And this supermarket can sell anything? Do you think this is before the apocalypse? Who the hell is scamming people again? The crowd murmured, but very few believed it. In today's world, resources were scarce. Although it had only been over 3 years since the apocalypse, food had basically rotted away. coupled with the drastic changes in the environment after the apocalypse. Growing food had become difficult. The value of food now was truly comparable to gold before the apocalypse. Who would take out a bit of food to sell? They were afraid of being found out and getting killed for it. Therefore, no one stepped forward. Everyone looked on in disbelief. Yang Ming didn't say much, just calmly stated, "Today is the first day of opening. The first exchange has a discount, double points." The crowd laughed. "Can you really exchange gold for medicine and food?" Just then, a childish voice asked. Many turned to look. A ragged, emaciated little girl was staring blankly at the list in front of her. Where did this wild girl come from? Isn't she that girl from Lu Fongfong's family, Lu Xiao? Someone recognized her. "Oh, I remember now. Her mother is that streetwalker. I even helped her with her business," someone said, their tone somewhat frivolous. Many looked at Lu Xiao with disdain. However, Lu Xiao didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. Instead, she stared intently at a medicine on the list. Benzyl penicillin. "Can I really exchange for it?" Lu Xiao looked at Yang Ming with hope, like a drowning person grasping for a straw. Of course, Lu Xiao pulled a somewhat dark, goldfish-shaped necklace from her neck. It was something her grandmother bought for her before the apocalypse, and she had worn it for many years without taking it off. "Can this be exchanged for this medicine?" Lu Xiao pointed at benzyl penicillin and asked. Yang Ming took it, weighed it in his hand, his eyes moving slightly. "Your name is Lu Xiao?" "Yes." After pondering for a moment, Yang Ming weighed the tiny goldfish necklace, which was no bigger than a pinky finger. He said to Jiang Yue, "Give her 1,000 points." Jiang Yue was taken aback, glanced at Yang Ming, and smiled. The boss really is kind-hearted. Chapter 38. Heading to beautiful country, this little goldfish, weighing only a few grams of gold, was hardly worth 1,000 points. After registering Lu Xiao's points, Jiang Yue planned to get her the medicine. However, Yang Ming stopped her. "No, you can't cheat a little girl out of her meager gold. That's not human." Around them, some thought Yang Ming was trying to pull a fast one. "See, I told you. Who knows which big shot from the inner city is using a white glove? They don't care about their reputation at all. I don't get it. What is the use of gold in this day and age? I wouldn't even wanted to wipe my ass." Maybe she has some special collecting hobby. Lu Xiao's face went pale, her expression dimmed, preparing to leave. She had encountered too many situations of being tricked and cheated and had grown numb to it. However, Yang Ming's next words made her stop in her tracks. "This medicine is for your mother, right?" Benzyl penicillin. He recognized it. It was the special medicine for treating syphilis. Combined with the teasing remarks from the crowd earlier, it wasn't hard for Yang Ming to guess. Lu Xiao nodded. "My mom is sick. She is going to die soon. I want to save her." Lu Xiao's voice trembled slightly. She was a very strong person. After struggling for so long with her mother after the apocalypse, she hadn't shed a single tear. "Bring your mother over, and I'll give you the medicine," Yang Ming said calmly. Lu Xiao looked up at Yang Ming, stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and simply said one word. "Okay." She turned and left. Jiang Yue sighed slightly. Lu Xiao reminded her of her younger sister, Jiang Yue. This damned world. Jiang Yue looked at Yang Ming, wanting to say something but hesitating. "You want to ask why I won't give the medicine?" Jiang Yue remained silent. "If I give her the medicine, do you think she can survive to go back?" Yang Ming said lightly. Jiang Yue was taken aback, glanced around, then smiled bitterly. "I was thinking too simply. Lu Xiao's home wasn't far from here, so it only took a few minutes." Soon, Lu Xiao returned with a gaunt middle-aged woman on her back. Jiang Yue came out with the medicine, and Yang Ming directly injected the woman. "Damn, there really is medicine?" The onlookers suddenly became agitated. Medicines are rare in the apocalypse, and evolved beings rarely get sick due to their strong physical condition. So medicine isn't an absolute necessity for them. But ordinary people are different. Many have perished from minor colds and fevers in the apocalypse. Who knows if it's real? Whether it works is another question, someone retorted. "You need to inject once a week. For now, you can stay here," Yang Ming said to Lu Xiao after the injection. He then handed her a bag of Dolly Garden bread. "Arrange a place for her to stay, deduct the accommodation fee from her points. You can decide how much to deduct. Oh, and there's this bag of bread." As Yang Ming injected Lu Fongfong, Lu Xiao's mother, the people around didn't feel anything. After all, there were no immediate effects. Who knows if it's real? But when Yang Ming pulled out a bag of bread, everyone was shocked. Their eyes were glued to the bread in Lu Xiao's hands. "Is that bread?" Someone's eyes widened. "Such a new package, it doesn't look expired. Where can you find something still within the shelf life now?" Gulp. "I haven't eaten bread in ages. Is this real? Could there really be food?" Someone pointed at the list, their voice filled with disbelief. Many mercenaries around fell silent, and the scene suddenly became eerily quiet. Yang Ming calmly took out a teriyaki chicken leg and started munching on it. The aroma wafted through the air, and everyone swallowed hard. The looks directed at Yang Ming lost their previous mockery, replaced by a hint of eagerness. Many instinctively reached for the guns on their bodies. Although there was basic order within the base, the first rule of survival in the apocalypse is to rob. In the face of absolute interests, order is nonsense. Jiang Yue sensed something was off. Looking at the group of people with hungry wolf-like gazes, her heart tightened. Several of Jiang Yue's mercenary subordinates also appeared anxious, quickly unlocking the safeties on their guns to intimidate. Seeing this, Yang Ming sneered internally, unfazed, and casually tossed the half-eaten chicken leg on the ground. Many were taken aback by this sight, cursing inwardly. Damn it, he didn't even finish the chicken leg, wasting food. This guy is really damned. Just then, a row of fully armed T800s emerged from the backyard, carrying Browning heavy machine guns. The yellow-orange ammunition belts and the 127mm caliber bullets instantly calmed the previously restless crowd. Damn, a heavy machine gun. And it's the American M2. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. Many felt a chill down their spines. Even if they were unwilling, they had no choice. In front of this thing, even evolved beings had to run. At that moment, a convoy of Hummers arrived. A unit disembarked and quickly formed a defensive perimeter to secure the area. People from the Wanjia inner city. This guy is actually connected to Wanjia. No wonder. Wanling got out of the car, waved his hand, and dozens of boxes of gold were unloaded. Then he handed Yang Ming 20 level 2 zombie crystals. Looking at the adjacent list, he said, "Convert all of these into points." Seeing those zombie crystals, Yang Ming's eyes lit up. Though they weren't as valuable as the level 3 zombie crystals he had taken down in the hospital, these level 2 zombie crystals could still replenish a lot of source material for him. Indeed, doing business is best with such big clients. After Jiang Yue calculated the value, Yang Ming took the zombie crystals. After chatting with Wanling for a bit, Wanling's people began continuously transporting food out of the yard. This scene made all the onlookers restless. Their eyes were about to pop out. Is that 50 pounds of rice? And high-gluten flour. There are even onions, carrots, and potatoes. What are those guys carrying? A big fat pig. There's really food. And vegetables and meat. It's all real. I still have some gold bars at home. I need to go back for a bit. I also need to head back. Many quick-wit people had already started to leave. Some who already had goods on them stepped forward to register for points. After genuinely purchasing a teriyaki chicken leg in the same packaging that Yang Ming had just eaten, the surrounding crowd was completely ignited. In no time, a long line formed in front of the door. The news of a supermarket appearing at the Fengshi base quickly spread throughout the entire Fengshi survivor base. Inside the factory, Yang Ming was reviewing the day's sales. A total of 30 level 2 zombie crystals were obtained, 20 of which were from Wanling, and 10 were exchanged from others. As for level 1 zombie crystals, there were a total of 50. Yang Ming was quite excited. These were all source materials and key to upgrading his factory. Recycling. He directly recycled these zombie crystals. And soon Yang Ming's source material jumped from over 3,000 points to over 12,000 points. And this was just the beginning. The zombie crystals at the Fengshi survivor base were definitely not limited to this amount. Since the last upgrade, the factory's experience had been growing quite slowly. So far, everything Yang Ming produced had only increased the experience by less than 5 points. The road ahead is long and arduous. With this 12,000 points of source material, Yang Ming didn't spend it. Instead, he saved it. After thinking for a moment, Yang Ming dispatched another 10 T100s to maintain security at the Fengshi base and 30 T100s, along with 1 T200, which was more than enough strength. After arranging things with Jiang Yue, Yang Ming returned to the real world. In the warehouse, Yang Ming's figure suddenly appeared. After glancing at the empty warehouse, he drove back to the villa. The next day, he originally planned to find Fang Yanmin, but instead received a WeChat message from her. Brother Yang Ming, the school is having a welcome party next week, and I'll be participating with a program, so I won't be able to accompany you for the next couple of days. Baby-o, will you be able to come then? Little looking forward to it-o. Happy. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. It turns out that true love isn't about not replying to messages for half a day. Back when he was a simp, his chat with Su Jintheng was always dominated by his messages, with her taking 7 or 8 hours to reply once, which was considered frequent. Just as Yang Ming was about to put down his phone, a call came in. Mr. Yang Ming, this is Li Xiu. Going to the United States? Yang Ming guessed the purpose of Li Xiu's call. Yes, today's flight ticket. Shall I send someone to pick you up now? Okay. Yang Ming thought for a moment and nodded. Chapter 39, Arrival in Las Vegas. In the Qingshan Villa area, at the entrance, a taxi stopped. Su Jintheng took out a red bill and handed it to the driver. No change needed. After saying that, Su Jintheng got out of the car and took out a mirror to tidy up her appearance. Hey, wait a minute. What's wrong? Do you still want my WeChat? You don't even look in the mirror. Am I the kind of level you can approach? Hearing the driver's shout, Su Jintheng rolled her eyes, looking quite impatient. The driver's face darkened. 100 yuan? Are you kidding? Didn't you check the meter? It's 250. Su Jintheng leaned in to take a look, and it really was 250. Her expression soured a bit, and she reluctantly pulled out 150. The driver took the money and sneered. With your level? Even the girls I find at the bathhouse are better than you. With that taunt, the driver stepped on the gas and sped away, leaving Su Jintheng looking like she had just eaten something unpleasant. Driving a broken taxi, who do you think you are? Once I find a powerful man, I will never have to deal with scum like you again, humph. After saying this, Su Jintheng glanced towards the villa. She then adjusted her white dress and touched up her makeup, feeling quite satisfied. Yang Ming had always liked her pure appearance. Her iPhone in the bag rang. Jintheng, I booked a room at the Westin Hotel. How about we have a little fun tonight? The voice of Chu Chen came through the phone. Su Jintheng frowned. I got my period. After realizing Yang Ming's identity, Su Jintheng increasingly looked down on someone like Chu Chen. If she wanted to win Yang Ming over, she had to keep herself relatively clean, which meant reducing contact with Chu Chen. After all, no man likes a toilet. Wait, are you kidding me? Your period lasts for half a month? Chu Chen said. Is it a problem that I have irregular periods? All right. Is that how we're playing it? Then I'm going to find Xylee. After saying that, Chu Chen hung up. Su Jintheng didn't care. If she had seen Chu Chen looking for other women before, she would have been angry and jealous, but now she had a new target. Who cares? At that moment, several black luxury SUVs worth millions drove into the villa area, and Su Jintheng was taken aback. All these cars actually stopped in front of Yang Ming's villa number 1. A group of muscular bodyguards in black suits, wearing sunglasses and headphones, got out of the cars. Then, under the protection of several bodyguards, Yang Ming got into a car and hurriedly left. Su Jintheng was dumbfounded. She had come here to reconcile with Yang Ming, but now it seemed to be in vain. However, her heart raced wildly. Yang Ming truly had an extraordinary identity. This kind of scene was even more impressive than a CEO's. Yang Ming, you are definitely mine. Su Jintheng looked at the SUV Yang Ming was in, her gaze firm. She then took out her phone and continued to try adding Yang Ming on WeChat. Although Yang Ming had never accepted her request, she would not give up. At Las Vegas Reed International Airport, as Yang Ming and Li Xiyu just exited the airport, a convoy of cars approached. After the cars stopped, a group of white bodyguards in black clothes got out, attracting the attention of many onlookers. At the forefront was a very handsome young white man. Beautiful Miss Li Xiyu. Welcome to the free and democratic beautiful country. Smith's eyes lit up when he saw Li Xiyu's beauty, and he grinned, showing off what he thought was a charming smile. Originally, such a task had nothing to do with him, a rich second generation who only knew how to spend money on women, but after seeing Li Xiyu's information, Smith immediately volunteered and told his father that he would take on the task. That's how this scene came to be. Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Li Xiyu explained. The Smith family. His father was once part of the underground forces in Las Vegas, but he has since cleaned up his act and now controls many local industries and casinos. My father spent money to arrange for him to ensure my personal safety. Li Xiyu looked a bit helpless. Her father, Li Jinfeng, had mentioned this to her before, but she had refused. She didn't want to get involved with these foreign powers. However, it seemed her father still sought out the other party. Yang Ming nodded. Smith's smile was almost stiff, but he felt something was off. In the past, he had pursued many highly educated women from Xia country, and usually, when he showed this charming smile, they would eagerly rush to his bed. Not any worse than the cherry blossom girls. But today, for the first time, it didn't work. When he approached Li Xiyu with enthusiasm, she instinctively frowned and took a step back. As a veteran in the dating scene, Smith immediately understood that this woman was different from many Xia country women he had encountered. However, this excited him even more. That kind of Brazilian steak was too easy to obtain. This kind of challenge was what gave him a sense of achievement. So, Smith's eyes twinkled as he immediately switched to a gentlemanly demeanor, stepping back a couple of paces. I'm sorry, I was a bit too enthusiastic. It might have been a bit offensive, please forgive me. Smith even threw out a few phrases in Xia country's language. Sure enough, Li Xiyu's expression improved a lot. Who is this? Smith looked at Yang Ming. He had just seen Li Xiyu whispering with this guy for a few moments. Li Xiyu was about to introduce him when Yang Ming spoke up first. Bodyguard. The hint of competitive hostility in Smith's eyes was well concealed, but how could Yang Ming, as a man, not sense it? Hearing Yang Ming's explanation, Smith nodded, feeling relieved. After getting in the car, the convoy headed towards Las Vegas. Inside the car, Li Xiyu let Yang Ming sit in the middle to block Smith. However, Smith didn't mind at all. He acted like a peacock displaying its feathers, constantly exuding his charm. But it seemed he couldn't break through Li Xiu's defenses, as she responded to him with a cold stare. At the Trump Hotel, after leaving his contact information, Smith departed. That guy is interested in you, Yang Ming chuckled. He's pretty handsome. I don't like foreigners, especially those who smell like overpowering perfume. Li Xiu rolled her eyes. She had been overwhelmed by the scent during the ride and almost felt nauseous, but thankfully, sitting next to Yang Ming helped a lot. Then what type do you like? Yang Ming asked, unable to help himself. Li Xiu blinked. I like Xia countrymen. After saying that, she glanced at Yang Ming intentionally or unintentionally. What are you looking at me for? Do you have a crush on me? Yang Ming thought to himself, feeling a bit narcissistic as he touched his face. After some time in the medical pod, Yang Ming's skin was as soft as a baby's, and when video chatting, he didn't even need to use a filter. Every time he looked in the mirror, he was a bit amazed by his own face. Li Xiu covered her mouth and smiled. They then went up to the presidential suite on the top floor of the Trump Hotel. After over 10 hours on a plane, she felt quite exhausted. And with the time zone change, all she wanted was to rest well for a while. Chapter 40. Heading to the military base. Yang Ming's room was also a presidential suite. This was his first time going abroad. The Trump Hotel is part of the hotel empire of the current president of the beautiful country, the golden-haired man. It was his first time staying in a presidential suite that cost tens of thousands a night, and Yang Ming felt quite emotional. After all, just a month or so ago, he was still a struggling college student working part-time in gaming. Now, he had transformed into someone of high status. And all of this was thanks to the technological factory he had on hand. The room was incredibly luxurious, with several hundred square meters of space. There was a swimming pool, a sofa, a crystal bed, and the entire floor was covered with soft, unknown plush carpets, showcasing extravagance. However, what made Yang Ming feel a bit uncomfortable was that there was a huge portrait of Trump right opposite the head of the bed. Truly, it was worthy of being the son of a democratic country. Even without heating, just looking at the portrait made Yang Ming feel warm inside. Lying on the big bed for a bit, and after the rejuvenation from the medical pod, Yang Ming's body was naturally not comparable to before. A mere 10 hours on a plane was nothing. This time, coming to the beautiful country with Li Xiu was just a favor to ensure her safety. His true goal was to gain something substantial. Li Xiu is still adjusting to the time difference, and it will take some time. This is a good opportunity for Yang Ming to check things out. With that thought, he stepped out onto the balcony and activated his Titan armor. He then flew directly away from the Trump Hotel. Nellis Air Force Base can be considered one of the most important military bases in the beautiful country. It is home to some of the strongest air forces. Historically, some of the most outstanding fighter jets have been secretly tested here. Although it is called an Air Force Base, it also houses a large number of Army troops. The main reason is that it is also one of the most important intercontinental ballistic missile bases in the beautiful country. According to public information, Nellis Air Force Base stores at least over 800 intercontinental ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads. Moreover, the famous Area 51 is also located near this Air Force Base. Yang Ming's speed is very fast. In just a few minutes, he flew over Nellis Air Force Base. Looking down at this massive military base, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Although the empire is on the decline, it is certainly not something everyone can provoke. The hangars are lined up in a row, densely packed. Various fighter jets are neatly arranged. In the distance, one can also see a huge armored group. With all kinds of equipment from the beautiful country's army, there are quite a few personnel in military uniforms within the base, coming and going, appearing quite busy. From time to time, one or two fighter jets take off. Yang Ming clicked his tongue. Just the armed forces of this military base could easily overpower 95 of the countries in the world, no exaggeration. Yang Ming is not particularly interested in these planes. After all, this is the real world, not a game. These planes cannot just be flown at will. They require runways and a large number of personnel for maintenance. Furthermore, these planes need various keys to take off. In reality, flying and engaging in combat with these planes is far from simple. Without professional, systematic training and a complete organization. Even if there are these planes, they would just be a pile of scrap metal. Therefore, for Yang Ming, the appeal of these planes is far less than that of the ground equipment. Compared to the busy Air Force, the Army at Nellis Air Force Base appears quite relaxed. Many soldiers are lounging in tents, soaking up the sun. Some can even be seen competing to shoot nearby cans with M4 rifles. There is also a group having a barbecue party, with beer, drinks, cola, hamburgers, fries, and fried chicken. They seem to be living quite carefree. However, it is understandable. The main task of this army is to protect the nuclear facilities of Nellis Air Force Base. But this is located on the territory of the beautiful country. How many people could cause trouble here? After all, In nearly 100 years, only one army has threatened the homeland of the beautiful country. The result was that the beautiful country dropped 2 nuclear bombs on that damned island nation, which are still under the control of the beautiful country to this day. This is the price of provoking the beautiful country. Yang Ming sneaked in unnoticed. It is said that sexual assault in the beautiful country's military is notoriously high, and it seems that reputation is well-deserved. From a distance, Yang Ming saw a female soldier being alternately assaulted by several soldiers in a room. There were even people taking photos, and it was quite a show. As for some soldiers passing by, they just glanced and then lost interest, as if they were used to it. Yang Ming did not linger here, as he was not there to watch a live show. Furthermore, he had no interest in it. After all, he usually doesn't watch Western media. Entering the army warehouse, there was indeed a lot of equipment. M777 howitzers, various armored vehicles, M1A1 main battle tanks, Paladin self-propelled howitzers, HIMARS rocket launchers, etc., along with a large amount of supporting ammunition. Quite complete. Apart from these, Yang Ming also saw a dozen hangars. Wow. It turned out to be Apache helicopters. When he was a child, Yang Ming admired the sci-fi appearance of the Apache he saw in military magazines and even bought related models. But now he could actually get the real deal. Besides the dozen or so Apache attack helicopters, there were also several CH-47 Chinook transport helicopters stored in the hangar. This type of twin-rotor heavy helicopter, along with the Apache heavy attack helicopter, is something that Xia country still cannot produce. Looking at so much equipment, Yang Ming's eyes lit up. This trip was indeed worthwhile. He struck gold. Those things he got on the military aid ship were nothing compared to this. Yang Ming wasted no time and began to shop. Tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, helicopters, transport planes. He left nothing behind, emptying the entire warehouse in just over 10 minutes. Looking at the densely packed military equipment in the factory warehouse, Yang Ming still felt a bit unsatisfied. Should he go grab a few nuclear bombs to play with? A light bulb moment flashed in Yang Ming's mind. However, he quickly dismissed that idea. Nuclear bombs are too big a deal. Losing a bit of army equipment would just mean the beautiful country would have to swallow their disappointment and settle the accounts with some specialists. But if a few nuclear bombs were lost, that would be a serious problem. It could lead to turmoil in the international situation, which Yang Ming did not want. A peaceful, stable, and orderly reality is what Yang Ming needs. He does not wish for the real world to turn into something like an apocalyptic scenario. Chapter 41. Ninja 8-person group in the evening. At the Trump Hotel, Li Xiu took a nap and finally felt a bit better. After taking a shower, someone knocked on the door. When she opened it, it was Smith, impeccably dressed in a suit. Smith smiled crookedly. Beautiful Ms. Li Xiu. The nights in Las Vegas are world famous. May I invite you to enjoy them together? Smith was quite the gentleman, his sapphire-like eyes gazing at Li Xiu with great charm. If it were another woman, she would likely have agreed. However, Li Xiu frowned. During this sensitive time, she did not want to leave the hotel casually. It would be irresponsible for her safety. Just as she was about to refuse, Smith seemed to have anticipated this. Before she could speak, he directly said, "My father and your father, Li Jinfeng, have always had a close friendship. This time you are here, he specifically instructed me to be a good host, and I naturally cannot neglect it." Li Xiu had the words on the tip of her tongue, but ultimately did not say them. After all, the other party was being kind, and he even brought up her father. She did not want to create too much tension with Smith, especially since he was there to protect her on her father's behalf, and the Smith family had considerable influence in Las Vegas. Regardless, out of respect for her father's connections, she felt she should give him some face. After thinking for a moment, Li Xiu asked, "Where are we going?" Not refusing, Smith's eyes lit up. There is a casino nearby, which is also a property of the Smith family, just a few kilometers away, only a few minutes' drive. I'll go call Yang Ming. Li Xiu thought for a moment and said, "Let's invite Yang Ming too." Smith's expression stiffened. He had originally planned to have a romantic evening alone with Li Xiu. So why bring Yang Ming, the third wheel? He quickly stepped forward and said, "Ms. Li Xiu, I know you are worried about personal safety, but I think you should trust our Smith family's power in Las Vegas. Our bodyguards are all battle-hardened professionals, capable of ensuring your safety. They are definitely not comparable to this Yang Ming, who has never seen blood." Of course, Smith did not say the last part out loud, but that was what he was thinking. Yang Ming, the bodyguard from the summer country, looked down on him completely. He had seen too many bodyguards from the summer country. Most of them were just for show, and many hadn't even touched a gun. At best, they were just there to show off. How could they compare to the top soldiers under his command, who had come from the battlefields of the Middle East and Afghanistan? However, Li Xiu didn't pay any attention to that. Instead, she went straight to Yang Ming's room not far away and knocked on the door. But no one answered. Smith smiled slightly. "Miss Li Xiu, It seems Mr. Yang Ming hasn't adjusted to the time difference yet. Shall we not disturb him and let him rest? We're just going out for a bit, and we'll be back soon. Li Xiu thought for a moment and nodded. A simple stroll shouldn't be a problem, especially since it was still on Smith's family's property. So, she decided not to disturb him. Downstairs, a convoy of Maybach cars and dozens of bodyguards stood ready, making a grand scene as they escorted Li Xiu and Smith into the car. The convoy then left the Trump Hotel. In the room, Yang Ming suddenly appeared. After stealing equipment from Nellis Air Force Base, he returned to the hotel and made a trip to the Apocalypse. He transferred all the armored vehicles, tanks, and artillery he had obtained from Nellis Air Force Base to the open space above the factory in the Apocalypse. Although the factory warehouse could hold them, stacking them all inside would look chaotic, so Yang Ming placed everything on the ground of the Apocalypse. There were hardly any living people in the city, so he wasn't worried about anyone seeing it. Suddenly, a large area of American armored equipment appeared in the city of the Apocalypse. After finishing all this, Yang Ming returned to the real world, just missing Li Xiu, unaware that Li Xiu had left. He took a shower and started playing with the latest PS5 in the suite, playing Battlefield. Unfortunately, Yang Ming was not familiar with the controller, so he was getting heavily beaten. After being slaughtered repeatedly, Yang Ming was annoyed. He activated his nanometal skin and, under the top-notch control of the nanobots, he seemed to have turned on a physical cheat, hitting targets accurately and entering a rampage mode. Meanwhile, Li Xiu followed Smith around the casino. She was not interested in gambling, so after a while of wandering around, she found Smith just putting on a show in his own casino, which left her feeling uninterested. Seeing this, Smith suggested they head back to rest. So, he took Li Xiu in a Maybach and left the casino. Why aren't we going back to the hotel? Why did you bring me here? After getting out of the car, Li Xiu's expression darkened. Smith had not taken her back to the hotel, but to a large villa in the suburbs of Las Vegas. Smith cleared his throat and explained, "This is my villa in Las Vegas. There's a party tonight, so I thought I'd bring you along to socialize." Inside the villa, many young men and women were coming and going, dressed provocatively, drinking, and dancing. Li Xiu did not like such occasions. American parties, to put it bluntly, were just gatherings for drug use and promiscuity, and she had no interest in that culture. Smith said, "Miss Li Xiu, don't worry, this is a legitimate party. No drugs and no promiscuity." After several encounters, Smith understood that the woman in front of him was a traditional and conservative one from the summer country, so he added, "After the party, I will arrange for someone to take you back to the hotel." Li Xiu glanced at Smith, but said nothing. She felt a bit irritable. Things were out of her control, and there was an increasing sense of unease, even though there were at least dozens of security guards with rifles around the villa. This feeling still did not dissipate. Seeing this, Smith felt pleased. He had his own insights on flirting. For conservative women like her, one had to keep testing and breaking through their bottom lines to completely conquer them. Bringing her to his villa for a party without her permission was a test, and he succeeded. As he was greeted with flattery from the men and women in the villa, Smith felt quite pleased. However, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Li Xiu seemed to be lost in thought, completely ignoring him, which made him feel a bit awkward. So he changed the subject. "Miss Li Xiu, this is a Komodo dragon I imported from India, which cost me over $4 million. I also enjoy raising animals from around the world." Li Xiu took a look at the huge lizard in the enclosure, which was sticking out its tongue, and felt a chill, instinctively moving away. In the distance, the music in the dance floor was deafening, with many men and women swaying wildly inside. "Can I invite you to dance, Miss Li?" Smith saw Li Xiu looking towards the dance floor and thought she might be interested, so he hurriedly invited her. "I don't like dancing," Li Xiu declined. The people on the dance floor looked noticeably high-spirited, and she could even smell a faint scent of drugs. She felt disdainful. This was clearly drug use, and it was evident that they couldn't change their habits. She just wanted to wait for the party to end and leave. For some reason, her unease was growing stronger. Smith's face also stiffened. This woman was indeed difficult to deal with, perhaps the most challenging one he had encountered. Just as he was about to try a different approach, a sudden change occurred. The bright lights in the villa suddenly went out. Chaos erupted inside the villa. "Damn it! Which vagrant dug up my wires?" Smith cursed with a stern face. "Hurry and turn on the backup power. Don't let me find out who it is, or you'll end up as fertilizer for democracy." Click, click, click. A few emergency lights turned on, and everyone calmed down a bit, no longer panicking. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the inconvenience. I didn't let you enjoy yourselves. I apologize here, and I will cover all expenses tonight. Afterward, I will compensate each of you with $10,000. Upon hearing Smith's words, the men and women present cheered. They were happy to come and also make some extra cash. Many beautiful women sent flirtatious glances at Smith, making him feel a bit elated. Suddenly, several objects fell from the sky, splashing into the pool. The originally blue pool instantly turned blood red. Ah! Some men and women still in the pool screamed. Upon closer inspection, dismembered bodies floated on the surface of the water. James Smith, who was not far away, saw a familiar head floating in the water and shouted out loud. This was the sniper he had arranged on the roof of his villa. The sniper on the roof was killed. What did that mean? Smith's pupils contracted sharply, and his hair stood on end. They were under attack. Chapter 42. Massacre. As soon as he finished speaking, several more blood-splattered body parts fell into the pool. The villa was immediately thrown into chaos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens pierced through the air and struck the emergency lights, plunging the entire villa into darkness. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, 4 or 5 bodies hung in the air. Blood streamed down from their heads. Their bodies were constricted by silver metal threads, and then, as if they were tofu, their bodies were torn apart, with intestines spilling everywhere. Some yellowish-white substances landed on the fleeing bikini-clad women, causing a few to faint from fright. Seeing this scene, Smith turned pale. WTF. These were top snipers he had recruited from the Delta Force, and they were taken out just like that? On the rooftop, under the faint glow of the night sky, 8 figures dressed entirely in black, with only a pair of icy eyes visible, appeared. They were dressed like ninjas, carrying 2 samurai swords on their backs. Thud. Are we filming a movie, or what? Smith swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear. Someone. Hurry, someone. Protect me. Come help me. Smith shouted hoarsely. Outside the villa, the bodyguards stationed there rushed in with guns drawn. Take them out. Get rid of those damned things. Seeing his bodyguards rush in, Smith's pale face regained some color. The bodyguards he had recruited were all well-trained soldiers, and upon seeing the horrific situation inside the villa, their expressions turned grave. They aimed their guns at the 8 shadowy figures. Tat, tat, tat. Gunfire erupted, shells flying and clattering on the tiled floor with a crisp metallic sound. After a barrage of bullets, everyone looked warily at the rooftop. The figures had vanished without a trace. Did we get them? Smith, hiding among the bodyguards, asked in terror. Young Master Smith, with that kind of firepower, the enemy should be dead, one bodyguard replied. Just as he finished speaking, right in front of Smith's terrified gaze, the bodyguard was instantly torn apart. The others felt a chill run down their spines and prepared to fire. In the darkness, several shurikens flew toward them. Before they could pull the trigger, their heads were pierced by the shurikens. A black-clad ninja wielding a samurai sword approached with a cruel and mocking gaze. The speed was astonishing as he drew his sword from behind, flashes of cold light cutting through the air. The bodyguards were decapitated in an instant, their bodies dismembered. Kill. A voice echoed in the darkness, and blades flashed all around. The sounds of wails, pleas for mercy, curses, and the sickening sound of blades slicing through flesh and bone turned what was once a villa filled with laughter into a hell on earth. In just a few seconds, all of Smith's remaining bodyguards were wiped out, and the gunfire ceased. Li Xiu quickly hid in some bushes, her face pale with shock as she watched everything unfold. She recognized these ninjas, having seen them once before at Yang Ming's villa. They looked exactly the same. However, back then, the ninja had been beaten to a pulp by Yang Ming, so she hadn't felt the terror of the ninjas directly. Now she felt it. What should I do? Li Xiu's eyes were filled with horror, feeling lost. Glancing at her phone, an idea struck her, and she quickly sent a voice message on WeChat. Yang Ming. There are ninjas here, help. She then sent out her location. There's actually a survivor here. A voice that sounded like it came from hell came from behind her, causing Li Xiu's body to stiffen. A bloodstained samurai sword was suddenly placed against her neck. It's over. This was Li Xiu's last thought. However, the sword did not immediately sever her head. Instead, it halted in front of her artery. East Asian woman. What a beautiful woman. Hee, tonight is my lucky night. The voice was extremely grating, speaking in Japanese, which Li Xiu couldn't understand. Then, she felt a tremendous force, and she was thrown onto the floor. At that moment, she finally saw the horrific scene in the villa. It could be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with severed limbs everywhere. Originally, around 70 to 80 people were in the villa, but now only Li Xiu and the trembling Smith remained. 8 ninjas, fully wrapped except for their eyes, appeared before them. I thought it would be difficult. Kato Eagle is truly useless to fall at the hands of a woman. One ninja twirled a shuriken, looking at Li Xiu with a cold snort. It was clear that these individuals were associated with Kato Eagle, who had died at Yang Ming's hands. Since Kato Eagle went to Summer Country for a mission and went missing, after several confirmations, it was determined that Kato Eagle had failed the mission and was dead. This enraged the Night Moon Ninja clan. It was unforgivable for a wealthy merchant's daughter to have taken down one of their top members. The Night Moon clan had always been true to their word. If they said they would kill her family, they would do just that. After some discussion, they thought the Summer Country officials had intervened, and given their wariness of the Summer Country authorities, they had remained inactive, only to encounter Li Xiu on her way to Las Vegas, leading to this operation. The ninjas looked at Li Xiu, their eyes filled with lewd desire for beautiful targets. They always preferred to assault before killing, letting their enemies die in fear. Li Xiu's appearance clearly met their requirements. Whoosh! Pink powder floated toward Li Xiu and Smith. Li Xiu's face lost all color. She couldn't understand their words, but she could read their intentions to strip her bare. Seeing the powder mist, Li Xiu instinctively held her breath. This stuff can be absorbed through the skin too. Feeling her body gradually heat up, a flush crept onto Li Xiu's face. Who left this white man here? One ninja asked. Old 3 likes men. He left it, another ninja replied. The others all looked at a somewhat effeminate ninja, who was gazing at Smith with fiery eyes. The others felt a sense of foreboding. Old 3 removed his mask, revealing a rugged face covered in a thick beard. Slowly approaching, a terrible scream erupted. It was Smith's anguished cry. At that moment, Li Xiu's gaze became hazy, filled with seductive allure. Quickly finish and clean up before leaving, said one of them as they prepared to commit their heinous act. Who can come and save me? Seeing this scene, Li Xiu felt despair, and Yang Ming's figure floated in her mind. But then she self-deprecated. The Trump Hotel was so far away, and even if Yang Ming wanted to help, he couldn't make it in just a few minutes. Li Xiu was filled with regret. The ninjas all focused their attention on Li Xiu, believing there were no living people left in the villa, completely letting their guard down. Meanwhile, Yang Ming had always thought Li Xiu was at the hotel, so when he received her WeChat message, he was somewhat stunned. However, he immediately activated the Titan armor and rushed over. He happened to witness the scene before him. Another hero-saving beauty moment. Yang Ming felt this cliché plot was happening too often lately. Could it be that he really was the protagonist? You lot. Everyone else is taking turns. And you all come at once. Aren't you ashamed? Publicly molesting a woman. I see you've eaten too many red beans. Who? The sudden voice startled the ninjas. Old 3 also drew his weapon, accompanied by Smith's scream. What the hell? Not only molesting women, but also molesting men. Yang Ming exclaimed, shocked at the sight of Smith's bloody ordeal. Chapter 43. I'll teach you how to play Hanzo. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Upon seeing Yang Ming, the 8 ninjas immediately vanished. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes. The Titan armor activated, and the optical camouflage turned on. Yang Ming did not intend to reveal the existence of the Titan armor, so even after activating the optical camouflage, he still appeared in casual clothes. The cold light fell, and several blades struck towards Yang Ming's face. Be careful. Although Li Xiu felt hot all over, her basic sense of reason remained. The moment she saw Yang Ming, the despair in her heart dissipated, replaced by a feeling of relief at surviving. She didn't know why, but upon seeing Yang Ming, she inexplicably felt a sense of security. Even in the face of 8 terrifying ninjas, the ninjas moved quickly, but Yang Ming was not slow either. The moment the Titan armor activated, the scanning device locked onto the 8 individuals. At the same time, his body moved at a terrifying speed to evade. A strike missed. The 8 ninjas were all taken aback. They exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing. A master. Soon, several of them showed excited, bloodthirsty expressions. Kill. With a low shout, they continued charging towards Yang Ming. Yang Ming had 2 desert eagles in his hands, which had appeared there at some point, and a faint cold smile played on his lips. If you want to play, then let us play. With both guns firing, under the precise control of the Titan armor, Yang Ming aimed at the foreheads of these ninjas. However, to Yang Ming's surprise, the bullets flying towards them were directly sliced in half by the ninjas' blades. Damn. Is this for real? Yang Ming twitched his mouth. A group of people was caught in a melee, gunshots ringing out, and blades flashing. Yang Ming was showcasing his dual-wielding skills, fighting against 8 top assassins. This scene left Li Xiu and Smith, who was still covering his rear and wailing, dumbfounded from a distance. A duel of dismantling techniques versus cherry blossom ninjas. WTF? Yang Ming at the center of the battle was also a bit shocked. His strength was due to the technological enhancement of the Titan armor. Were these ninjas even human? Their reaction speeds and that terrifying power completely broke through the limits of the human body. The 8 ninjas were also stunned. This guy was fighting 8 of them. He had been able to hold out for so long. Is this the strength of someone from Xia country? No wonder the family was so wary of Xia country. The ninjas exchanged glances, and then all 8 of them soared into the air. Suddenly, several silver threads formed a large net, directly ensnaring Yang Ming. One ninja appeared, his eyes crimson. Drawing a katana from his back, he slashed towards Yang Ming. Dragon, I eat enemies. There's a gay guy unzipping my pants. Shadows flickered, even leaving afterimages. Several blades swept past Yang Ming's body. Then this person, extremely pretentiously, sheathed his sword and turned to look at the motionless Yang Ming, his gaze indifferent. Western style? This scene, straight out of a second-rate anime, gave Yang Ming goosebumps. Come on, buddy, haven't you played Hanzo too much? Yang Ming did not fall down. Instead, he turned back with some confusion, looking at the dazed Hanzo with a speechless expression. How is that possible? I've trained for over 10 years. Countless people have died under my blade. How could you be completely unscathed? Hanzo was instantly broken, looking incredulous. I have to say, those few strikes just now were indeed something. The data feedback from the Titan armor indicated that those strikes had exceeded a force of over a ton. Even some bulletproof plates would probably be shattered into pieces under that strike. However, the Titan armor is no ordinary bulletproof plate. So those strikes left not even a scratch on Yang Ming. Could it be that he has cultivated the legendary Golden Bell Shield of Xia Country? One ninja exclaimed in shock. How could it be? The Golden Bell Shield is not something made up. How could it exist in reality? Another ninja retorted. But upon seeing Yang Ming completely unharmed, they were at a loss for words. Boom, boom, boom. A cloud of smoke surrounded them, and Yang Ming felt something being stuck all over him. When it dissipated, it was a bunch of ghostly symbols. Just had Hanzo, and now it's the thousand-handed Tobirama, huh? Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion erupted, and a fireball appeared where Yang Ming was standing, a massive wave of heat washing over, cooking the corpses within several meters. Humph. Now you won't survive. The sly-looking third ninja appeared, looking at the flames with a cold smile. The other ninjas sighed in relief. Yang Ming's previous display of being impervious to blades and bullets had indeed shocked them. However, the explosive talisman used by the third ninja was made with high concentrations of nitroglycerin combined with various other flammable and explosive materials. With a lethality greater than that of a fragmentation grenade, they had just stuck so many on him. Even a tank wouldn't withstand it. Alright, let's take care of these two and retreat quickly. This place is a bit eerie, one ninja suggested. After this ordeal, the group had lost their enthusiasm. Li Xiu stared blankly at the soaring flames, feeling immense regret in her heart. Because of herself, Yang Ming was now in danger of dying here. But just then, Li Xiu suddenly froze, because from the firelight, a figure emerged. It was none other than Yang Ming. Yang Ming picked his nose. Are you done having fun? Now it's my turn. He had just wanted to see what this group was capable of. The 8 ninjas stiffened. Just as they turned back, Yang Ming was already in front of them. Electric energy surged. With the nuclear fusion battery fully charged, he delivered a powerful kick that sent one ninja flying. The force was so great that this guy exploded into a mist of blood midair. Second brother. The other ninja's eyes widened in horror. Still calling out? I'm coming for you. Yang Ming aimed another kick at another ninja. However, seeing Yang Ming's terrifying power, this ninja dared not take it head-on and dodged to the side. But Yang Ming's originally aimed kick suddenly halted within human speed, then directly kicked into this ninja's chest. Ribs shattered, and his chest caved in. His entire body crashed against the wall, and Yang Ming casually threw a kunai, pinning the corpse to the wall. So it was you who killed Kato Eagle. The remaining 6 surviving ninjas changed their expressions drastically upon seeing the kunai. Retreat. At this moment, even if they were foolish, they knew that this person before them was not something they could handle. They tried to throw smoke bombs to escape. But how could Yang Ming let them have their way? He drew out a katana. Let me teach you how to play Hanzo. Dragon, I eat enemies. His body transformed into an afterimage. Blade light flickered, and afterimages danced. In less than a second, the 6 ninjas who had intended to escape found their bodies frozen in place. Yang Ming sheathed his sword and, like a top master, turned back to glance at them indifferently. Western style? As soon as the words left his mouth, the 4 ninjas' bodies shattered into pieces like those in the Matrix swept by lasers. Li Xiu stared blankly at Yang Ming, who had walked up to her. This shocking scene, akin to a duel of martial arts masters, left her stunned. When she saw Yang Ming approach, for some reason, her heart raced. As her body relaxed, that strange feeling surged to her head. In an instant, Li Xiu's eyes glistened, and she became alluring. Beside her, Smith, who had also been drugged, crawled over, drooling at the sight of Li Xiu. Damn it! Yang Ming frowned and kicked him away. Unfortunately, he landed in the enclosure of the lizard Smith had raised. The third sister-in-law also didn't expect that a trip abroad would lead to such a fast food experience. Yang Ming was a bit creeped out by this eye-watering scene and quickly turned his head away, fearing he might catch something. Yang Ming, I feel so uncomfortable. Help me. Li Xiu's gaze was dazed. With a beauty in his arms, actively flirting, warm and soft. Who could resist? Hey, Yang Ming resisted. Chapter 44. The Mysterious Stone. He found a Lamborghini from the villa. Yang Ming drove back to the hotel with Li Xiu. In the presidential suite, Yang Ming placed Li Xiu on the bed. At this moment, she had lost consciousness, her body moving aimlessly, mumbling to herself. Hot. So uncomfortable. Yang Ming looked at Li Xiu, who was writhing on the bed like a maggot, and thought for a moment. Suddenly, a mass of white mist appeared in his hand. This mist floated in Yang Ming's palm, and he directed it towards Li Xiu. The mist seemed to have a consciousness of its own, rushing towards Li Xiu's body. It then entered her body. This mist was none other than the medical nanobots from the medical pod. During this time, Yang Ming had developed some other functions from using the medical maintenance pod, such as controlling the medical nanobots for remote treatment, just like now. Although the effect was much weaker due to being away from the central control of the medical pod, it was more than enough to handle the current situation. After entering Li Xiu's body, the medical nanobots quickly began to clear the drug residues from her bloodstream. In just over a minute, a layer of pink sweat appeared on Li Xiu's body. Moreover, some other bodily impurities could be seen, which helped to cleanse her body. Looks like you got a bargain. Yang Ming chuckled lightly, observing the gradually calming Li Xiu. As the bodily impurities were gradually eliminated, a layer of yellowish-brown stinky residue appeared on Li Xiu's skin. Not long after, a swarm of white nanobots exited Li Xiu's body. Yang Ming collected them and carried Li Xiu into the bathroom. He placed her in the bathtub and rinsed her off several times with the Shoriat. Having helped people with pig slaughtering for money when he was younger, this kind of scrubbing was second nature to him. After cleaning her up, he tossed Li Xiu onto the bed and returned to his room. What Yang Ming didn't know was that after he left, Li Xiu's previously tightly closed eyes slowly opened, looking at the door that had just closed. A blush rising on her face. In the room, Yang Ming lay on the bed, playing with a white object in his hand that resembled jade. His eyes filled with curiosity. He could actually feel energy fluctuations coming from this stone. This kind of energy fluctuation felt somewhat familiar. Zombie crystal core. However, its appearance was different. Zombie crystal cores were red, while this one was white. He had obtained this from a few ninjas he had defeated. Could it be that the reason these ninjas possessed extraordinary strength was because of this? Yang Ming pondered for a moment before returning to the factory to recycle this item. It really works. Yang Ming's eyes widened. 30 points of source material. This piece had only half the conversion rate of a level 1 zombie crystal core. But it was already impressive. Yang Ming squinted at the source material. Why was there such a thing in the real world? He felt puzzled. He could understand the existence of zombie crystal cores in the apocalyptic world. After all, zombies existed, so the appearance of zombie crystal cores was something he could accept. But to find such things in the real world was quite surprising. In his understanding, such beyond comprehension things should not exist in the real world. The appearance of this item made him feel somewhat strange about the world he had lived in for over 20 years. It seemed that the real world wasn't so simple after all. Yang Ming's gaze deepened. Sakura country. The Yayu family. Quite interesting. The next day, Li Xiu knocked on Yang Ming's door. Awake? Looks like you slept well last night. Yang Ming nodded after glancing at Li Xiu's condition. The effect of the medical nanobots was indeed strong. After last night's adjustments, Li Xiu's skin had become much more supple, and she looked significantly younger. Li Xiu blushed upon seeing Yang Ming, her gaze somewhat evasive. In fact, she had already woken up after Yang Ming took her into the bathroom last night. However, she was too embarrassed to open her eyes after being scrubbed like a dead pig by Yang Ming. Yang Ming, you saved my life again. I don't know how to beat you up, Li Xiu said with a wry smile, but her eyes seemed to have a different meaning when looking at Yang Ming. Why not offer yourself in return? Isn't that how dramas go? I actually quite like rich women, Yang Ming joked with a grin. Really? Li Xiu blinked. Cough cough. Just kidding. Yang Ming almost choked on his breath. Why did it feel like this girl took him seriously? Could it be that she was captivated by his grand display of prowess last night? Indeed, the age-old trick of heroes saving the beauty was a timeless tool for flirting. Of course, that required his handsome face, second only to the readers. Otherwise, it would not be the young lady has no way to repay, only to offer herself. But rather the young lady has no way to repay. In the next life, she will work like an ox or horse to repay your kindness. At that moment, Smith approached with his bodyguards. Yang Ming was somewhat surprised. This foreigner had strong physical quality. He had been assaulted by ninjas last night and spent a wonderful night with his sister-in-law, yet he could still get up today. However, Smith seemed to walk a bit awkwardly, and his face was somewhat bruised. Upon seeing Yang Ming, a hint of fear flashed in Smith's eyes. He had witnessed Yang Ming's terrifying strength last night without missing a beat. Damn, those 8 ninjas were already extremely terrifying. slaughtering dozens of his bodyguards and nearly 100 people. Such strength was something he had never heard of or seen before. Yet, this bodyguard from a country he had always looked down upon turned out to be even more terrifying than those ninjas. The 8 ninjas were killed by this guy like they were chickens. If this guy were to attack him, wouldn't he be sliced up? At this thought, Smith shivered all over, and a sudden anal fissure made him gasp in shock. "Good morning, Mr. Smith," Yang Ming greeted with a faint smile. Smith perked up, his expression tense as he respectfully bowed to Yang Ming. "Mr. Yang, I apologize for the previous lack of hospitality. I hope you can forgive me." Smith chuckled awkwardly. At the same time, he looked at Li Xiu without the previous possessiveness. It was a joke. They had never seen a master with such strength in the Smith family. How could he lower himself to protect someone like Li Xiu, who wasn't much stronger than his Smith family? He didn't believe that there was no connection. To be involved with a woman of such a terrifying person? Smith felt that he had really been living impatiently like an old man on a death wish a few days ago. "Let's go eat something," Yang Ming said. "Feeling a bit hungry." "Mr. Yang, I've already reserved a French restaurant," Smith said, bowing and scraping in a sycophantic manner. "Then let's go." Yang Ming glanced at Li Xiu. "I've arranged a Maybach downstairs. Please follow me. Oh, be careful on the stairs. Don't hurt your and the ladies' precious bodies." This servile attitude made Yang Ming feel a bit black-lined. "Where did you learn that from?" "I learned it from watching Qing palace dramas from the Xia country." "Does Mr. Yang like it?" He had practiced for half a day to please Yang Ming today. Chapter 45. Accountability in a French restaurant. Yang Ming devoured several French confit duck legs, then picked at 5 plates of foie gras, washing it down with 2 bottles of wahaha he brought. The main reason was that the bottle of wine worth tens of thousands of dollars was simply undrinkable. After eating and drinking to his fill, he was just about to return to the hotel with Li Xiu when an alarm suddenly went off outside. Upon hearing the sound, Smith was momentarily confused. "What's going on?" Yang Ming asked. "This is a martial law alarm." Smith was also puzzled. Such an alarm hadn't sounded for years. The last time was during 9/11. On the streets, military vehicles and American soldiers began to enforce control and martial law. Many people were discussing it. At that moment, everyone's phones received a text message. "To all American citizens and foreign travelers, we have received news of terrorists entering the country and need to conduct lockdown checks. Please do not panic. We will ensure everyone's safety." Yang Ming looked at the message on his phone and smiled slightly. While others were clueless, he, the instigator, naturally knew what was going on. It was most likely that the military warehouses he had emptied had been discovered. Terrorists? They must be referring to him, right? At Nellis Air Force Base, a helicopter landed on the helipad. Austin, the Black Secretary of Defense, stepped off the plane. Inside the Operations Command Center, Army General Niels looked grim as he saluted Austin upon entering. Aside from him, all the military executives at Nellis Air Force Base were present. "What's the investigation status? Where did the equipment go?" Austin asked solemnly. A full set of equipment capable of arming a division had inexplicably disappeared. Austin was furious when he heard this news at the Pentagon. Austin did not believe the report submitted by Niels at all. Niels looked serious. "Disappeared? Disappeared?" Austin slammed his palm on the table. "Are you still trying to fool me? The auditors have been auditing the Army these past few days, and the timing of this disappearance is quite coincidental. Isn't it? Usually, I turn a blind eye when you take a little for yourselves. But now your appetite seems to be getting bigger. A whole army's worth of equipment can just vanish? Do I look like an idiot to you?" Austin's voice was filled with anger. He knew very well what kind of people he had working for him, and in his view, they were just a group trying to con him. Niels felt like crying. "Minister, it really has disappeared." With that, Niels turned on the projector and displayed the warehouse surveillance footage. In the video, the warehouse, which was supposed to be filled with equipment, suddenly showed up empty. Austin pressed his hand to his chest, took a deep breath, and stared hard at Niels. "This is your answer? A trimmed video? You want me to take this to report to the president?" Austin pointed at the people in the command center. "Go ahead, be greedy, be greedy. Be greedy enough for the auditing department to come and check the accounts. Be greedy enough for the president and the Department of Defense to personally come and hold you accountable. I'm just here to risk my life along with you." Niels watched Austin, who was on the verge of a breakdown, swallow hard. "Minister, we are truly innocent this time. Although they usually pocket some money and cut corners with military supplies, how could they possibly make weapons and equipment of this scale just disappear?" After saying that, Niels hurriedly called over several technicians for video analysis. After the technicians explained, Austin finally regained his composure from his fury. "So you mean to say that this matter really wasn't to your doing?" Austin was still somewhat skeptical. Niels forced a smile. "Minister, we're not fools." Austin's expression became serious. "Such a large batch of military equipment can't just disappear into thin air, right? I've already arranged for personnel to block and investigate the surrounding areas, but there's nothing to show for it. Although this matter is a bit outrageous. It's indeed quite unbelievable, Niels explained. Minister, is it true that the auditing department has already started auditing the army? Niels looked a bit displeased. What do you think? You know what you did. Even if this matter has nothing to do with you, once the previous issues are uncovered, what do you think will happen to you? Austin glanced at Niels indifferently. Niels' expression fluctuated. At this moment, Austin's tone suddenly softened considerably. These bureaucrats really don't understand the difficulties of the Department of Defense. The 50 states of our beautiful country aren't all resting on our Pentagon's shoulders. Now we have to contend with Ziguo externally, while internally we're being scrutinized by the two houses. For the sake of our beautiful country, we can endure any hardship. But I just don't understand why the more someone does, the more grievances they suffer when they're all working for the White House. Austin's words made many people indignant. Seeing the emotions rising, Austin's eyes flashed, and he nodded slightly. What is wrong with the military spending a little money? Doing dangerous work shouldn't mean they can't enjoy themselves. The minister is right. I only took a few million, and that's a big deal. Isn't it just pocketing the subsidies of a few hundred retired soldiers from Afghanistan? I only took a few thousand. After working so hard in the military for so many years, wasn't it tough? Isn't a coffee cup worth a few $100s too expensive? Making a little money on fries while being on edge, these bureaucrats really bully people too much. Although this incident wasn't your doing, the accountability will eventually come to you. Many people present suddenly looked somber. Tomorrow, the auditing department will send people on the early morning flight at 5 a.m. Austin stopped there and didn't say anything more, leaving a room full of people deep in thought. Austin boarded the plane and left. On the plane, Minister, with this much equipment lost, I see you have a blonde secretary in a short skirt with long legs and black stockings on board, looking a bit puzzled. Aren't you concerned about this equipment? Austin replied lightly. The blonde secretary hesitated for a moment and nodded. Austin's gaze was deep. Perhaps not finding it isn't a bad thing. The holes the Department of Defense needs to fill aren't small. Forget it. Let us not talk about this troubling matter. After saying that, Austin smoothly wrapped his arm around the secretary's waist. Did you like the sports car I bought you yesterday? The secretary exchanged glances, smiling. I like it. That's good. Once this matter is settled, I'll buy you another one. The secretary's eyes lit up with surprise. But I'm a bit angry right now. In the cabin, a series of flirtatious sounds emerged. Chapter 46. Old man, I bet you. The military had stopped smoking for 2 days. Then, for some unknown reason, they withdrew. And the whole process was a bit anticlimactic. They said they were searching for terrorists, but the soldiers didn't seem to be searching at all. However, the beautiful country did have 2 news stories trending. For auditors from the auditing department of the beautiful country had an accident on a plane. The plane crashed. And all 6 people, including the pilot, died. Investigations revealed it was caused by pilot error. A fire broke out at the Nellis Air Force Base, severely damaging several military warehouses. The preliminary assessment of the loss was at least $50 billion. The accident investigation report indicated it was due to a chain reaction of munitions explosions caused by recent high temperatures in Nevada. These 2 pieces of news quickly made headlines on Xia Country's internet. My goodness. Just as the auditor's plane crashed, the destination caught fire. What a coincidence. Tisk tisk. A fire in a warehouse is a small matter. If it burns, it must be seen in the beautiful country, directly burning a military base. This year, the military audits of the beautiful country were already full of problems, and it seems this has evened out some accounts. Some colonists and public intellectuals rebutted. This is all an accident. They have a separation of powers. How could there be corruption? A bunch of maggots, thinking they are as filthy as you. The beautiful country is the world's strongest nation. Losing this little bit of equipment is nothing, even if the army burns down. Your country isn't a match for an 11 aircraft carrier fleet. This is the beacon of democracy, working fairly, justly, openly, strictly transparently. This is the hope of humanity. The netizens of Xia country didn't expect these fools to dare to fight against the wind, directly cursing hundreds of posts. Yang Ming lay on the big bed of the presidential suite, looking at the news with a bit of astonishment. Tisk tisk, the beautiful country really knows how to play. After this operation, he gained weapons. The Nellis Air Force Base updated its equipment, and the generals had no worries. The Pentagon even evened out the accounts. Everyone is winning. Winning big. After the military lifted the martial law, Li Xiu went to negotiate business with the Shunting Company. She didn't return until the afternoon. What's wrong? Not going well? After playing Battlefield all day in the room, Yang Ming asked as he saw Li Xiu's not-so-good expression. Li Xiu came over to discuss the gold mine with Shuntung Group. He knew about this matter. Li Xiu sighed helplessly. She explained to Yang Ming about the negotiations today. So the other party means to bet with you? If they win, they will sell it to you? Li Xiu nodded. Yang Ming looked dark. This Wang Tung must have watched too many movies with Chow Yun-fat, really thinking he is a god of gambling? In business, you don't look at profits. You look at gambling skills. Are you kidding me? Li Xiu pursed her lips. He is not a god of gambling, but the East Asian god of gambling, He Kuan, is really under him. Yang Ming's corner of the mouth twitched. So can you gamble? Yang Ming asked. Li Xiu shook her head. He knows a bit, but his skills are average. What are you doing? Seeing Yang Ming start to put on his coat, Li Xiu felt a bit puzzled. You're just a half-baked player, so isn't this definitely a lost cause? Since you can't get it, why stay here? Just go back to your country, Yang Ming said confidently. This time, he had already achieved his goal and got the equipment he wanted. Naturally, he didn't plan to stay here any longer. Li Xiu gritted her teeth. I still want to give it a try. She didn't want to give up, even if the chance was slim, but now that the Jinfu group was in trouble, she didn't want anything to go wrong with the company her father had worked hard for most of his life. Since the main person said so, what could Yang Ming say? Just continue playing the game. That night, the lights were dazzling. Yang Ming styled his hair in a trendy way. It was exactly the slick-back hairstyle that was popular. Dressed in a tailcoat, he sat in a stretched Lincoln that Smith somehow got, following Li Xiu to the casino. Yang Ming didn't understand gambling, but he was greatly shocked. As a fun seeker, how could he miss out? As he got out of the stretched Lincoln, the feeling of being in a movie hit him, almost as if there was a background music playing. Li Xiu had a strange look on her face, a mix of wanting to laugh and holding it back. Yang Ming looked disdainful. This is called paying homage to the classics. Do you understand? Inside the casino, it was also Yang Ming's first time seeing Wang Tung, the boss of the Shunting group. Dressed in a Tang suit, he looked at least in his 60s. However, he was well maintained, with black hair and a youthful appearance. He hardly looked like a man in his 60s. Money really does keep people looking good, Yang Ming thought. Of course, not as good as his own external support. Wang Tung smiled broadly. No wonder she is Li Jinfus's daughter. Like father, like daughter, quite bold. Li Xiu looked calmly at Wang Tung, but when she saw a figure behind him, the smile on her face instantly disappeared. Gao Tianliang. Li Xiu never expected that Gao Tianliang from the Phoenix group would also be here. He probably had his sights set on the African gold mine in Wang Teng's hands. Moreover, Gao Tianliang and Wang Tung seemed very close. Li Xiu's heart sank instantly. As if guessing Li Xiu's thoughts, Wang Tung smiled faintly. Miss Li, although I have a good relationship with Liangzi, business is business. I am a fair person, as I said, as long as you can win. The gold mine will be sold to you. Hearing Wang Teng's words, Li Xiu's expression improved a lot. However, Wang Teng's tone shifted. Of course, if you lose, there should be some compensation, don't you think, Miss Li? Wang Teng's gaze was meaningful. Li Xiu frowned. What compensation? Hee, I have only one hobby in life, and that is to enjoy beautiful women. If you lose, you will spend a night with me. Wang Teng said this without batting an eye. Li Xiu's expression changed. This old man is after her. Li Xiu felt a bit nauseous. Looking at his old face made her shudder. Yang Ming snorted with laughter. The sound was quite grating, and Wang Teng's expression immediately darkened. What are you laughing at? Yang Ming looked Wang Teng up and down. What am I laughing at? You could be your father. And you're still here trying to pick up young girls? Wang Tung looked at Yang Ming with cold indifference, snorting. It seems Miss Li has not taught her dog well. Even a dog can interrupt its master. Humph, it's just business, no need to force it. It's all about mutual consent. If you're unwilling, then forget it. Right, Miss Li? Wang Tung said expressionlessly. Li Xiu was about to refuse. This was clearly a trap set for her. A normal transaction, even if she lost a bit. She could accept, but to make her sleep with an old man who could be her grandfather. Impossible. However, Yang Ming directly stopped her. Old man, who are you calling a dog? Damn it, I styled my hair like this and dressed so trendy, yet you treat me like a lapdog? Have you gone blind? You want to gamble, right? I'll bet with you. Wang Tung sneered. You a stinky bodyguard, what do you have to bet against me? What do you have? Yang Ming picked his nose. Didn't you say so? She bets with you, and if she loses, she spends a night with you. I bet with you. And if I lose, I'll spend a night with you. This statement left everyone in stunned silence. Chapter 47. The bet. Humph. I don't have time to mess around with you. Li Xiu, I've laid out the conditions. Now give me an answer. Wang Tung looked at Li Xiu with a dark expression. Li Xiu was silent for a moment, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Ming. Let him gamble with you. Same conditions as before. What is the price if he loses? Spending a night with this old man Wang Tung. But for some reason, at this moment, when it felt like she was betting herself, she inexplicably believed in Yang Ming. Yang Ming was taken aback, looked at Li Xiu, raised his hand to slick back his hair, and grinned. Don't worry, buddy, I'm channeling Fa good tonight. I promise you one be the old man's plaything. Li Shiyu's mouth twitched. Then Yang Ming looked at Wang Tong. But this bet seems a bit unequal, right? If you lose, we still have to pay. If you win, you not only get money but also. This kind of good deal doesn't exist in this world. Yang Ming said lightly. Then what do you want? Hee, if I win, the gold mine is mine. Wang Tong's expression darkened. Do you think this little bed is made of gold? Is it worth that much for one night? He initially wanted to refuse, but then thought of something and smirked slightly. No problem. Wang Tong signaled, and behind him, a lean middle-aged man stepped forward. It was He Kuan, the Asian gambling god that Li Shiu mentioned. He Kuan looked Yang Ming up and down, chuckling and shaking his head. Kid, it seems this is your first time at the gambling table, right? Having dealt with casinos for a lifetime. He Kuan could tell at a glance that Yang Ming had never gambled before. Yang Ming nodded. This is my first time playing. I haven't been in contact much. And I'm not really interested in this stuff. After all, gambling is just a process of winning. Losing is the result, and I have that awareness. Hearing Yang Ming's words, He Kuan glanced at him in surprise. It's rare for a newbie to have an awareness that some gamblers never understand in their lifetime. What do you want to play? He Kuan asked, nodding in approval. I don't understand either. You decide. In that case, let us draw 5 cards and compare sizes. Given that Yang Ming didn't understand, He Kuan explained the game rules. It was quite simple. Deal the cards, and both sides decide whether to take or fold. In the end, keep 5 cards, reveal them, and calculate the total points based on suits and numbers. This gameplay is something I just made up. Alright, let us do that. Yang Ming agreed. Meanwhile, Wang Tong and Gao Tianliang sipped their red wine, their faces full of mockery. They thought he was some hidden master. It turns out he hasn't even been to a casino. Gao Tianliang scoffed. Nowadays, young people watch too many dramas and really think they are the main character. Wang Tong smiled faintly, then looked at Li Shu, not far away. His subordinate is messing around, and this boss is following suit. Now he is putting himself in a tough spot. Wang Tong's aggressive gaze swept over Li Shu, as if he were looking at his own possession. After that, he ordered the bodyguard next to him. Keep an eye on her for me. Wang Tong, said I'd have fun with her tonight, so I will. The bodyguard accepted the order and then secretly blocked the nearby exit. Li Shu naturally heard Wang Tong's words, but didn't pay them any mind. Yang Ming's strength was powerful, mysterious, and terrifying. Although she knew personal strength had nothing to do with gambling skills. She felt Yang Ming was definitely not someone who would act recklessly. Since Yang Ming said so, Li Shiu was willing to believe him. He Kuan's shuffling technique was dazzling. The cards flying in all directions, and finally landing neatly in his hands, just like magic. Yang Ming watched in astonishment. Mr. Yang, would you like to shuffle again? He Kuan smiled lightly as he handed the cards over. Yang Ming glanced at them and took the cards. His shuffle was not as flashy. Just a simple shuffle like most people do during the new year. Soon, the gambling began. The sexy dealer was right there dealing the cards. Wow. She was a foreign girl. Quite impressive. Compared to the cards in his hand, Yang Ming was obviously more interested in the dealer. Next card. Yang Ming looked at the card coming his way and simply tossed it aside. He discarded several cards in a row. Meanwhile, across from him, He Kuan quickly ended up with 4 cards in hand, looking completely at ease. Once all the cards were dealt, Yang Ming casually kept 5 cards. What the hell? Does this idiot even know how to play? He just took 5 cards like that? Gao Tianliang laughed at Yang Ming's actions. This kid has some nerve. Acting cool at this point. I can't wait to see him cry when he reveals his cards, Wang Tong sneered. Although Li Shu didn't play much, she understood some of the rules. Seeing Yang Ming's casual approach, she also started to feel uneasy. Could it be that Yang Ming really didn't know how to gamble? After all, being able to play doesn't seem to equate to being able to gamble. Oh no, tonight he won't really go downhill, will he? Please no? Li Shiu's heart raced. After the dealing was complete, He Kuan looked at Yang Ming with a smile and spread out his cards. 51 points. I'm sorry for the laugh. Wang Tong, seeing that number, smiled even more. 51 points. No wonder he's the gambling god. How can he draw such a high number in one round? With 5 cards. The highest total would probably be just 55 points, right? Gao Tianliang was quite impressed. After all, this kind of random shuffle followed by drawing cards seemed to him to be mostly luck-based. Kid, are you scared? The gambling god has already revealed his cards. What are you waiting for? Gao Tianliang taunted. What are you barking about? Gao Jin was the last to reveal his cards, got it? Yang Ming lightly flipped his cards over. 52 points. Sorry, I got a bit lucky. Yang Ming rested his chin on his hands, wearing an extremely pretentious expression. For him, this kind of gameplay was incredibly simple. With the scanning device on the Titan armor, if he wanted to, He could even scan how many hairs the sexy dealer had, let alone these cards. Yang Ming was practically using X-ray vision. He Kuen's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced thoughtfully at Yang Ming. I underestimated him. I didn't expect this young brother to be one of us. This kind of gameplay involved luck, but for someone of his level, it was more about memory skills. He didn't expect this young guy to be so concealed. Being slightly older than him was far more terrifying than just having a higher number. It was like in school. If someone scored significantly higher than you, that wasn't scary, but if it was just 1 point higher, that was frightening. What does this indicate? It indicates that the other party has the ability to control the score. He Kuen's expression became serious. If he had previously just seen Yang Ming as a kid to tease, now he truly regarded Yang Ming as a master. Continue gambling with him. And gamble him to death. Wang Ting didn't expect to lose in the first round. This kid actually had some skills. This made his face look somewhat unpleasant. On the contrary, Li Xiu, who had been anxious earlier, smiled at this scene, looking curiously at Yang Ming's slicked back hair. Stronger than a ninja, can heal, and now has a hidden gambling skill. This guy must be some protagonist who popped out from somewhere with a system, she thought, though he seemed a bit off. But then again, isn't that also a good thing? Mr. Yang, what would you like to play next? He Kuen asked. Let's play something we're familiar with. How about dice? Since the other party asked him to speak, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Dice. All right, He Kuen nodded. Then let's guess the points? Oh. Chapter 48. Deteriorating condition. Why does Yang Ming want to play dice? Because he has a cheat. Dice. Gao Tianliang was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Wasn't He Kuen's reputation as the gambling god built on his unpredictable dice-rolling skills? This kid must have hit a nerve. Hearing Gao Tianliang's words, Wang Ting's expression improved a lot, sneering. Yeah, playing dice with He Kuen is like showing off in front of a master. It's asking for trouble. However, the next scene left both of them unable to laugh. Although He Kuen accurately guessed the points in Yang Ming's dice cup several times in a row, Yang Ming was also able to guess the points in He Kuen's cup without error. It was astonishing. After several rounds of competition, He Kuen's expression grew serious. Rolling the dice was his proudest skill, but today it seemed ineffective. Looking at Yang Ming, beads of sweat appeared on He Kuen's forehead. This young man seemed relaxed. Yet there was an unfathomable depth to him. His previous few rolls of the dice were not just random, they contained some of his techniques. Guessing the points in the dice cup essentially relied on the sound of the dice rolling inside, and his technique could interfere with the recognition of that sound. Yet, despite using all his tricks, the other party was still able to guess it easily. Terrifying. If Yang Ming knew what He Kuen was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. Listen, I'm not relying on hearing. I can see through the cards, so this dice cup is naturally nothing to me. It's not made of lead, so it can't block my detection. After several tests, Yang Ming also discovered that He Kuen relied on his hearing to determine the points. With an accuracy rate close to 100. Sound. Hee. It's my turn. Yang Ming picked up the dice cup, and then, with a thought, the dice inside instantly disappeared. Yang Ming shook it, making no sound at all. He Kuen's ears twitched, and his brows furrowed as he looked at Yang Ming's dice cup. It was clearly the same technique as an ordinary person shaking the dice cup, so why was there not a single sound? He Kuen's ears continued to twitch, yet he still heard nothing. Of course not. The dice had been transported by Yang Ming to the Apocalypse factory warehouse. If he could hear it, that would really be a ghost story. After shaking it several times, Yang Ming placed it on the table, smiling at He Kuen. He Kuen's gaze flickered, looking suspiciously at the dice cup. There was no sound at all when he set it down. He Kuen had never experienced such a situation. It was beyond his understanding. A look of hesitation appeared on his face. 6, 3, 3, 12 points. After a long time, He Kuen's expression was somewhat dejected as he spoke. 666, 18 points. At the moment the dice cup touched the table, Yang Ming smoothly placed the dice inside. The new generation surpasses the old. Each generation is stronger than the last. Sigh. I guess I'm getting old. He Kuen stared blankly at Yang Ming's dice cup, sighed lightly, and smiled bitterly. Boss Wang, my skills aren't as good as yours. I'm sorry. He Kuen nodded slightly to Wang Tung and stepped back. At this moment, Wang Tung's face was as dark as an African chicken, and Gao Tianliang next to him also wore an expression as if he had eaten something unpleasant. The hand he was holding had been ruined by this kid. Wasn't that a gold mine gone? Yay, Yang Ming, you're amazing. Li Xiu's expression was now one of youthful excitement. Boss Wang, a word is a nail. That African gold mine. Li Xiu smiled at Wang Tung. Gao Tianliang's expression changed, and he became anxious. Tung Gu, that gold mine was previously agreed upon. All right, I, Wang Tung, have always valued integrity. In the future, our Sheng Tung group will transfer the ownership of the gold mine to the Jinfu group. Wang Tung stopped Gao Tianliang's words and said coldly, Then thank you, Boss Wang. I won't disturb you here. Let's talk again when I return to the country. Li Shi didn't bother to argue with Wang Ting much. At this point, although Wang Ting didn't show much expression on his face, he was probably furious inside. After Li Shiyu and Yang Ming left, Gao Tianliang anxiously asked, Brother Ting, with our friendship, you previously said the gold mine would belong to me. Gao Tianliang's expression was somewhat unpleasant, feeling a sense of betrayal. Wang Ting looked at the backs of the two as they departed and turned to glance at Gao Tianliang. Liangzi, our friendship isn't just a year or two old. Don't you understand me? If the gold mine were truly valuable, would I give it to someone else? Wang Ting said disdainfully. Gao Tianliang was taken aback, then realized, is there a problem with the gold mine? What do you think? Wang Ting glanced at Gao Tianliang and then left. After everything was done, Yang Ming followed Li Shiyu back to the country. In the post-apocalyptic world, at the Wan family sanatorium, Wan Ling and Wan looked at Wan Tianhao lying on the hospital bed. Fang Yi spoke up. Miss Wan, your father's condition is deteriorating rapidly. Didn't you say it could be controlled before? How did it suddenly worsen? Hearing Fang Yi's words, Wan Ling's face turned pale. Without relevant testing equipment, we can't determine it now. It could be other mutations caused by internal radiation, Fang Yi said uncertainly. If this continues to worsen, he may not last for a few days, Fang Yi sighed lightly. How could this happen? Is there really no way? Wan Ling's eyes were vacant, and her eyes were red. Fang Yi fell silent. Radiation damage to the human body is irreversible. As a medical researcher, there truly is no other method. Wan Ling's heart sank. Just then, Wan Tianqing walked in from outside. How is Tianhao's condition now? Wan Tianqing asked. Wan Ling remained silent while Fang Yi explained again. Wan Tianqing showed no other expression but glanced at Wan Tianhao on the hospital bed and then looked at Wan Ling. Actually, I might have found a way to save Tianhao. Wan Tianqing's words immediately stunned Wan Ling, who hurriedly looked up and asked, Uncle, what method? As long as it can save my father, I will do anything. Wan Ling's gaze was hopeful. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, her mother died in a tide of corpses, and now Wan Tianhao was the only parent left. As long as there was any hope, she would not give up. Wan Tianqing pondered for a moment and said, Tianhao is a level 4 evolver. Wan Ling was taken aback. What did this have to do with his condition? However, she didn't interrupt and waited for Wan Tianqing to continue. Wan Tianqing's eyes flashed. Do you know why your father went to the nuclear power plant? Wan Ling frowned. Wasn't it because there was a problem at the Feng City nuclear power plant, worrying about a nuclear leak? Is there another reason? Since the outbreak, the Feng City nuclear power plant had been neglected. Recently, there had been abnormal radiation detected there. The base suspected that there was a problem with the nuclear reactor, and Wan Tianhao personally led a team to handle it. The result was an ambush. Dozens of people went, and only Wan Tianhao returned heavily injured. It's not that easy for a nuclear power plant to have problems. The radiation leak at the Feng City nuclear power plant was caused by a level 5 zombie. Your father went not only to handle the nuclear power plant, but also for this level 5 zombie, because this was his opportunity to advance to a level 5 evolver. Chapter 49. Wang Heba comes knocking. What does this have to do with my father's current illness? Wan Ling was somewhat confused. Wan Tianqing's eyes sparkled. Your father's illness currently has no possibility of being cured, but what if he advances to a level 5 evolver? Wan Ling's gaze sharpened. Uncle, are you saying a breakthrough? That's right. As the saying goes, to live by facing death. Currently, there are no other effective methods to save your father. There has never been a level 5 evolver in the base, and no one knows what a level 5 evolver is like. The strongest is your father, Wan Tianhao. At this point, Wan Tianqing paused slightly. If we can obtain the zombie crystal core from that level 5 zombie at the nuclear power plant, it might help Tianhao break through to a level 5 evolver and perhaps offer a glimmer of hope. Wan Ling looked at Fang Yi. The most authoritative person here is probably Fang Yi. Fang Yi thought for a moment and spoke. This is also a method, after all. No one knows what a level 5 evolver is like, so it might really be feasible, but the chances are slim. Fang Yi was very cautious in her words. Wan Ling was silent for a moment, then her gaze became firm. In that case, I will go to the nuclear power plant. That beast harmed my father, and I must take revenge. Wan Tianqing's expression darkened. What kind of joke is this? You are only a level 3 ability user now. Even if ability users are stronger than evolvers, you cannot fight a level 5 zombie. I do not agree. I will lead the team myself. And you stay at the Wan family. Wan Tianqing firmly rejected. Wan Ling was somewhat touched. Uncle, even though you are a level 4 evolver, you have just advanced. And my father can't even handle that beast. If you go, you may be in grave danger. I am an ability user. Maybe I can have a miraculous effect. Moreover, our Wan family also needs someone to guard it, right? Wan Tianqing thought for a moment and relented. In that case, you must be careful. I still have a batch of RPGs and heavy machine guns. I usually don't use them much, but this time I will bring them all. Wan Ling nodded, not being polite since they were family. After the decision was made, Wan Ling asked about Yang Ming's supermarket. These past few days, she had been worried about her father's safety, so she hadn't gone to Zhongxing much. Speaking of Yang Ming's supermarket, Wan Tianqing showed surprise. The supermarket opened by your friend Yang Ming is quite strange. The food supply is surprisingly abundant. If it weren't for your orders, I might have gone to rob it myself. Wan Tianqing shook his head and laughed. I sent someone to haul food a few times. The soldiers' meals have improved a lot recently. After saying this, Wan Tianqing changed the subject. However, there has been a bit of trouble lately. The Wang family seems to have set their sights on this supermarket. Our people have clashed with the Wang family's people a few times. But it seems the Wang family is getting a bit impatient. In the past few days, Wang Heba has come looking for trouble multiple times. I'll go take a look. Wan Ling's expression turned cold. After speaking, she drove away from the Wan family. After Yang Ming returned to Qingshan City, he immediately went back to the apocalypse. After connecting to the supermarket's T800, Yang Ming went out. Outside, Jiang Yue saw Yang Ming coming out, and her eyes lit up. During this time, Yang Ming had been coming and going rarely, mostly hiding indoors, and there were armed personnel stationed at the entrance, so they couldn't contact Yang Ming. How's business lately? Yang Ming asked. Jiang Yue handed over a box. Yang Ming opened it to find 10 level 2 zombie crystal cores and over 20 level 1 zombie crystal cores. Besides these, there were several hundred pounds of gold. These are all from the Wan family trading, Jiang Yue explained. The Wan family? No one else came? Yang Ming caught the implication in Jiang Yue's words and asked in confusion. There were some mercenary groups that came to exchange, but they were all dealt with by the Wang family. The Wang family? Yang Ming was taken aback. What is this again? Jiang Yue explained what had happened in the past few days. It was just that the food from Yang Ming's supermarket made people envious, and then the Wang family, a force even stronger than the Wan family, targeted it. Not only did they not allow others to come to the supermarket to exchange supplies, but they also beat up those who had come to exchange before. According to the Wang family, if you want to open a store in Zhongxing, you have to pay a 95 tax. Damn it, these unreasonable people. They dare to collect my taxes? Yang Ming's face instantly darkened. And 95? You might as well tell me to just give it to you. At that moment, a noisy commotion came from outside the door. A little girl rushed in a panic. Yang Ming recognized her as Lu Xiao. Seeing that she was practical and capable, he invited her to stay and help out. Jiang Yue explained a bit. Yang Ming nodded. That Wang Heba was back again. He even brought a tax notice. Lu Xiao handed the A4 paper in her hand to Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue took a glance. A one-time collection of 60 years' worth of taxes. That is, until the year 2098. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. He had seen shamelessness before, but never this shameless. Collecting taxes for 60 years? Even Huang Silang would have to call him Big Brother. Outside, a group of armed personnel entered, led by a young man with tattoos and a nose ring, who was precisely the Wang Heba that Lu Xiao mentioned. Boss Jiang, have you considered our proposal? Wang Heba grinned, his gaze aggressively sweeping over Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue frowned, remaining silent, as Yang Ming, the big boss, was present. Yang Ming looked Wang Heba up and down. Tattoos? Gangster? Wang Heba took Yang Ming's teasing as a badge of honor, exposing his black dragon tattoo a little more. You are Yang Ming, right? The owner of this store? Wang Heba had clearly done his research. That's right. Yang Ming nodded. You can open a store here, which naturally benefits from the good safety and infrastructure provided by this survivor base, all of which are maintained by our Wang family. Without our Wang family's maintenance of the base's security and the threat of zombies being cleared, your business wouldn't be able to operate. Wang Heba said. What do you think? Well, that's very true. Yang Ming agreed with a nod. Wang Heba was quite satisfied with Yang Ming's reaction. In that case, one should learn to be grateful. Don't you think? Wang Heba continued. Indeed. So it's reasonable for us to collect some taxes, right? Is that reasonable? It is very reasonable. So I can only take 5%? Don't be too greedy. 5% is quite small, isn't it? It's already a lot. Just think about what you've gained. A safe business environment, and our Wang family as a strong backing. Yang Ming understood. Inviting guests? Beheading? Accepting it like a dog? I sold myself, and now I have to kneel and express gratitude, right? What if I say no? Yang Ming glanced at Wang Heba indifferently. Wang Heba sneered. There's an old saying in Xia country. The strong will always succeed. I hope Boss Yang doesn't misjudge the situation. In this apocalypse, strength is paramount. This survivor base. The land is mine, and the people are mine. What do you have to fight me with? Alright, so this is how it is? Whoever's fist is bigger is right. Yang Ming asked. Wang Heba chuckled. Exactly, my fist is big now, so I am right. Enough of the nonsense. Just one thing. Hand over the food. Wang Heba said impatiently. Oh, then this matter is simple. My fist isn't weak either. Chapter 50. Their S.A. Crystal Core. Wang Heba's face instantly turned cold. I hope your mouth can still be so tough later. Wang Heba turned and signaled to his little brothers behind him. Suddenly, all of them cocked their rifles, intending to use force to coerce Yang Ming into submission. However, it seemed that this group of little brothers suddenly saw something. Their bodies froze, staring blankly ahead, swallowing their saliva. Wang Heba was taken aback. What are you standing there for? Get to work. The little brothers pursed their lips. A look of horror on their faces as they pointed at what was in front of Wang Heba. Wang Heba looked confused and turned around to see a Gatling gun with 11 barrels, spewing blue flames, pointed directly at his face. And it was still spinning. The speed was increasing. Thud. Wang Heba knelt down immediately. Brother, stop. Don't pull the trigger. I want tea collected. Looking at the gun barrel thicker than his finger, Wang Heba felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He instantly slid down. Really not collecting. You're opening this supermarket to boost the base S economy. How can you collect taxes? I'd be lucky to give you a subsidy. Wang Heba was on the verge of tears, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. Watching Wang Heba, who had just been arrogant, now acting like a grandson, was quite amusing. Yang Ming sighed and patted the Gatling gun in his hand. So this thing is the truth. Yang Ming kicked Wang Heba away. A scream echoed in the air. The other little brothers, seeing their boss fly out the door, hurriedly ran out to find him. Fleeing in a hurry, Zhang Yuai and Lu Xiao were both a bit dazed. Rubbing their eyes, they looked at the Gatling gun in Yang Ming's hand, completely bewildered. They hadn't even blinked. Yet how did Yang Ming pull out such a huge thing from his pants? Yang Ming tossed the Gatling gun to Zhang Yuai. Sell this when you have time. Yang Ming said nonchalantly. This Gatling gun was, of course, obtained by Yang Ming from the military base in Las Vegas. There were still several more in the warehouse. Zhang Yuai took the heavy machine gun, her eyes twitching. Regarding Wang Heba, Yang Ming pondered for a moment. It seemed he had now built a grudge with the Wang family. However, Yang Ming didn't care. Wang Heba had a point. In the apocalypse, whoever had the stronger fist was the truth. In this base, Yang Ming didn't think anyone had a fist stronger than his. If the Wang family didn't know how to appreciate kindness, he wouldn't mind tossing them all back into the recycling bin as fertilizer. At that moment, Wan Ling walked in. Seeing Yang Ming, she asked, Wang Heba didn't make things difficult for you, did he? She had been a distance away, but still saw Wang Heba hopping around. She thought Yang Ming had suffered at his hands. Although Yang Ming was quite powerful, there's an old saying, the strong dragon cannot overpower the local snake. He didn't make things difficult. The young man is quite reasonable. Yang Ming chuckled. Wan Ling was taken aback, her expression somewhat strange. Wang Heba is easy to talk to. However, seeing that Yang Ming was indeed fine, she didn't ask further. She entered the room and sat down while Zhang Yuai and the others left to get busy. Wan Ling took out 3 zombie crystal cores from her pocket. Yang Ming, I want to exchange some medicine from you. Wan Ling pulled out a list. This was the list of medications given to her by Feng Yi, which included anti-radiation drugs and some albumin-based supplements. If these medicines were available, they could help alleviate Wan Tianhao's condition and buy more time. After glancing at the list, Yang Ming asked, is your father's condition not good? Previously, Wan Ling had asked him for anti-radiation drugs, so he knew it was for her father, Wan Tianhao. Wan Ling's expression darkened as she nodded. The current situation isn't optimistic and is worsening. Wan Ling explained her father's situation to Yang Ming. However, there is a slim hope, which is to let my father break through to a level 5 evolver. If he can advance to a level 5 evolver, perhaps the situation will improve. Yang Ming was somewhat surprised. The strongest evolver he had encountered so far was only at level 2. The strongest zombie he had encountered was a level 3 nurse zombie in the hospital. A level 2 evolver, in Yang Ming's view, couldn't even defeat a T800. While the level 3 nurse zombie had some strength. However, in front of a T200, they were all just small fry. Advancing to a level 5 evolver? Doesn't that require a level 5 zombie crystal core? Yang Ming was puzzled, but then his eyes lit up. Could it be you found a level 5 zombie crystal core? Wan Ling didn't notice the excitement in Yang Ming's eyes. Yes, according to the news. There is a level 5 zombie in the nuclear power plant in Feng City. My father was injured by Pikey. Wan Ling's expression was serious. She had never seen a level 5 zombie, but it could severely injure her father, Wan Tianhao, so it was definitely not to be underestimated. In the survivor base, the highest level of evolver power was currently level 4, and Wan Tianhao was the strongest among them. As a level 3 supernatural being, she couldn't hold out for long in front of Wan Tianhao. Not to mention that zombies of the same level are even stronger than evolved beings. At this moment, Yang Ming's mind was completely fixated on Wan Lin's words. There are level 5 zombies in the nuclear power plant. Yang Ming looked at Wan Ling. So you want to take this level 5 zombie crystal core to gamble on an absurdly low probability? Yang Ming raised his eyebrows. It would be a waste to give the level 5 zombie crystal core to Wan Tianhao. Wan Ling sighed slightly. There is no other way now. How could she not know how unreliable this method is? Evolving beings have a hard time advancing. Many people try to get themselves into the best possible state to maximize their chances of success. But her father, Wan Tianhao, is in such a state that saying it's a desperate move would not be an exaggeration. Yang Ming stroked his chin. I'll go with you. Wan Ling was slightly taken aback by Yang Ming's words, then shook her head. Yang Ming, level 5 zombies are not to be trifled with. This is my family matter. I can't put you in danger for my father. Wan Ling knew Yang Ming's strength, and with him joining, the success rate would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, she wouldn't let Yang Ming risk his life for her own selfish reasons. I have my own goals. I can help you deal with this zombie. But I want that level 5 zombie crystal core. Yang Ming stated his purpose directly. Wan Ling's expression became somewhat conflicted, her brows slightly furrowed. Yang Ming, you are my savior, and in principle, my life belongs to you. But this level 5 zombie crystal core is tied to my father's life. I can't agree. Wan Ling's tone was somewhat cold. Hee, just listen to me finish. Yang Ming smiled faintly. The zombie crystal core belongs to me, and as for your father's illness, I'll treat him. With the medical pod, as long as there's still a breath left, it can save him. Although he didn't know Wan Tianhao's specific condition, it shouldn't be a big problem. Wan Ling instantly stood up, her gaze fixed on Yang Ming. Can you really cure my father's illness? She wasn't without doubts about the authenticity, but she suddenly recalled how she had been seriously injured before and nearly died, only to be saved by Yang Ming in the end. Thinking of this, Wan Ling's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 51. Can traditional Chinese medicine treat radiation? Inner city. Wan family, nursing home. In the hospital room, Yang Ming looked at the middle-aged man lying on the bed. Is this your father, Wan Tianhao? Wan Ling nodded. Initially, Yang Ming was unwilling to come to the Wan family at Wan Ling's request. However, when Wan Ling took out 10 level 3 zombie crystal cores, Yang Ming agreed. There was no way. She had given too much. Wan Tianhao's condition could be described as terrible. His body was grayish-white, looking emaciated, as if his time was running out. You must be Mr. Yang Ming, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Wan Tianqing and Fang Yi shook Yang Ming's hand. I've heard from Wan Ling that you have a way to treat Tianhao's illness. I hope you can help. Wan Tianqing bowed slightly, his tone quite sincere. Wan Ling had told him about how Yang Ming had treated her when she was seriously injured, so he didn't doubt that Yang Ming had medical resources. But whether he could cure Wan Tianhao was unknown. It's a small matter, we're all buddies here. Yang Ming said casually. As long as the payment is in place, anyone can be a buddy. Fang Yi looked at Yang Ming with some curiosity. May I ask where Mr. Yang received his training? As a researcher in the medical system. Fang Yi instinctively asked this question. However, he soon felt it was a bit abrupt and looked apologetic. Of course, if Mr. Yang is unwilling. Just consider it as if I never asked. Yang Ming shrugged nonchalantly. It's a family tradition. Family tradition? Fang Yi was somewhat puzzled. This kind of statement seemed to be typical of traditional Chinese medicine, right? Before the apocalypse, as a researcher in modern medicine, he didn't really believe in some of the methods of traditional Chinese medicine, but he didn't ask further. Yang Ming stepped forward to take a look. Fang Yi spoke up. Mr. Yang, our current medical conditions and methods have no way to help Mr. Wan's illness. If Mr. Yang has medical resources, I recommend transferring him as soon as possible. Fang Yi thought Yang Ming had medical equipment and a relevant team. Transfer? Yang Ming waved his hand. No need, let's treat him here. Here? Fang Yi was astonished. And even Wan Tianqing was a bit confused. Their nursing home had no solutions because they lacked personnel and equipment. Yang Ming didn't explain. He directly pulled out a box from his pocket. Could this box be the key to the treatment? Wan Tianqing and Fang Yi exchanged glances, both puzzled. But when they saw Yang Ming pull out a silver needle, their expressions stiffened. Damn, acupuncture. Mr. Yang, the patient's condition is caused by radiation damage. Fang Yi couldn't help but remind him. Yeah, I know. Yang Ming nodded. He had just scanned with the T800 and found that Wan Tianhao's body cells were severely damaged by radiation. Acupuncture shouldn't be able to treat radiation, right? Fang Yi's mouth twitched. In his view, acupuncture couldn't be said to be useless. At least it was more effective than medication for treating myofascial pain, arthritis, headaches, etc. But now to tell him that this could treat radiation? Are you kidding? Yang Ming said seriously. Just because others can't, doesn't mean I can't. This is a unique technique passed down through 18 generations, the Ghost Gate 13 needles, combined with the innate true energy I've cultivated for over 20 years. This technique can bring the dead back to life. What you've seen as acupuncture methods are fake. Only with my 20 years of needlework can there be such effects. Yang Ming rambled on, standing with his hands behind his back, looking like a master. If he weren't clean-shaven, he would have stroked his beard. Fang Yi and Wan Tianqing exchanged glances, clearly not believing it. They felt Yang Ming looked like a charlatan. However, Wan Ling's gaze was fixed on the silver needle in Yang Ming's hand, her eyes shining. Yang Ming, did you use this to save me? Wan Ling looked at him with admiration. Back when she was in the hospital, she truly was at her last breath. Only she knew how deadly her abdominal injury was. But when she woke up, she found herself completely unharmed, not even a scratch, so she directly believed Yang Ming's boastful words. Ahem, roughly speaking, yes. Yang Ming played it down. Then he casually found a spot and jabbed the needle directly into Wan Tianhao's chest. He knows acupuncture? Not at all. Acupuncture was merely a cover for the medical nanobots. After all, he couldn't just let the medical nanobots drill into Wan Tianhao's body, right? When the white mist-like nanobots suddenly appeared, Yang Ming wouldn't even have an explanation. The silver needle entered the body. If we were to magnify the silver needle in Yang Ming's hand, we would see dense nanobots surging into Wan Tianhao's body along the needle. Yang Ming pinched the silver needle, squinting his eyes, looking quite pretentious. What acupoint is this? Wan Tianqing asked quietly. Fang Yi looked puzzled. It seems to be the Tian to acupoint. He had a superficial understanding of acupuncture back in the day. Is there any significance? This spot seems to be for treating coughs and asthma. The two fell silent. The medical nanobots entered the body and quickly began to repair Wan Tianhao's cells while absorbing the radiation in his body. Visibly, Wan Tianhao's originally gray body began to show normal skin color. This miraculous scene directly stunned Fang Yi and Wan Tianqing behind. What kind of technique is this? Fang Yi looked incredulous. Just now, Yang Ming mentioned the Ghost Gate 13 needles, innate true energy, and other mysterious things. He was skeptical in his heart, but still subconsciously felt Yang Ming was talking nonsense. As a researcher in modern medicine, he is a staunch scientific materialist. If he were to believe in a religion, it would only be a religion of science. In Fang Yi's view, modern medical theoretical research is the result of countless experimental verifications. However, he is completely unable to explain the scene before him with science. A mere silver needle used for acupuncture can actually treat radiation damage that modern medicine has no solution for. How absurd is that? In the ward, one could hear a pin drop in the moment of silence. The three of them watched as Wan Tianhao's body gradually became rosy, and his emaciated figure began to fill out. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fang Yi felt like his worldview had been overturned as he witnessed this miraculous scene. Muttering to himself in a daze, to be able to treat radiation is one thing, but to actually bring the dead back to life is another. This made him feel that the modern medicine he had studied for a lifetime was a joke. Is there really such a miraculous technique in this world? After a few minutes, Yang Ming slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes weary as if his body had been drained. He stumbled to his feet, but was caught in the arms of Wan Ling beside him. This girl was surprisingly strong. Yang Ming squinted his eyes. Chapter 52, Preparations in Advance. Yang Ming, you've worked hard. Wan Ling had a look of guilt on her face. To her, Yang Ming had exhausted himself to treat her father. After all, how much of Yang Ming's vital energy would it take to heal someone who was at death's door? Did he do the same before to save himself? For a moment, Wan Ling looked at Yang Ming with incredibly soft eyes. You have fulfilled my expectations. I don't even know how to repay you. Wan Ling's voice was soft. Actually, if you feel guilty, I wouldn't mind if you gave me a few crystal cores. Yang Ming's eyes twinkled. He had acted for so long for this. Wan Ling's eyes lit up. Wait a moment. A few minutes later, Wan Ling returned, holding a box. This is the only 5 level 4 zombie crystal cores from our Wan family. Just a small token of gratitude. Wan Ling felt a bit embarrassed. Although level 4 zombie crystal cores are very precious, in her eyes, these 5 cores are nothing compared to Wan Tianhao's life. Moreover, given Yang Ming's substantial consumption, Wan Ling felt that 5 level 4 zombie crystal cores were still a bit lacking. Yang Ming looked at the 5 level 4 zombie crystal cores, his eyes shining. Haha, what a delightful surprise. Yang Ming, has my father already recovered? Wan Ling stepped forward to look at the now rosy Wan Tianhao and asked. Yang Ming put away the zombie crystal cores before turning his attention back to Wan Tianhao. He was no longer in life-threatening danger, but aside from the radiation, there were other things in his body. These substances were not harmful to him at present, but further treatment was still needed. During the treatment just now, the medical nanobots reported that Wan Tianhao's nervous system had a special substance, but due to the limitations of the nanobot's abilities, it could not be completely cleared. After all, The effectiveness of the medical nanobots decreases significantly outside the body, meaning that for Wan Tianhao to fully recover, a medical repair chamber would likely be necessary. Hearing Yang Ming's words, Wan Ling sighed in relief. As long as there was no danger to life, they could take their time to treat him later. Fang Yi stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on the silver needle in Yang Ming's hand, and then he knelt down. Master, please accept me as your disciple. I want to learn the Ghost Gate 13 needles from you. Fang Yi was completely convinced. He now fully believed in the Ghost Gate 13 needles that could bring the dead back to life. As someone who had studied medicine for decades, his inner desire for such a technique had never been so strong. Yang Ming was taken aback. Learn? What the hell? He didn't even know how to do it. The medical repair chamber was provided by the factory, and he couldn't understand the technical principles of the nanobots. Cough, cough. Yang Ming cleared his throat. Our family's technique is passed down in a single line, not to be shared. Yang Ming found a slick way to refuse. Fang Yi's expression fell a bit. But then he looked at Yang Ming with intense determination. I can take your surname. Adoptive father, please allow me to bow to you. Yang Ming felt a headache coming on. Adopt a man in his 40s as my son? Is he here to take care of me, or am I here to take care of him? Cough, cough, you can't learn. This kind of medical skill requires cultivating vital energy from a young age. At your age, it's already hopeless. Yang Ming said casually. Fang Yi's eyes dimmed. He believed Yang Ming's words. After all, weren't the masters in martial arts always those who practiced from a young age, and once they grew up, it became difficult to cultivate? He could only lament that he didn't have a good father. After leaving the Wan family and returning to Zhongcheng, Yang Ming disconnected the link. In the factory, Yang Ming directly recycled the 5 level 4 zombie crystal cores in his hand. Hiss. 1000 source quality. What the hell? So much. A level 4 zombie crystal core could actually be recycled for 2000 points. Yang Ming pursed his lips, feeling a bit excited. A level 3 zombie crystal core could only be recycled for 500 points, while a level 4 zombie crystal core was 4 times that of a level 3. Previously, he had already recycled quite a few crystal cores, and Yang Ming had around 10,000 source quality saved up. Now, with this additional 10,000, Yang Ming's source quality instantly reached over 20,000. After thinking for a moment, Yang Ming directly produced 4 Titan armors. As for why he was making Titan armors, Yang Ming had his own plans. The level 5 zombies in the nuclear power plant are not that simple. So far, the strongest zombie Yang Ming had encountered was the level 3 invisible crazy baby in the hospital. However, this crazy baby was not as powerful as the T800. But if he encountered level 4 zombies, it would be hard to say whether the T800 could win or not. As for higher level 5 zombies, although Yang Ming had never seen one, he didn't think the T800 could match up. Since that's the case, then he could only enhance the individual combat capability. Subsequently, Yang Ming also produced 4 nanometal skins and plasma cutting blades, spending 2200 source quality, which instantly depleted his hard-earned savings. Looking at the factory's experience points, it had now reached a progress of 30 since the factory upgraded. Yang Ming had spent at least over 30,000, and roughly speaking, it seemed that over 10,000 source quality corresponded to around 10 experience points. Based on this, he would need another 70,000 to 80,000 source quality to upgrade. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Yang Ming sighed. 3 days later, on the dilapidated highway, a Bradley infantry fighting vehicle sped along. I never expected you to have this thing in your hands. Inside the vehicle, Wan Ling was a bit surprised. Yang Ming had brought her too many shocks. This battle vehicle didn't seem to be secondhand, looking at least 90 new. One must know that this is the main battle equipment of the beautiful country. And Yang Ming actually managed to get such a thing in Xia country. TCH, it's just a broken infantry fighting vehicle. I have main battle tanks and heavy armed helicopters too. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows. He originally wanted to directly fly an Apache, after all. Isn't that more impressive than this infantry fighting vehicle? However, after learning that there were some flying monsters lurking in the skies of the apocalypse, Yang Ming decisively gave up. He didn't want to be caught. After 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the Feng City nuclear power plant at noon. After getting out of the car, Wan Ling took out a radiation detector, and soon the microsievert value on it rapidly rose. Wan Ling frowned. The radiation level is above the standard, but still within an acceptable range. It doesn't have much effect on the human body. As a level 3 ability user, this level of radiation has an impact on ordinary people, but for her, it's negligible. Apart from Yang Ming and Wan Ling, there were 4 fully armed soldiers. Specifically the T800s that Yang Ming had created to manufacture Titan armor, each equipped with plasma-cutting blades. Together with Yang Ming, this T800 unit represented the strongest force at Yang Ming's disposal. In fact, you can consider just me and my people going in, Yang Ming said to Wanling. Before they set off, Yang Ming had advised Wanling. After all, she came to the nuclear power station to treat her father. And now that Wan Tianhao was no longer in danger, there was no need for her to go. The key point was that if Yang Ming went in himself and encountered any danger, he could simply run away, and taking her along would just be a burden. To put it bluntly, Wanling's expression was serious. I am more familiar with the Feng City nuclear power station than you are, before the apocalypse. I led troops in nuclear defense drills. Moreover, a nuclear leak poses a significant threat to the survivor base in Feng City. And I know how to shut down the nuclear facility. Fine. Since she said so, Yang Ming didn't say anything more. He had already said what needed to be said. If any uncontrollable dangers arose later, he couldn't be blamed for being selfish. Chapter 53. The Eerie Nuclear Power Station, Feng City Nuclear Power Station. Although the world after the apocalypse is not vastly different from the real world, there are many differences. For example, nuclear power stations in the Summer Kingdom are mostly built along the coast, while this Feng City nuclear power station is located in the central region. With Wanling, a familiar guide, the five of them quickly entered the nuclear power station's interior. The journey was remarkably safe, and along the roads and inside the nuclear power station, not a single zombie was seen, nor was there even a trace of blood. If one had to say something, it was that the lack of human presence for years had allowed the trees to grow a bit more. Many roots and vines spread across the walls and glass inside the nuclear power station, giving it a somewhat lush appearance. Boom. Yang Ming kicked open the control room door. Breaking the vines that were on the door, the group entered the control room. To their surprise, the computers were still operational. Upon entering the room, Wanling was a bit taken aback. Although the control room was overrun with vines, the mainframe and computers were still running. She stepped forward and used her military knife to cut through the vines, opening the computer and starting to type. The vines that had been cut and thrown on the floor trembled slightly. Wanling didn't notice this scene, but Yang Ming's high-definition camera captured it. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at the ordinary vines around. Interesting. In fact, as soon as they entered the nuclear power station, Yang Ming had a feeling of being watched. Some readers might ask, how can a robot have feelings? How to describe it? This feeling was like a fighter jet being locked onto by the enemy's radar during a dogfight. Ever since entering the nuclear power station, the T800 had this sensation of being targeted, but strangely, it didn't know where the surveillance was coming from. Now, Yang Ming began to understand where this feeling of being watched originated. A few minutes later, Wanling looked at the computer with some confusion. What's wrong? Yang Ming asked. I just checked the control system, and it's a bit strange. The nuclear power station's reactor is still running stably. It's as if someone is maintaining it, Wanling said, and even she found it hard to believe. There are no living people in the nuclear power station, so who is maintaining it? And if the reactor is running stably, where is the radiation coming from? Puzzled. Just then, the previously motionless vines in the control room suddenly began to writhe. The vines beneath Yang Ming and Wanling's feet quickly shrank, forming sharp barbs and lunging towards them. Damn it, this is really shady. Exploding my balls. After realizing that these vines were not right, Yang Ming's attention never left them. Sure enough, they launched an unexpected attack. Wanling reacted quickly, barely sidestepping in time. But the sharp barbs still tore a hole in her camouflage uniform. The sudden attack and instinctive dodge made Wanling break out in a cold sweat. Just as she steadied herself, the vines quickly gathered again for another assault. Wanling's expression turned serious as she pulled out her handgun and fired 2 shots, directly cutting the vines apart. Yang Ming, however, didn't dodge. When the vines attacked him, he simply kicked them apart. However, the vines were relentless. After Yang Ming kicked them once, they quickly regrouped and launched another attack. After kicking repeatedly for over 10 times, Yang Ming's expression darkened. Is this never-ending? Whoosh. The plasma cutting blade in his hand deployed, and Yang Ming leaped into the air. Swish, swish, swish. He swung the blade several times, cutting the writhing vines on the wall into pieces, which fell to the ground. These plants have mutated. Wanling frowned as she looked at the pile of vines. It seems we are being watched. Or rather, it shouldn't be called watching. Yang Ming retracted the plasma cutting blade. Is it that level 5 zombie? Wanling wasn't stupid and immediately thought of this. It might not even be a zombie, Yang Ming said lightly. Suddenly, it seemed that Yang Ming sensed something, and the 4T200S beside him turned to look at the control room's door at the same time. The scene shook. The entire control room began to tremble as if it had encountered an 8.0 earthquake. Outside the door, the ground surged, and dozens of giant roots broke through the surface, rushing into the room. Yang Ming's pupils constricted. The 4 T200s immediately raised their Barrett rifles and fired at the incoming roots. Bang, bang, bang. The loud gunshots rang out. Wood chips flew, and the powerful 127mm sniper rounds exploded several roots. However, these roots seemed to be endless, crazily surging in. The Barrett rifles managed to hold them off for a few seconds, but the effect was minimal. The control room quickly began to collapse under the pressure of the massive roots. Wanling's face turned pale, then she thought of something. There's a path leading deeper into the power station. Follow me. Yang Ming didn't say much and followed Wanling as they ran into the power station. As they left, Yang Ming glanced at the several massive, writhing vines and smiled mischievously. A C4 appeared in his hand. Haha, here's a little firecracker for you. Saying this, Yang Ming threw it over and then quickly ran away. The C4 was directly engulfed by the vines, completely unaware of anything unusual. 1 minute later, boom. A small mushroom cloud rose from the already collapsed control room. Wood chips filled the air. Howl! An angry roar suddenly sounded from below, inside the nuclear power station. In a corridor, Wanling was panting heavily. What was that sound just now? Was it that level 5 zombie? Wanling was still in shock. It should be, right? Yang Ming sneered. That scream seems to have been caused by my C4. By the way, where's this place? Yang Ming looked around and asked. This is the reactor. The reactor core is right below us, Wanling said. After a frantic escape, the 5 of them were brought here by her. That sound just now seemed to have come from the reactor core. Yang Ming stroked his chin. Wanling's expression changed. Could it be that the level 5 zombie is in the reactor core? Just then, vines quickly spread across the walls around them, closing in on Yang Ming. Let's go. They are waiting for us. Yang Ming looked at the direction the vines were spreading and snorted coldly. The direction the vines were spreading was the only path leading to the underground reactor core. The intention was self-evident. Chapter 54. Has this tree come to life? Deep underground. Dozens of meters down, Yang Ming and his group of 6 moved quickly through the underground passage to reach the core of the nuclear power plant. The vines behind them seemed to have received orders, stopping in unison after a short pursuit, not daring to advance another step. The Geiger counter on Wanling's body kept sounding alarms, indicating that the radiation levels here were quite high. However, Wanling's attention was completely focused on the terrifying scene before her. The reactor, towering over 10 meters high, was now wrapped in dense, giant vines, resembling a towering tree. The blue glow of the reactor flickered faintly from within the vines, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. The most terrifying sight was that on the branches of this tree-like structure hung what appeared to be fruits. But upon closer inspection, they were clearly not fruits. They were zombies. Countless zombies were hanging upside down on the branches, with at least thousands of them. These zombies were suspended from the branches, with the branches sprouting bright red roots that inserted into the bodies of the zombies, sucking their blood. Many of the zombies had already been drained to the point of becoming mummies. The ground was littered with white bones, forming a thick layer, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. Hell itself probably wasn't this terrifying. Bang! Yang Ming shot directly at the large tree. Wanling was startled. Just moments ago, she was shocked by the horrifying scene and hadn't yet come to her senses. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming suddenly fired a shot. For a moment, she was a bit dazed. The bullet made a small hole in the trunk. Blood-red sap flowed out along the plant fibers of the tree. What the hell? Has this tree come to life? Yang Ming was somewhat surprised and fired 2 more shots. Yang Ming's shots clearly provoked this massive entity. The branches began to twist and turn. On the wrinkled body, a human face actually formed. The uncanny valley effect kicked in. The face now displayed a human-like anger. The eyes formed by the vines stared intently at Yang Ming. A strange mix of eeriness and terror. Then a harsh, grinding voice echoed. Aren't you afraid of me? Yang Ming looked puzzled. Why should I be afraid of you? This thing that is neither male nor female, neither human nor ghost? Yang Ming was surprised that this clearly plant-like creature had developed a basic biological consciousness. But it was evident that its intelligence was not high. The face remained silent for a moment in response to Yang Ming's words. Because I will kill you. Aren't you afraid of death? Of course. But do you think you can kill me? The face fell silent again. How was this creature different from the humans it had previously killed? This smirking expression was not the kind of fear it understood. No living person has ever walked out of here. The face said coldly. What else? Yang Ming nodded. The face appeared somewhat frantic, its vines writhing wildly, and the branches swaying, clearly showing its inner turmoil. You will become my nourishment, just like these things. At that moment, Wanling suddenly went blank. A wave of mental energy surged towards Yang Ming and the 4 T200s. Yang Ming's eyes flashed with light. His body froze in place, becoming motionless. The other 4 T200s also stood still like Yang Ming, as if they had been controlled. At that moment, several scarlet roots had unknowingly pierced into Wanling's spine. Humph. I haven't even put in any effort, and you've already fallen. Turns out you're just a fake. The face snorted coldly, revealing a smug expression like that of a 3-year-old child. Then it became vicious. I will make you understand what it means to be unable to live and unable to die. After saying that, several roots extended towards Yang Ming, binding all 6 of them. Just like those zombies, they were dragged onto its branches. Has Yang Ming been controlled? What a joke. Wanling's psychic powers are effective against living beings, but they are useless against him, a robot. Watching the red roots climbing up his thigh as he dangled upside down, Yang Ming narrowed his eyes. With a slight mental command, the 4T200S received the order and exploded into action. The Titan armor activated instantly, and the plasma-cutting blades swiftly severed the branches. The sudden change caused the tree spirit to feel pain. The T200S had cut several of its core branches, and red blood gushed out. However, new branches quickly grew from within, healing the wounds. It was actually not controlled. Seeing the 4T200S flying in midair, the tree spirit couldn't comprehend. However, its instinct for slaughter prompted it to attack immediately. Vines shot out from the branches, and the confined space meant that even though the T200S were wearing Titan armor and could fly, they had limited room to evade. Of course, there was no need for excessive dodging. These vines were like tofu in front of the sharp plasma-cutting blades. After several failed attacks, the tree spirit became enraged. The red light on its body flickered, and a series of barbed spikes emerged from the branches. Like hidden weapons, they were launched. They exploded in midair, spraying fiery red sap everywhere, instantly corroding deep pits into the concrete walls. Truly a level 5 monster. It had quite a few tricks. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming's expression turned serious. The corrosive power was so strong that even concentrated sulfuric acid would have to take a back seat. He couldn't guarantee that the Titan armor would withstand a direct hit. Fortunately, the mobility of the Titan armor was high, and with the control of the T200S, the corrosive barbs did not pose a threat to the 4T200S. At this moment, the 4T200S acted like flies, occasionally stabbing the tree spirit, making it extremely annoyed and on the verge of rage. Yang Ming was not idle either. The red roots were like intravenous tubes trying to penetrate his skin. Unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. Suddenly, the root successfully pierced through. No blood flowed out. A white substance quickly flowed through the root into the body of the tree spirit. It was trillions of medical nanobots. The medical nanobots were not just for healing. In fact, Yang Ming had quite a few methods to deal with this creature. This level 5 monster was clearly skilled in control and assimilation, but its individual combat power was not as strong as Yang Ming had imagined. Additionally, since it was a plant, Yang Ming had plenty of incendiary and white phosphorus bombs obtained from military bases in beautiful country. There were also several large-yield airdropped bombs. These things would be enough to burn this creature like firewood. But that was not Yang Ming's intention. He had gone through so much trouble just for that level 5 crystal core, after all. Moreover, this creature was backed by a nuclear reactor. If it blew up, the nuclear radiation would spread. Although it wouldn't affect Yang Ming, he wouldn't stoop to such unethical deeds. The trillions of medical nanobots rapidly spread throughout the massive tree, completely unnoticed by the now enraged tree spirit. After a few minutes, Yang Ming's previously tightly closed eyes suddenly lit up. He found it. There were actually 2 zombie crystal cores inside this tree spirit. This was a first for him. Upon discovering the zombie crystal cores, Yang Ming had no intention of hiding anymore. Bring it on. The Titan armor activated, breaking free from its restraints, and Yang Ming's ghostly blue plasma cutting blade shot out. Yang Ming charged towards the direction marked by the medical nanobots. The tree spirit's attention had been completely drawn by the 4T200S. But now faced with such a life and death crisis, Yang Ming's movement was immediately detected by the tree spirit. A sharp howl echoed, radiating immense fury throughout the entire tree body. The trunk, branches, and the dense vines on it shot towards Yang Ming like sharp weapons, attempting to stop his actions. Yang Ming's eyes flashed. Within the tree spirit, countless medical nanobots had long been poised to strike, crazily destroying the tissues and cells inside the tree spirit. In an instant, everything attacking Yang Ming froze in midair. The face on the tree displayed extreme pain. The bark began to crack, and like a bursting tomato, red blood gushed out. Haha, absorbing everything will only harm you. Seeing this, Yang Ming directly plunged his knife into the location of the tree spirit's zombie crystal core, taking advantage of your illness to take your life. With a few thrusts, Yang Ming dug out the heart and lungs of the tree body. 2 crystal-like objects, about the size of pink eggs, appeared in Yang Ming's hands. Done. After obtaining the crystal core, a white mist floated out from the tree body and entered Yang Ming's body, prompting him to fly away immediately. He then kept a safe distance with the 4 T800s who had already rescued Wan Ling, watching this creature warily. When the tree spirit had targeted him just now, Yang Ming had instructed the T800s to save Wan Ling. With the crystal core taken, the face on the tree body stared intently at Yang Ming, and then the entire body began to decay and disintegrate. However, the densely packed zombies on the branches, which had already been drained, suddenly burst forth with red light. Their previously desiccated bodies became plump like balloons. And just like that, they revived. What the hell? The myriad zombies, each with different forms, opened their eyes in unison, suddenly glaring at Yang Ming. Their gazes were filled with human-like hatred. Yang Ming's eyes narrowed. Are you playing reincarnation with me? At first glance, Yang Ming recognized that gaze as belonging to the tree spirit. He truly hadn't expected this creature to have such strong vitality. Even after having its zombie crystal core removed, it could still rely on these zombies for puppet parasitism. However, these zombies did not attack Yang Ming. Instead, they fell to the ground like ripe fruit, as if a rain of zombies had descended. After hitting the ground, these zombies began to flee in all directions, trying to escape. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Ming's eyes twitched. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 20 barrels of unknown containers were thrown out by Yang Ming, blocking all exits. Bang, bang, bang. These barrels exploded in midair. Orange mist instantly spread out. The zombies completely ignored the mist and continued to rush outside. However, upon contact with the mist, their outer skin rapidly began to rot, exposing the mixed blood, flesh, and plant fiber inside. Like fire melting ice, under the erosion of the orange mist, the zombies' bodies quickly dissolved away. The sounds of roaring, screaming, and painful wailing filled the entire space. Yang Ming's eyes twitched. This scene was too intense. The orange mist was something Yang Ming had obtained from the beautiful country's base. Agent Orange, also known as defoliant. The beautiful country had dropped this stuff in South Vietnam back in the day. However, what Yang Ming had was clearly an upgraded version improved by the beautiful country. After all, the original Agent Orange was called so simply because it was stored in orange barrels. But this new version had orange mist floating out as well. Moreover, its lethality was terrifying. Of course, it might also be effective against the target's weaknesses. After all, Agent Orange is also known as defoliant. Its core toxic agent, TCDD, is a highly toxic substance known as dioxin, specifically targeting plants. Against this tree spirit, its lethality was maxed out. The beautiful country still treats living beings like nothing. Yang Ming had always thought this stuff had been phased out, and he was surprised to see it at the base. He never expected they hadn't phased it out at all, and had even upgraded it. Its power had increased significantly. Now that it was in Yang Ming's hands, it was extraordinarily effective. The orange mist swirled, and the place resembled a refining furnace. The densely packed zombies were turned into a pool of blood. Minutes later, seeing that there were indeed no living creatures left, Yang Ming and the 4 T800s left the area. Fortunately, with the nanoliquid gold skin, it protected Wan Ling. Otherwise, she would have been lost here too. Outside the nuclear power plant, Wan Ling was pale and her body had shrunk significantly. In such a short time, she had almost been drained to a husk by the tree spirit. Yang Ming looked at Wan Ling on the ground, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Come on. Stop pretending. Your little brothers have all been killed by me. Yang Ming looked at Wan Ling on the ground nonchalantly. Suddenly, Wan Ling, who had been unconscious, abruptly opened her eyes. Her blood-red gaze was no different from those zombies that had just fallen from the branches. In an instant, that hateful gaze, wielding a military knife, lunged towards Yang Ming's heart. Yang Ming stepped directly on Wan Ling's face, his expression indifferent. Do you think you can play the escape trick under my nose? After being drained by the tree spirit for so long, and having seen its dirt reincarnation method, Yang Ming naturally kept his guard up. He had quietly checked Wan Ling's body, and indeed found something off. With one kick, he knocked Wan Ling unconscious. This guy clearly didn't have such a strong control over Wan Ling. He took out the medical repair pod and placed Wan Ling inside. Soon, the medical robot completely processed the parasitic matter from the tree spirit within Wan Ling's body. It seemed there were still hidden dangers. Yang Ming looked at the medical pod displaying something resembling spores parasitizing the nerves, which seemed familiar, and squinted slightly. After healing Wan Ling, Yang Ming instructed the T800s to drive the Bradley tank back to the survivor base with her. Yang Ming then disconnected. Inside the factory, looking at the two pink egg-sized level 5 zombie crystal cores, Yang Ming felt curious. The appearance of the level 14 zombie crystal core had no specific rules and was entirely blood red, resembling transparent bloodstone. However, the appearance of this level 5 zombie crystal core was completely different, smooth and round, with a pink color. Chapter 56. Kidnapped. This level 5 seems to be a watershed. Yang Ming shook the zombie crystal core in his hand. To say that the individual strength of the tree's spirit wasn't as strong as imagined. But a tree capable of developing consciousness and also being able to parasitically control zombies, that kind of bizarre ability was already quite exaggerated. Yang Ming could create massive amounts of robots because he had external assistance. If this tree spirit monster were to grow, it could truly control a vast number of zombies with its own abilities. Fortunately, this thing wasn't very intelligent. If it grew for a few years, Yang Ming might not be able to handle it. Of course, in this world, there are no ifs. This creature had already been eliminated by him. He began to recover the 2 zombie crystal cores in his hand. One level 5 zombie crystal core could actually be recovered for 20,000. Yang Ming was shocked to see his source material skyrocketing. Could it really be this much? Looking at the 40,000 source material credited, Yang Ming was a bit dazed. A level 4 zombie crystal core could be recovered for 2,000, while a level 5 was directly 10 times that of level 4. Glancing at the factory's experience points, it was currently at 30, and with this 40,000 credit, the experience points could reach 70. Unfortunately, it was still a bit short of leveling up. After some thought, Yang Ming directly began to produce 200 T800s. The combat power of the T800s was quite good, so Yang Ming planned to produce more. After all this, Yang Ming returned to the real world. Boss, this is the rental income from the restaurant and the property during this period. It's already in your account. In the G-Class car, Su Mingming handed the documents in her hand to Yang Ming. Last time she went abroad with Li Xiu, this G-Class was driven by Su Mingming for a while. I must say, this girl is indeed talented. She detailed every expense and income meticulously, itemizing everything clearly, including the exact amount of tax to be paid. Yang Ming glanced over it a few times and nodded. At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed outside the car. Yang Ming looked out the window and saw several police cars parked on the side of the street. What's going on? Yang Ming asked. Su Mingming glanced over. It's the annual crackdown on prostitution in Qingshan City. They're arresting prostitutes. Yang Ming understood. This entertainment street had the most nightclubs and bars, so it naturally couldn't avoid some illicit industries. It was evening, and many establishments had just opened. So the police were conducting a surprise inspection. A row of women dressed provocatively and with good figures stood with their hands on their heads, being led to cars one by the police. Yang Ming shook his head. This is a mess. The driver, Su Mingming, had just taken a bite of her bread and nearly spat it out when she heard Yang Ming's comment. With a strange expression, she looked at her boss. Officer, I really didn't come here for that. You have to believe me, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Boo-hoo, I was really set up. She didn't even let me touch her. I had just finished showering when 2 big guys burst in and beat me up, demanding 50,000 yuan. When I refused, they beat me again, boo-hoo. A familiar voice reached Yang Ming's ears, and he looked over in confusion. A chubby man, with his upper body exposed and a bathrobe covering his lower half, was crouching in front of the police, crying. It was Judah. Keep talking. I'm listening, the police officer said indifferently. Having caught people for prostitution for so many years, what kind of excuses hadn't he heard? He took out handcuffs and cuffed Judah Sai. Officer, I'm telling the truth. If I'm lying, I swear my whole family will die. Then your parents are indeed living well. We'll notify your parents later. Please don't tell my parents, or I'll really be embarrassed to face anyone. Judah's face was swollen and pallid, looking dejected. Suddenly, he spotted Yang Ming and Su Mingming approaching from a distance. And it was like seeing a savior. Huh, Yang Ge? Yang Ge saved me. What is your relationship with him? The police asked upon seeing Yang Ming approach. Clearly recognizing Judah, I'm his friend. Yang Ming looked at Judah, somewhat speechless. Your friend is suspected of soliciting prostitution, and we need to take him back for questioning. You'll need to come to the station later to pay the fine and retrieve him. The police officer stated in a businesslike manner. You kid are living quite extravagantly, huh? You dare to come to places like this? Aren't you afraid of running into a bioweapon? Yang Ming teased. Judah looked like he wanted to cry. Yang Ge, I was really framed. Don't worry, officer. We'll enforce the law impartially. Remember to reform and become a better person. Yang Ming patted Judah on the shoulder. Officer, why are there so many people involved in this crackdown? Why are there SWAT officers too? Yang Ming looked at the surrounding situation, puzzled. It wasn't just regular police. He even saw many armed SWAT members. The situation looked quite serious. Do these prostitutes really need such a big operation? If I didn't know better, I'd think a fight was about to break out. The regular police officer looked somewhat confused. We're just assisting in the crackdown on prostitution. I don't know the details. It might be some operation from the city. The officer didn't elaborate further. Don't ask around. Some things are confidential. Quickly leave. Realizing something, the officer warned. I'll take your friend first. Remember to come back to bail him out later. Yang-gu, you must come to get me. Don't tell my parents, or I'll really be done for. Yang Ming felt a headache coming on, while Su Ming beside him looked at Zhu Da with disdain. After Zhu Da was taken away by the police car, Yang Ming planned to leave. Just then, a series of loud noises erupted. What is going on? Is someone setting off fireworks at this hour? Su Ming asked, puzzled. Yang Ming frowned. Fireworks? This isn't fireworks. That's the sound of gunfire. In Xia country, firearms were banned, and someone like Su Ming, an ordinary person, had never been exposed to gunfire, so she instinctively thought it was fireworks. In the distance, the stationed SWAT officers sprang into action upon hearing the gunfire. The scene immediately became chaotic, with gunfire ringing out intermittently. At this moment, Su Ming also sensed that something was off. Crap, could it be gunfire? Hurry, let us get out of here, don't get close. Armed police saw Yang Ming and Su Ming and waved them away. Let us go, this has nothing to do with us. Yang Ming and Su Ming returned to the G-Class car. After the vehicle left the area, Su Ming occasionally looked back. Boss, do you think they're after some wanted criminals? Su Ming asked curiously, quite gossiping. It should be, Yang Ming replied, not very interested in it. But we haven't seen armed wanted criminals in Xia country for many years. Su Ming sighed. Boss, how do you know such scoundrels? Not very well. I knew it. Boss, you are so rich and handsome. How could you possibly mix with such scoundrels? Boss, are you going home now? I can drive you there. Just then, two gun barrels suddenly extended from the back seat, pressed against Yang Ming and Su Ming's heads. A cold voice came from the back seat. Don't move, or I'll kill you. Now follow my instructions. Drive out of the city immediately. Chapter 57. Kidnapped. 2. You're the wanted criminals caught by the police. Su Ming's face turned pale, glancing at the rearview mirror instinctively. Bang! A fist smashed through the rearview mirror. I didn't see your faces. Su Ming had seen enough movies. If you saw their faces, you would usually be silenced. She regretted it immensely. A chill ran down her neck as a knife was pressed against it. Su Ming trembled, her hands shaking so much that the car swayed. If you want to leave the city, don't make things difficult for my driver, Yang Ming said calmly from the passenger seat. There were 3 men in the back. Their skin dark, resembling Southeast Asians rather than Xia country nationals. They had fierce looks but showed no signs of panic. Hearing Yang Ming's words, they put away the knife. But the guns pressed against Yang Ming and Su Ming's backs did not lower. You better not have any other thoughts. Just drive us out of the city, and we won't harm your lives. If you act up, I guarantee I'll take you down first. A cold voice came from the back seat. Yang Ming raised his hand and patted Su Ming's cold, trembling hand resting on the gear shift to comfort her. Only then did Su Ming calm down, but fear still lingered in her eyes. Boss, where should we go? Su Ming looked at Yang Ming. Drive towards the villa area, that's also outside the city. It'll conveniently take these people away. Didn't they say they'd let us go once we leave the city? Yang Ming's voice showed no fluctuations. Su Ming froze, looking anxiously at Yang Ming. Was her boss's mind rusty? How could he believe them? Once they left the city and got to a desolate place, it would be murder and silencing. Even a novice like her knew that. How could Yang Ming be so naive, leading these wanted criminals home? But just as Su Ming was about to speak, Yang Ming interrupted her. Aren't you going to listen to the boss? Do as I say. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Yang Ming's gaze was calm. Su Ming let out a sigh. There wasn't much more said, but the eyes were spinning wildly, clearly thinking of a way to break the deadlock. Hee, you kid are quite perceptive. From behind, a man sneered. He then looked at Su Ming in the driver's seat. Do as I say, don't get any ideas, or I'll first violate and then kill you tonight. Again violate, and then kill. Su Ming's little thoughts were clearly noticed by this guy. Su Ming was immediately scared into not daring to think more. The vehicle quickly drove towards the outskirts of the city. The entertainment street was now filled with police cars. The caution tape was stretched tight, and a large number of SWAT officers were on high alert. So we were played? Next to a corpse. A middle-aged man with an obviously unusual identity looked at the body, his face grim. This man was Huang Yongchang, the director of the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau. Despite being surrounded by hundreds of people, the other side still managed to escape. Have we verified this person's identity? Huang Yongchang's temples throbbed. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and asked. A police officer stepped forward to reply. We've already had the criminal investigation unit check it. This person is a recorded drug user who had previously been taken for detoxification. It seems he relapsed. He got high tonight and was used as bait by those 3 wanted criminals. So we have completely lost track of their whereabouts? Huang Yangchang's face turned pale. These 3 wanted criminals had been given intelligence from above, instructing him to lead people to capture them. As a result, on his territory, they slipped away. Is the road blocked? Huang Yongchang asked in a deep voice. We have already notified the traffic department, and they have begun setting up checkpoints on the main roads, said a nearby accompanying police officer. Huang Yangchang's expression improved a little. If we can't catch these few. Huang Yongchang knew very well that his position as director might really come to an end if these guys caused any large-scale attacks and casualties in Qingshan City. He was afraid he would not only lose his position, but also end up behind bars. Director, someone from the bureau has arrived. A police officer next to him received a phone call and said to Huang Yongchang. Huang Yangchang's face stiffened, then he sighed slightly. Let us go back to the bureau first. Outside the city, on a road with few cars. Inside the car. According to our agreement. I've already sent you out of the city. Now you can leave. I still have to go home and sleep. By the way, you need to pay for the smashed rearview mirror and the gas money for this trip before you can leave, Yang Ming said. Su Mingming felt a black line on her forehead. For the first time, she wondered if her boss was lacking in sense. Still thinking about making people pay for car repairs and travel expenses? Dude, these are armed, vicious criminals. And you still want to go home and sleep? Whether she could even go back alive was another matter. Su Mingming's heart raced, and after thinking for a moment, she quietly unlocked the doors of the driver's and passenger's seats. The 3 people in the back exchanged glances, their expressions a bit strange. You're asking us for car repair money. A man with an A rifle chuckled. Isn't it only natural to compensate for damaging my car? Didn't he expect there to be such a fool in Xia country? Can't you see the situation? The man snorted coldly. The other 2 also drew their guns. Looking unfriendly. So you plan to kill to silence us? Yang Ming asked, his expression as calm as ever. Damn it, still acting tough at death's door? Kill him. The man in the middle's killing intent surged. Boss, run. Su Mingming quickly unlocked her and Yang Ming's seatbelts from the driver's seat. Then she opened the door and ran away into the distance. She had already done her best. The back doors were locked. She even helped Yang Ming unbuckle his seatbelt. If he still couldn't survive like this, then there was nothing she could do. She had already done her utmost. It was just a pity for such a good job and a good boss like Yang Ming. While Su Mingming rolled and crawled away, she glanced back slightly. And Yang Ming had escaped. Her heart sighed slightly. Inside the car, the 3 saw Su Mingming run out and immediately aimed to shoot her. However, just as they were about to pull the trigger, a sound of air braking came, and the person by the window felt a heavy blow to his jaw. Then everything went black, and he passed out. The other 2 reacted quickly. They pulled out their handguns and directly aimed at Yang Ming for a burst shot. Bang bang bang. Sparks flew, and eggshells scattered. Thud. The 2 looked incredulous, as the bullets seemed to hit an air wall and bounced off. In fact, 2 bullets even ricocheted back and hit the pants of the collapsed comrade, waking him up in pain. Are you done making a scene? Yang Ming punched the still screaming wanted criminal on the head, instantly caving it in, dead as a doornail. The other 2 knew they had encountered a tough opponent. Their expressions changed, and they were about to leave, but Yang Ming, like the Grim Reaper, reached out and grabbed their necks. With a gentle twist. Their eyes instantly lost focus. Chapter 58, died a bit weird. Su Mingming, who had already run far, heard the gunfire, and her heart trembled. She closed her eyes and mourned for a moment. Boss, I Su Mingming am not someone who lacks loyalty. Don't worry. I'll definitely burn more paper for you on the 7th day, ensuring you can still be a big shot over there. What are you mumbling about? Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Su Mingming was stunned, opened her eyes to see Yang Ming. Hiss. Boss, you turned into a ghost so quickly? Damn it. It wasn't me who got you killed. Don't cling to me. I promise to burn paper and incense for you every year like your son. Su Mingming's face was full of fear. I'm not dead. Yang Ming's mouth twitched, feeling a black line. Boss, they let you go? Su Mingming was stunned. Then what was that gunfire? I don't know. Maybe it was infighting. Yang Ming shrugged, looking innocent. Infighting? Su Mingming was puzzled. However, she didn't think much of it. To her, Yang Ming was just a decent and somewhat wealthy young man. She couldn't imagine that this boss could take on 3 fierce armed criminals and win, right? Did you call the police? Yang Ming asked. Already reported. Then let us wait for the police to come. Qingshan City Police Bureau. Lin Bureau, why are you here? Huang Yongchang returned to the bureau with a worried expression. Upon seeing the visitor, he was suddenly startled. Lin Chong, this was his true superior. Did you catch anyone? Lin Chong had a standard national character face, a slim figure. But his demeanor was still imposing. Huang Yongchang's heart sank. Tonight's operation was an emergency directive from the province, and yet he had messed it up. Seeing Huang Yongchang silent, Lin Chong's gaze sharpened. Didn't he catch anyone? Huang Yongchang bitterly nodded. Lin Chong knocked on the table. You don't need to blame yourself too much. These three are foreign spies, with strong counter-surveillance and combat awareness. The incident was sudden, the situation urgent, and you acted hastily. It's not your fault that you didn't catch them. Hearing Lin Chong's words, Huang Yongchang finally let out a sigh of relief. These few are foreign spies? Could it be that they were stealing national secrets? Huang Yongchang asked, his expression serious. Over the years, Xia country has developed rapidly, with technology advancing quickly. It's not uncommon for spies to come to Xia country for intelligence and technology theft. Sai, you know Professor Yang Yuxin, right? Lin Chong sighed slightly. Huang Yongchang was surprised. The famous Thunder King of Xia country, the founder of aircraft carrier electromagnetic technology, of course, I know him. He is a national treasure figure of Xia country. Lin Chong's expression was heavy. Yesterday, Professor Yang came to Qingshan City, and on the way, he was attacked by these spies. Huang Yongchang was shocked. What? Professor Yang actually had an accident? Huang Yongchang swallowed hard. He originally thought it was about stealing national secrets. But it turned out to be something even more serious. Such a national treasure figure was actually targeted by those damned foreign elements. Professor Yang should have accompanying security forces, right? How could such a situation occur? Huang Yongchang asked. Sai, Professor Yang's wife has been living in Qingshan City and suddenly suffered a brain stroke. In a rush, he decided to return, but unexpectedly encountered an assassination. Lin Chong sighed. Over the years, various assassinations targeting scientists and senior researchers in Xia country have not been uncommon. How is Professor Yang doing now? Huang Yongchang asked. He respected such a person as a fellow citizen of Xia country. At the same time, he felt a deep hatred for the three foreign spies. He is currently receiving emergency treatment at Qingshan City People's Hospital, Lin Chong said. Therefore, no matter what, we must dig 3 feet into the ground to catch these 3 people. Yes. Huang Yongchang's expression was serious. Just then, a police officer entered. Director, we just received a report that a car has been stolen. A car was stolen? Just follow the normal procedures and report it to me. What are you telling me this for? Huang Yongchang said irritably, still troubled by the matter of the spies. According to the informant, 3 armed robbers were involved. What? Huang Yongchang stood up in shock. Lin Chong's gaze sharpened. The two exchanged glances. Immediately, gather the SWAT team and rush to the scene. You're saying you don't know how these people died? In the interrogation room of the Qingshan City Police Department, Lin Chong and Huang Yongchang looked at Yang Ming and Su Ming in front of them, both with suspicious expressions. After receiving the report last night, Lin Chong and Huang Yongchang rushed over with a dozen SWAT vehicles. They then discovered 3 dead bodies in a big G, which were the 3 spies they had been tracking. According to the testimonies of Yang Ming and Su Ming, these 3 spies kidnapped 2 people out of the city, but then released them, as they were quite trustworthy. Lin Chong and Huang Yongchang had expressions of disbelief. A thought flashed through their minds simultaneously. Are you kidding me? However, after questioning the 2 for a long time, they still couldn't uncover anything substantial. Officer, can we leave now? Yang Ming asked. What is the result of the autopsy? Lin Chong glanced at Huang Yongchang outside the interrogation room window. The one who was shot was hit by their own people's bullets, but the gunshot wound was not fatal. The depressed skull fracture was the fatal injury. As for the other 2, their necks were broken by external force. Huang Yongchang's expression was somewhat incredulous. Don't be fooled by TV shows where it's easy to kill someone. In reality, breaking a person's neck is not that simple. It requires a significant amount of strength. Lin Chong's eyes flickered. Have their identities been investigated? The woman is named Su Ming. She previously worked in sales at a Ben's store. The man is named Yang Ming, a university student at Qingshan University. But he has recently been closely associated with Li Xiu, the daughter of the Jinfu group, possibly involving some illicit dealings, and has made some money, as there is quite a bit of money on his card. Lin Chong nodded. In that case, let them go. They are also victims. If we hadn't failed in our capture, they wouldn't have been kidnapped. But I still feel there are some doubts. Huang Yongchang hesitated. As someone from a criminal investigation background, the deaths of these individuals seem very strange. Doubts? 3 spies from Southeast Asia, dead is dead. It's not a criminal case. Perhaps someone did a good deed anonymously. Lin Chong said lightly. Let us settle this matter. Later, I will take the bodies to coordinate with the National Security Bureau comrades, and this matter will end here. Huang Yongchang scratched his head. Understood. After leaving the police station, Yang Ming did not expect things to be so complicated. It was just killing 3 people. If it weren't for the crowd, and for Su Ming being there last night, Yang Ming would have sent those 3 to the end of the world as fuel for the factory long ago. why bother running outside the city to kill them? He also made a quick profit from Judah, and Yang Ming took a taxi back to the villa. As for the big G he bought and had only driven for more than half a month, it had now become a soul ring car with 3 soul rings. Yang Ming naturally didn't plan to keep it and let Su Ming sell it secondhand. He went to buy a Heydog M9. A young person must have their first Benz. But the second one is unnecessary. After giving the orders, Yang Ming returned to the apocalyptic world. Chapter 59, Dealing with Remnants in the Apocalypse Factory. Yang Ming looked at the 200 T800s that had been produced, lined up in a neat square formation. Yang Ming felt a bit like a commander commanding an army. Although it was somewhat exaggerated, 200 T800s was still a considerable number, dark and intimidating. After checking, Yang Ming connected to the survivor base in Feng City. The T800s controlled by Yang Ming had already brought Wan Ling back. "You're awake." Yang Ming entered the room just as Wan Ling climbed up from the bed. Looking dazed. Seeing the somewhat familiar surroundings, Wan Ling was taken aback, as her memory was still at the nuclear power plant. It seemed she felt a pain in her neck and completely lost consciousness. She wasn't foolish, now that she thought about it. She immediately realized she had probably been ambushed by that tree spirit. Suddenly remembering something, Wan Ling's expression changed. "What about that monster at the nuclear power plant?" "I've already taken care of it, so I could only bring you back," Yang Ming explained. "Already taken care of?" Wan Ling breathed a sigh of relief. She did not doubt it. After all, if the opponent had not been dealt with, she would not have appeared in the base. Wan Ling did not mention the zombie crystal core, as the tree spirit monster was killed by Yang Ming, and naturally, the zombie crystal core belonged to Yang Ming. "By the way, I'm not sure how to deal with that nuclear power plant, but the zombies inside have already been taken care of, so you can find time to handle it. Remember to bring some protective suits. I threw away some not-so-clean things, which are toxic," Yang Ming said. Wan Ling nodded. Without that tree spirit monster, the remaining matters would be much simpler. As for what Yang Ming said about throwing away some unclean things, Wan Ling found it a bit strange, but did not take it lightly, keeping it in mind. At this moment, a soldier from the Wan family walked in. "Miss, Commander Wan Tianhao has awakened." Upon hearing the visitor's words, Wan Ling instantly became excited. "You mean my father is awake?" "Yes," the soldier confirmed. "Hurry, take me home," Wan Ling said as she intended to get up. Her body was mostly fine, although the tree spirit had almost drained her like a popsicle to turn her into a puppet. After treatment in the medical repair chamber and being fed a lot of food, she had long since returned to normal. However, seeing Yang Ming beside her, she stopped and smiled at him. "Yang Ming, I'll go back to see my father first, and I will definitely reward you when I return." That monster at the nuclear power plant, even Wan Ling, an ability user, was instantly ambushed, showing how terrifying it was. Although she didn't know the details of Yang Ming's battle with the monster, Wan Ling knew it was definitely not as simple as Yang Ming described. The dangers were unknown to outsiders. It could be said that Yang Ming had saved her twice by now. Not to mention that her father had been pulled back from the brink of death by Yang Ming. Yang Ming's kindness was something she could never repay. Yang Ming's eyes flickered as he stopped the overly joyful Wan Ling. "Your father's illness hasn't been cured yet. I'll go with you to take a look to avoid any mishaps." Wan Ling was taken aback, somewhat puzzled by Yang Ming's words. However, upon hearing that Wan Tianhao's illness had not been cured, her heart tightened, and she immediately agreed. The two took a vehicle to the Wan family. In the nursing home's ward, Wan Tianqing stood with his hands behind his back in front of Wan Tianhao's bed. His face no longer bore the warmth of a typical elder, but appeared cold and eerie. "You should be awake now." Wan Tianqing's voice was somewhat low. Wan Tianhao on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up mechanically. "I didn't expect that kid to have some skills. I almost got discovered by him," Wan Tianqing murmured. Then he looked out the window, his expression complex. Wan Ling had actually returned. The connection with the main body had been cut off, and it seemed something had gone wrong. Wan Tianqing's already gloomy face looked even worse. "From now on, you and I will depend on each other." Wan Tianhao, who was originally lifeless in bed, suddenly turned his eyes, becoming much more spirited. It seemed he had just connected online, raising his hand to check his arm and body. "The human shell is indeed weak." Wan Tianhao spoke calmly. "It's good to have something to use. The main body is dead, and now there are only the two of us parasites left. At least your body is stronger than mine." Wan Tianqing's voice carried a hint of jealousy. "Hurry up and sort out your memories. We need to lie low for now and not expose our identities. This base is vast, and we will take our time. In the future, these humans will be our nourishment." Wan Tianqing licked his lips, full of a bloodthirsty expression. Wan Tianhao also had a greedy look on his face. Just then, the ward door suddenly opened. The two dark figures instantly regained their bright and sunny expressions. Upon seeing the visitor, Wan Tianqing had a loving smile on his face. Wanling, you're back. Oh, you went to the nuclear power plant, and it worried me sick. Wan Tianqing looked anxious. Fortunately, you returned safely. Our Wan family has double happiness. Tianhao has also regained consciousness now. Wanling looked at Wan Tianhao in the hospital bed. Her eyes slightly moist. Ever since Wan Tianhao had his accident, her biggest worry was waking up one day to hear the bad news about her father. But now it seemed the hardship was finally over. Wan Tianhao looked at Wanling, and his originally dazed expression instantly revealed a loving look. Linger, you've worked hard during this time. Wanling could no longer hold back and was about to go over for a hug. However, an arm blocked her way. It was Yang Ming. Yang Ming looked at the two on the hospital bed and the amiable Wan Tianqing with a half-smile. This fatherly and filial scene was quite touching. If others saw this, they would probably be moved to tears. Wanling was a bit confused. Yang Ming, what's wrong? Is there something going on? Although she was puzzled by Yang Ming's obstruction, she wasn't too angry. Of course, saving a life is as good as creating one. Not to mention Yang Ming had saved her twice. Perhaps no one could compare to Yang Ming's kindness towards her, not even her biological father. Yang Ming didn't reply. Instead, he looked at the two with a meaningful gaze. Are you two graduates from Hollywood? You really know how to act, huh? Wan Tianqing frowned. Yang Ming, what do you mean by that? Although you saved Wanling and Tianhao, this should be our family matter, right? The Wan family is not a place where an outsider like you can act recklessly. Wan Tianqing's voice was clearly displeased. Uncle, Yang Ming didn't mean it. Wanling stepped in to mediate. She looked at Yang Ming with a hint of apology. I'm magnanimous, so I won't hold this against you. Wan Tianqing put on an air of generosity. This young man, Tianqing, has already told me that you did save me and Wanling. But we have already paid the price. The Wan family will not mistreat our benefactors. But those who take advantage of kindness and seek to repay with malice are not included. In the hospital bed, Wan Tianhao looked at Yang Ming with a cold gaze. Wanling was momentarily confused as to why things had escalated so quickly. She had planned to say a few words in Yang Ming's favor in front of her father. Yang Ming spoke up first. You think just because you're wearing human skin, you're really human? Yang Ming snorted coldly, his gaze indifferent. I can tell at a glance that you two are not human. Chapter 60. Wan Tianhao's strength. Yang Ming's words were like a bomb, instantly making the ward silent. Wanling's breath caught, her pupils shrinking. The figure she had planned to walk over with instinctively stepped back. She looked at her father in the hospital bed and her uncle with confusion. At this moment, she subconsciously believed Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming, what do you mean by that? Wanling asked seriously. The literal meaning. You little brat. Are you really thinking that the Wan family won't touch you? When Wan Tianqing heard Yang Ming's words, he was startled, but his face showed no sign of it. Instead, he revealed an angry expression and scolded Yang Ming. Linger, what are you still standing there for? Expel him from the Wan family. The Wan family will no longer welcome him. Wan Tianhao's face looked grim as he ordered Wanling. However, Wanling didn't move at all. She looked at her biological father with suspicion. Stop looking. Your biological father has been controlled by someone. Well, to be precise, you shouldn't call it someone, but rather the remnants of that tree spirit, right? After saying that, Yang Ming looked at Wan Tianqing and Wan Tianhao. Let me sort this out. Wan Tianhao went to the nuclear power plant, and it should have been your instigation, right? Yang Ming looked at Wan Tianqing. You lured Wan Tianhao over so that tree spirit could parasitize him. You should have been controlled by that thing for a long time. Haven't you? Yang Ming narrowed his eyes. Upon hearing this, Wan Tianqing's face changed instantly. You're outrageous. Wan Tianhao shouted sharply. He then leapt from the hospital bed, unleashing the terrifying aura of a level 4 evolved being, charging at Yang Ming. You sharp-tongued brat, I'll tear your mouth off. Wan Tianhao, being a level 4 evolved being, was indeed powerful. His attacks felt like those of a martial arts master. This was the first time Yang Ming had seen a level 4 evolved being. According to Wanling, Wan Tianhao's strength had already reached the peak of level 4. Wan Tianhao's hand clawed at Yang Ming like an eagle's talon. Yang Ming remained still, giving the impression that he was stunned. But at that moment, 4 fully armed soldiers entered the room. The T800 Titan armor activated, and the T800 stepped forward with a palm to meet Wan Tianhao. Bang! At the moment of contact, an explosive sound echoed, and Wan Tianhao was sent flying. He landed and retreated several steps before stabilizing himself. His fierce gaze fixed on the 2 T800s guarding in front of Yang Ming. Such strong power. Wan Tianhao looked somewhat shocked. Yang Ming was also surprised. The strength of this level 4 evolved being was indeed not to be underestimated. Just that power alone was around 7 to 8 tons. Tyson's peak strength is only about 800 kilograms, right? No, it shouldn't be calculated that way. Reality isn't that simple. Those ninjas can easily dismember their opponents. And Tyson would have to lie down obediently. Wan Tianqing's expression was serious. Wan Ling, your savior is impressive. Not only does he slander us, but he also dares to attack your biological father. This parasitized person is indeed different. They are so skilled at sowing discord. Far superior to that idiot of your main body. Yang Ming stroked his chin. Your abilities are indeed strange. If you were to sneak around, it would be quite troublesome to deal with. Yang Ming, are they still my father and uncle? Wan Ling asked with a complex expression. She had already believed Yang Ming's words, but still held a glimmer of hope. Yes, but also no. Their bodies are, but their minds are another matter. Yang Ming explained. Take them down for me. Yang Ming ordered. The 4 T800s surged forward and engaged in combat with Wan Tianhao. Wan Tianqing's strength was considerably weaker. As a level 3 evolved being, he was no match in this high-stakes situation. Within just a few exchanges, Wan T200 had crippled both his legs and arms, then slapped him across the face, rendering him unconscious. Thus, the scene turned into 4 T200s battling a peak level 4 evolved being, Wan Tianhao. This spectacle was quite impressive. Wan Tianhao's strength was indeed formidable. Having learned military combat techniques, he managed to hold out for so long against the 4 T200s. Of course, the main reason was that Yang Ming had ordered the T200s to hold back. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds echoed as punches landed with force. After fighting for 4 or 5 minutes, Wan Tianhao was drenched in sweat, feeling somewhat exhausted and physically drained. Under the high-intensity combat, coupled with the fact that he had just taken control of this body and couldn't yet move it as he wished, he found it difficult to fully exert his strength. Come on, are you serious? You're soft after just a few minutes? Yang Ming mocked. Wan Tianhao's expression fluctuated between anger and embarrassment. Humph. I could take on 10 more. Wan Tianhao retorted stubbornly. All right, you've got guts. I admire people like you. Yang Ming clapped his hands. Bring in 10 more. Suddenly, 10 fully armed T200s rushed in from outside. Wan Ling's eyes widened as she instinctively glanced towards the door. Where did these people come from? Wan Ling was dumbfounded. The 14 T200s quickly surrounded Wan Tianhao. His face turned pale. Damn it, I was just talking big, you really bringing it on? With a fluctuating expression, Wan Tianhao looked at the nearby window. Suddenly, he was shocked, staring behind Yang Ming. There's a ghost. Yang Ming instinctively looked back. Wan Tianhao suddenly jumped up and charged towards the window. Yang Ming's face darkened. Damn it, trying to distract me? Get him. Make him unrecognizable to his own child. Wan Ling's mouth twitched at the side. The 14 T200s swarmed forward, entering combat mode. Before long, Wan Tianhao was beaten to the point of near unconsciousness. Yang Ming, is there still hope for my father? Wan Ling looked at Wan Tianhao with a somewhat forlorn expression. You go out first, let me try. Yang Ming said. Upon hearing Yang Ming's words, Wan Ling's eyes regained hope as she exited the hospital room. Can he be saved? Of course he can. It just needs deep treatment in the medical pod. Yang Ming threw Wan Tianhao into the medical pod. Watching the projection screen, he saw that a plant fiber-like spore had appeared at the back of Wan Tianhao's head. This substance released a special matter. Something Yang Ming had sensed when treating Wan Tianhao before, but didn't he know what it was at the time. Now it was clear. This was precisely the stuff from the tree spirit. The medical nanobots quickly surrounded and eliminated it, and soon the spores at the back of Wan Tianhao's head completely disappeared. Then Yang Ming threw Wan Tianqing in as well. Like Wan Tianhao, but the spores in Wan Tianqing's brain were significantly larger. However, it wasn't a big problem. And under the treatment of the nanomedical robots, they were soon cleared away. Chapter 61. After dealing with the younger one, the elder one came. After finishing up, Yang Ming put away the medical repair pod. He laid both of them on the bed. Since this was a single patient room, Yang Ming could only throw both of them under one blanket. After all, they were brothers, so it wasn't a problem. After doing all this, Yang Ming finally let Wan Ling back in. Seeing her father and uncle on the hospital bed, Wan Ling felt a bit worried. Yang Ming is my father. He's currently not in any major danger, but he needs to rest for a while, Yang Ming explained. Wan Ling breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Yang Ming with immense gratitude. Suddenly thinking of something, Wan Ling said, wait a moment, I'll step out for a bit. Not long after, Wan Ling walked back in, holding 10 level 3 zombie crystal cores. Yang Ming, our family doesn't have many crystal cores left. This is the last bit we have. Wan Ling knew that Yang Ming needed crystal cores, so she directly took all the crystal cores from her home. Saying this, she handed the crystal cores over. Yang Ming didn't stand on ceremony and accepted them. After eliminating the potential threat of Wan Tianhao, Yang Ming returned to Zhongcheng, with Wan Ling following along since she had nothing else to do. Is this the only revenue we've made during this time? Yang Ming looked at the zombie crystal cores Jiang Yue handed over, somewhat surprised. Most of them were level 1 zombie crystal cores, appearing to be more than a dozen. There were only a handful of level 2 zombie crystal cores, and not a single level 3 zombie crystal core. It was truly unprecedented that food couldn't be sold in the apocalypse. Is someone blocking our financial path? Yang Ming asked. He instinctively thought of this reason after Wang Heba's visit last time. Not really, Jiang Yue replied. The main issue is that there are too few customers. Too few customers? Yang Ming was slightly taken aback. There should be at least hundreds of thousands of survivors in the base. It was impossible to sell so little, right? Zombie crystal cores are still quite rare, Wan Ling explained. Currently, besides the inner-city forces like our Wan family, the only other sources are some evolutionists and mercenary organizations in Zhongcheng. Ordinary people at the bottom can't possibly obtain zombie crystal cores. Moreover, zombie crystal cores are essential for evolutionists to enhance their personal power, making them quite precious. For instance, level 2 evolutionists need a large number of level 2 zombie crystal cores for advancement. In a world where personal strength is crucial for survival, they naturally wouldn't trade their precious zombie crystal cores, and if they did trade, it would be for useless level 1 crystal cores. Therefore, even though food is incredibly precious, there are not many willing to exchange zombie crystal cores. And the ordinary people in the outer city who need food have no crystal cores to trade. Yang Ming nodded. He realized he knew too little about this survivor base. His trading with the Wan family during this time had given him the illusion that there were plenty of zombie crystal cores. In fact, the Wan family's supply of zombie crystal cores was only relatively more abundant, but not by much. The 10 level 3 zombie crystal cores Wan Ling had given him today were the last stock of the Wan family. It was unexpected that his first venture in the apocalypse had failed. This made Yang Ming feel a heavy weight in his heart. The factory's upgrade experience had grown almost exponentially. If leveling up was so difficult now, how would it be in the future? Yang Ming, are you really in dire need of crystal cores? Wan Ling, noticing Yang Ming's fluctuating expression, cautiously asked. Yes, I'm in desperate need. Suddenly, a person flashed through Yang Ming's mind. Wang Heba. His eyes lit up instantly. You know that Wang Heba, right? Wan Ling was taken aback, not understanding why Yang Ming suddenly asked this. I know him. He's from the Wang family in the inner city, the son of Wang Dachui. Yang Ming stroked his chin. How does this Wang family compare to yours? Wan Ling thought for a moment. The Wang family is not weak. Our Wang family has an army, while the Wang family has gathered a group of evolutionists. If we only consider the evolutionists, the Wang family is stronger than ours. Yang Ming's eyes brightened. To support so many evolutionists, they must have a considerable supply of zombie crystal cores. Yang Ming suddenly realized he had been thinking too naively. He seemed to still adhere to the thinking of a person in the real world, upholding a relatively high moral standard based on principles of equal exchange and mutual benefit. But this was the apocalypse, a world where humanity was barely surviving and zombies were rampant. Here, whoever's fist is bigger holds the power. Business? What a joke. Is there a faster way to make money than robbing? Although robbery is somewhat unscrupulous, so what? As long as I can get what I need. I don't care about anything else. A thought sparked, and the world suddenly opened up. With this in mind, there must still be plenty of opportunities in the survivor base. Yang Ming, you're not planning to take action against the Wang family, are you? Wan Ling's eyes widened. Why not? Wan Ling smiled wryly. We know that the Wang family has at least 4 level 4 evolutionists, including the current leader, Wang Dachui. Although they aren't as strong as my father, there are simply too many of them. I know that you have strong subordinates. But the Wang family is not easy to deal with. Yang Ming's 14 powerful soldiers, she had just witnessed their strength, but after fighting with her father so many rounds, Wan Ling believed they were at the level of just having advanced to level 4 or the peak of level 3. Even if they could take down the Wang family, the losses would probably be significant. 4? Yang Ming stroked his chin. Wan Ling thought Yang Ming had changed his mind and added, that's what I know. The actual number is probably even more. That's not many, Yang Ming scoffed. I thought there would be double digits. I already have more than 200 T800s at the base. One for each, and they could take down the Wang family. Just then, a commotion was heard outside. Boss, that Wang Heba is here again. Lu Xiao said with a panicked expression. During this time working here, Lu Xiao's originally frail body had noticeably filled out, and her eyes were brighter. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming grinned. He.S. actually delivering himself to my doorstep. In the yard, a group of thugs in black vests armed with machetes entered, led by Wang Heba and a crossdresser. Dad, it's him who hit me, Wang Heba complained like a primary school student upon seeing Yang Ming. He held that huge Gatling gun to my forehead. I nearly wet myself. Wang Heba was in tears. The key point is, he even kicked me. Almost made sure your line ends here. The person Wang Heba called dad didn't look like a good person either. Chapter 62, Wang Dachui. He had a shiny bald head and a face full of flesh. His body was adorned with a green dragon on the left, a white tiger on the right, and an old cow around his waist. He was even wearing a chest-length vest and tight leather pants. If he were in the real world, he would be stopped by the police within 2 minutes. Like father, like son. Wang Dachui looked Yang Ming up and down and snorted coldly. So, you're the one who hit my son? It's a father's fault if a son is not taught properly. I was just helping to discipline him to prevent him from causing trouble later, Yang Ming replied leisurely. Wang Dachui's face immediately fell. Who do you think you are? You don't have the right to discipline my son. I'm a reasonable person. My son was beaten so badly. You should at least pay for his medical expenses. Wang Dachui glanced around, his eyes gleaming with greed. This shop belongs to me now. Leave an arm behind, and I'll let this matter go. Is your father still around? Yang Ming suddenly asked. Of course my dad is still alive. Wang Dachui instinctively replied, then froze. What does that have to do with my dad? You hit my son, and now the old man is here. Looks like there's still one more. Yang Ming frowned. What's your father's name? Why not call him over so we can line up? To avoid wasting time sending them one by one? His name is Wang Zhongwang. Over 60 this year. Wan Ling added timely. Ham sausage. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. Wang Dachui's expression immediately darkened. Your appearance is decent, but your mouth is quite poisonous. You'll understand what consequences mean soon. Hearing his father's words, Wang Heba looked a bit excited. Dad, avenge me, kill him. Wang Heba knew exactly what his father's strength was. In this survivor base, apart from their Wang family, the only one stronger than his father was Wan Tianhao from the Wan family. However, Wan Tianhao was about to kick the bucket, so there weren't many people above his father in the base. Uncle Dachui, it's better to resolve misunderstandings than to escalate conflicts. Peace brings wealth. Wan Ling stepped forward to advise when she saw the other party about to act. Isn't that Wan Ling from the Wan family? Wang Dachui had actually noticed Wan Ling long ago, but pretended to just see her. Instead of waiting to burn paper for your father, you come here to play peacemaker? What's wrong? Are you interested in this pretty boy? Well, he does look decent. It's rare to see such a clean man in this world, Wang Dachui sneered. Wan Ling was momentarily speechless. Wang Dachui looked at Yang Ming with disdain. Kid, do you want to keep your arm, or should I help you? Wang Dachui drew a machete with a cruel expression. Dad, let me do it. I want to personally chop off his arm. Wang Heba was excited, seeing Yang Ming silent. Wang Dachui thought Yang Ming was intimidated by his aura. All right, then you do it. Wang Dachui handed the knife to his son. Wang Heba walked over eagerly with the knife. Kid, weren't you very good at fighting? What good is fighting without power and background? You little loser. Yang Ming frowned. Idiot. You talk too much. Wang Heba was taken aback. You dare to insult me? Huh. Yang Ming directly spat a mouthful of saliva on Wang Heba's face. The thick phlegm was sticky and stringy, just like being splashed with paint. Oh. Yang Ming grimaced in disgust and kicked Wang Heba directly. Bang. Wang Heba's body crashed into the wall, getting stuck. Heba. Wang Dachui's expression changed. Looking at Wang Heba, who was still foaming at the mouth and stuck in the wall. His eyes nearly popped out. You little brat, you're seeking death. Kill him. Leave no one alive here. Saying that, Wang Dachui pulled out another gleaming machete from his pants. What about Wan Ling from the Wan family? A black-vested thug asked hesitantly. Wan Tianhao is about to die. What are you afraid of? Leave the person alive for me. After we wipe out the Wan family, I'll show up at Wan Tianhao's coffin for a father-son reunion. Yes. The thugs responded, then charged forward with their machetes. Whoosh. Wang Dachui, clad in leather pants, moved without any hindrance. Simple and direct, his strength was like 1,000 pounds. He swung his machete towards Yang Ming's head. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes, pulled out a Desert Eagle, and fired a burst of bullets. Bang bang bang. A level 4 revolver was indeed powerful. Wang Dachui's machete moved so fast it created afterimages, directly deflecting the bullets aimed at him. I can even block bullets. Oh, just as he finished showing off, Wang Dachui suddenly let out a tragic howl. The reason was that Yang Ming seized the opportunity to punch him right in the face. Blood sprayed from his nose. You bastard. You dare to sneak attack me? So what if I do? Yang Ming retreated quickly after the punch. Just as his words fell, over 20 fully armed soldiers with batons and shields exited the room. They immediately sent Wang Dachui's thugs into a panic. A group of gangsters were up against well-trained riot police. The thugs were soon crying for their mothers. Wan Ling was stunned, rubbing her eyes. Where did this group come from? There was no one in the room just now. We of you will stop hitting. Don't hit my face. I'm going to be disfigured. We of you will don't electrocute me. My sphincter is a bit loose. I leaked in my pants. seeing the fully armed soldiers with batons and electric sticks around him. Wang Dachui momentarily flinched. The sight of his thugs on the ground reminded him of some not-so-pleasant memories from before the apocalypse. But it was just a moment. He quickly snapped back. Damn it. I'm a level 4 revolver now. What do I have to be afraid of? If I want to leave, who can stop me? Wang Dachui relaxed. He grinned at Yang Ming with an air of superiority. There are quite a few small fry, you little brat. Do you dare to show off in front of me? Yang Ming smiled faintly and beckoned with his hand. Wang Dachui's expression darkened. You're quite arrogant. Wang Dachui's figure shot forward like lightning, even creating a sonic boom. The cold light flashed as he aimed for Yang Ming's neck. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. Wang Dachui's knife was left with only the handle. Meanwhile, in Yang Ming's hand, a ghostly blue long knife that made one's heart race was poised at Wang Dachui's neck. What a fast knife. What kind of knife is that? Wang Dachui's Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed nervously. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his eyes darted around wildly. A pig-killing knife. Yang Ming chuckled. Wang Dachui's expression stiffened. Yang Ming was implying that he was a pig. But did he think he could take him down with just one knife? Dream on. Ha ha ha. Yang Ming, you think a broken knife can kill me, Wang Dachui? It's not that easy. Wang Dachui stomped down, causing the floor tiles to shatter and sink into the ground, ready to flee. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. For plasma cutting blades were now poised at Wang Dachui's neck. Is this enough? Please spare me, good man. Wang Dachui instantly knelt. Chapter 63, The Factory Upgrades Again. Do you want to live or die? I want to live. I really want to live. How do you want to live? Can I stand while living? Wang Dachui hesitated for a moment, stuttering. You still want to stand? Yang Ming raised an eyebrow. The knife in his hand tightened by 3 points. Feeling a chill at his neck, Wang Dachui instantly urinated. Kneeling is fine, I'll just kneel. As long as I can live. Yang Ming looked at the sweating Wang Dachui and chuckled. You scared me coming here. You have to pay for my mental damages, right? Wang Dachui forced a smile. Compensation. Absolutely compensation. After this fight, I also have to compensate for the flowers and plants in my yard. Not bad. You're a smart one. Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction. Since you are so understanding, I'll give you a 20 discount. Including your son, 2 lives, a total of 10 level 5 zombie crystal cores. Wang Dachui, 10-10? Level 5 zombie crystal cores? Wang Dachui's face turned green. What? It seems your and your son's lives aren't worth that much? Then don't live. After saying that, Yang Ming pretended to raise his knife to chop Wang Dachui. Worth a lot. My life is quite valuable. Wang Dachui immediately shouted. The blade stopped in front of Wang Dachui's neck, and he swallowed hard. So that's an agreement, right? Wait. We really don't have 10 level 5 zombie crystal cores. Wang Dachui said with a mournful face. Level 5 zombie crystal cores aren't like cabbages at a market. How could we have that many? Yang Ming wasn't surprised. He didn't expect Wang Dachui to actually produce 10 level 5 zombie crystal cores with his lion's demand. Then you're putting me in a tough spot. Yang Ming pulled out a military knife, twirled it casually, and scratched his nails. Wang Dachui's expression fluctuated for a while. Then he gritted his teeth. I'll give you 30 level 4 zombie crystal cores. You let my father and son go. Now it was Yang Ming's turn to be a bit surprised. Damn. That's quite generous, coming up with 30 right away. Jackpot. However, even though Yang Ming was a bit excited, he kept a calm face. Only 30? Yang Ming frowned. What do you mean only? Wang Dachui's voice instantly rose by 3 points, sounding a bit agitated. But seeing Yang Ming's knife, he immediately wilted. On this basis, add 50 level 3 zombie crystal cores, 100 level 2 zombie crystal cores, and 500 level 1 zombie crystal cores. Hiss, aren't you bullying honest people? Wang Dachui's face turned red and his neck thickened from holding his breath. Is this guy treating the Wang family like pigs? You call yourself honest? Yang Ming mocked. I've already made concessions, don't be ungrateful. Either bring me the crystal cores, or I'll send you to reincarnate. But in this world, whether you can be reborn well, is another matter. Wang Dachui's mouth twitched. Besides those 30 level 4 zombie crystal cores, the rest should at least be halved. Otherwise our Wang family can't produce them. If that doesn't work, then just chop me up. Yang Ming looked at Wang Dachui, who was in pain, and confirmed that he had squeezed him for almost everything. So he nodded. You go back and get the zombie crystal cores, cash on delivery. Yang Ming looked at the group of beaten-up little brothers squatting against the wall, holding their heads. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and go back to get the stuff to redeem your people. Seeing his subordinates frozen in place, Wang Dachui yelled. You can't scold Yang Ming. So you're scolding yourselves. The little brothers immediately rolled away, disappearing in an instant. Yang Ming pried Wang Heba out from the wall. The two father and son embraced and wept. Yang Ming watched with a black line on his forehead. Wang Dachui's little brothers were quick, and in less than 10 minutes, they brought back the zombie crystal cores. A whole box of zombie crystal cores, each one like a marble, made Yang Ming's eyes shine. Yang Ming kept his word and directly released Wang Dachui and Wang Heba. As for Wang Dachui's resentful gaze as he left, Yang Ming didn't mind at all. Just let them go like this? Won't it be releasing a tiger back to the mountain? Wanling looked at the departing figures of the Wang father and son. A bit worried. Release a tiger back to the mountain? Yang Ming smiled faintly. In a few days, I'll raid their den. After finishing, Yang Ming stored the zombie crystal cores and then disconnected the link. The 200 T800s in the factory had all been produced. The factory's experience points had also reached 50. Yang Ming didn't hesitate and directly recycled all the zombie crystal cores in his hand. The source quality rapidly increased, soon breaking through the 6-digit mark and reaching 110,000. Damn, the Wang family's resources are quite abundant. Originally, after producing 200 T200s, he had only 20,000 source quality left. But this wave from the Wang family directly brought him nearly 100,000 in massive source quality. Indeed, extortion is fast money. Yang Ming stroked his chin. Produce 500 T200s. With enough source quality, Yang Ming didn't need to be stingy anymore. Now he had enough money to upgrade the factory. In the next few days, Yang Ming basically stayed in the factory, waiting for the upgrade. Finally, after the last T200 was produced, the factory level smoothly reached level 4. Yang Ming was very excited. Every factory upgrade brought him a qualitative improvement. Thus, he had quite high expectations for this factory upgrade. Looking at the units, sure enough, a new type of robot appeared, T300. Seeing the appearance of T300, Yang Ming was taken aback. The T300 looks different from T200 and T100. If T200 and T100 had a mechanical skeleton like the Terminator in movies, then the T300 truly had a human-like form. The metal skeleton was replaced by a material called dragon crystal, resembling crystal, but its hardness was several levels higher than T200's aluminum alloy. Moreover, its limbs had something resembling human muscles, but it wasn't T-biological material. It was somewhat like carbon fiber, but not quite, as its strength exceeded carbon fiber. With distinct strands. The cost also reached 1,000 each. This price was 10 times more expensive than T200. However, there's a reason for the high price of the factory's products. Looking at the shop, the price of nanometal skin had dropped from 50 to 10. This was good news. This thing could now be widely deployed. Chapter 64. Military advice to the Feng City survivor base. Aside from the drop in nanometal skin prices, the other prices remained unchanged. Additionally, there was a new weapon, the plasma cannon. This should be the first time Yang Ming saw a long-range attack weapon produced by the factory. However, seeing its price, Yang Ming's eyelid twitched. A plasma cannon costs a full 3,000, almost half the price of a Titan armor. Additionally, the shop had many upgrade chips. Electronic eye upgrade chips. Mechanical exoskeleton upgrade chips. Engineering control module chips. Yang Ming was seeing these things for the first time, but it seemed that their general meaning was that they could perform modular upgrades on the robots under Yang Ming's command. However, Yang Ming's attention did not linger on these items. Instead, he looked at an entirely new interface. Industrial module. What is this? Yang Ming was taken aback. But after understanding it in detail, he was overjoyed. Simply put, the upgrade experience of the factory comes from the factory's production capacity. Once this industrial module is activated, Yang Ming's factory experience will no longer be limited to the source material cost of producing robots and items for the store. Instead, as long as it belongs to and is owned by Yang Ming, any industrial production value can bring factory experience to Yang Ming. Of course, the experience from these factories is naturally not as much as that from consuming source material, but it can be obtained without using source material. Acquiring source material is really difficult. After all, at present, zombie crystal cores are still quite rare. Yang Ming had previously been worried about the source material supply for the factory. With the factory's upgrades, the demand for source material would definitely be massive. But currently, the supply of zombie crystal cores is still quite limited. However, with this industrial module, it can significantly alleviate Yang Ming's source material crisis in the future. This is about developing one's industry. Yang Ming looked at this industrial module and fell into deep thought. What are the benefits of the industrial module? Yang Ming's main source of material has always been zombie crystal cores, and the key reason is that while the factory can absorb anything to convert it into source material, the conversion rate is pitifully low. Only zombie crystal cores are efficient. But with the industrial module, as Yang Ming's industry gradually expands, it can even gradually improve the conversion rates of other materials. Wow, this thing is amazing. After understanding the functions of the industrial module, Yang Ming was overjoyed. In the evening, at the survivor base. In the room, Yang Ming connected to T800, and then his eyes moved. And a person identical to Yang Ming appeared in the room. It was the T800 made by Yang Ming. With the stronger T800, T200 naturally became a mere servant in front of Yang Ming. After linking to T800, Yang Ming looked at the T200 he had just controlled. This feeling was very strange. As if his soul had shifted. Yang Ming issued a command. The T200 body that Yang Ming had controlled for so long began to change. And under the distortion of the nanometal skin, it quickly transformed into an ordinary soldier. Soon, in the room, more armed T200s appeared. All of these were transferred from the base. T200 could also be upgraded to T800, but after thinking about it, Yang Ming felt that T200 was sufficient for now. So he didn't spend the extra money. Currently, Yang Ming had nearly 800 T200s under his command. According to the standards of this survivor base, that is 800 level 4 evolved beings. Yang Ming summoned 20 of them in a row, filling the room to capacity. They went to control the city gate. With a single command, these armed T200s walked out. This was just the first batch. Later, under the night sky, Yang Ming's room was like a van in the real world, with people continuously walking out. Teams of fully armed 10-man squads began to move from the inner city to the outer city. The next morning, Wan Ling was called over by Yang Ming. "Let us go. Come with me out of the city," Yang Ming said. Wan Ling was taken aback, but didn't say much. The vehicle slowly drove toward the city gate. Upon seeing the city gate, Wan Ling's eyes immediately focused. For soldiers armed with rifles were on guard. Many survivors from the outer city whispered about these soldiers. Where did these soldiers come from? I've never seen them before. I don't know. But does our base have soldiers that look this strong and are equipped this well? The soldiers from the Wan family don't have this kind of equipment, do they? Look at their clothes. They are cleaner than anyone else, and their guns look brand new. These soldiers looked strong and well-fed at first glance, making others envious. I'm so tired of eating these energy bars all day. Shut up, with your bony appearance. Who would want you? The survivors from the outer city did not recognize these soldiers, but Wan Ling did. Aren't these Yang Ming's subordinates? Connecting this with what Yang Ming had said before, a thought suddenly arose in Wan Ling's mind. Yang Ming, are you planning to take action against the base? These soldiers did not stop the vehicle and directly let it pass. After leaving the city, Wan Ling remained silent for a moment before asking, "Is this place really what you want?" Yang Ming did not shy away. If previously he intended to take down the survivor base to loot zombie crystal cores, now he had other ideas. What? Are you worried about your Wan family? Yang Ming immediately saw through Wan Ling's thoughts. Wan Ling nodded. Why not have your Wan family join me? I can guarantee you enough meals every day, Yang Ming said. And if you join me in taking down the Feng City survivor base, what is that saying again? From the Dragon's merit. Recruiting the Wan family. Yang Ming had his own plans, as managing a base of hundreds of thousands of people was not something he could handle alone. He didn't have the time to manage tens of thousands of people every day. As a major force in the base, the Wan family was naturally stronger in this aspect. With the Wan family, he could also save some trouble. Cough, cough. Wan Ling almost choked on Yang Ming's words. From the Dragon's merit? Are we trying to become emperors here? However, Yang Ming's words did make Wan Ling's heart stir. Now that her father and uncle were still in a coma, she was indeed the one making decisions for the Wan family. Following Yang Ming, that would definitely not be a bad thing. Whether in terms of food or strength, Yang Ming was undoubtedly a strong ally. But can we really take down the Feng City survivor base? Wan Ling hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit uncertain. The Feng City survivor base had a population of hundreds of thousands, and the inner city had nearly 100 various mercenary forces. Aside from the Wan family and the Wang family, there were several other factions that, while not as strong as them, were still significant. Taking it down wouldn't be that simple. However, at that moment, the ground trembled slightly. In the distance, a massive mechanized army was slowly driving toward them. Tanks and armored vehicles were everywhere. In the sky, a dozen Apache attack helicopters followed at low altitude. This shocking scene, even before the apocalypse, she could only see during large-scale military exercises. Yang Ming was also excited. A torrent of steel, the romance of men. Yang Ming was no exception. Wan Ling looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. Are these all? Yes, these are all my troops. They should be able to take it down, right? Wan Ling was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Easy. Chapter 65. Who agrees, who opposes? Sometimes, showing strength is far more effective than saying 1,000 words. After seeing this torrent of steel, Wan Ling didn't need Yang Ming to say much and directly expressed her willingness to follow him. Yang Ming did not let the army enter the city, as the layout of the survivor base was chaotic. Bringing tanks and armored vehicles in would simply cause trouble. Instead, he brought in a Humvee unit. Because Yang Ming had already controlled the city gate, for a time, no survivors discovered this unit. However, the sudden entry of a Humvee convoy still puzzled many survivors. Is there a unit in the city? How come I've never seen them before? I haven't seen them either. These vehicles seem to be Humvees from the U.S., which are relatively rare in the country. A military enthusiast survivor explained. That S&M 2-foot-old spicy, standard U.S. Army equipment. The city gate inexplicably saw the arrival of soldiers they had never seen before. And now another unfamiliar military convoy has entered. Something must be happening at the base. I've been feeling uneasy these past few days. Something might really go wrong. I'm a believer in Buddhism, and my sixth sense is quite accurate. Someone is worried. Is that your sixth sense? That's just your hunger causing anxiety, someone scoffed. Inside the inner city, at the Wan family's conference hall, a dozen or so people sat around the conference table, dressed in lavish attire. Their plump and radiant faces were in stark contrast to the emaciated survivors outside. Many exuded an air of authority, clearly holding high positions. There were even a few rotund individuals with big heads and ears. In this apocalypse, where food is scarce and most people are starving, it's rare to see someone in the inner city looking like a well-fed general. As the old saying goes, the rich feast while the poor freeze. Wherever there are people, there are social hierarchies. Even in the apocalypse, these powerful individuals live rather comfortably. Wan Ling, why did you call us here instead of taking care of your old man? A chubby man with a big head and a loose belt asked Wan Ling. This advisory meeting is usually called when survivors are facing a life and death crisis. Why did you gather us all here today? Is something wrong? Another middle-aged man with a mustache stroked his whiskers, staring at Wan Ling. As these two spoke, many others began to whisper among themselves. However, Wan Ling remained silent, and instead looked towards the entrance of the conference room. Yang Ming slowly walked in. Is everyone here? Yang Ming looked at the group and asked. The Wang and Ji families haven't arrived yet. Everyone else is here, Wan Ling replied. The Wang and Ji families? Yang Ming pondered for a moment, as he had previously discussed the power dynamics of the survivor base with Wan Ling. He had a preliminary understanding of the forces in the inner city, which were dominated by the three families, Wan, Wang, and Ji, while the rest were smaller factions with some strength. However, even those smaller factions were not weak. To stay in the inner city, one had to be at least a level 4 evolved. Otherwise, they might as well find somewhere cooler to stay. Thus, the dozen or so people sitting here were basically all level 4 evolved. Yang Ming was familiar with the Wang family, having dealt with Wang Decue and Wang Jiba before. However, he hadn't had much contact with the Ji family. After contemplating, Yang Ming said, since most people are here, let's get started. He directly took the main seat. For a moment, the large conference room fell quiet. Upon Yang Ming's entrance, they had noticed that those who made it to this position were all sharp individuals. Seeing him so close to Wan Ling made them realize he was likely not an ordinary person. With Wan Tianhao, the Wan family's patriarch, severely injured, Wan Ling was in charge now. Although Wan Ling's strength was average, her identity as an evolved was not to be underestimated. Anyone who could be treated so favorably by Wan Ling was probably not an ordinary individual. What surprised them, however, was that this young man had directly taken the main seat, while Wan Ling merely stood behind him. Everyone exchanged glances. Tap, tap, tap. Yang Ming tapped his fingers on the table and cleared his throat. Everyone pay attention. I have an announcement. Starting today, this survivor base belongs to me. Who agrees? Who opposes? Yang Ming did not intend to beat around the bush. He cut straight to the point. His words immediately made the large conference room quiet for over 10 seconds before it erupted. You little brat, what a big talker. Who do you think you are? This entire base belongs to you. The man with the mustache had a dark expression, his gaze icy as he looked at Yang Ming. From Yang Ming, he felt no aura of an evolved. Wan Ling, are you here to play us? You called us here for this fool to show off. The chubby man glared at Wan Ling. Exactly. I skipped breakfast to rush here. Not eating breakfast is bad for the stomach, and I thought it was something important. A voice whined. Who isn't? I was doing my morning exercises in bed and had to rush over. One family must compensate for this loss. How do you want compensation? Should I help you get it back? Laughter erupted among many. A group of people chattered for a while. Yang Ming remained silent, quietly watching them bicker for a long time. After about 10 minutes, the noise gradually subsided and returned to calm. Are you done? Yang Ming looked at everyone leisurely. If you're done, then it's my turn to speak. From now on, I am the boss of this base. Who agrees? Who opposes? Yang Ming reiterated his previous statement. I oppose. The chubby man slammed his hand on the table, looking disdainfully at Yang Ming. Smack. As soon as the fat man finished, Yang Ming stood up and slapped him across the face. The several hundred-pound man was instantly sent flying 10 meters away, lying on the ground, moaning and foaming at the mouth. This sudden scene stunned everyone. No one expected Yang Ming to strike directly. The key point was that this fat man was not an ordinary person, but a solid level 4 evolved. And he was just slapped away like a dead dog by Yang Ming. Everyone looked at Yang Ming in shock. Chapter 66. King of Kings. Silence. For a moment, the entire conference room was filled only with the fat man's low moans. Yang Ming was quite satisfied with their reactions. He took the handkerchief from Wan Ling and disdainfully wiped the grease off his hands. Then he scanned the remaining people with a calm gaze. Everyone who met Yang Ming's eyes immediately felt a chill down their spine. Being able to easily knock down a level 4 evolved meant that this guy's strength was definitely not simple. It seems everyone recognizes me quite well, since no one opposes. I will now discuss the following matters. Yang Ming nodded. From now on, all zombie crystal cores of the survivor base must be handed over. Yang Ming's words stirred up a storm. What? Handing over zombie crystal cores? Why? These crystal cores were earned through the hard work and lives of so many of us. Why should we hand them over? If anyone dares to touch my crystal cores, I'll fight them to the death. In this apocalypse, strength is king. For these evolved individuals, strength is the key to their survival. They owe their current lives to their powerful, evolved strength. And the zombie crystal cores are crucial for enhancing that strength. For evolved individuals, crystal cores are as precious as food. Handing them over? What a joke. Of course, I will compensate you all with food. Yang Ming added timely. However, Yang Ming's words clearly had no effect. Food. How many people in the inner city are lacking your bit of food? Someone snorted coldly. Seeing the righteous indignation around him, the mustached man curled his lips in a smile. He looked at Yang Ming and sneered. You do have some strength. But the world isn't just about fighting and killing. Young man, don't be too impulsive. Rat-tail juice. Smack. Yang Ming struck again, sending the mustached man flying. He joined the fat man on the ground, moaning. Isn't being impulsive what defines youth? Yang Ming took the handkerchief Wan Ling handed him and wiped his hands. Silence. For a moment, the conference room was filled once again with moans. However, now there were two people making noise. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed continuously. Everyone looked at Yang Ming with some fear. They all recognized the recently attacked mustached man, Ma Baoquo, the renowned master of Hunyuan Xing'ai Tajiquan before the apocalypse. Although he was a flashy and deceptive fraud, after the apocalypse, he became an evolver and actually managed to master the Lightning 5-section whip. With a single hand, he unleashed the Lightning 5-section whip, as fast as lightning, unmatched in combat. Even when facing the top expert of the Feng City survivor base, Wan Tianhao, he could exchange dozens of moves without losing ground. It can be said that apart from the three major families in the inner city, he is the strongest among these small fries. Usually, when they see him, they respectfully call him Teacher Ma. Unexpectedly, Teacher Ma was still defeated in one move in front of this kid. This is somewhat intriguing. Could this kid be a level 5 evolver? Many people had this thought in their minds. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with suspicion. A level 5 evolver. They had never seen one before. So far, the only one in the base likely to break through to level 5 was Wan Tianhao from the Wan family, but now Wan Tianhao was lying flat. Where did this big Buddha come from? Everyone fell silent instantly. Does anyone still have an opinion? Yang Ming asked, relaxing with his hands crossed under his chin. Silence. Everyone inwardly cursed. The two with opinions were already lying on the ground. Who the hell would dare to speak up? Each one dared to be angry, but not to speak. It seems everyone supports my suggestion, so let's proceed. Yang Ming hadn't finished speaking when a group of people entered through the conference room door. What a big tone. In the apocalypse, humanity is struggling to survive. Yet instead of working together to overcome difficulties, they are here thinking of becoming kings and tyrants. Do they really think that having some power allows them to be arrogant? Remember, there are always people stronger than you. A powerful voice came forth, immediately placing a big hat on Yang Ming. The tone was preachy. Yang Ming turned to look. Oh, it's a familiar face. Leading the group was a rosy-faced old man, dressed in a Taoist robe with his hair in a bun. He looked like a celestial being. Following him were Wang Dazu and Wang Heba, along with 6 younger brothers dressed similarly to this old man. Upon seeing the newcomers, those who had been pressured by Yang Ming suddenly brightened. AUV, it's Elder Wang. Nice to meet you. Long time no see. After more than a month. I didn't expect Elder Wang to look even younger. Indeed, this is a true expert. Unlike some small fry who don't know their own surname just because they have a bit of power. Someone criticized Yang Ming. Elder Wang, you must stand up for us. This kid is too much. Not only does he want to be the local tyrant of the base, but he also wants us all to hand over our zombie crystal cores. Weevil, it's Elder Wang. We are saved. A group of people hurriedly came forward to flatter him, instantly putting everyone on the opposite side of Yang Ming. They had no idea what strength Yang Ming had. But this Elder Wang was a solid level 4 peak, on par with Wan Tianhao, maybe just a bit weaker. If it weren't for his age, he might be the strongest in the base. Elder Wang then looked towards Yang Ming. At the same time, Yang Ming assessed the old man. Yang Ming guessed that this old man was likely Wang Dazu's father and Wang Heba's grandfather, Elder Wang. The old man in his 60s appeared quite sprightly. Yang Ming's scanning device analyzed and was slightly surprised. Ma Baoquo's combat power was only 3,000, but this old man was at least above 10,000. Quite impressive. You are Yang Ming? Elder Wang asked calmly. Did you beat my son? Yang Ming's mouth twitched. This scene felt oddly familiar. Wasn't this the same thing Wang Dazu said when he came to confront him? Before he could speak, Wang Dazu burst into tears. Dad, it was him who beat me. I almost got killed by him. It scared me. You almost became a white-haired person sending a black-haired person to the grave. Wang Heba added fuel to the fire. Grandpa, you have to avenge me. He beat the crap out of me and my dad. We were really in a bad way. By the way, he also extorted a lot of our zombie crystal cores. He must pay us back double. Prodded by the two, Elder Wang's expression turned somewhat displeased. His eyes fixed on Yang Ming. Return our Wang family's zombie crystal cores to me double. I won't hold it against you otherwise. Although I, Elder Wang, am not bloodthirsty, I am not to be trifled with. Zombie crystal cores? None. Yang Ming shrugged. He truly had no zombie crystal cores on him, having collected them all. The factory doesn't return what it takes in. Elder Wang's gaze turned cold. You have courage. You are the first to dare to refuse me. Since there are no crystal cores, then pay with your life. Boom. Elder Wang's momentum suddenly erupted, his robe billowing without wind. The marble floor beneath him shattered into pieces. Many people were frightened by this terrifying aura, retreating repeatedly, their faces filled with horror. Wow, Elder Wang actually broke through first. Is this what a level 5 evolver looks like? Terrifying. Gaga, this kid is doomed. He has provoked a level 5 evolver. Just wait to die. Many looked on with expressions of schadenfreude. Chapter 67. A display of means. Yang Ming looked at Elder Wang, whose clothes were fluttering as if a wind machine was beneath him. He had to admit, at this moment, Elder Wang's aura was at its peak. Good heavens. Are you filming a martial arts movie here? Yang Ming mocked, but took a few steps back, his vigilance towards Elder Wang unwavering. A level 5 evolver. He was seeing for the first time. Just looking at this scene, it was definitely not some trivial matter. Youngster, sharp-tongued, watch me take your life. Jiao. Elder Wang let out a hawk-like cry and soared into the air. Hiss. The crowd was stunned. This is a level 5 evolver. He can actually rise without wind. That jump must be 7 or 8 meters. Thank goodness this conference room is high enough. Otherwise, wouldn't he have scraped his head? Did you see that? Elder Wang actually hovered in the air for a few seconds, without any external force. Indeed, I'm not sure about the principle, but I'm greatly shocked. I don't know when we can reach this level. Flying in the air. It's simply a terrestrial immortal. Some looked on with envy. If level 5 evolvers are like this, how powerful will level 6, 7, and 8 be? I dare not imagine. I truly cannot imagine. They could probably fly and escape like deities. Someone sighed. Elder Wang, like a fly, clawed at Yang Ming's skull. With my claw, can you withstand the power of a level 5 evolver? At this moment, Yang Ming stood there like a fool. In Elder Wang's eyes, he was clearly frightened. Elder Wang's strength was most evident to Wan Ling, who stood next to Yang Ming. An overwhelming aura suddenly pressed down, making Wan Ling feel as if she was locked onto, causing her soul to tremble. She couldn't even move. It was like an African lion hunting weaker animals. The weaker animals couldn't even run away, only trembling in fear until they were eaten. Wan Ling felt exactly like that. Her face turned pale when she saw Yang Ming next to her not reacting. Wan Ling gritted her teeth. A surge of energy rushed towards Elder Wang. But in an instant, this energy seemed to hit a copper wall, bouncing back. Wan Ling let out a muffled groan, her whole body flying backward. Her ability to influence people's minds had never been 100% effective, but it had always had some effect, even on Wan Tianhao, who would be influenced to a degree. But for the first time, it had no effect on Elder Wang. So strong. Wan Ling was horrified. Then she saw Elder Wang's hand reaching for Yang Ming's forehead. Wan Ling's heartbeat slowed for a moment. Ha! Yang Ming, are you still not dead? My grandpa is amazing. Wang Heba was almost laughing sideways. I can already imagine the scene of Yang Ming's skull being blown off. This is the consequence of opposing our Wang family. Wang Duzhai had a proud expression, as if he had already won. However, the next moment left everyone in shock. The instant Wang Zongwang's hand touched Yang Ming's forehead, doing, it felt as though he had grabbed a hard metal object, producing a piercing sound of collision. Wang Zongwang's expression changed, and he retreated several steps, stabilizing himself before looking at Yang Ming with a gaze full of doubt. After sizing him up, he squinted his eyes. Good kid, no wonder he's so arrogant. He has actually practiced the iron shirt technique. Indeed, he has some real strength. Underneath his dearest robe, Wang Zongwang's hand trembled slightly, the connection of fingers to heart. This claw directly shattered his hand bones. When the crowd heard Wang Zongwang's words, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. That claw with such a strong visual impact had no effect at all, which truly shocked everyone. However, with Wang Zongwang's explanation, everyone looked at Yang Ming with surprise. Yang Ming, seemingly deep in thought, glanced at the calm Wang Zongwang. Yang Ming still underestimated the T800's dragon crystal material body. Wang Zongwang probably didn't have it easy when he tried to show off with that claw. Is it numb? Wang Zongwang's expression was somewhat unnatural. A bit numb. Huh. How could Grandpa be numb? Wang Heba looked confused. Shut up. Wang Dezwai slapped him, his gaze scrutinizing the two. Wang Heba covered his face, feeling a bit wronged. Humph. So what if you have the iron shirt? I want to see if your iron shirt is tougher, or if my sword is faster. Clang. Wang Zongwang pulled out a 4-foot-long soft sword from his waist. He performed a few sword flourishes like a martial arts master. Then he charged at Yang Ming. The sword energy was overwhelming. Several nearby metal chairs were instantly sliced into pieces. He moved like a ghost. In just half a second, he closed in on Yang Ming. So fast that my eyes couldn't even capture Wang Lao's figure. How fast must that be? The Lingbo Weibu technique is nothing compared to this. Such a sharp sword technique. Like a rainbow piercing the sun. This kid may have practiced the iron shirt. But I heard that Wang Zongwang's soft sword is forged from high-quality steel in a blast furnace, and it's a top-tier sword made with military-grade lathes. It can slice through iron like mud. This kid is doomed. The crowd was abuzz with discussions. Chapter 68. Frenzy. Wang Zongwang's speed was indeed fast, even leaving after images to the naked eye. But Yang Ming was not just any ordinary person. The T800's high-definition camera was comparable to high-speed cameras that could capture bullets. With nearly 30,000 frames per second slow-motion capture, it could capture bullets frame by frame, let alone this broken sword. In the moment Wang Zongwang closed in on Yang Ming, the sword tip aimed for Yang Ming's neck. Die! Wang Zongwang's eyes lit up with excitement. However, his pupils then constricted. He saw that Yang Ming's hand had somehow clamped down on the soft sword. Clang! Yang Ming's fingers trembled slightly, and the entire sword shattered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you be so fast? Wang Zongwang was dumbfounded. His gaze sharpened. A few flying knives shot out. Then he leaped into the air. Yang Ming sidestepped the flying knives. However, what Yang Ming did not anticipate was that Wang Zongwang suddenly pulled out a modified Desert Eagle from the sleeve of his dearest robe and fired a burst at Yang Ming. Marksmanship is also a skill, and trajectory is also a path. 7 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 7 steps, the gun is both fast and accurate. This is my specially designed modified Desert Eagle, loaded with specially made armor-piercing bullets that can penetrate armored vehicles. Today, if you can force me to this extent, you won't die in vain. Wang Zongwang landed, his back to Yang Ming, blowing lightly at the smoking gun muzzle, his expression indifferent. However, the expected victory cheers did not come. Instead, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. Wang Zongwang was somewhat puzzled. He saw his son Wang Dezwai staring in shock at Wang Zongwang's back, trembling as he pointed. Wang Zongwang realized something and froze in disbelief. He slowly turned around, only to see that Yang Ming had not fallen. Instead, he was quietly staring at him, holding a yellow bullet in his hand. Yang Ming loosened his grip, and the bullet fell to the floor, producing a clear metallic sound. No martial art is unbreakable, only speed is unbreakable. I can catch bullets. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Pulling up a chair, Yang Ming sat down, crossing his legs casually. But to everyone, this only revealed 2 words. Invincible. Wang Zongwang was completely panicked. He looked at Yang Ming, his expression shifting between various emotions. Where on earth did this guy come from? For a moment, the scene was strangely silent. After waiting for a moment, no one spoke. Yang Ming stood up. Looks like you're done for. Then it's my turn. Yang Ming's voice was like the low whisper of a devil from hell, making Wang Zongwang's heart tremble. Colleagues, do you want to live under this guy's rule in the future? Our children, wives, mistresses, and concubines will all be humiliated by him. With so many of us, if we attack together, we might still be able to take him down. Wang Zongwang shouted loudly. However, this impassioned speech garnered no response. Everyone looked up at the sky, not daring to meet Yang Ming's gaze. What a joke. You, a level 5 evolver, can't even defeat him, and you want us level 4s to be cannon fodder? A bunch of useless fools. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Wang Zhongwang cursed angrily. Yang Ming approached step by step, the oppressive feeling making Wang Zhongwang feel a bit breathless. A fierce look flashed in Wang Zhongwang's eyes. He pulled out a few silver needles and directly pierced them into his own head. Then he shot several more silver needles at the 6 disciples he brought with him. He looked at Yang Ming, going mad. Yang Ming, you forced my hand. Today, it's either you die or I live. Wang Zhongwang's momentum suddenly surged, his strength increasing by nearly 1-fold. Including the 6 disciples he brought, they actually exuded the aura of level 5 evolvers. Can't beat him, so resorting to self-harm? Yang Ming raised an eyebrow. After inserting the silver needles, Wang Zhongwang and the 6 disciples were clearly different. Their bodies were flushed red. Potential unleashed. Wang Zhongwang let out a roar. The 6 disciples' eyes turned red, as if possessed. Are you cosplaying Feng Xifen? You think you can live or die? Yang Ming sneered, spreading his legs into a horse stance. He pressed his palms together and then slowly bent forward. What is Senior Yang doing? Some people looked at Yang Ming's strange posture with confusion. Great masters do this. There must be deep meaning behind it. I didn't expect Senior Yang to have reached such a realm, unable to defeat even Wang Zhongwang, a level 5 evolver. He is truly a role model for us. Someone sighed. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, everyone saw a white energy ball appearing between Yang Ming's hands. This energy ball, with electric light effects, slowly grew larger. The terrifying energy caused the surrounding space to warp slightly. Everyone's pupils contracted. What the hell? Isn't this the Kamehameha from Master Roshi? Nonsense. It's clearly the Raiznon from Naruto. Bullshit. The Raiznon can't compare to the Kamehameha. Does it even matter? Isn't the real question why can this person create such a thing? Isn't that a bit too fantastical? Could it be that Senior Yang is a supernatural being? Someone exclaimed in shock, their face filled with disbelief. In their eyes, only a supernatural being could have such bizarre abilities. They had never heard of evolvers being able to do this. His combat power is still rising. The crowd swallowed hard. Wang Zhongwang was also dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Yang Ming, who was enveloped in special effects. The 6 disciples he had stabbed with needles had already lost their sanity and charged forward. Yang Ming directly threw the energy ball out. The white light ball moved at incredible speed. In an instant, the 6 people, along with the top dog behind them, turned to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. This included the dazed faces of Wang Dachui and his son Wang Heba. Wherever the light ball passed, not even a blade of grass could survive. It burned a hole through the concrete wall at the back of the conference room before finally disappearing. For a moment, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. The Wang family, under Yang Ming's move, had all reincarnated together. After a long while, with a somewhat swollen face, the mustached Ma Baoqiu spoke with righteous indignation. The Wang family had committed countless evils in the base, bullying men and women, rampaging through the city. Today, thanks to the wise ruler punishing the wicked, Fen City's survivor base has regained its peace, which is truly a joy to the heart. The others exchanged glances and began to speak up. The Wang family deserved to die? Just 2 days ago, Wang Heba even stole my little wife's bitter tea. He is simply scum. That top dog Wang also isn't a good person, pretending to be all noble while secretly raising male pets. Have you seen those 6 boys? They all look so clean and delicate. I heard they were just for warming his bed. Really? Then they truly deserve to die. It's lucky that Lord Yang has eradicated this tumor. It's really a relief. From now on, I will follow Lord Yang's lead. If Yang Ming tells me to go east, I will never go west. I want to be Lord Yang's dog. A group of people gathered around Yang Ming, cursing the Wang family and flattering him. However, the more they flattered, the more absurd it became. Yang Ming looked at these people whose rear ends moved faster than their heads and didn't say much. This is how the grass on the wall behaves. They help whoever wins. Of course, none of this mattered. So, does what I said earlier still count? Yang Ming looked at the crowd and said lightly, hey, it's just a zombie crystal core. With a master like Lord Yang, it's a blessing for the base. It's just a zombie crystal core. My Ma family is willing to follow Lord Yang from now on and will hand over all the zombie crystal cores. Ma Baoqiu patted his chest with a flattering expression. Many people saw Ma Baoqiu's sycophantic demeanor and secretly cursed him. This old guy changes his face pretty quickly. He even took the lead. However, others also expressed their stance. My son family is the same. Me too. Me too. After sending all these people away, Wanling looked at Yang Ming's hand and rubbed her eyes. Just now, that thing, Ling found it hard to imagine that such a terrifying thing was created by Yang Ming, a human. What kind of terrifying ability is this? You're also an ability user. Yang Ming neither admitted nor denied it. Ling smiled bitterly. Sigh, your ability is too powerful. It's much better than my useless one. Ling felt a bit envious. What was that spiral bullet just now? It wasn't the ability Ling referred to, but rather a plasma cannon that Yang Ming obtained from the store. Today, a shot was the first real combat use of this plasma cannon, but its power exceeded Yang Ming's expectations. It was ridiculously strong. With the power displayed by the plasma cannon just now, even a main battle tank would be turned to ashes. Of course, the main reason was that it was Yang Ming's first time using it, and he had set the power too high. After all, the energy supply for this plasma cannon came from the core fusion reactor of the T800. After firing that shot, Yang Ming felt his body weaken for a moment. Chapter 69. Good karma killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The effect was that direct. After annihilating the entire Wong family in one move, the various forces in Fin City's survivor base became increasingly obedient. Visitors came one after another, some trying to get close, some bringing gifts, and some expressing loyalty. Yang Ming couldn't be bothered with them and left everything to Ling to handle. As they bowed to Yang Ming, the mechanized troops from outside the city also began to enter the city one after another. Seeing this massive armored force, almost at the division level, these people were even more eager to cling to Yang Ming. Through their promotion and word of mouth, soon the entire base knew that a powerful lord had appeared, Lord Yang Ming. The hottest topic in Fin City's survivor base these days was naturally this Lord Yang Ming. Sigh. I wonder if it's good or bad for our base to be ruled by such a person. If he is a tyrant, then life will be tough for us, ordinary survivors. Now that it's already like this, how much worse can it get? Besides, I've heard that this Lord Yang Ming is incredibly powerful. Some people were skeptical, thinking it's better to live than die. If we can survive another day, it's worth it. On the contrary, Lord Yang Ming's great strength could ensure safety. What does being incredibly powerful have to do with us, ordinary people? A grain of sand in the air falls on us, ordinary people, and becomes a mountain. If it comes to it, I'll just die. Anyway, I don't want to live another day in this hellish life. Some people resign themselves. Now we can only hope that this Lord is a benevolent person. For Yang Ming, these ordinary survivors hadn't even seen him, and they harbored more fear and uncertainty about the future. As for Yang Ming, the center of public opinion, he had long returned to the real world. After spending so many days in the apocalypse, he was very irritable. One call, and he directly invited Fang Yanmen for a double date. At the top suite of a luxurious hotel in Vienna, a lonely man and woman, a spark of passion. Lured by fragrance, he couldn't wait to remove the green clothes. The entire night, without a pause. Ever since Yang Ming had been lying in the medical repair warehouse every day in the apocalypse, his body was getting younger and healthier by the day, full of vitality. They say there are only overworked cows, not overworked fields. In Yang Ming's case, it was the opposite. Thus, Yang Ming began his 3-day sewer cleaning operation. After staying in the room for 3 days, on the morning of the 4th day, Yang Ming, with a face full of resentment from Fang Yanmen, walked out of the hotel, refreshed. Let me take you back to school. After saying that, Yang Ming regretted it a bit. Those words made him sound like a scumbag. Treating her like a Fiji cup, right? Summoning her when needed, dismissing her when not. He almost became the kind of person he hated. Sure enough, upon hearing Yang Ming's words, Fang Yanmen's gaze dimmed a bit. I need to go to the People's Hospital in Qingshan City. Yang Ming felt a bit awkward. Just then, I have nothing to do either. I'll accompany you. He quickly added. Hearing Yang Ming's words, Fang Yanmen's previously dim gaze brightened instantly, a smile appearing on her face as she looked at Yang Ming. Damn, that was close. I almost became a scumbag. Yang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. But just accompanying her made Fang Yanmen this happy. This girl is quite easy to please. I need to treat her better in the future. I'm not a scumbag. Let us go, let us eat first. It's still early. And later I'll take you out for a stroll. All right. Fang Yanmen cheered a little. On the street, there was an old lady selling meat slices. A few small tables made up a little stall. There were quite a few people eating. Following the principle that more people means better taste, Yang Ming took Fang Yanmen to occupy 2 spots and ordered 2 bowls of meat slice soup. This kind of street snack was actually quite delicious. Yang Ming ate 3 big bowls in a row. The young man has quite an appetite, commented a kind old man with white hair and a weathered face sitting at the same table with Yang Ming, smiling. Yang Ming felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. After his physical fitness improved, his appetite was getting increasingly exaggerated, and of course, a big reason was that he had worked a bit hard at the hotel for a few nights. Old lady, I'll settle the bill. A total of 24 yuan. Scan the code. Young man, I'm old and don't know how to use this QR code. Can you pay in cash? Yang Ming was taken aback. Who uses cash these days? He patted himself down and found not even a dime. Xiaoming, do you have cash on you? Fang Yanmin blinked and stuck out her tongue. Brother, I haven't used cash in a long time either. Let me go find an ATM to withdraw some. After saying that, Fang Yanmin was about to get up to leave. The old man across the table stopped her. 20-something yuan isn't much. I'll treat this meal. I've been eating for more than 10 years, and I won't have many chances to eat like this in the future. The old man directly took out money to pay the bill for Yang Ming, speaking with a hint of sadness. However, Yang Ming is not one to take advantage of others. Old man, could I have your contact information? I'll reimburse you later, Yang Ming said. Yang Ming is the kind of person who treats others as they treat him. He doesn't adhere to notions of respecting the elderly or loving the young based on age or gender. For him, those who are gentle, kind, and humble deserve respect, while those who flaunt their age or are rotten to the core do not, regardless of their age or gender. If someone provokes him, even a baby with a pacifier would get a slap. This kind old man, in Yang Ming's eyes, is someone to be respected. Sigh, I'm just an old bone. It's unnecessary to keep a good relationship. The old man waved his hand and stood up, leaving unsteadily. This old man is really nice. If all elders were like this, it would be great, Fang Yanmin sighed. This reminded her of the time when she almost got scammed by an old lady when she was in college. Fortunately, Yang Ming was there at the time, otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do. Thinking of this, Fang Yanmin looked at Yang Ming with a softer gaze. Yang Ming felt a gentle gaze and was a bit confused. Haven't you had enough to eat in 3 days? Want to take a nap? However, Yang Ming quickly dismissed the thought. He was a gentleman and couldn't engage in such behavior during the day, as it would be a disgrace. By the way, why did you suddenly go to the hospital? Yang Ming asked. I heard that Professor Yang Yuxin had a car accident and is being treated at First People's Hospital. The school had previously organized a visit for the school leaders, and Professor Yang is a visiting professor in our department, so I plan to visit him, Fang Yanmin explained. Yang Yuxin? This name is well known in Zaiguo. Yang Ming certainly knew him. Are you planning to go there just to get familiar? Yang Ming saw through Fang Yanmin's little thoughts. Yang Yuxin is a top figure in the industry for a college student like Fang Yanmin. Just getting familiar with him would be excellent. After all, how many people only meet the most impressive person in their lives? Probably their university teacher. Fang Yanmin's face turned slightly red as she nodded. Brother, am I being a bit scheming? Do you dislike girls like this? Fang Yanmin asked cautiously. As many boys prefer girls who are pure and innocent like white paper. If you really were a silly and sweet girl, I'd have to run away, Yang Ming chuckled. Not minding. What does silly and sweet represent? It means easy to fool. Women can pretend to be silly and sweet in front of him. That's a fun game. But if they genuinely are, Yang Ming would have to consider the risk of his head turning green. To Yang Ming, a girl like Fang Yanmin, who has a bit of scheming, is quite normal. As a student, can you meet such a person? Yang Ming wondered. Such a person would probably be in a high-ranking ward. Could a freshman like Fang Yanmin really see them? I have a student ID from Qingshan University, and I'm also considered a student of Professor Yang, so I can visit, Fang Yanmin explained softly. In that case, let us go. Let us buy something to take along, Yang Ming understood. Chapter 70. Heading to the hospital at the Sea Dog M9, Yang Ming didn't expect to have to queue. Indeed, there are many sea dogs in Zaiguo. He originally planned to buy a recently popular Me Monkey SU7 to try out the domestic new energy vehicle, but found there were just as many Me Monkeys as sea dogs. After waiting in line for a long time, there were no cars available. So, Yang Ming and Fang Yanmin took the subway to Qingshan City People's Hospital. It was rush hour, and the subway was packed. While squeezing into the subway, Fang Yanmin nestled against Yang Ming. It felt a bit like a couple, and it was quite nice. But just then, a commotion broke out. Damn it, they gave me their seat. What are you old fossil grabbing for? An old man yelled at another old man. Both were not young, and upon seeing this, the surrounding people hurriedly dispersed to avoid getting involved. I'm also an old man. Why can't I sit? Moreover, how can you prove they gave you the seat? The old man in the seat shouted loudly. I'm 68 this year, older than you. You old thing should give me your seat. The standing old man didn't expect this guy to be so shameless. Instantly turning red with anger. 68? Damn, I'm 71 this year. Are you challenging me by age? What a joke, the seated old man retorted. Suddenly, the two began to exchange insults, involving their entire families in a rather vulgar manner. Nearby, an old man sighed. Brothers, we are all ordinary folks. We wouldn't be squeezing into the subway at this age if we had any abilities, so let us bear with it. It won't be long. This statement silenced both of the arguing men. Not just them, But the entire atmosphere in the subway car felt a bit heartbroken, and everyone exchanged sympathetic glances. After a while, both men smiled bitterly. "Old brother, if you don't mind, just sit here. I'll give you my seat." The old man who had silenced everyone stood up and said kindly, "Oh, old brother, you don't look well. How can I let you give me your seat?" Both men refused. "I want to fight you for this seat. You sit down. I'm only 68. The 68-year-old man said to the 71-year-old man, who huffed in response. "You sit. I'm older. I should respect the young. Go ahead." Suddenly, the subway car was filled with a cheerful atmosphere of kindness and humility. This dramatic scene made Yang Ming both amused and perplexed. However, the voice of the old man who just spoke sounded somewhat familiar to him. Yang Ming turned to look and found it was actually the old man who had helped him pay for the meal in the morning. Yang Ming was about to greet him when the old man got off with the crowd. At Qingshan City People's Hospital, this should be Yang Ming's third visit here. The first time he almost ended up in a mental hospital after jumping off a building. The second time, he brought Feng Yanmin to visit someone in the hospital. There were many visitors, and outside the high-ranking ward, they had to wait in line for dozens of minutes. There were also quite a few students, indicating that there were many like Feng Yanmin with the same intention. After finally making it upstairs with Feng Yanmin, unfortunately, they were not allowed to enter the ward and could only leave flowers and fruits at the nurse's station. Thus, Feng Yanmin's goal was immediately thwarted. She looked a bit dejected. Seeing Feng Yanmin in low spirits, Yang Ming comforted her. "It's fine. My 3 legs are sturdy. You can hug me anytime." Yang Ming grinned. Feng Yanmin's face turned red, and she shot Yang Ming a reproachful glance. "Hey, isn't that the old man we met in the morning?" Suddenly, Feng Yanmin exclaimed, looking surprised at a figure in the distance. Yang Ming followed her gaze. Indeed, it was the old man who had paid for his meal. What a coincidence. Meeting 3 times in one day. Seeing the old man holding a report looking somewhat lost, Yang Ming frowned. A few idle nurses nearby were whispering about the old man. "That old man is really unfortunate. What happened?" A young nurse curiously asked, clearly unaware of the situation. The older nurse sighed. "Late-stage liver cancer. He raised 3 children his whole life, sent them abroad, and now they've all run off and won't come back. Even his wife ran off with a foreigner. Wow, that's really tragic. But aren't those children and his wife just inhumane? Aren't they afraid of retribution?" The young nurse said indignantly. "Retribution? You're still too young. Good people don't live long, while evildoers leave a legacy of misery." The older nurse replied. "That singer in my song. Her mother swallowed the resettlement fees of hundreds of families. How many people froze to death in winter? And what happened in the end?" The old nurse snorted coldly. "Now he's a big star, living a high life abroad. Good deeds bring good rewards, and bad deeds bring bad rewards. It's not that the time for retribution hasn't come, but this saying is just a joke in today's world. This old man is a good person, but there aren't many good endings for good people." The elderly nurse looked regretful. "Is there really no way to treat it?" The young nurse asked sympathetically. "It's late-stage liver cancer. Even gods can't save him. He can only wait to die." The old nurse shook her head. Yang Ming felt a stir in his heart. No wonder the old man looked like he had accepted his fate, as if he was indifferent to life and death. It turned out he had liver cancer. Feng Yanmin also heard the nurse's words. She thought of her own background and the family she had always wanted to escape from, feeling a bit down. "Brother Yang Ming, why would such a good person like uncle end up like this?" Yang Ming fell silent. Good person? Should a good person be held at gunpoint? It seems so. A good person has one flaw. Their true nature is exposed. A bad person can drop the butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly. "Let's go. Let's take a look. We still owe him 24 yuan. Yang Ming said lightly. Just then, a glamorous elderly woman arrived with her 2 sons and 1 daughter in front of the old man. "Shin Xiantang, you're about to die. Why don't you hurry up and sign the inheritance over? We are still waiting to return to the beautiful country." The elderly woman looked at Shun Xiantang with impatience. "Dad, your assets, including those houses, are worth at least tens of millions. It's not easy for us siblings to come back to the country. Let's divide it this time to avoid wasting time." A man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking refined, spoke coldly. "Exactly, Dad. You have late-stage cancer now. You'll be cremated soon. If you don't give us some. Could it be that you have illegitimate children outside?" A woman in her 30s said discontentedly. "I say, I'll handle your funeral, Dad. I'll take a little more of the inheritance since I'm the youngest, and you two have families now. I just started dating a girlfriend named Judy and need to spend money." The young man, sporting a nose ring, spoke up. "What nonsense. I'm not divorced from your father yet. I'm the first in line for the inheritance." The elderly woman shot a glare at her 3 children. "You used all the family money to please that old white man. Now you're calculating this little money from your dad. You really are a good wife." How do you expect me to talk to you? You unfilial things. You've all learned to fight over money with your mother. The old lady immediately lost her composure and started cursing. The four of them were making a huge scene in the hospital over the inheritance of a man who wasn't even dead yet. Shin Xiantang seemed to have long been accustomed to this scene, calmly looking at the report in his hand, completely ignoring the four of them. You all should leave. I've already signed the agreement. After I die, everything will belong to the state. What? This sentence immediately stopped the four's argument, and they all turned to look at Shin Xiantang, their faces filled with anger. Chapter 71. The Peculiar Mother and Child Quartet. Dad, how can you do this? Shin Xinhua, Shun Xiantang's daughter, ground her teeth and stamped her foot. She felt lucky to have come this time. Otherwise, when her father passed away and she came back, it would truly be too late. All tens of millions of assets would be handed over to the state. Just thinking about it made Shin Xinhua's heart bleed. With that money, she could live extravagantly for half her life. Next to her, her eldest son Shin Siking, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, also had a grim face. Dad, donating to the state is something lonely people without children do. We three are still alive. How can you be so cold-hearted toward us? Clearly, Shin Siking was very dissatisfied with Shun Xiantang's actions. In his view, after Shin Xiantang died, that money would basically be his. And now Shin Xiantang's actions were equivalent to throwing his money away. The younger son, Shun Hongfei, with a nose ring, also looked displeased and muttered complaints. After living a lifetime, you're causing such a fuss at the end. I haven't even married yet, and you don't care about me at all. It's really biased. Beside them, the elderly woman, Shun Xiantang's ex-wife Yang Dan Shui, had a twisted expression. Shin Xiantang, how did I end up marrying such a useless old man? You're truly ungrateful. Was it easy for me to give birth to 3 children for you? My life is so miserable. I've spent my whole life with you and gained nothing. The more Yang Dan Shui spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, pulling Shin Xiantang and crying while scolding. I tell you, you immediately changed the will, otherwise, we four will never forgive you in this lifetime. Shin Xiantang looked at Yang Dan Shui, who was acting like a shrew, with a blank expression. He had long been utterly disappointed in these 4 people. He had worked hard to raise 3 children, even spending half of his savings to send them abroad for education. In the end, he raised 3 ungrateful wolves. Yang Dan Shui had initially said she would go abroad with the children, under the pretext of taking care of their daily needs. He had foolishly believed her, giving the 4 of them a total of over 100,000 yuan a month for living expenses. After 5 years of studying abroad, costing millions, what happened? The 3 children abandoned him and became noble citizens of the beautiful country. His wife used his money to play around abroad. If he hadn't gone to their residence abroad once, he might have remained oblivious for his entire life. Hearing his mother's words, Shin Xinhua, Shin Siking, and Shun Hongfei suddenly brightened. Right. This old man isn't dead yet. The will hasn't taken effect. As long as he changes the will, that money is still theirs. Dad, listen to Mom. Don't get emotional. Hurry up and change the will. We are still a family. So if you don't change it, we're not a family? Shin Xiantang looked at his eldest son with a mocking expression. Dad, why are you saying such things? Isn't this hurting our father-son relationship? Shin Xinhua said in a sweet voice, leaning closer. Dad, you know you have always liked me the most. I am your most beloved daughter. Shin Xinhua exchanged glances with Shin Siking, Shin Hongfei, and her mother Yang Dan Shui. The 3 immediately understood. Dad, I was wrong before. I haven't visited you in so many years, please forgive me. Shin Siking pushed up his glasses, looking remorseful. Dad, you know I work abroad and have been busy. I've been neglectful as your son. Yang Dan Shui also stopped making a scene, her eyes turning, looking guilty. Old Shun, I know I owe you. But I just made the same mistake that all women in the world make. Although I played around, my heart has always loved you. Otherwise, how could I have given you 2 sons and 1 daughter? I may not have contributed much, but I have suffered too, right? Seeing that Shin Xiantang remained unmoved, the 3 looked at Shun Hongfei. Shun Hongfei's mouth twitched, reluctantly saying, Dad, don't worry. When you go, I will definitely give you a grand burial. Burn beautiful women and cars for you, and ensure you enjoy yourself down there more than any god. Uffed. Yang Ming, who had been watching the show, suddenly burst into laughter. What a grand display of filial piety. Old man, what a coincidence we meet again. Shin Xiantang saw Yang Ming, and his originally indifferent expression broke into a slight smile. You are that young man from this morning? They say every family has its own difficulties. Yours seems a bit beyond the standard. Yang Ming chuckled, implying something. Shin Xiantang forced a smile, looking somewhat self-deprecating. I've let the young brother see a joke. All right. Dad, I was wondering why you donated all the money. Who is this person? Shin Xinhua looked at Yang Ming warily. She glanced at Fang Yamen. who was youthful and sunny beside Yang Ming, with a flash of jealousy in her eyes. Dad, what Ru Hua said can't be true, right? When did you have such a young friend? Shin Siking frowned. Shin Xiantang, I thought you were so clean, but it turns out you're just a cat that steals fish. Secretly looking for a little wife outside behind my back, and even have an illegitimate child. Yang Dan Shui immediately raised her voice several degrees. Now we're even. Let's not slander each other. I can accept that you have an illegitimate child outside, but don't expect that wild child to divide our mother-daughter money. Yes. Mom is right. Dad, if you give us the money, we can turn a blind eye to this matter. Shin Hengfei spoke up. The four of them had already taken Yang Ming as Shun Xiantang's illegitimate child outside. Shin Xiantang was so angry that his chest heaved and his whole body trembled. You are truly shameless. Do you think I'm like you? Even if I give this little brother my money for free, I will never give you beasts a cent. Humph. I said it. He really is the illegitimate child outside. Shin Rehua had a look of I knew it on her face. Shin Xiantang, you've been alone in the country for so many years, lonely and looking for women. I don't blame you. We're all adults. Having needs is normal. It's the same for everyone. I cheated on you, but didn't you also cheat on me? But if you give money to this wild child, I absolutely disagree. We're not divorced yet. Your inheritance still has my half. Yang Dan Shui said righteously. You. Shin Xiantang's face turned red. Suddenly his body stiffened and he fell straight down. Fang Yanmin was quick to support Shin Xiantang, preventing his head from hitting the ground. What are you doing? This is my dad. Shin Hengfei stepped forward to push Fang Yanmin away. However, this kid was not honest and directly attacked Yang Ming's 2 private rations. Slap. Yang Ming slapped Shin Hengfei, making him spin a few circles. He was protective of his food. Touching his snacks was like courting death. Chapter 72. Rescue you. You actually dared to hit me. Shin Hengfei spun a few times. Feeling a bit dizzy, looking at Yang Ming in disbelief. I am a noble and beautiful citizen. How dare you, a lowly citizen of Xia country, hit me? Shin Hengfei's words immediately displeased the onlookers at the hospital who had been watching the drama. After eavesdropping for a while, everyone had a general understanding and were already dissatisfied with these 4 outrageous individuals. And now he dared to say that they were lowly citizens of Xia country? Oh, so you are a noble from the beautiful country? Someone sarcastically commented. What noble? The beautiful country has only been established for a few years, even if there is one. What does it have to do with someone like him at the bottom tier? Someone mocked. Tisk. So you're a stinky foreigner, begging in our Qingshan city. What are you being arrogant for? Some people echoed in a tone similar to that of the capital. Hey, he came to snatch his father's funeral money. My dog is well fed and knows to wag its tail for me. Some people are worse than dogs, truly ungrateful. Don't insult our Xia country's countryside dogs. Our native dogs know that a poor home doesn't matter and can guard the house, which is better than some beasts that are unfilial. Instantly, the crowd burst into laughter. Yang Dan Shui and her 3 children were ridiculed, their faces alternating between green and white. They weren't stupid enough to not realize they were the target of the comments. But with so many people, they were the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. If they angered the crowd and got beaten up, it would be in vain. After all, the law does not punish the majority. So the 4 of them shifted their focus to Yang Ming. At this moment, Yang Ming was observing Shun Xiantang's condition. His body was starting to turn purple, with no breath coming in or out, and his pupils were somewhat dilated. This is not looking good. You little bastard. This is our family matter. Don't meddle here. Don't think just because you're an illegitimate child you have the right to speak in front of us. Shin Rehua scolded Yang Ming, stepping forward to claw at him. Shin Rehua also saw Shin Xiantang's situation. It was obvious he was about to die. And whoever controlled the corpse would have the right to the inheritance. Yang Dan Shui and Shin Siking also reacted, moving forward to seize the body. Yang Ming's expression darkened. With one hand, he grabbed Shin Rehua by the neck and lifted her up. Shin Rehua was not light at all, having lived in the beautiful country. A place of technology and harshness, her body full of hormones and sugar, quite heavy. It was like sticking 4 toothpicks into a potato. This scene shocked the onlookers. Wow, this young man is quite strong. My pig weighs at least 200 pounds, and he lifted it with one hand. Wow, this is a master. Shin Rehua was being choked by Yang Ming, her face turning purple from suffocation. Yang Ming's expression was cold, having killed so many people in the apocalypse. The murderous aura on him was not low at all. His icy gaze scared Shin Rehua so badly that she nearly lost control. Glancing over at Yang Dan Shui and her 2 children, they trembled and didn't dare to speak. Humph. Yang Ming snorted coldly, and like throwing away garbage. He tossed the rolling-eyed Shin Rehua onto the ground. Wow, so cool. This is too manly. I've been annoyed by those 4 for a long time. The handsome guy not only looks good, but also has a good sense of justice. And most importantly, he is so strong. If he were to bump into me at night, I can't even imagine. He might make me roll my eyes. If the country distributed one of this type to each person, the marriage rate would definitely increase. Will, if the party gave me one. I guarantee I'd have kids every day for the country. Many nurses and some young girls in the hospital had stars in their eyes. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and save people. An old nurse scolded the few nurses who were still daydreaming. The nurses immediately stuck out their tongues and hurriedly pushed the stretcher and emergency equipment forward to prepare for rescue. Soon, a chief doctor in a white coat rushed over. He quickly carried Shin Xiantang to the emergency room. Are you Shin Xiantang's family? You need to sign and take care of the hospitalization procedures and payment. A nurse asked, looking at Yang Dan Shui and the three others. How much? The patient's condition is not optimistic. Please pay 20,000 first. The nurse looked at the four with a calculating expression, her disdain evident. 20,000. The four of them immediately looked at each other, their eyes darting away. The nurse's disdain grew stronger. Charge it to my card. Yang Ming handed over a black card. Take me to see him, Yang Ming said to the nurse. The nurse's attitude towards Yang Ming improved a lot. After all, she had also been a part of the audience just now. She nodded and led Yang Ming and Fang Yanmin to the emergency room. After a full hour, a chief doctor in a white coat came out of the emergency room. Are you family? The middle-aged doctor asked, removing his mask. He is not family. The family is waiting to fight over the inheritance. But the hospitalization fee was paid by this young man. The nurse explained. The doctor immediately understood what was going on. Having practiced medicine for so many years, he had seen too many family dramas. He looked at Yang Ming with some appreciation. After all, paying 20,000 for a dying stranger is not something many people would do nowadays. The patient is already in the late stage of cancer, and his body can't take it anymore. Just now, he got too excited and had a heart attack. I've done my best. Is there anything else you want to say? The doctor paused. However, it should be a fleeting moment of clarity. I'll go in and take a look. The doctor nodded, leading Yang Ming and the two into the emergency room. On the hospital bed, Shin Xiantang's complexion was rosy, looking quite good. Seeing Yang Ming, he smiled and said, I've never had anyone worth caring about in my life. To meet a kindred spirit like you at the end of my life is indeed a blessing. Fang Yanmin felt a bit sad. She had just heard the doctor say that this kind old uncle was now merely experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. Shin Xiantang sighed lightly. This little child has a kind heart, crying for a stranger like me, while my own daughter probably wishes for my death. Shin Xiantang's expression was somewhat gloomy. You two must be a young couple, right? Suddenly, Shin Xiantang asked with a smile. That's right, Yang Ming nodded. Meeting his fate. Since you, young brother, are helping an old man like me with the hospital fees, I have a token of appreciation for you. I hope you will accept it. Shin Xiantang looked at Yang Ming and Fang Yanmin as if he were looking at two juniors. This is my property. I originally intended to donate it to have no attachments, but since we have a connection, I was born with nothing and will take nothing with me when I die. So I will give it to you, young brother. When you two get married in the future, remember to leave me a good meal and a drink. Consider it my gift. After saying this, Shin Xiantang took out several documents from his bag. Just a little token, please don't refuse. My life can be summed up in 2 words, failure. I hope you won't dislike it. Shin Xiantang directly blocked any objections, taking Yang Ming and Fang Yanmin's hands to press them on the documents. This society has a lot of competitive pressure. With this, your future marriage will be a bit easier. My life has already failed. I hope you two can be happy. The doctor and nurse beside them looked at the documents in shock. Just a casual glance revealed several properties, and they were in the core area of Qingshan City, worth at least tens of millions. Yang Ming looked a bit envious, but there was no jealousy. After all, this was a blessing from someone who was about to die. A kindness between two good people. Yang Ming looked at the items in his hand, his expression somewhat complicated. After a moment of silence, he smiled slightly. We met by chance, and the old man invites me to dinner and gives me such a great gift. How can I accept it with joy? Just right. I also have a gift, and you must accept it. Chapter 73. Treating cancer a gift? Shin Xiantang was taken aback, then shook his head and smiled. Young brother, I am a man about to die. There's no need to spend money on me. Just help me buy a grave when the time comes. He knew his own body better than anyone. Although he looked no different from a normal person, he was actually at the end of his strength, and whether he could last until tonight was uncertain. Death. Yang Ming's gaze shifted. It's just liver cancer. I can treat it. Yang Ming's voice was calm, but it sounded like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in the emergency room silent. But this is late-stage liver cancer. How could it be treated? Shin Xiantang smiled bitterly. thinking Yang Ming was just comforting him and didn't take it seriously. The chief physician and nurse beside him looked at Yang Ming with strange expressions. Treating late-stage liver cancer? You should know liver cancer is the king of cancers. It is universally recognized as an incurable disease. Even the most advanced research currently has no way to tackle liver cancer. In our country, there are as many as 400,000 liver cancer patients every year. If there were a way to treat liver cancer, Yang Ming might become a towering figure in the global medical community immediately. Previously, they thought this young man was grounded and kind-hearted, but now they realized he was deceiving a dying old man. Thinking of this, the attending physician looked at Yang Ming with a hint of disdain. The nurse's gaze also lost its previous kindness and instead showed some contempt. What is the cruelest thing in this world? Giving a glimmer of hope to someone who is already desperate, making them think there is a chance, then snuffing it out with your own hands. In the eyes of the nurse, what Yang Ming was doing was exactly that. It was simply unforgivable. There is no need to be so cruel to a dying old man, is there? Modern medicine has had no way to deal with liver cancer for a century. And you say you can treat it? He gave you all his wealth, and you still play with him like this? Too much. The young nurse frowned and reprimanded Yang Ming. Fang Yanmin quickly spoke up to explain. Sister nurse, my brother didn't mean it. He has good intentions. Good intentions? I don't see any good intentions. The nurse's face turned cold. She could not stand such things. The doctor hurriedly intervened. All right. The old man isn't feeling well and needs to rest. Let's not make any more noise. He had seen too many disputes between doctors and patients in hospitals. And this young nurse was new and always full of passion for such matters. He was worried that his side would suffer, so he stopped the young nurse. However, his gaze towards Yang Ming also became much colder. You've already met the old man, and you've gained quite a bit. You can leave now. The chief physician directly issued an eviction order. Yang Ming had already obtained several tens of millions of Shun Xiantang's assets, and in his view, Yang Ming should be satisfied. Shin Xiantang had always been his patient, and he knew very well that Shin Xiantang was a kind old man. He wanted to preserve the last shred of dignity for his patient. Brother, let us leave and let the old man rest. Fang Yanmin spoke softly. She was also quite confused about Yang Ming saying he could cure liver cancer. She knew Yang Ming was wealthy, but money can't solve everything. It was just a metaphor, not reality. Liver cancer cannot be resolved just with money. Otherwise, so many rich people wouldn't die of cancer. Yang Ming ignored the others and simply looked calmly at Shin Xiantang. When the candle is about to go out, why not give it a try? When the candle is about to go out, why not give it a try? Shin Xiantang murmured softly, then looked at Yang Ming. That makes sense. In that case, this old man will give it a try. The chief physician and nurse beside him changed their expressions and stepped forward to stop him. The hospital does not allow unlicensed medical practice. This is the hospital's regulation. The chief physician's face was serious as he spoke. It's fine. Let the young brother try. After all, I'm just an old bone, and I might be in the ground in a few days. Shin Xiantang smiled. At this point in his condition, he had actually let go of everything. Even if Yang Ming was deceiving him, it didn't matter. Since Shin Xiantang had spoken, the two of them said nothing more. They all watched coldly to see what Yang Ming was going to do. Fang Yanmin looked worriedly at Yang Ming. Yang Ming stepped forward, pulling out a long silver needle from his pocket and piercing it into Shun Xiantang's body. Traditional Chinese medicine? Acupuncture? The chief physician's mouth twitched. Some late-stage cancer patients, clinging to the desire to live, often turn to traditional Chinese medicine after losing hope for treatment. This is very common. The core reason is that traditional Chinese medicine, with its hint of mysticism, can give cancer patients a glimmer of hope. In short, it is just psychological comfort. He held a significant disdain for traditional Chinese medicine. But that was not because he looked down on domestic practices. He was not only targeting traditional Chinese medicine, but also Western medicine. In his eyes, only modern medicine, developed through scientific progress and constant experimental verification, was real medicine. As for those practices with mystical elements, including craniotomy, bloodletting, and taking radioactive elements orally, they were all pseudo-medicine. Acupuncture might be useful for treating shoulder periarthritis or cervical spondylosis, but treating cancer? Do you think that silver needle can kill all the cancer cells? Ridiculous. The chief physician shook his head. But at that moment, something strange happened. A faint white mist suddenly began to swirl around Yang Ming's body. It was as if a humidifier was turned on around him. 3 strands of green smoke even rose from the top of his head. The smoke seemed to have a spirit of its own, slowly drifting from Yang Ming's body to his arms, and finally entering Shun Xiantang's body through the hand, holding the silver needle. What the hell? His head is on fire. The young nurse's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at Yang Ming's head. She hurriedly grabbed a basin of water to put out the fire. The chief physician was also shocked by this scene. Seeing the young nurse preparing to dump water on Yang Ming's head, he quickly pulled her back. The young nurse was puzzled. "Director, it's on fire." "Fire my ass." The chief physician rolled his eyes, then looked at Yang Ming, who had his eyes tightly closed and was still emitting smoke, and at Shun Xiantang, who had already lost consciousness on the hospital bed, with a look of uncertainty. Is this manipulating qi with needles? There was also a traditional Chinese medicine department in Qingshan City People's Hospital, and he had interacted with those old Chinese doctors before. According to these old men, the ancestor of medicine in the great Xia, BNK, was a qi refiner who could use qi to control needles and even resurrect the dead. Of course, he never believed it, thinking it was just these old men boasting. Can you really come back to life? Do you think your own mama? But unexpectedly, he actually witnessed such a scene. The chief physician swallowed hard. Don't disturb him. Interfering in this state could be very dangerous. The chief physician gave the order. Although he didn't understand this stuff, he had watched enough martial arts dramas. Disturbing this state would likely lead to a deviation. Isn't that how it's portrayed on TV? Chapter 74. Slip away. This scene was naturally intentionally orchestrated by Yang Ming. Aside from showing off, the remaining purpose was to give himself a cover. People always tend to overthink. Didn't he, the chief physician, just convince himself? Look, a mysterious high figure with a hint of fantasy had just taken shape. After a moment's thought, Yang Ming added a bit of special effect to himself. Instantly, Yang Ming's body began to redden, a layer of fine sweat quickly soaking his white shirt, and even his black hair visibly showed a hint of gray. The chief physician was horrified at the sight. The qi controlling the needles had such a significant toll on the body. Could it be that he was using his own essence and lifespan to prolong the life of another? The chief physician's expression was one of shock. Using one's own essence to extend the life of an old man who, even without cancer, had little time left, made the chief physician want to kneel. To heal the world, with the heart of a healer. What an incredible spirit. In that moment, the chief physician looked at Yang Ming. That smoke rising from his head was not smoke. It was the divine light of a sage. Although the chief physician still did not believe that Yang Ming's qi-controlling needles could cure liver cancer. After all, cancer is the spread of cancer cells. Even with qi-controlling needles, it couldn't possibly eliminate cancer cells, could it? But with Yang Ming's attitude, the chief physician was completely convinced. Yang Ming was unaware of how much he had made the chief physician overthink. At this moment, the medical nanobots, under his command, began to crazily eliminate the cancer cells in Shun Xiantang's body. Why is cancer difficult to treat? It is precisely because current medical methods cannot selectively eliminate cancerous tissues in the body. But cancer cells, as a type of cell, only measure microns in diameter at most. In front of the nanomedical swarm, they are completely insignificant. Eliminating micron-level cancer cells is simply a piece of cake. Yang Ming not only had the medical nanobots clean out the cancer cells completely, but also repaired Shin Xiantang's nearly ruined liver and all his bodily ailments. Although Shin Xiantang still looked the same on the outside, his body had returned to normal and, under Yang Ming's repair, was better than ever. A few minutes later, Yang Ming retracted the silver needles. Then, exhaustion showed on his face. Fang Yanmen saw Yang Ming in this state and hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Her eyes filled with concern. Mr. Yang, with a healer's heart, is truly a model for our generation. The chief physician looked at him with deep respect. I have not failed my mission. I exhausted 10 years of lifespan and consumed my innate essence to finally cure Mr. Shun. Yang Ming leaned weakly against the fragrant steamed bun, his voice faint. With this acting skill, not going to Hollywood would be a waste of talent. Yang Ming gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. However, upon hearing Yang Ming's words, Fang Yanmen's eyes immediately glistened with tears. Damn it, he overacted. This girl really believes it. Yang Ming's heart sank. The chief physician, filled with admiration, did not hear or believe Yang Ming's claim of having cured Shun. However, Yang Ming's appearance of having exerted himself was no act. He had definitely paid a huge price. He didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. Brother Yang is truly a model for our generation. After praising him, the chief physician suddenly thought of something and called out to a nearby nurse. Hurry, go to the pharmacy and get a few bottles of albumin for Comrade Yang to replenish. Put it on my account. By the way, also grab 2 bottles of glucose for Comrade Yang to rinse his mouth. It's on me. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's mouth twitched. I need to go back and meditate to restore my vitality, so I won't disturb or waste the hospital's resources. After saying that, Yang Ming slipped away with Fang Yanmen. The chief physician was once again shocked. Brother you? After leaving the hospital, Fang Yanmen looked at the lively Yang Ming in shock. Just now, she saw so many gray hairs on him. How come they're all black again now? It was as if everything that just happened was fake. Yang Ming bought 2 roasted chicken legs from a roadside stall and took a few bites. Although it was quite exhausting, you still don't understand my body? Fang Yanmin's face immediately turned red. Elbow, let us play a round. I'm inside the hospital. The chief physician looked at Shen Xiantang's examination report. He froze. Wow, it really has been cured. The chief physician's eyes widened, trembling all over. On the examination report, all the cancer cells that had originally spread throughout Shen Xiantang's body had completely disappeared. His bodily functions had returned to normal. Incredible. Truly incredible. Is there really such a miraculous method in this world? This is unscientific. The chief physician felt numb. It was as if everything he had learned about materialistic medicine for most of his life had been overturned. The cancer cell problem that had plagued modern medicine for hundreds of years was actually resolved by this young man, named Yang Ming, with a single silver needle. Is this traditional Chinese medicine? Amazing. Awesome. The chief physician felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, thinking he had grasped the truth. Then one day, he was pulled to the well's mouth and saw a vast and never-before-seen new world. Of course, if the chief physician knew that Yang Ming's treatment method used cutting-edge medical nanobots that modern medicine had been researching, he would probably spit out a mouthful of old blood. Shen Xiantang had already woken up. The chief physician smiled and sighed. Mr. Shen, congratulations, your cancer has been cured. Shen Xiantang trembled upon hearing this. Looking at the chief physician in disbelief, the chief physician chuckled and then handed over the examination report. Shen Xiantang looked at it for a long time, then smiled wryly. Is it because of that young brother? The chief physician nodded. Shen Xiantang sighed slightly. I didn't expect that at my old age, just on the brink of death, I would encounter such a high-level person. What an incredibly heavy gift. Shen Xiantang recalled Yang Ming's words of gratitude. I only gave him some money, and he returned my life. I have already conducted a full-body examination for you. Your physical condition is very good, and you can be discharged at any time. The chief physician said, I will handle the discharge procedures for you. After arranging everything, the chief physician left. How arrogant and self-satisfied. Sitting in a well and looking at the sky, this traditional Chinese medicine is truly exquisite. It's simply miraculous. It seems I need to study traditional Chinese medicine properly. After the chief physician left the ward, he pondered whether he should take some time to study traditional Chinese medicine. Just then, a voice came over. Tao Babai. Emergency meeting at the hospital. Go to the conference room immediately. A familiar doctor shouted at Tao Babai, interrupting her thoughts. Tao Babai frowned and stepped forward to ask, what is going on? Before the other party could respond, a group of soldiers in military uniforms and white coats suddenly appeared in the hospital, accompanied by serious-looking soldiers. After waiting for this group to leave, the nearby doctor spoke up. These are top medical researchers transferred from the 4th Military Medical University in Kyoto. Tao Babai was shocked. Such a big deal. What happened? Sigh, Professor Yang Yuxin was in a car accident and is hospitalized here, right? Is it related to Professor Yang Yuxin? The doctor nodded. Then he whispered into Tao Babai's ear. I heard that Professor Yang Yuxin's accident wasn't a car crash, but an attack by foreign forces. The lab over there found a virus in Professor Yang's blood, and the situation is not optimistic. His organs have already started to fail. This should be confidential, right? How do you know? Tao Babai was surprised. Many people in the hospital already know about this. Those from the 4th Military Medical University in Kyoto are probably here for this matter. This emergency meeting should be to discuss treatment plans, so it's not really a secret. The doctor sighed. Tao Babai's expression became somewhat serious. Let's go. We should hurry over there. After saying that, the two hurried towards the hospital conference hall. Chapter 75. Layout. After Yang Ming had his fill, he began to plan related industrial matters. After the factory upgrade, the industrial module could provide experience. But relying on production robots for the upgrade was simply too slow. But what kind of industry should he engage in? Yang Ming thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reason. So he simply called Judah and Su Ming to his steak restaurant. In the private room, the boss, the dishes are all served. I'm going to head out now. Wang Xiaoan slightly bowed to Yang Ming and respectfully exited. Su Ming had not arrived yet. The private room only had Judah and Yang Ming, and Judah had been much more subdued lately. Ever since he was caught for soliciting and was bailed out by Yang Ming, it was inevitable that his mother found out. The result was a mixed double team from his parents. The belt was almost worn out from punishment. So Judah had fallen into an emo state during this time. Yang Ming, why don't my parents believe me? I, Judah, am a proper good youth. How could I do such a thing? Judah popped a bottle of Waha. Looking gloomy. I'm already 21 this year, and they still treat me like a child. It's so embarrassing. I was in a relationship and got cheated on. And I'm still a dark goblin who has never tasted a woman. Goblin. Goblins have been with princesses, female elves, female knights, female archers. Have you? Yang Ming comforted him with a remark. The two chatted for a while, and then Su Mingming arrived. Boss, did you call me over for something? After the three had eaten their fill, Su Mingming asked. I plan to start a business. You two are now considered my employees. Can you give me some advice? Yang Ming said. Yang Go plans to start a business. Zhu Da's eyes lit up as he put the steak in his mouth. What ideas do you have? Yang Ming asked, noticing Zhu Da's expression. Let me tell you, while I was in the police station, I chatted with those girls. Zhu Da said excitedly. A bathhouse is a good business. The profits inside are outrageous. Let's open a bathhouse, find dozens of beautiful girls, and we'll definitely make a killing. I'm telling you, the profit margin is around 80. Wait. Yang Ming interrupted the enthusiastic Zhu Da, feeling a black line of frustration. This kid still hasn't been punished enough, and is actually considering a flesh trade. Do you know how prostitution is judged? Zhu Da looked puzzled. The maximum penalty is death by firing squad. Zhu Da's face stiffened. Don't play around with these crooked paths. We are high-achieving students from Qingshan University. Let us do something high-end. Unfortunately, both of them looked confused. Yang Ming slapped his forehead, feeling he had chosen the wrong people. Although Su Mingming studied finance, she went straight into sales after school, so she had no business experience. As for Zhu Da, while he had some technical skills, his main focus was still on eating, drinking, and having fun. If you asked him where the best food in Qingshan City was, even if it was in a fly-infested restaurant hidden in a village, he could tell you. But asking him about business was indeed a challenge. After finishing the meal, Yang Ming directly went to find Li Xiu. Jinfa Building, CEO's office. Li Xiu sat at her desk, looking at a man in his 20s or 30s lying on the sofa, who was quite handsome, with a furrowed brow. Zhao Dezhizu. If only his name was mentioned, he would be unknown to most people. But someone at Li Xiu's level naturally knew the other party. Zhao Dezhizu, a graduate of MIT, somehow got involved with the Vanguard Group after graduation. The Vanguard Group invested 30 billion in him, establishing the Zhao Group. The main business is batteries. And with the current development of electric vehicles in Xia country, Zhao Dezhizu quickly grew. He has also attracted the attention of several American financial groups, including Vanguard, BlackRock, and JP Morgan Chase, which have collectively invested 50 billion, allowing him to expand rapidly. He has become one of the top 3 battery suppliers in Xia country. What is CEO Li considering now? This is a mutually beneficial and win-win situation. I have also heard about the current situation of the Li family. With the current trend of electric vehicles, it shouldn't be difficult to take this opportunity to revive your business. Zhao Dezhizu looked at Li Xiu, grinning with what he thought was a very handsome profile. Li Xiu sneered. Mutually beneficial and win-win? Aren't you just eyeing the licenses in the hands of my Li family? Li Xiu was very clear about why Zhao Dezhizu approached her. Electric vehicles are booming right now, and it's obvious that Zhao Dezhizu is not satisfied with just producing batteries. He wants to personally participate in the competition for electric vehicles to make a big profit. Unfortunately, the automotive production licenses in Xia country have long been suspended, and Hurley family had considered transitioning a few years ago, thus acquiring a soon-to-be bankrupt car company, which happened to have a production license. However, switching industries is like crossing mountains, especially in the high-end automotive manufacturing sector, which is something a novice like her in gold trading cannot touch. Therefore, throwing in several billion yielded no returns whatsoever. So we provide the license and tens of billions in factory construction funds, and we bear all the risks. And then the shares are split 30 to 70? I get 30, you get 70? Wouldn't that make me a beggar? Li Xiu said sarcastically. This guy saw her Li family in trouble and was trying to kick her while she was down, asking for an outrageous deal. Li boss, you are mistaken. With me, Zhao Dezhizu, as your strong backing, the risks can almost be ignored. Furthermore, our Zhao Group will provide batteries and related technology, which is also a significant investment. Zhao Dezhizu smiled with a hint of insincerity. Moreover, your Li family's main business in gold is not doing well now, right? Gold has risen to 1,000. And various countries are tightening their gold reserves. Zhao Dezhizu smiled. Then he said meaningfully, it seems that your Li family's 3 gold mines in Africa have also encountered some problems. Li Xiu's expression darkened. This guy was quite knowledgeable about her family's affairs. You don't need to worry about that, Zhao boss. Li Xiu's tone was cold. Xiao Kai, show our guest out. Li Xiu called for her secretary. Zhao Dezhizu was not angry. He stood up with a grin. Our Zhao Group's solid-state battery technology is about to enter mass production. Boss Li is a smart person and should know what this means. Of course, if Boss Li thinks my price is too high, we can also establish a connection. You are unmarried, and I am unmarried. If we become a family, then there won't be any need to say 2 families' words. Zhao Dezhizu looked at Li Xiu with an aggressive gaze and left the office arrogantly. Li Xiu watched Zhao Dezhizu's back, her eyes flickering. Solid-state batteries. The Zhao Group has actually broken through solid-state battery technology. Although Li Xiyu didn't know much about solid-state batteries, she understood the value of this technology. Chapter 76. I want to make cars too. Currently, Xia country's electric vehicles mainly use lithium iron phosphate and ternary lithium batteries. However, leading companies like BYD and NIO are also making breakthroughs in solid-state battery technology. According to the announced progress, it would still take at least 2 to 3 years to enter mass production. Unexpectedly, Zhao's group had already broken through the relevant technology ahead of time. Soon, Li Xiyu figured out the key. The financial groups behind Zhao Dezizhu were not to be underestimated. Not only did they provide money, but they also provided technology. She sighed softly, feeling a bit of a headache. At that moment, young Ming walked in. What's wrong? Feeling unwell? Do you want me to give you a spa treatment? I guarantee it'll cure you. Yang Ming chuckled. Seeing him, Li Xiyu's mood instantly improved. I happen to have a private restroom in my office. Shall we go now? Li Xiyu looked at Yang Ming with flirtatious eyes, sitting in the boss's chair, revealing her long legs and black stockings. Ahem, what was that guy about just now? Yang Ming timely changed the subject. He wasn't planning to start a harem just yet, at least not for now. Li Xiyu's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. But then she showed an appreciative expression. She was quite confident in her looks. Back when she was drugged in Las Vegas, Yang Ming didn't take advantage of her, which showed that he was a principled man. She had seen many lecherous men, but she had rarely encountered someone like him. She liked that. Li Xiyu explained the situation with Zhao Dezizhu. What? The gold mines I won are gone. Hearing Li Xiyu's words, Yang Ming immediately stood up. He had fought hard and risked almost everything to win those gold mines. Li Xiyu had given him a 70 stake, and he didn't expect it to be taken away before he even got a chance to enjoy it. Li Xiyu sighed. That place in Africa is too chaotic. The gold mine was just handed over. My people had barely taken over for a few days when a coup d'etat happened, seizing all the gold mines and denying ownership. Several employees I sent over were also taken hostage. Now they want tens of millions for bail. Li Xiyu was also feeling a bit overwhelmed. Ever since she took over Jinfu Group, it felt like nothing was going smoothly, and she was starting to doubt her abilities. These unruly people dare to kill my horse. Yang Ming was a bit angry. He had always been the one to take from others, yet someone dared to take from him. These black uncles really deserve a beating. You don't need to worry about the gold mine. I'll handle it, Yang Ming declared. What coup d'etat? What interim government? Anyone who dares to rob me is a terrorist. A bandit. Bandits must be eradicated at all times, with a heavy hand. Otherwise, these black uncles will really think I'm just a cowardly county lord in Goose City. Hearing Yang Ming's words, Li Xiyu didn't say anything further. She had seen his methods in Las Vegas. Those terrifying ninjas were chopped into pieces by him. Li Xiyu silently mourned for the black uncles for a second. Do you have a car manufacturing license? Yang Ming recalled what Li Xiyu had just said. Zhao Dezizhu had come primarily for that license. Li Xiyu nodded. Years ago, I wanted to enter the automotive industry, but failed. In a twist of fate, I ended up with a car manufacturing license. In recent years, with the rise of electric vehicles, many internet companies have wanted to buy this license from me. But I haven't sold it. Manufacturing cars? Yang Ming stroked his chin. His eyes gradually lit up. Right. With my capabilities, manufacturing cars is a piece of cake. Thinking of his tech factory, Yang Ming's eyes sparkled. Can you sell me that license? Yang Ming asked. Li Xiyu was taken aback. You want this license? Are you planning to manufacture cars? Li Xiyu reacted, her eyes wide with surprise. That's right. It's just a license. I can give it to you. However, manufacturing cars isn't that simple. Li Xiyu looked at Yang Ming with a hint of worry. The Li family had been involved in this industry, and that's why they knew how much money it burned. Hundreds of billions could be thrown in, and it might not even make a splash. Although Yang Ming had quite a bit of money, it was still too little for this industry. Even though the electric vehicle industry in Xia country had a complete industrial chain, making it relatively simpler. The current competition in battery technology and intelligence was not any easier than that of gasoline engines. Nowadays, many had entered the electric vehicle industry, but many more had failed. Don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not confident about. Yang Ming understood Li Xiyu's good intentions. I won't take this license for free. I will give you 10 of the future profits. Money didn't mean much to Yang Ming. He was mainly after the factory experience in this industry. That was the key for him. After leaving Jinfu building, Yang Ming returned to his villa. However, he ran into an acquaintance at the door. Mr. Yang. Long time no see. The person enthusiastically greeted Yang Ming. It was Xiao Chun, who was in the housing rental business. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that he had been planning to rent out this house. What do you need from me? Is someone renting the house? Yang Ming handed Xiao Chun a Zonghua cigarette. Xiao Chun's eyes brightened, and he accepted it with a smile. This was a premium Zonghua, worth over 2,000 for a pack. Just this one cigarette was worth several days' worth of meals for him. Brother Yang, I really found a quality tenant. It seems to be a little star. I haven't seen the real person, but her assistant contacted me. Xiao Chen winked at Yang Ming with an expression that said men understood each other. With your strength, isn't this a piece of cake? Yang Ming felt a bit exasperated. I'm not interested in this kind of entertainment industry nonsense. I hope there's no chaos in my house. Yang Ming asked suspiciously. The entertainment industry was notoriously chaotic. He had seen news of group parties more than once or twice. He didn't want his house turned into a brothel. Xiao Chen quickly patted his chest to assure him. I'll write clear requirements in the contract. Brother Yang, you can rest assured. I guarantee I'll handle it properly. All right then, I want to inquire further about this. Just handle it well and transfer the rent to my card, Yang Ming instructed, then tossed the cigarette he was holding to Xiao Chun before returning to the villa. Xiao Chun was grinning from ear to ear. Wealthy people were generous. Just like that, he gifted a few thousand worth of cigarettes, carefully putting it into his pocket. Xiao Chun then rode off on his electric scooter. Inside the villa, Yang Ming directly transported himself to the apocalyptic world. In the factory, Yang Ming looked at a unit producing 200. As a non-combat unit of the factory, Yang Ming had never paid much attention to this 200. After all, in the apocalyptic world, strength came first. T-Series security robots had powerful individual strength, and their combat capability was far superior to that of series engineering robots. Hence Yang Ming favored them more. However, now that the industrial module had been activated, Yang Ming felt he had underestimated this series of engineering robots. Manufacture a 300. Yang Ming pondered for a moment and commanded. Chapter 77. Planning the 300 had an unremarkable overall appearance, resembling an ordinary robot with a dark metallic exoskeleton and two glowing red eyes, which looked a bit eerie. Although it was an engineering robot and not as strong in combat as the T-Series security robots, it was still incomparable to an ordinary human. After all, the power of the initial 100 was enough to smash the heads of lick-eaters with a single blow. Compared to the 100, the 300 was clearly much stronger. Firstly, the operational precision of the 300 had reached the micron level. In simple terms, this thing was a human-shaped top-tier processing machine. The most advanced processing machines in the real world only achieve micron precision, which is quite exaggerated. As a core tool in human industrial manufacturing and machinery, processing machines interlace with the entire industrial civilization of humanity and are referred to as the mother of industry. And now, Yang Ming could mass-produce this industrial mother. In the apocalyptic world, human industry had been almost completely destroyed. Take the Feng City survivor base as an example. Saying it had regressed to 50 years ago would not be an exaggeration. With this thing, Yang Ming could completely develop his industry in the apocalypse. He could even lead humanity to re-dominate Blue Star. At that point, becoming a local emperor of Blue Star wouldn't be impossible. What man could resist such temptation? Ahem. Thinking too far ahead, Yang Ming pulled his thoughts back. Currently, the 300 is quite similar to the SCV worker in StarCraft. As long as there are related minerals and resources, construction and production can be developed. Additionally, Yang Ming previously did not know what the various functional chips in the shop were for, but now he understands. These chips are specifically for upgrading these engineering robots to enhance their specialized capabilities. The price of the 300 is not expensive, only 1/5 of the T300 price, requiring only 200 source materials. After some thought, Yang Ming directly manufactured 500 units of the 300 inside the survivor base. Ever since Yang Ming showcased his strength last time, all the factions in the inner city have completely submitted. One by one, they are eager to build relationships with Yang Ming, and the threshold of the shop has been worn down. The Ma family. What? The Lu family sent 100 zombie crystal cores? Sun Lianxing from the Sun family even sent his daughter over? Damn, do these people want to be so competitive? On the main seat, Ma Baoquo cursed. He opened a box and looked at 2 rows of 20 level 2 zombie crystal cores inside. Ma Baoquo weighed them in his hand, feeling a bit pained. These zombie crystal cores are quite good. They should be sent to Mayor Yang. Didn't we find a dozen top-grade Jinhua hams at the beginning of the year? They are delicious, so let us send them to Mayor Yang. After thinking for a moment, Ma Baoquo stroked his chin, and his eyes lit up. Ting ting, ting ting. Cultivating a rich and powerful young pig. In the future, we will all be one family. So let us interact more. You are an adult now. Your grandfather is still waiting to hold a grandson. Beside him, a beautiful young girl, Ma Ting Ting, pouted, unimpressed. Just then, a younger brother walked in from outside. Mr. Ma, the G family just sent someone. After saying that, the younger brother handed a letter to Ma Baoquo. Ma Baoquo was taken aback. He took the letter, opened it, glanced at it, and then squinted his eyes, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Humph, the Ji family didn't come to the last meeting. And now they're clearly up to something big. That old Ji Bakang actually wants to pull me to go against Yang Ming. Ma Tingting frowned slightly. Grandpa, this new city lord is powerful. We must not get on the pirate ship. Ma Baoquo laughed heartily. Your grandpa is as shrewd as a monkey. How could I not have this little brain? The Ji family is clearly not convinced by Yang Ming. Even the Wang family has grouped together to reincarnate. That old Ji Bakang must be tired of living. Ma Baoquo sneered, but then thought of something, his eyes flickering. However, the Ji family usually doesn't show their cards at the base. They might really have some tricks up their sleeves. We can't offend either side. So let us pretend we didn't see this letter. After saying that, Ma Baoquo directly burned the letter. Is Grandpa trying to watch the tiger fight from the mountain? When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Although we don't have the qualifications to be the fisherman, being a fence-sitter is still fine. Ma Baoquo chuckled. The law of the jungle. Whoever wins, I will help. The Ji family might be planning something recently, so let us keep our subordinates quiet and not get into trouble. After giving the orders, Ma Baoquo leisurely took a sip of tea. After Yang Ming arranged the factory matters, he connected to the Feng City survivor base. Now, the troops brought by Yang Ming and the troops of the Wan family have completely taken over the defense and security work of the Feng City survivor base. Wan Tianhao, the father of Wan Ling, and Wan Tiancheng, the uncle, have also regained consciousness. The Wan family. Mayor Yang, I can't express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. From now on, I, Wan Tianhao, am willing to follow you, Mayor Yang. Wan Tianhao said solemnly, bowing to thank Yang Ming. Me too. Wan Tiancheng beside him also bowed. Those who recognize the times are heroes. Although the two brothers were controlled by that tree spirit before they met Yang Ming, after regaining consciousness these past few days, they learned from Wan Ling about Yang Ming's recent actions. Even the 5th level evolver, Wang Zhongwang, couldn't defeat Yang Ming. Yang Ming's strength is evident. Moreover, from Wan Ling's speculation, Yang Ming might even be a powerful ability user with strong abilities. So don't say being Yang Ming's subordinate. Even being his dog is not something just anyone can do. The hierarchy of lackeys also varies, given the relationship between his daughter Wan Ling and Yang Ming. In the Feng City base, the Wan family is also one step below him. Wan Tianhao is a smart man, so he naturally thought of this point. Therefore, during this time, he has already delegated power, intentionally pushing Wan Ling towards the leadership of the Wan family. Yang Ming nodded. There hasn't been much going on in the base lately. Most of it is already under our control, Wan Ling spoke up. Then she changed the subject. However, the Ji family has not made a statement. So far, there has been no indication from them. The Ji family? Forget it. As long as they don't cause trouble, we don't need to worry about them. Mayor, there's one more thing. Wan Tiancheng suddenly spoke up. Go ahead. Yang Ming looked at Wan Tiancheng. Currently, the food situation in the base is quite serious. The energy bars for the survivors in the outer city were previously agreed upon to be funded collectively, with the Ji family responsible for it. However, recently, the Ji family has cut off supplies, claiming a shortage of raw materials. Energy bars. Yang Ming suddenly remembered. Chapter 78. The city lord says there must be rice in the bowl. The vast population of survivors in the outer city relies on a kind of energy bar to maintain basic survival. Yang Ming has also learned about these energy bars. They are basically similar to the ones from Snow Country's trains, made from cockroaches, ants, flies, mosquitoes, mixed with some dirt. You guys are still willing to support these ordinary people? Yang Ming was somewhat surprised. Although everyone has fought among themselves, in the end, humanity is still a group in the apocalypse. If we want to rebuild human civilization in the future, population is extremely critical. Wan Tianhao explained. That's right. Having this awareness is not easy. Yang Ming nodded, while also curious. With tens of thousands of people in the survivor base, even if they catch cockroaches, they can't possibly support such a large population, right? The Ji family does have some resources. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. Forget it. This thing is not even eaten by dogs. The shop has a batch of old grains. You can use them to make thin porridge to replace the energy bars. Supply it twice a week. As long as they don't starve to death, it's fine. Yang Ming does not intend to be a philanthropist, supporting such a large population. As the saying goes, when one is full, thoughts of lust arise. When humans are not well fed, hunger is the only problem. Once they are full, they become unstable factors. In Yang Ming's view, 2 bowls of thin porridge a week is just right. Moreover, even if he wants to be the leader, there must be someone to follow him, right? Being a lone commander, dominating a world full of zombies. What is the point in that? Besides, these people might not be useless. Yang Ming has already made calculations in his heart. Controlling a survivor base with a population of tens of thousands is not that simple. After Yang Ming briefly discussed plans with the three of the Wan family, he left the Wan family. In the inner city, Ji family. Brother, what if we cut off the food supply for the survivors in the outer city? Will Yang Ming come to find trouble with us? A middle-aged man looked worried. It was Ji Boying from the Ji family. The man with a buzz cut and some white hair, who was in charge, was Ji Bakang. Although we control the production of energy bars, if the other side uses force, it won't be good. Even that 5th-level evolver, Wang Zhongwang, was killed in seconds by this kid, Ji Boying said with some apprehension. Currently, this Yang Ming guy should be a powerful ability user. Ji Bakang squinted his eyes and said, but our Ji family also has some trump cards. Ji Bakang sneered. This young punk wants to dominate the Feng City survivor base? His appetite is not small. However, there can only be one spokesperson in the Feng City survivor base. And that is me, Ji Bakang. Ji Boying seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up, saying nothing more. In the outer city, the survivor gathering place. Old Qin, did you receive the energy bars today? A middle-aged man with a sallow complexion asked anxiously. The man known as Old Qin, who was balding, sighed slightly. His expression not looking good either. No, they usually distribute them around this time. I just went to the distribution point and found no one there. I heard rumors that the new city lord has cut down on the energy bar benefits. The middle-aged man looked bitter. Sigh. These elite people who eat fine food and indulge in women every day, even cutting down on our meager energy bars that sustain our lives. Old Qin cursed resentfully. My daughter is still waiting at home for me to bring back energy bars. What am I going to do? My daughter will starve to death. A gaunt woman murmured in despair. It must be the new city lord who has cut off our food supply. How are we supposed to live? The people in the inner city eat well, drink well, and enjoy themselves, and now they won't even leave us a way to survive. If you ask me, let us revolt against him. Yes, the inner city must have food. I've seen them eating white rice. Anyway, we're all dead. Let us storm the inner city and grab the supply depot. With weapons in hand. Follow me. Let us attack the inner city. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. The angry voices rose one after another. The scene was about to spiral out of control. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a series of gunfire erupted. The loud noise immediately calmed the survivors. Turning around, they saw dozens of armored vehicles with the thick barrels of M2 machine guns steaming. Following that, several large trucks brought dozens of barrels of rice porridge. The loudspeakers blared. Under the shining light of City Lord Yang Ming, the righteous, great, kind, and compassionate City Lord Yang Ming cares for all survivors who live in hardship. Starting today, every survivor will receive 2 bowls of porridge per week. Under the wise leadership of City Lord Yang Ming, we will revive the glory of humanity. Under the instructions of City Lord Yang Ming, we must ensure that there is rice in every bowl. A series of announcements rang out. All the survivors were stunned. They didn't understand much else. But they clearly heard about the 2 bowls of porridge per week. Porridge? Is it real? Some survivors looked incredulous. After all, where would there be rice for them? The survivors? Wait, it smells so good, it really is rice. Those closer could smell the aroma and suddenly felt excited. All the survivors were in an uproar, especially when they saw the porridge served by the armed personnel. Although it looked thin and watery, it was still much better than the energy bars made of cockroaches they had eaten before. And they only got a stick the size of a pinky finger once a week. Suddenly, 2 bowls of porridge a week felt like a luxurious feast. Instantly, a crowd of survivors surged forward. However, the armed personnel clearly anticipated this situation. They fired a few shots into the air again. Those who don't want to die, line up properly, one by one. Under the intimidation of the firearms, the survivors immediately quieted down. They lined up in a long queue. For a moment, the scene became busy. Such delicious porridge, sob, sob, sob. I haven't had it in a long time. Some people took a few sips and immediately burst into tears. There's even oil and salt. Someone saw a bit of oil floating in the bowl and tasted a hint of saltiness, feeling ecstatic. Many people showed expressions of bliss, sipping the porridge slowly as if they were on drugs. Long live the city lord. I said the city lord is kind-hearted. Sob, 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 I'm crying. The city lord actually gave us so much rice. It must have been taken from those greedy people in the inner city. I can't even imagine the immense pressure City Lord Yang Ming must be under. He could have kept all this food for himself, but he distributed it to us. The City Lord's kindness is beyond repayment. I don't even know what the City Lord looks like. I want to put his picture on my wall. When the City Lord is here, the base will be peaceful. When the City Lord is here, the sky will be clear. Great, it's City Lord Yang Ming. We are saved. This scene was occurring at multiple porridge distribution points in the Feng City survivor base, and for a moment, feelings of gratitude were rampant. Yang Ming didn't expect that he had inadvertently become the son of Feng City. Chapter 79. Hospital Meeting. Qingshan City People's Hospital. In the conference hall, dozens of top medical experts and scholars from the Xia Nation were engaged in heated discussions. Although Tao Bibai was also a chief physician at Qingshan City People's Hospital, he was just a little guy sitting at the back, watching the big shots debate fiercely. Besides these doctors in white coats, there were also several military personnel dressed in uniforms. The leading figure, upon closer inspection, had stars on his shoulders. This meeting was not for anything else, but for the treatment of Professor Yang Yangzhen. Since the Military Medical University from Kyoto sent people last time, this meeting has been held almost daily. However, the content has become heavier each day, as they still have not come up with a concrete solution. Currently, the virus in Professor Yang Yangzhen's body still has no identified treatment. If it weren't for the expensive medications and equipment sent from Kyoto for treatment, with Professor Yang Yangzhen's current condition, he would have likely already succumbed. In the conference room, after a series of intense discussions, the room suddenly fell silent. So, we still can't do it? The middle-aged man in a blue Navy uniform, named Lu Zhampeng, had a grim expression. He was a military equipment research advisor for the Xia Nation Navy. He was here primarily to oversee Professor Yang's treatment, with orders from above to spare no expense. A doctor in a white coat, who came from the Kyoto Military Medical University, spoke heavily. Originally, after the toxin entered the body, we have performed dialysis and auxiliary drug treatments in the past few days, but the results have not been significant. No matter how many times we perform dialysis, the virus continues to spontaneously generate in the body, and we cannot find its source at all. Currently, we can only keep lowering the virus concentration in Professor Yang's body through continuous dialysis. After a pause, another doctor spoke. But dialysis is not a long-term solution. If the virus cannot be cleared, then even if we continue dialysis, the damage to the body's organs is real. We are trying our best to save him with medications, but this situation is irreversible. The doctor's voice carried a hint of bitterness. Moreover, the effectiveness of dialysis is already getting worse. For a moment, there was some silence in the conference room. I'm not a doctor and don't understand these things very well, but I still hope that all the top figures in Xia Nation's medical field can do their utmost to save him. Professor Yang's safety is crucial for the entire Xia Nation. Lu Zhampeng stood up and bowed. Many doctors present exchanged glances, showing wry smiles. Without Lu Zhampeng saying it, they also understood the significance of Yang Yangzhen for the Xia Nation. After all, this person played a key role in the Xia Nation's aircraft carrier. Many doctors also stood up. General Lu, don't worry, we will definitely do our best for the treatment. Sai, let us end it here for today. Meeting adjourned. Lu Zhampeng waved his hand, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Looking at the doctor's expressions, he already had an answer in his heart. Though Kyoto was far away, he received several calls almost every day from military bigwigs inquiring about the situation. This was enough to show how much importance was attached to this incident. Lu Zhampeng glanced at his phone, and he could already imagine the rage of the higher-ups regarding this matter. Everyone stood up, preparing to leave. Just then, a voice rang out. Can I say something? Tao Bibai, sitting at the back, stood up with a somewhat conflicted expression. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears in the conference room. The doctors beside Tao Bibai immediately changed their expressions. They hurriedly tugged at Tao Bibai's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, in a meeting of this level, we should just listen and not interrupt." The doctor who summoned Tao Bibai to the meeting that day was now standing in front of him. Upon seeing everyone's gaze suddenly turn toward him, the doctor was immediately startled and shrank back, hurriedly trying to become inconspicuous. Under the watchful eyes of several prominent figures he would normally never encounter in his life, Tao Bibai felt enormous pressure. Gritting his teeth, he finally looked at the leading figures. "Who are you?" Lu Zhampeng paused and asked Tao Bibai with a puzzled expression. "I am Tao Bibai, an oncologist from Qingshan City People's Hospital." The several doctors in white coats from the Kyoto Military Medical University exchanged glances. They were aware that many doctors from Qingshan City People's Hospital were participating in the meeting as observers, but the oncology department didn't seem related to the virus. Did it? They were somewhat confused. "Dr. Tao, is there something you want to discuss?" "I have something to report," Tao Bibai said. "If it's something academic, we can discuss it later when we have time." Professor Yang's condition is urgent. Several doctors from Kyoto Military Medical University frowned, feeling displeased. They thought Tao Bibai was just trying to gain attention and familiarity in front of them. They had encountered this kind of behavior many times in the medical field. Seeing their expressions, Tao Bibai realized there was a misunderstanding and quickly explained, "It's related to this meeting and concerns Professor Yang's life and safety." Hearing Tao Bibai's words, everyone in the conference room froze. looking at him in astonishment. Tao Babai, don't speak recklessly about such matters. Even these top experts from Xia country can't do anything about it. What can you do? An old man, the director of the Qingshan City People's Hospital, glared at Tao Babai, blowing his beard in anger. He instinctively thought that Tao Babai was trying to climb the social ladder and draw attention to himself. But could such a serious matter be taken lightly? This kid usually wasn't this foolish. Why was he acting so stupid today? If he really got into trouble, not only would Tao Babai bear the responsibility, but the Qingshan City People's Hospital would also be in jeopardy. He gave a look to the doctor sitting next to Tao Babai, who quickly stood up to pull him back. Seeing this, the doctors from Kyoto Military Medical University were not surprised and said nothing further. However, Tao Babai was a bit anxious. What I'm saying is true. Lu Zanpeng's gaze flickered. All right, let him speak. It won't take long anyway. Hearing Lu Zanpeng's words, everyone finally waited quietly for Tao Babai to continue. A few days ago, a patient with late-stage liver cancer was cured by a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner using silver needles. This person's medical skills are extraordinary. He can even control needles with qi, bringing the dead back to life. I was thinking, if we could invite this expert, Professor Yang might be saved. Tao Bibai's few sentences left everyone in the conference room in stunned silence. The old director was lying back in his chair, looking lifeless. Chapter 80. Find this person traditional Chinese medicine? Acupuncture? Late-stage cancer? How did you combine these things? A doctor twitched his lips. Patients with late-stage cancer often place their hopes on traditional Chinese medicine to survive. But this is more about psychological effects than physical effects. How could you, a chief oncologist, believe in such mystical nonsense just like the patients? A doctor looked displeased and criticized Tao Babai. As supporters of modern medicine, they were quite disdainful of things like traditional Chinese medicine, which seemed akin to witchcraft. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it if someone told me. But this incident indeed happened. Tao Babai had a bitter smile. I'm not making this up. It happened in the emergency room a few days ago, and there's surveillance footage. Everyone can see for themselves. Hearing Tao Bibai's earnest words, many doctors exchanged glances. Quick, get the surveillance footage. Lu Zhampeng ordered after a moment's contemplation. Being in a high position, he had the ability to read people. He could see that Tao Babai didn't look like he was lying. After all, once the surveillance was checked, they would know what was going on. A plainclothes soldier at the door received the order and immediately went to retrieve it. 10 minutes later, a segment of surveillance footage appeared on the conference room's projection screen. It was the scene of Yang Ming treating Shen Xiantang in the emergency room that day. The footage continued until Yang Ming, looking exhausted, left, and then it ended. Everyone in the conference room looked at each other in disbelief. Is this for real? This doesn't look like special effects. Why does that white mist look so fake? Is this some kind of fantasy? Is he a legendary cultivator? Is that spiritual energy? Have you watched too much? Have you gone crazy? There's no such thing as cultivation in the real world. Controlling needles with qi? This sounds like a fantasy film. What about the medical records for this patient named Shen Xiantang? The lead doctor from the Military Medical University asked. A single piece of surveillance footage couldn't prove much, and the video looked almost fake, making it hard to believe. However, if there were medical records of the patient's treatment process, it would lend some credibility. Soon, the medical records for Shen Xiantang were retrieved on the conference room computer. They included detailed examinations, imaging results, dates, locations, personnel involved, and the status of cancer cell metastasis. With solid evidence in hand, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. It's actually true. No way, traditional Chinese medicine can cure cancer, even late stage. Wow. The cancer cells have already spread to the internal organs. How could this be saved? Hey, buddy, are you a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine? Can you explain this? What is the principle behind it? Do you know how to control needles with qi? Someone quickly asked a nearby doctor who practiced traditional Chinese medicine. Well. The traditional Chinese medicine practitioner looked awkward. He had studied traditional Chinese medicine mainly to build his credentials and enhance his resume. As for how much he believed in it, before this, he would only tell others that the psychological effect of traditional Chinese medicine was greater than its actual therapeutic effect. But today, suddenly being told that traditional Chinese medicine could treat late-stage cancer? Wasn't he that absurd? This guy was amazing. Some young doctors watched Yang Ming on the video, looking like a master, enviously. Young people, who wouldn't want to have such a top-notch moment? How credible is this? Lu Zhampeng asked. Very credible. A doctor replied. The evidence chain is right here. Legally, this counts as solid proof. Of course, if someone could infiltrate the entire medical system of Qingshan City, just for this farce, then they would acknowledge it. You all continue treating Professor Yang, and do your best to stabilize his condition. I will bring people over soon, Lu Zhampeng said. The doctors from Kyoto Military Medical University nodded. After the meeting, Liu Zhampeng made a phone call. Sir, the situation is as follows. Liu Zhampeng reported the details of the meeting. There was a brief silence on the other end. A young man named Yang Ming can treat late-stage cancer with traditional Chinese medicine? The voice on the other end sounded incredulous. After a few dozen seconds, the voice continued. First, find this young man. Such talent should be treated with respect. After hanging up, Liu Zhampeng made another call. I am Liu Zhampeng, from the National Security Bureau. Please help me investigate a young man named Yang Ming, urgently. I need to contact him as soon as possible. Yes. Yang Ming was unaware that he was already being monitored. Inside his villa, Yang Ming looked at a chip in his hand, somewhat shocked. The appearance of this chip was identical to the most advanced 5090 chip currently available in the real world, made with a 3 nanometers process. Wow. I used to joke about nano-level immortals handcrafting chips. I never expected this joke would one day come true. This chip was a treasure painstakingly replicated by Yang Ming's subordinates at a 300, one scale from Huang's prized possession. I originally just wanted to test 300's capabilities, but I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Yang Ming only bought a nano-etching chip from the store to install on 300 and then gave it some sand. And to his surprise, 300 actually had the ability to manually craft chips. It's incredibly impressive. How difficult is chip manufacturing? After so many years of development, Xia country still can't catch up. This shows how challenging it is. 3 nanometers is currently the top-level process. It requires the latest EUV lithography machines, the pinnacle of human industrial technology, to produce. It's worth noting that it succeeded on the first try, while TSMC's yield for 3 nanometers chips is only 60. I used to treat engineering robots like they were just laborers. What a mistake. With this capability, not to mention making cars, competing with old Huang for business wouldn't be a problem. Yang Ming's eyes sparkled. The chip industry is a standard top-tier technology sector. The profits are outrageous. Moreover, Xia country is currently under sanctions. There is a huge gap for chips of this level. This can be done. Yang Ming stroked his chin. However, one must take things step by step. Right now, he seems to be a lone commander, although he has registered a company with a business license. He definitely needs to build a factory for this kind of thing. Yang Ming scratched his head. Building a factory is troublesome. Land acquisition and construction are a package deal. He needs to plan this out properly when he has time. He took out his phone. After a few days away, he had received several messages, including a few photos of his sister sent by Zhu De and a work report from Su Mingming. The rest were mostly carrying messages from Fang Yanmen, along with the last message about a challenge. Sigh, this woman really knows how to enjoy herself. Luckily, I'm resilient. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Yang Ming thought for a moment, left the villa, and headed to Qingshan University. In matters like this, there's no reason to be timid. Chapter 81. The Secret of the School Beauty Qingshan University. Yang Ming hadn't been to school for a while. The military training was over, and there were fewer boys and girls in military uniforms. On the paths in the woods, there were young girls dressed in vibrant clothing coming and going. Speaking of which, isn't he just a junior? Why does it feel like he's already left school and entered society? Yang Ming sighed. He sent a WeChat message to Fang Yanmen, but got no reply. Is she in class? Yang Ming was taken aback. He then checked the class schedule. Last time, she had specially imported her class schedule into his phone. He didn't know why he did that. Sure enough, she was in class. He glanced at the time. It seemed it hadn't started yet. Yang Ming thought for a moment and headed towards the teaching building. Although, as a college student, he had always disliked attending classes. Sometimes people are just like that. When they haven't experienced something they dislike for a long time, they end up missing it a bit. In the large lecture hall, it was already packed. Yang Ming immediately spotted Fang Yanmen in the front row. This girl was just too eye-catching, a white shirt paired with blue jeans. An ordinary student outfit, but on her, it looked quite striking. Many boys in the classroom pretended not to look, but their peripheral vision couldn't help but sneak glances at Fang Yanmen. Yang Ming wasn't jealous about this. After all, he had been through that phase too. Fang Yanmen was currently engrossed in her professional textbooks, oblivious to her surroundings. No wonder she didn't reply to my message. Yang Ming shook his head and chuckled. He had no intention of going up to create a classic campus scene. Instead, he found a seat at the back. Hey, you look a bit unfamiliar. You're not from this major, are you? A boy with acne sitting next to him asked casually. I'm just auditing, Yang Ming replied nonchalantly. Auditing is just an excuse. You're really here to check out the girls, right? The boy said with an understanding expression. He had noticed Yang Ming's gaze just now. Don't be shy. At least half of the guys in this classroom aren't from this major. The boy laughed. Sai, what can we do? Our department has a school beauty, and she happens to be in our major and in the same class as me, he said proudly. You're in the same class as Fang Yanmen? Yang Ming asked with curiosity. I knew you were here for our class flower, the department flower, and the school beauty, Fang Yanmin, the boy said with a knowing look. Of course, I'm a classmate of the school beauty, the boy said, his eyes darting. He secretly pulled out a few signed papers from his bag. These are autographs from the school beauty herself. Absolutely genuine. They still carry the fragrance of her delicate hands. $50 each. First come, first served. This is all I have left in stock. Want some? The boy's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at the signatures, his mouth twitching. He recognized Fang Yanmin's handwriting. It looked somewhat similar, but it was clearly a forgery. Are these real? Yang Ming asked suspiciously. Yang Wei. Guarantee that I'm honest in business. These were all written for me by the school beauty because of my connections. Seeing Yang Ming's doubts, Yang Wei patted his chest and assured him. Are you close with the school beauty? Yang Ming scrutinized Yang Wei. Yang Wei immediately looked a bit guilty but quickly put on a proud face. Of course. I'm one of the school beauty's rare friends. We have a good relationship. Do you want to pursue our school beauty? Here is her contact number. Yang Wei stealthily extended a hand. 500. So expensive? Yang Ming exclaimed. What is so expensive about it? It's always been this price. Dude, I see you're quite handsome. The school beauty might just like your type. The hardest part is the beginning. Once you have her contact, if you really end up with her, will you still think 500 is expensive? Yang Wei coaxed. His voice quite enticing. How much have you made selling these? Yang Ming asked. Yang Wei was taken aback. Why did the topic suddenly shift? Not much. About 10,000 a month, just a little bit. Wow. Brother, you're impressive. Yang Ming gave him a thumbs up. I see you're also quite good looking. Since you're so familiar, why not take the opportunity to get closer? Yang Wei's face stiffened, and he awkwardly said, I still have some self-awareness. I know what I look like. Yang Wei scratched his head. He now realized that this guy wasn't someone easy to fool. How about I give you a discount? $100. After a long conversation, Yang Wei was somewhat reluctant to give up. Yang Ming glanced at Yang Wei, uninterested in dealing with him. Chapter 82. Fang Yanmin's family. How about adding a little-known secret about the school beauty? What secret? Yang Wei pulled out a payment code. $100. Damn. Yang Ming's expression darkened as he scanned the payment. This kid must be a top-notch scammer outside of school. Seeing the $100 arrive, Yang Wei's face broke into a wide smile. He leaned closer to Yang Ming and whispered, I suspect our school beauty has a boyfriend. I think she is being kept. Damn it, I just lost $100. Yang Ming thought it was some big news. Isn't that boyfriend him? However, what Yang Wei said next left Yang Ming stunned. I even coincidentally saw her. A tall guy with yellow hair. Yellow hair? Yang Ming frowned. He wasn't yellow-haired, right? Could it be that he was being cheated on? Sigh. Brother, I took your money, so here is a piece of advice. Women like that are not someone we can get involved with. Don't be fooled by their pure appearance. Who knows how wild they get behind the scenes. Don't let yourself be misled. What Zhang Wuji's mother said was true. There is no good woman who looks good. Just then, 3 people suddenly burst into the classroom. A middle-aged couple and a young man with dyed yellow hair and a nose ring. Yang Wei's eyes widened. Did you see that? That yellow-haired guy. Damn. He actually came to school? Today there's going to be a good show. Mom and Dad, that loser must have hooked up with a rich guy. I saw her get out of a big Mercedes the other day. When I asked her for some money, she wouldn't even give me any. The middle-aged woman walked up to Fang Yanmin and slapped her across the face. Your brother is struggling to find work in Qingshan City, and you won't even help him? How did I end up raising such a worthless child? The middle-aged woman completely disregarded the other students in the classroom and walked straight over to slap Fang Yanmin across the face. I raised you with great difficulty, supporting your education, so you could go out and seduce men? Just like your mother, a loose woman. Being a mistress feels great, doesn't it? The middle-aged woman's voice was harsh and unpleasant. For a moment, the entire classroom was silent. Mom, this worthless child learned to seduce wealthy men right after starting college. And doesn't he even take you seriously? Once she finishes college and gains independence, your words will mean nothing to her. The yellow-haired boy fanned the flames. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman's face grew even darker. Fang Yanmin's gaze was calm as she looked at the family of 3, seemingly accustomed to the slap mark on her face. She quietly picked up her textbook, her tone icy. First, you didn't really raise me, so I don't owe you anything. Second, my tuition was earned by me. I didn't spend a penny of yours, so it has nothing to do with you. Third, all my expenses over the years totaled 40,000 yuan, which I already gave to your precious son last time. From now on, we're even. Upon hearing Fang Yanmin's words, the yellow-haired boy felt a pang of guilt. You've gone too far, truly an ungrateful wretch. You can't even control your own parents. The middle-aged woman wailed. The man's face was sullen as he glanced at his son, but didn't say anything. The debt of raising you is greater than the sky. Do you think that just returning the money ends it? I'm your father for a day, and I'll be your father for life. Come home with me right now. What use is this education? Learning to be a mistress instead. The town mayor's son came to propose a marriage a few days ago, and I've already accepted a 300,000 yuan deposit. After raising you for so many years, it's time you showed some filial piety to your family. Haha, I'm being sold for a good price by you. Fang Yemin scoffed. How dare you speak to your father like that? The man felt his authority was being challenged, especially in public, and he became increasingly angry. He raised his hand to slap Fang Yemin. A few nearby boys wanted to step in to stop him, but seeing the man's fierce demeanor, they hesitated. Fang Yemin's face turned pale, but then a hand grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist. It was Ming. Wow, a hero saving a beauty. So handsome. Many girls sighed in relief at the sight. After just a few brief exchanges, all the students understood the situation. They looked at Fang Yemin with sympathy. They had previously envied her, but hadn't expected her to have such a family. A girl whispered, I heard Fang Yemin is from Jiang province. No wonder. They say that place values sons over daughters, and now I've seen it for myself. These parents are truly terrifying. Didn't you hear? They're planning to sell their daughter to the town mayor's son. How tragic. What era is this? And there are still people selling their daughters. The classroom was filled with righteous indignation. Who are you? I'm in charge of my own daughter. What does it have to do with you? The middle-aged man's face darkened as he looked at the young man before him. His wrist was tightly held, and despite his strength from working on the farm, he couldn't budge an inch. The middle-aged man's face turned red. They don't even recognize her anymore, and you want your daughter back. Ming looked at him with disdain. Letting go, the middle-aged man stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Ming. Fang Yemin was taken aback when she saw the familiar figure protecting her, but then a smile appeared on her face. Wow, the school beauty smiled, and I cried. Just now, I was the closest. Why did I back down? Seeing Fang Yemin's gentle gaze, some boys felt regretful. Hey, this guy looks a bit familiar. Someone said in confusion. Isn't he the one who jumped off the building? What jump off the building guy? You new students don't know? There was a student who jumped off to commit suicide, and it caused quite a stir. I remember now, it's that Ming. The one who was infatuated with Su Xinfeng? Many people were eager to gossip and quickly pulled out their phones for the school forum. Damn, it really is. Who am I? Ming turned around and gently touched Fang Yemin's still red cheek. I'm her boyfriend. Ming naturally wrapped his arm around Fang Yemin's waist. In an instant, the classroom, which had been buzzing with whispers, fell completely silent. The key was that although Fang Yemin's face was blushing, she didn't refute him. The classroom was suddenly filled with heartbreak. Boo-hoo, the school beauty actually has a boyfriend. What do I lack compared to this sycophant? Someone exclaimed in frustration. I feel like I can't love anymore. Oh, so this worthless child's dog of a man is you. The yellow-haired boy glared at Ming and immediately cursed. Slap. Ming delivered a powerful slap to the yellow-haired boy's face, sending him flying. The round nose ring was flattened into an oval shape. How dare you hit my son? I'll scratch you to death. The middle-aged woman lunged at Ming, claws out. Slap. Ming countered with another slap, sending the woman flying. You filthy pig, hitting you dirties my hands. How dare you touch my woman? Who do you think you are? This slap is for you. Although this woman was Fang Yemin's nominal mother, Ming had already inferred that she was probably not her biological mother, so he held nothing back. Such a person is not worthy of being a parent. Wow, so manly. Some girls, seeing Ming's decisive actions, had stars in their eyes. Is this what it means to be a domineering CEO? I used to think it was so cliché, but now I wish I were the female lead. Is this really that infatuated guy with Su Xinfeng? I don't believe it. Someone must be slandering Senior Ming. Senior, so handsome. Damn it. Your wife and son were just hit by this kid, and you're still standing there doing nothing. Are you even a man? The middle-aged woman looked at Ming with some fear. She yelled at the middle-aged man. The family's arrogance was vividly displayed. The middle-aged man's face was grim. His wife weighed over 200 pounds and was knocked down by this kid, plus that terrifying strength earlier. This guy must have trained. Usually, he was tough, but deep down, he was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. He deflated in front of Ming. This is a society ruled by law. Do you think I want to report you for hitting someone? The middle-aged man watched Ming warily. Now you understand the law? Ming scoffed. Indeed. Bad people aren't afraid of you taking up the law as a weapon. They fear you putting down the law and taking up weapons. I'm her parent. Even if you're her boyfriend, so what? If I don't agree, you can't be together. Ming looked at him as if he were an idiot. Old man, do you think this is the old society? You should read the civil code more and stop holding on to this old idea. Many students in the classroom laughed uproariously at Ming's words. The middle-aged man's face turned the color of liver. At that moment, A few people in military uniforms entered, led by two men in suits with crew cuts. Upon seeing them, the middle-aged man seemed to see a savior and hurried over. "Soldiers, this kid hit my son and wife. You have to help me." This man was also quite the actor, his expression changing in an instant, crying pitifully. Many students showed disdain. It was their first time seeing such a shameless family. However, seeing the military personnel, they were somewhat puzzled. Was this small matter really worth involving the military? At the same time, some were worried about Yang Ming. His earlier fierce actions indeed pleased everyone. Students are at an age full of vigor, especially upon witnessing such injustices. Although they didn't act, Yang Ming had done what they wished to do. Therefore, all these students were now firmly on Yang Ming's side. However, these soldiers did not pay attention to the man. Instead, in the shocked gaze of everyone, they walked up to Yang Ming and saluted. The two leading men in suits with crew cuts had kind expressions and spoke up. "Comrade Yang Ming. Hello. We are from the National Security Bureau. We would like to talk to you in detail about something. Do you have time now?" Chapter 83. Pulling strings. It wasn't until Yang Ming was respectfully escorted away by the National Security Bureau and soldiers, with Fang Yanmin in tow, that the silent classroom erupted. Did I see that wrong? Are those military personnel? Those two in suits are not simple either. Did you see how respectful they were to Yang Ming? I'm exhausted. This is unbelievable. All of us are students at Qingshan University, and I'm still in class playing around, while he can talk to government officials. I'm dying. No wonder he could win the school beauty. Fang Yanmin's father had a grim expression. "Dad, they are bullying us too much. Are we just going to let this go?" The blonde guy, covering his face, shouted with a wronged look. Smack. The man slapped him backhanded. 40,000 yuan. You better explain this clearly today, or I'll beat you up, you unfilial brat. The blonde guy wanted to retort, but upon hearing his father's threat over the money, he immediately cowered. The three of them left in disgrace. Sitting behind, Yang Wei had a bitter smile. This kid is not being honest. He is clearly the school beauty's boyfriend and is still messing with me. However, Yang Wei then took out his phone to check the transfer account. He glanced at the many girls around him whose eyes were sparkling with excitement, and his eyes lit up. The school beauty is taken, so there is no business there. The male suitors had been nearly cut off, but the female ones seemed to be thriving. After thinking for a moment, Yang Wei quietly moved next to a girl. "Who are you?" The girl looked at him warily, showing some disdain at his pockmarked face. "Hey, want the WeChat of Senior Yang Ming?" Yang Wei grinned. "He already has a girlfriend. Why would I want his WeChat?" The girl rolled her eyes at Yang Wei. "Hey, in college love, who knows how long it will last? If things go south, you might take advantage of it." Yang Wei added. With a young, wealthy, and handsome guy like him, how many women are eyeing him? If you have his WeChat, you'll definitely win at the starting line. Yang Wei pointed at the many girls whispering excitedly around. "How much?" The girl hesitated for a moment and asked. 200 yuan. Deal. Qingshan City People's Hospital. In the conference hall, Yang Ming looked at the large group of people in white coats in front of him, his eyelids twitching. The way they looked at him was too intense. Their eyes burning with excitement, as if they were perverts. He glanced at the middle-aged man in military uniform at the front, clearly the person in charge. "What do you want from me?" Yang Ming asked. "Hello, Comrade Yang Ming. I'm Lu Zhampeng. I came here with a request." Lu Zhampeng revealed a friendly smile and then recounted the situation. To treat Professor Yang? Yang Ming was taken aback. However, he quickly understood what was going on. It must be that these people learned about his treatment of Shen Xiantang. At the same time, Yang Ming was somewhat surprised. The few robbers he had dealt with that day turned out to be the culprits of Professor Yang's car accident, and they were foreign spies. This was truly a twist of fate. Indeed, Professor Yang is crucial to our country. Currently, the development of the supercapacitor technology for aircraft carriers is at a critical moment. Whether Professor Yang can wake up is related to the development of national defense. Lu Zhanpeng's voice was serious. Yang Ming's eyes flickered. He then sighed slightly. Although my ancestral acupuncture technique can indeed bring the dead back to life, possessing the power to reverse life and death, the universe operates on the principle of balance. There are gains and losses. This technique also drains my innate source, which can affect my lifespan. Yang Ming's words were profound and mysterious. Standing with his hands behind his back, looking up at a 45-degree angle, and adding a melancholic expression. This directly stunned everyone. Many doctors exchanged glances. They had previously spoken with Tao Bibai and learned that this acupuncture technique was indeed taxing on the body. After all, the footage from the surveillance showed Yang Ming in a state of exhaustion after administering the treatment. Tao Bibai had also mentioned this. Thus, the doctors believed about half of what Yang Ming said. For a moment, everyone felt conflicted. After all, they couldn't let someone risk their own life to save another. Even though they deeply wanted that, but they didn't dare to voice it. Lu Zanping's expression was also conflicted. After all, it was difficult for him to bring up such a sensitive issue. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhanpeng found a place and made a phone call. After explaining the situation, there was a moment of silence on the other end. Then it sighed slightly. It really is forcing someone to do something difficult. After a moment of consideration, the person on the other end replied. However, Professor Yang still needs to be saved. Ask this young friend Yang Ming if he has any requirements. We will meet any reasonable conditions as long as it is legal. Hearing this, Lu Zhanpeng was taken aback. He knew the identity of the person on the other end all too well, and those words were definitely not empty talk. But what could be more valuable than life itself? After hanging up, Lu Zhanpeng smiled wryly. Yang Ming caught a glimpse of Lu Zhanpeng, who had just left, returning. He was certain he must have his own plans for putting on this act, the matter of using medical nanorobots for treatment. He couldn't let people know it could be done casually. Such a capability, if it attracted attention, could lead to big trouble. Although he wasn't afraid, it would still be a hassle. Moreover, if it was simple to cure, it would lose its value. It was like a locksmith. If you were skilled and opened a lock in seconds, the client might feel cheated. Instead, if it took half an hour, the client would think it was worth it. Additionally, this group of people clearly had a high status. In Xia country, it was a society based on personal connections, and having a strong backing was beneficial. Yang Ming understood this principle. Comrade Yang Ming, although this should not be said, I still need to ask this. I hope you can help save Professor Yang. After saying this, Lu Zhanpeng felt a bit embarrassed. As long as you can treat Professor Yang, we can. Before Lu Zhanpeng could finish his sentence, Yang Ming directly interrupted him. Professor Yang is a pillar of the nation. How can my worthless life compare to his? It concerns the future of Xia country. Yang Ming, although just a commoner, it is my honor to be able to save such a national hero. How could I profit from this? Yang Ming appeared to be deeply righteous. His passionate words made everyone's eyes glisten with moisture. Such a gentleman. Truly a model for us all. Too bad we can't exchange my lifespan for it. Otherwise, I would be the first to volunteer. A group of doctors looked at Yang Ming with admiration. Lu Zhanpeng was momentarily speechless, his gaze solemn as he looked at Yang Ming and bowed. Then Yang Ming headed to the hospital room. What is the most expensive debt in the world? It is the debt of gratitude. Yang Ming's selfless act undoubtedly raised the value of this favor to the highest level. Chapter 84. Completing the task in the hospital room, Yang Ming administered acupuncture. A group of medical experts quietly observed. This miraculous method of transforming decay into wonder had a deadly allure for them. Professor Yang was naturally in a top-tier hospital room, with various advanced medical equipment monitoring the entire process. Yang Ming was the same as usual, inserting a needle directly into the chest. Then, surrounded by mist, the nanobots immediately began to perform treatment and repair, clearing toxins from the body. Why is this neurotoxin difficult to treat? The main reason is that it is hard to completely eliminate. If it cannot be thoroughly removed, the virus will continue to regenerate in the human body like bacteria. This is also why these doctors were at a loss. But for Yang Ming, it was basically a small case. The nanomedical robot could even directly penetrate cells for nano-level cleaning and repair. What is a virus, which is about 100 to 200 nanometers in size? Is this what they mean by using qi to control needles? It's truly amazing. A doctor who saw the testing images looked astonished. The white mist entering Professor Yang's body clearly showed signs of improvement. However, none of the equipment could detect what this mist actually was. Of course, if they knew what this mist was, they would understand why. After all, nano-level robots are not detectable by these devices. I always thought the mysterious yin-yang theories of traditional Chinese medicine were just nonsense, but it turns out I was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. A doctor sighed with a complex expression. There is still some merit to what our ancestors left behind. Indeed. This year I suggest increasing the research budget and talent training for traditional Chinese medicine. Many people nodded upon hearing this. The treatment was quite simple. However, Yang Ming dragged what should have taken a few minutes into an hour, making his butt go numb. After it was done, Yang Ming completely transformed. His originally dark hair turned completely white within just 1 hour. He looked several years older. This was the effect of the nanometal skin treatment Yang Ming underwent for an hour. Seeing Yang Ming's miserable condition, all the doctors felt guilty. Unbelievable. Professor Yang has completely recovered, Yang Ming said. All the doctors fell silent, looking at Yang Ming with tears in their eyes. Ahem. I might need to rest for a few days. Please forgive me. Yang Ming lightly coughed, looking weak. Is there anything we can do to help you recover? Lu Zhanpeng asked with a guilty expression. After so many years in a high position, it was the first time he showed embarrassment in front of a young man in his 20s, not daring to look him in the eye. I heard that this kind of energy depletion can be partially restored with high-quality herbs like ginseng and ganoderma. Let's see if we can find some 1,000-year-old ginseng or ganoderma. A doctor suggested. Go check immediately where we can find these things and get them to Comrade Yang Ming for infusion. Someone instructed. Yang Ming's eyelids twitched. 1,000-year-old ginseng? Come on, have you watched too many shows? But this stuff is good. Yang Ming didn't refuse. I won't disturb Comrade Yang Ming any further. This is my phone number. If you have any requests, just call me directly, Lu Zhangpeng said. He didn't dare to keep him too long. As Yang Ming looked like he could collapse at any moment, Yang Ming nodded, took the contact information, and left. Outside the hospital, Fang Yanmin looked at the now normal Yang Ming with great curiosity. When he treated Xin Xiantang last time, Yang Ming recovered right after leaving the hospital. She was a bit worried when she saw Yang Ming's white hair, but not overly concerned, as he had recovered quickly last time. Sure enough, once they left the hospital, Yang Ming returned to normal again. Brother Yang Ming, you are really amazing. Fang Yanmin exclaimed sincerely. You can heal people, have money, and are handsome. She now felt that Yang Ming was like a treasure boy, always full of surprises. Fang Yanmin also couldn't understand why Su Zhintheng would give up on such a high-quality man. Of course, she was also somewhat relieved. If it weren't for that foolish girl, she wouldn't have had this opportunity. Yang Ming didn't explain much. The Sea Dog M9 he bought had already arrived. He had just driven that car to the hospital. It was indeed nice to drive, much better than that happy Benz. It felt very high-tech. By the way, how are your parents and that yellow-haired guy doing at school? Yang Ming asked once they got in the car. Fang Yanmin's expression turned somber. She explained the situation. Did you give all your money to that yellow-haired brother? Yang Ming asked. Fang Yanmin didn't have much money on her, and after confirming their relationship, Yang Ming had given her some money a few times. But she had never taken it. The tens of thousands of yuan were from the hospital fees Yang Ming paid initially and her own savings, which she hadn't spent. Fang Yanmin nodded. This is what I owe them. I've paid back everything with interest. Brother Yang Ming, don't worry, I will slowly pay you back later. That was fine. Now they were square, and neither owed the other anything. Yang Ming nodded. Hearing Fang Yanmin's words, he tapped her little head. You are my girlfriend now. Why be so formal? Although this girl sometimes felt a bit distant, she really had nothing to say against her. She hadn't taken his money. Except for what Yang Ming had forced upon her. It seemed that the most he had spent on her was for hotel rooms. And she even brought her own umbrella for that. Such a thoughtful and good sister was too rare. Yang Ming felt overwhelmed. If that family bothers you again, call me. And I'll back you up. Yang Ming said. Fang Yanmin smiled serenely. Don't hide anything from me. Otherwise, if I find out, I'll spank you. Yang Ming added. Fang Yanmin's face turned red. Brother Yang Ming, where are we going now? Fang Yanmin asked. To my house. My cat will eat sunflower seeds. In the hospital room. After Yang Ming left, a group of doctors immediately conducted a full-body examination on Professor Yang. Liver function normal. Kidney function normal. Heart rate stable. All toxins in the body have been completely cleared. Hey, did you notice? Professor Yang seems to have become a lot younger. His hair has darkened. Someone with sharp eyes exclaimed in surprise. Someone hurriedly found previous photos for comparison. It really is. Did you check the cells? The results are out. Wow. The cell telomeres have actually lengthened. Someone said incredulously. What? A group of doctors was greatly shocked. Lu Zhangpeng frowned. What does this indicate? A doctor explained. According to the latest research, the length of cell telomeres shortens irreversibly with age. Are you saying it's like reversing aging? Lu Zhangpeng, being a smart person, immediately grasped the key point. That's right. It's simply unbelievable. This method is comparable to that of celestial beings. Lu Zhangpeng smiled wryly, his expression complex. Now he owed a huge favor. He wasn't a fool. This was definitely Yang Ming pushing his body to the limit. Good kid. Lu Zhangpeng sighed in his heart. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhangpeng took out his phone to report the situation. Chapter 85. Future City. After spending a few days watching cats with Fang Yanmin at the villa, Yang Ming sent her back to school. He also secretly transferred tens of thousands of yuan to her card. After that, Yang Ming enjoyed a few days of leisure before returning to the apocalyptic world. At the Feng City survivor base, there had been supplies of rice porridge recently. The overall condition of the survivors had improved significantly. Although they only received 2 meals a week, which was just a bowl of porridge every 3 days, they were still anxious from hunger. However, it was much better than the previous week when they only received a cockroach-sized energy bar. After all, the porridge provided by the city lord Yang Ming was not only half rice and half water, but also had a layer of oil on top. Occasionally, the porridge even contained some dehydrated vegetables and century eggs. Compared to before, it was a heaven and hell difference. Because of this, the entire survivor base unanimously praised the unseen city, Lord Yang Ming. They almost treated Yang Ming like a living Buddha. Of course, this was mainly concentrated among the ordinary survivors in the outer city, who made up the largest population. As for the more capable survivors in the mid-city, their response was relatively muted. Although the porridge was delicious, it hadn't reached the level where they would bow down to Yang Ming in gratitude. For those mercenary organizations that often ventured outside and played with danger, what had been the hot topic of discussion in the past 2 days was actually the appearance of a large construction team outside the survivor base. Liangzi, did you see outside the city? What do you think that group of people is doing? I'm not sure, but they seem to be a construction team. Apparently building something next to our base. Some people were puzzled. Hey, you guys are out of the loop, right? I know what's going on with that construction team. A proud evolver who knows a bit of the inside story in the city said. Many people hurriedly gathered around. What's going on? Tell us. I heard that the construction team belongs to our city lord. Didn't you see the troops nearby? That's the city lord's garrison. Many evolvers nodded in agreement. It's only a few kilometers from Feng City. It's not far. They often run into this troop when they go out of the city. Indeed. The soldiers wear the same uniforms as the garrison and are well equipped. But you didn't say what the construction team is doing. Someone questioned. The person suddenly looked a bit embarrassed, but still retorted. If I knew that, I'd have a pretty good relationship with the city lord, right? If I had that relationship, would I be here babbling with you losers? Damn, you itching for a fight, huh? Get him. Soon, the area was filled with the screams of men. A few kilometers outside the Feng City survivor base, on a vast plain, steel-reinforced concrete walls had already begun to rise around here, and the walls were still under construction. Inside, busy figures were the 500 units of 300 created by Yang Ming. The originally empty ground now had several buildings. A huge steel mill and a steel blast furnace. And a cement factory. Although it was very basic, the progress was still quite astonishing. Yang Ming did not underestimate the capabilities of the 300, but he now realized he had somewhat underestimated their strength. After the 500 units of 300 were constructed, Yang Ming purchased a batch of specific chip enhancements as needed and then arranged for them to come here. Yang Ming's goal was simple, to create a truly futuristic city. Not to be some city lord of a survivor base in Feng City, scraping by? What is humanity's true strength? It lies in social organizational ability. And after the Industrial Revolution, the powerful industrial capacity. What Yang Ming wanted to do was to build a truly modern industrial city with industrial capabilities. Reforge human civilization in the apocalypse. Otherwise, with the current precarious situation of humanity in the apocalypse, it's only a matter of time before they perish. How's the progress now? Yang Ming asked a 300 dressed like a laborer in a white helmet standing nearby. This 300 was different from the other robots. Its eyes revealed a spark of intelligence. This was due to Yang Ming upgrading its internal chip. It not only had autonomous learning ability, but also a strong optimization and coordination level. Currently, most of the tasks here were handled by this guy. Boss, I've arranged for the engineering robots to go to the nuclear power plant regarding the power issue. Although the nuclear power plant has some damage, its basic functions are still fine. The circuits along the way have been cleared. The cement factory and steel mill have been completed, and I've optimized and improved them. The steel furnace can now be operated. The basic industrial developments of electricity, steel, and cement chemicals have been generally completed. Chapter 86. Speech. The biggest problem now is mainly the shortage of labor, which has led to a relatively slow construction speed. Additionally, there's the issue of raw materials. After all, the steel mill needs iron ore, and the cement factory also needs limestone and clay water sources. Yang Ming twitched his lips. Slow construction? That's not slow at all. Just the steel mill and cement factory, with 500 units of 300, plus the few hundred T800s Yang Ming sent over to help. And in just a few days, they were built. To know that all the building materials were almost handcrafted by the 300. This is not the same as directly purchasing materials in the real world. Yet even so, the construction speed is still astonishing. But labor? Yang Ming stroked his chin. There are over 100,000 survivors in the Feng City base, and supporting that many people is actually a considerable burden for Yang Ming, as after all, it's 2 bowls of porridge a week. I'll handle this. After thinking for a while, Yang Ming directly returned to the Feng City survivor base. In the following days, a notice was issued from top to bottom in the Feng City survivor base. The great city lord Yang Ming will give a speech in the central square 3 days from now. All registered members will receive 5 bowls of porridge as a reward. This stirred up a lot of excitement. What? City Lord Yang Ming is going to give a public speech? Damn, participants will also be rewarded with 5 bowls of porridge. That's too generous. When? 3 days later at noon. I'm going to claim a spot over there. For a time, many survivors flocked to the base. Not only filling the square, but also crowding onto various buildings nearby, making the phrase a sea of people not an exaggeration. Fortunately, Wanjia had sent a lot of people to maintain order, so there weren't any major disturbances. After all, those who dared to cause trouble would have their porridge supply cut off, as per the rules. Just this one rule made no one dare to mess around. 3 days later, in the central square, a makeshift podium had been set up in advance. Yang Ming looked at the sea of people around him. This was not just a figure of speech, but a literal sea of people. This was also Yang Ming's first appearance before so many survivors. Many survivors whispered among themselves. Is this the city Lord Yang Ming? So young. He looks quite handsome. Even before the apocalypse, he would have been a star. I wonder what the city lord will say today. No matter what he says, I've got my 5 bowls of porridge reward secured, hee. Many people also showed joyful expressions. Compared to their curiosity about Yang Ming, these survivors were more focused on the reward. It can even be said that at least 80 of the survivors who arrived here today came for the porridge. Facing so many people, Yang Ming was not nervous at all. He cleared his throat a couple of times, tested the microphone, and found no issues. Yang Ming spoke directly. Brothers and sisters, how many of you still remember life before the apocalypse? Yang Ming's voice was deep as he asked. With one sentence, he made all the survivors look confused. Life before the apocalypse. Speaking of which, it has only been 4 years since the apocalypse broke out. But it seems like it has been an eternity in the hearts of all the survivors. Now, Yang Ming's words made them think of their lives before the apocalypse. Working, eating, getting off work, resting, using phones, entertaining. These once monotonous, even mundane lives that seemed predictable before the apocalypse now felt like an unreachable paradise dream. Many survivors showed complex expressions, revealing a sense of nostalgia. Better to be a dog in a prosperous age than a person in chaotic times. Many of them were office workers before the apocalypse, who always complained about the monotony of life. But now, this monotonous life was something they could no longer enjoy. Once, we humans were the masters of this planet. Once, we lived in safe cities, without worrying about life-threatening dangers. Once, we could enjoy being well-fed and warmly clothed. Once, we could enjoy modern medicine, without worrying about the torment of illness. We could enjoy entertainment, instead of living in constant fear today. After saying this, Yang Ming paused for a moment, his sharp gaze sweeping around. But a sudden change shattered all of this. We lost our homes. Lost everything. Zombies destroyed our homes. Our noble kin became refugees. But the zombies cannot destroy our will. Because the belief in unity connects our souls. We will surely take back our homes. Reclaim everything that belongs to us. Reforge the glory of humanity. It is our duty. Yang Ming's voice resonated powerfully. With the T800's loudspeaker, his voice was already loud. And with an additional microphone, it echoed throughout the area. Reforge the glory of humanity. We are duty-bound. Yang Ming's last statement was truly shocking. And all the survivors' eyes burned like fierce flames. Since the apocalypse, they had been barely surviving in this space, living a life worse than that of pigs and dogs. With no hope for the future, many survivors had adopted a numb, indifferent attitude, merely living day by day, not knowing when they would die. However, Yang Ming's words today stirred the last shred of humanity's spirit within them, straightening their previously bent backs. Reforge the glory of humanity. We are duty-bound. Suddenly, a crowd from somewhere began to repeat Yang Ming's words. Like waves, they united into one voice, and the entire square resounded with the slogan. The atmosphere ignited. Seeing that the mood had reached its peak, Yang Ming cleared his throat twice, his voice authoritative. As your lord, as a member of humanity, I will dedicate my life to this goal. Many survivors looked at Yang Ming with tears in their eyes. Just then, a blue light suddenly shot in from a distance. It was incredibly fast. The target was none other than Yang Ming on the podium. The blue light instantly struck Yang Ming's chest. His whole body fell down. The once heated scene was instantly stunned into silence. Assassination. Lord Yang Ming has been assassinated. In the moment Yang Ming fell, a group of armed personnel, numbering in the hundreds, quickly took control of the area. The two leaders were none other than Ji Bakeng and Ji Boying from the Ji family. Ha ha, brainwashing is brainwashing. And what the hell is this? Reforge the glory of humanity? It's laughable. Ji Bakeng stepped onto the podium, looking at Yang Ming lying in a pool of blood with a smug expression. You're quite capable, aren't you? What good is being capable? Directed energy weapon, kid. Do you understand the value of technology? At this moment, all the survivors finally understood that it was the two brothers from the Ji family who had attacked Yang Ming. Damn Ji family, they actually ambushed Lord Yang Ming. Lord Yang Ming is benevolent and righteous, with grand ambitions, and yet he was harmed by such petty people. Avenge Lord Yang Ming. Instantly, all the survivors looked at the two with rage, and the crowd began to stir, creating a chaotic situation. Seeing this scene, the two brothers, who were originally quite pleased, suddenly felt a chill. No matter how powerful the Ji family was, they could not withstand the anger of tens of thousands. Ji Bakang's eyes darted around, and he grabbed the microphone. What do you all want to do? You can't even fill your bellies. And yet you're thinking about refugeeing the glory of humanity? Yang Ming is engaging in pyramid schemes, trying to be a local emperor, and you fools actually believe him? Get real. Outside is full of zombies. You're all doomed. Ji Bakang's few words immediately chilled the hearts of all the survivors. Indeed, Yang Ming's earlier speech had stirred their hearts, igniting their blood. But it was like a dream, shattered by Ji Bakang, facing the bloody reality. Seeing the survivors stop in their tracks, Ji Bakang sneered. Still thinking about taking back the earth? Do you have food? Do you have guns? Do you have the industrial support from before the apocalypse? Are you relying on Yang Ming's bragging to paint a picture for you? A bunch of old folks buying health products. You think you can take on zombies when you can't even kill an ordinary one? Go to sleep. Someone. This rebel and charlatan Yang Ming has already been executed under my righteous enforcement. Hang his body on the city wall for half a month as a warning. Ji Bakang ordered coldly. You want to hang me? A voice came from behind Ji Bakang. Ji Bakang felt a chill down his spine and was about to flee. Puff. A bluish light blade pierced through Ji Bakang's chest. Ji Bakang widened his eyes as he looked at the thing that had just claimed his life, struggling to turn around. He happened to see Yang Ming's indifferent face. Damn it, I worked hard to build this atmosphere, and you ruined it. What kind of weapon is this? Plasma weapon. Kid. Yang Ming twisted his hand, and a blood hole appeared in Ji Bakang's chest, along with his heart. Brother. Seeing her brother die on the spot, Ji Boying's eyes widened in rage. I want you to accompany my brother in death. Come here. A strange firearm suddenly appeared in Ji Boying's hands. Aimed at Yang Ming and fired. The familiar blue light shot out, and Yang Ming dodged to the side. Ji Boying took this opportunity to quickly flee into the distance. The grudge of killing my brother. We will never rest until we avenge it. I will be back. Yang Ming's mouth twitched. He had thought this guy was tough. A single shot from a plasma cannon. Ji Boying only felt a heat on her back. Her entire body turned to ash in midair, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 87. Recruitment. Someone. The rebels Ji Bakang and his brother have already been executed. Hang this guy's body on the city wall for half a month as a warning. Yang Ming instructed. As for the hundreds of little brothers Ji Bakang had brought, they were all captured by Yang Ming and the Wan family's troops. Lord Yang Ming is invincible. Lord Yang Ming will last for eternity. Lord Yang Ming is both cultured and martial, unmatched in the world. Seeing Yang Ming casually take out a vitality egg and instantly eliminate Ji Boying, who was flying in midair, all the survivors erupted in excitement. In the apocalypse, strength is king. Although Yang Ming's speech had thrilled them, it was like a pie drawn by a boss. They couldn't eat it anyway. But if this boss had enough personal strength, the probability of realizing that pie would increase exponentially. Are you all right? After the crowd dispersed, Wan Ling and Wan Tianhao approached. Wan Ling looked at Yang Ming with some concern. When Yang Ming was attacked and fell, her heart was in her throat. I'm fine. In this day and age, if you give a speech without getting shot, you'd be embarrassed to say you're out here mixing it up. Luckily, I'm an athlete, my physical fitness is good. And I didn't end up like a certain golden-haired guy. Yang Ming patted his chest. Wan Ling glanced over Yang Ming and confirmed he was indeed unhurt, letting out a sigh of relief. Who is the golden-haired guy? Wan Ling was somewhat curious. Just an old man with maxed-out dodging. Yang Ming didn't elaborate. After all, this world seemed not to have the golden-haired president from that pretty country. Wan Ling was somewhat puzzled. By the way, what exactly was that blue light that attacked you just now? Wan Ling asked with a serious expression. Fast, powerful, and unavoidable. Even my father Wan Tianhao, a level 5 evolved person, didn't react in time. It should be a mysterious energy weapon developed by the Ji family, with considerable power, Yang Ming said. This was not an exaggeration. That earlier shot had even burned a part of his machine. This was the T800's dragon crystal skeleton. As for the outer layer of nanometal skin, it was burned through almost immediately. It could be said that this was the only energy weapon that posed a threat to the T800 in the apocalypse. Of course, compared to Yang Ming's plasma cannon, it was still far behind. One shot not only vaporized Ji Boying, but also destroyed the weapon in the process. Was Lord Yang Ming's speech just now true? I didn't expect Lord Yang Ming to have such grand ambitions. Wan Tianhao looked at Yang Ming with excitement. Since the apocalypse, he too was a person with dreams, hoping to one day lead humanity back to its peak. But reality had dulled Wan Tianhao's edges. The number of zombies and their strength was simply incomparable to humanity. Not to mention that humanity's industry had basically ceased to exist after the apocalypse. Yang Ming nodded. The construction outside the city is precisely the first step I am preparing. By the way, the current supply of rice porridge, twice a week, is still too little. Change it to once a day. Additionally, prepare for recruitment. Recruitment? Wan Ling and the others exchanged surprised glances. The change to supply rice porridge once a day wasn't due to Yang Ming's sudden kindness. The main reason was that this group of survivors was now as thin as walking skeletons, making it difficult for them to work. At least they needed to maintain a basic level of physical strength to be qualified laborers. It's just like in the real world where workers' wages are always stuck at the line of barely enough to eat. Moreover, this gradual increase in welfare also has its deeper meaning. If benefits are given all at once, after a while, everyone will take it for granted. And what comes back is not gratitude, but resentment. Yang Ming certainly understands the saying that one who receives benefits will resent them. After the policy of issuing porridge once a day was implemented, every time Yang Ming appeared, the survivors would welcome him with applause and tears. It truly allowed Yang Ming to experience the thrill of being a beloved figure. The survivors in the base were visibly improving in health, and the number of deaths had sharply decreased by several points. A few days later, in the outer city, since the introduction of daily rice porridge, the people in the outer city had noticeably fewer frowns and looked much healthier. Old Wang, did you get today's porridge? I see they even added some fresh scallions. It smells great. A middle-aged man, hands behind his back, said to a dark-skinned man. I've eaten it. It's so delicious it made me dizzy. The man called Old Wang appeared enchanted. He never even dared to imagine such days before. Now, these good days were all brought by Lord Yang Ming. Old Wang sighed, his eyes full of gratitude. Indeed, since Lord Yang Ming took power, life had been getting better day by day. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. From now on, if anyone dares to oppose Lord Yang Ming, I'll be the first to disagree. After saying this, the middle-aged man cursed resentfully. That damn Jiba King almost took Lord Yang's life. If anything happened to him, I'd have to go eat those cockroach sticks from the Ji family. Truly despicable. I'll go spit a few times at the city wall later. Just then, a convoy of armed personnel from the Wan family drove by. The loudspeaker from the vehicle announced, hiring. To vigorously develop productivity and enhance the industrial capacity of the Feng City survivor base. We are now recruiting workers from all survivors in the base. Those with no bad habits and no criminal records will be given priority. Skilled workers such as fitters, bricklayers, welders, etc. will also be prioritized. For detailed information, please check the bulletin report. The middle-aged man and Old Wang exchanged glances as they watched the vehicle drive away while the loudspeaker continued. Hiring? Old Wang, let us go check it out. Old Wang nodded, and the two set off together. At this moment, the place was already packed, and they could only stand far away to read the large recruitment notice posted on the wall. Upon seeing the information above, the crowd erupted in excitement. They actually provide 3 meals a day for work. Not only meals, but there's also a salary? But what is this point system? Are you blind? Didn't you see it says below that points are the currency issued by Lord Yang Ming? They can be exchanged for goods. What can this thing be exchanged for? Someone asked in confusion. Points can be exchanged for goods, damn. Someone saw the long list below and exclaimed. Rice, flour, cabbage, green peppers, apples, honey, amoxicillin, vitamins. Sanjiu cold medicine, Furong Wang, Yuxi. Every word trembled the hearts of the survivors, and they were all stunned. These items, after the apocalypse, when had they ever seen them again? They all swallowed hard. Is this real? Even if this is fake, 3 bowls of porridge a day. I'll do it. That's right. 1 bowl of porridge a day. I can't get full. Where do I sign up? Everyone looked at the location below, turned around, and rushed forward. Chapter 88. Xinyao the Ji family was raided by Yang Ming. In addition to finding a lot of zombie crystal cores, Yang Ming also discovered the energy bar formula that intrigued him. However, upon seeing the underground production line, Yang Ming nearly developed a psychological shadow. The Ji family hoarded food collected from various sources and mixed in cockroach sand, which was bad enough. They even collected corpses from the base for secondary processing. This energy cycle truly showed the Ji family had figured it out. Repulsed, Yang Ming immediately ordered someone to drag the corpses from the city wall for 3 minutes. At the entrance of Villa Number 3 in the Qingshan Villa area, Xiao Chen smiled as she spoke to a bespectacled girl. The paperwork has been completed. Here is the key to the villa. I won't disturb you any longer. After saying this, Xiao Chen handed over the key and left. The bespectacled girl made a phone call. Shortly after, a black SUV drove over. A woman wearing sunglasses and a mask got out of the car. Seeing that no one was around, the woman removed her mask and sunglasses, revealing a pure and stunning face. If any fans were here, they would immediately recognize her as Xinyao, who had recently gained fame online. Peach, Is this the villa you found? Xin Yawei looked at the large, spacious, and quiet Chinese-style villa with some surprise. The girl named Peach, with glasses, intimately linked arms with Xin Yawei, beaming with pride. This place is the luxurious villa area of Qingshan City, and for such a large villa, it's only 30,000 a month. What a steal. Only 30,000. That's indeed cheap. In Magic City, a villa of this caliber rents for over 100,000. Xin Yawei smiled slightly. Sister Weiwei, are we really not going back to the company? Peach thought for a moment and hesitated to ask. Xin Yawei's gaze dimmed, then she smiled with understanding. What else can we do? I've been shelved by the company, and they gave me a 3-month vacation. Xin Yawei forced a smile. As a rising artist, she understood how important exposure was for future development. In today's entertainment industry, where traffic reigns supreme, new faces replace the old in just a few months. And if you don't show up, you'll be completely abandoned by the market. This industry is full of handsome men and beautiful women. Who knows who you are after a few months? Some established figures face this, let alone her, who has just started to gain some fans as a little singer-dancer. Su Ran is such a despicable person. At first, Sister Weiwei, you treated her well, and that woman turned around and snatched your endorsement, stepping on your head. Peach scolded angrily, truly knowing someone's face, but not their heart. All right, Peach, don't be angry. Let us take this 3 months as a vacation. It's just the right time for me to rest a bit. Xin Yawei was surprisingly open-minded, curiously observing the style of the villa like a little girl. Seeing Xin Yawei's carefree demeanor, Peach felt a bit helpless. Xin Yawei, as an emerging artist, had a personality that starkly contrasted with those in the entertainment industry. She had no desire for money, no competition for fame, and certainly no scheming among artists. Of course, it was precisely Xin Yawei's pure nature that appealed to Peach, which is why they became a close-knit artist-manager duo. With a soft sigh, just as they were about to enter the house, a stylish and glamorous woman with long blonde waves drove a pink, convertible Maserati and stopped at the villa entrance. Oh, isn't this Sister Weiwei? What a coincidence to meet you here. The woman covered her mouth and giggled, appearing quite familiar. Peach's face immediately darkened upon hearing this voice. Turning to see the woman in the driver's seat, she gritted her teeth. Su Ran, you really are hard to shake off. We've come this far. And you followed us. Su Ran chuckled, seemingly unbothered. This villa area isn't your family's. Then she looked at Xin Yawei. Sister Weiwei, what a coincidence. We're both so close, renting places in the same area. Peach was taken aback. What? You've rented a place here too? Peach had a look on her face as if she had eaten something unpleasant. Just next door in Villa number 4. What a coincidence. When you have time, let's catch up, Sister Weiwei. Recently, I've been busy taking advertisements and doing endorsements every day, and I'm exhausted. My complexion has worsened a lot. Still, Sister Weiwei is comfortable, without endorsements, and can find such a good place to rest. I'm really envious. Su Ran casually chatted. Was it intentional or coincidental to rent next to Xin Yawei? Of course it was intentional. Knowing that Xin Yawei rented this villa, and that she coincidentally had endorsements in Qingshan City, and that there were other houses for rent in this villa area, especially next to the one Xin Yawei rented, Su Ran rented a villa without hesitation. She enjoyed the feeling of stepping on Xin Yawei. Watching Su Ran, full of pride, drive her Maserati into the neighboring villa, Peach took a deep breath. It makes me so mad. All right, Peach, Su Ran is right. This place doesn't belong to us. Xin Yawei comforted her. Why did this woman come to Qingshan City? Peach suppressed her emotions and suddenly asked. I just remembered. It seems that the endorsement Su Ran snatched from you was in Qingshan City. Peach thought of something and suddenly became a bit angry. Peach remembered that the endorsement fee was quite a lot and was said to be from a big company, which made her feel a bit depressed. Don't be angry. I'll take you out for a good meal this afternoon, Xin Yawei said. Peach's mood instantly improved a lot, and the two entered the villa together. Inside Villa number 1, Yang Ming returned from the apocalypse. After taking a hot shower, Yang Ming changed into a new outfit and then looked at something on the floor. A palm-sized battery. With this thing, won't the current car companies be in trouble? Yang Ming stroked his chin. This thing was a simple energy storage battery optimized and manufactured based on the fusion batteries in the Yangming Mall. Just this small piece can store 500 kilowatt-hours of electricity, weighing less than 20 pounds. You have to know that the electric car development in Xia country is so rapid now, but a battery pack of 100 kilowatt-hours weighs a ton. This is not on the same level at all. 500 kilowatt-hours and less than 20 pounds. What does that mean? If you put a few on a tank, it could make the tank fly. If Little Who had this back then, he could probably sweep through Europe and reclaim his status. The energy storage mechanism of this battery is also quite novel, relying on 2 energy gathering rings, One section is stronger than 6. Moreover, it is very safe. Even if the core structure is damaged, it won't explode like batteries in the real world. We need to quickly develop an industry for it. Otherwise, the factory experience points will be quite hard to maintain. Yang Ming sighed. Manufacturing 500 units of the 300 model and the production during this time only increased the factory experience points by 8 points. This made Yang Ming feel a bit overwhelmed. Just then, a phone call came in. Chapter 89, Heading to Africa. Li Family Manor. Located in the core area of Qingshan City. Being able to build such a large courtyard in the city shows the strength of the Li family. On the golden silk Nanmu round table, there were over 20 sumptuous dishes. Yang Ming looked at the elderly man and the young woman in front of him, who were Li Xiu and her father, Li Deifu. Yang Xiao has saved my daughter's life several times and should have been thanked in person long ago. Today, I have prepared a banquet, which is quite inappropriate. Although Li Deifu is more than a round and a half older than Yang Ming, he showed no signs of disdain. He stood up, polite and kind, smiling. Li Xiu had told Li Deifu about Yang Ming's mysterious strength. Li Deifu did not doubt it. As a businessman, he knew very well that befriending such mysterious figures was absolutely not a bad thing. Fortunately, his daughter had a good relationship with the other party. I am also familiar with Xiu. It's only right to help out. Yang Ming replied politely. Yang Ming, the reason I called you here today is not only to thank you on behalf of my father, but also to share some good news. Li Xiu poured a glass of wine for Yang Ming and said, "Oh, what good news?" Yang Ming took a few bites of the large lobster, his mouth full of oil, and asked curiously. After returning to the real world, he was called here by Li Xiu, and he hadn't had a proper meal. Now that there was a whole table of dishes, Yang Ming was truly hungry. Next week, Qingshan City will hold an automotive technology expo, and I have secured a spot for you. Li Xiu smiled, revealing 2 dimples. Don't you want to build a car? At that time, all the leading figures in the automotive industry will be there, including the heads of various companies. You can familiarize yourself with them. At this moment, Li Deifu also spoke up. Yang Xiao, don't worry. Although our family is in the gold business, which has little to do with car manufacturing, I do have some connections with these people, and I can make some introductions. Li Deifu said with a smile. If later on, if Yang Xiao lacks funds, although our Li family is not wealthy now, we can still manage a few hundred million without any problem. Yang Ming pondered for a moment, his expression serious as he clasped his fists. Thank you both. Whether or not to participate in this expo is not very significant for Yang Ming. After all, the 20-pound, 500 kilowatt battery has already surpassed everything. What industry big shots? This is absolutely a dimensionality reduction attack. However, Yang Ming did not refuse, as Li Deifu and Li Xiu clearly had good intentions. After finishing the meal in a whirlwind, Yang Ming chatted with Li Deifu over tea for a moment, and then left with Li Xiu, seeing him off. When Li Xiu returned, Li Deifu looked at his daughter, who had a smile on her face, and chuckled. This kid has some personality. When Li Xiu returned from Las Vegas, she mentioned the poisoning incident to him. His daughter's beauty could remain unperturbed in such a situation, which at least showed she was a person of character. Dad, you think he is a good person too, right? Li Xiu's eyes lit up. After all, she had never seen a man praised by her father before. Li Deifu glanced at his daughter and shook his head. You're done for. Li Xiu was taken aback, a bit puzzled. What do you mean? You're in love, Li Deifu said leisurely. Li Xiu's face instantly turned as red as water. Just then, Black Tiger walked in from outside. Boss. Chairman. Black Tiger respectfully saluted Li Deifu and Li Xiu. Li Deifu nodded. Is there something? Li Xiu asked. Black Tiger spoke. Our African gold mine employees have returned. Hearing Black Tiger's words, Li Xiu was taken aback. Did you already send the ransom? Last time. Although Yang Ming said not to worry about the African gold mine and that he would handle it. Since it was her employees who were kidnapped, Li Xiu originally planned to spend money to avert disaster, as long as the people were safely returned. No. The political situation over there is chaotic, and we don't even have a fixed contact. What happened? Li Xiu asked curiously. According to the employees, an elite armed group of Africans rescued them, allowing them to escape and return with the evacuation operation of Xia country. Black Tiger said. Armed Africans? Li Xiu was puzzled. It seemed that the Li family had no connections with Africa. Suddenly thinking of something, Li Xiu felt a stir in her heart and recalled Yang Ming's figure. After leaving the Li family, Yang Ming went to school. After spending an afternoon with Fang Yanmen, he returned to his villa. Late at night, Yang Ming stood in the yard, his eyes moving slightly. His Titan armor covered his entire body. As the plasma thrusters activated, Yang Ming shot into the sky like Iron Man. In Villa number 3, Xin Yaowei and Peach were still swinging on the swings. Since debuting, Xin Yaowei hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. Suddenly, Peach, who was eating rice noodles with fatty intestines, pointed to the sky. Wow, Sister Waiwei. Come out and look at God. A faint white light flashed by and quickly disappeared. However, they happened to be seen by the two people. Was that a meteor? Xin Yaowei looked surprised. Sister Waiwei, have you ever seen a meteor flying from the ground to the sky? Dizzy swallowed hard. That direction seems to be villa number 1. Could it be aliens? Xin Yaowei was a bit curious. Dizzy shivered, and Mifan had lost her appetite. Elbow, come with me inside. I'm scared to death. The African continent. A continent full of black people, poor and constantly at war. Small countries are numerous here. Various forces are intertwined and complex. Political changes can sometimes happen more frequently than a woman's monthly cycle. You never know when today's leader might be shot down by a few people with guns tomorrow, replaced by someone else. Such magical things are commonplace in Africa. Southern Zambia, Jubi City. Yang Ming's figure appeared in a hotel. Has the person been sent back? Yang Ming asked a nearby black man. This black man was T800, whom Yang Ming had sent in advance. We have escorted all the kidnapped employees of Xia country to the evacuation warship as per the boss's request, T800 said expressionlessly. Yang Ming nodded. The employees of the Li family were naturally the orders Yang Ming had given T800 to carry out. Yang Ming was very angry that this group of black men dared to touch his mine. So he had already sent people over some time ago. What is the name of the black guy currently in power? Yang Ming asked. Thomas. T800 replied. Oh right, that train engine. Is this place under his rule now? Yang Ming asked. Yes, currently this Thomas has established the Republic of Thomas and has been king for half a month. The previous employees of Xia country were imprisoned by him. Yang Ming was speechless. This godforsaken place is smaller than a city in Xia country. And he calls himself a king? King Gigi, right? Chapter 90. They are devils. Just then, downstairs at the hotel, a group of armed Hummers stopped. A group of about 100 black armed men in camouflage uniforms got out, many of them carrying RPGs. Several heavy machine guns aimed at the building. In the distance, the roar of engines could be heard as 6 Type 59 tanks slowly drove over. The leader wore a red beret. He chattered for a while and then pointed at the building upstairs, and a group of people surrounded the hotel with weapons. Why does it feel like this group is coming for him? After all, just now Yang Ming saw that thing pointing at his window. What is going on? Yang Ming frowned. Seeking revenge. T800 said calmly. I'm here for the first time in Africa. What grudge do I have with this group of chocolates? Yang Ming looked confused. It should be related to the previous rescue operation. What did you do? When rescuing, we also killed a few people. How many did you kill? A total of 598 armed men. That seems a bit much. The corners of Yang Ming's mouth twitched, feeling a bit embarrassed. Cough. You killed so many people. And you're not hiding a bit? Now they come looking for trouble, right? Inside the hotel, whether it was the owner or the guests. Upon seeing that it was Thomas's army, they immediately fled in panic. The notorious reputation of Thomas was well known to these locals. Before becoming king, he was the biggest gang leader in the area, bullying men and women, rampaging, killing and looting, forcing the good into prostitution, all were routine operations. Since he became king, he has only gotten worse. It's one thing to let his subordinates run wild, but in just a few days, he has collected taxes 4 or 5 times. More than the previous protection fees, and the locals dare to be angry but not speak out. Soon, the already dilapidated hotel was empty. Boss, I'll handle this. Please wait a moment, T800 said and left. Yang Ming had no intention of making a move. Besides T800, he had also sent over a dozen T200s. Dealing with this group of black uncles was just a matter of taking control. The Republic of Thomas, the former presidential palace, which has now been converted by Thomas into his royal palace. On a big bed, Thomas was embracing 3 black girls with dirty braids, feeling accomplished after a night of passion. Just then, a phone call came in. Your Majesty, we have located the criminal's hideout. We will implement the arrest immediately. The voice came from the other end of the line. Upon hearing his newly appointed capable Minister of Defense, Thomas's expression darkened, reminding him of bad memories. A few days ago, an armed squad brazenly stormed into his palace, killed hundreds in front of him, and took people away. Does Thomas have no dignity? What a shame. Not to mention that he had planned to keep those Xia country people for ransom. In Thomas's view, this was definitely some hostile force trying to rob him. Regardless of life or death, bring me their heads. I want everyone to understand the consequences of provoking Thomas. Thomas's voice was cold. For this arrest operation, he bet all his heavy firepower and elite forces. No matter how elite this group is, how can they withstand tank fire? Yes, over at the hotel. The Red Beret hung up the phone. Seeing that the tanks were already in position, he felt reassured. With a cold expression, he waved his hand. His Majesty the King has ordered, regardless of life or death. Open fire. He knew that this group was elite. So he didn't plan to send people to fill in with their lives. Anyway, with tanks, they could just bombard them. The tank's cannons slightly elevated. However, just as they were about to fire, da-da-da, a dense gunfire erupted from a nearby construction site. In the blink of an eye, the Red Beret's little brothers around him had their heads blown off in a row. Brains splattered everywhere. Frightened, the Red Beret immediately shrank his head, hiding beside the tank. At this moment, he saw more than a dozen fully armed black soldiers emerging from the front. These soldiers had stern expressions, holding heavy machine guns. They stood there like Schwarzenegger, one hand on the ammo belt and the other shooting from the hip. They stood boldly in the open, completely disregarding them. In an instant, casualties were heavy. It's them. It's them. Immediately counterattack. Kill them. The Red Beret shouted angrily. At this time, many soldiers also reacted. They raised their guns and started shooting. I hit. A black soldier swept a burst of fire, hitting several shots on a soldier's head. He immediately shouted with excitement. However, before he could shout twice, a 127mm heavy machine gun round hit him, blowing half his body apart. The Red Beret looked at the half of the head with an excited expression that fell at his feet and was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly pulled back his half-exposed head. They have bulletproof vests. Use heavy firepower. Use machine guns to sweep them. The Red Beret felt a chill in his heart and shouted to the heavy machine gunners on the armed pickup in the distance. Actually, these little brothers knew how to suppress with heavy machine gun fire. But just now, someone climbed onto the armed Hummer. Before they could even touch the heavy machine gun, they were shot in half. The upper body was still hanging on the machine gun mount. Guts spilled everywhere. Just then, the sound of the heavy machine gun seemed to weaken considerably. The Red Beret peeked out to take a look. It seemed that the armed personnel had run out of bullets. The Red Beret's eyes lit up, and his expression became excited. They're out of bullets. Immediately counterattack. Hearing the Red Berets shout, the other little brothers who had been suppressed and couldn't lift their heads immediately showed themselves. Seeing that the opponent really had run out of bullets, they raised their guns and began to shoot. Da-da-da. Dense bullets flew towards the dozen or so armed personnel. The Red Beret climbed onto the tank and manually operated the heavy machine gun. Die. The Red Beret wore an angry expression, as if he wanted to vent all the frustration he had just endured. However, his expression quickly changed from anger to astonishment. Then to fear. How could this be? Rubbing his eyes, the Red Beret widened them in disbelief, his whole body trembling slightly. Under such intense firepower, the nearby concrete pillars had been shattered, yet not a single one of the dozen or so people had fallen. The earlier explanation that they survived the rifle fire because of body armor could be accepted, but this was a heavy machine gun, a 127mm heavy machine gun. He had never heard of any body armor that could withstand a 127mm heavy machine gun. Even bomb suits couldn't possibly handle that. Demons. They were demons cursed by an evil wizard. The Red Beret's face was filled with terror. Many soldiers had already wet themselves. This horrifying scene was something they had never witnessed in their lives. Where's the tank cannon? Blow these demons to smithereens. In fact, without the Red Beret's command, the tank cannon had already turned towards them at the first sign of conflict. However, the old 59 tank they had was in such poor condition that the turret took a long time to turn. The Red Beret's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can you withstand a 127mm bullet? Can you handle a 100mm rifled cannon? Die. Just as he finished speaking, a figure crashed heavily onto the tank turret where the Red Beret was located. The figure stood directly in front of him, its indifferent gaze causing the Red Beret to tremble all over. Beneath the figure, the entire tank turret sank down, the barrel bent. The Red Beret's pupils contracted sharply. Chapter 91. The Emperor takes turns. Today it's my turn. This is a tank. Although the 59 is an old relic made by Summer Country last century, it's still a tank, right? Such thick armor, and one person could crush it like this? Superman. The Red Beret swallowed hard. T800 raised a leg and kicked the tank turret directly. Bang! The entire elliptical turret flew off a dozen meters, revealing a bewildered tank operator inside. He had just been turning the turret when suddenly he felt a refreshing breeze on his scalp. The Red Beret's psychological defenses completely collapsed at this moment. How the hell is this possible? A kick sent a turret weighing nearly a ton flying. Is this still human? Run! Someone shouted. The remaining armed personnel dropped their rifles and scattered in all directions. This scene was simply too horrifying. The Red Beret also ran away in panic. Boss, are we not going to kill these people? T800 asked young Ming, who had already come downstairs. The reason for letting these people go was not because T800 was kind-hearted, but because it was young Ming's order. They were just small fries. Why kill so many? It's not good to get too involved in karma. People should accumulate some merit. Ming said lightly. Looking at T800, he added, it doesn't matter whether you accumulate merit or not. By the way, where is Thomas's palace? Ming asked. In the city center, the former presidential palace. T800 replied, pointing to a location. The emperor takes turns. Today it's my turn. This place, I'm taking it. Let us go. Follow me to send this little train off to the afterlife. Inside the presidential palace. The so-called palace was actually just a larger estate, but it covered several acres and was in a European style, quite luxurious. It formed a stark contrast with the surrounding, impoverished slums. At a large marble dining table, Thomas was having a meal with 3 quite attractive black women. There were also 2 more people present. One was a muscular and extremely fit American, and the other was a Japanese man dressed in samurai attire with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a small mustache. Although Thomas usually acted very arrogantly, he was quite respectful in front of these 2, as he could not have become king without their strong support. Thomas, you're doing very well. The American took a bite of the black pepper steak in front of him, quite satisfied. It's a laugh that these summer country folks think they can mine here. The American snorted coldly. Thomas nodded. Mr. Will, I've already driven all the companies from summer country away, but unfortunately, those few summer people were rescued. Can't even keep a few people, a bunch of useless trash. Well, didn't he speak, but the Japanese man beside him looked disdainful. He had already heard Thomas mention this. A team of black soldiers had directly killed hundreds of his subordinates. Even a few hundred pigs wouldn't be that easy to kill. These people were even worse than pigs. Of course, this also aligned with his understanding of the combat capability of this group of disorganized black soldiers. Thomas felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly said, Mr. Watanabe, I have found the gathering place of that armed group. They are still in the city, and my men have already surrounded them. We will solve this soon. Watanabe remained silent, taking a sip of tea and closing his eyes to rest. But just then, a person stumbled in from outside. It was the Minister of Defense, the Red Beret. However, at this moment, the Minister of Defense looked quite disheveled, having lost his hat somewhere. Seeing his capable subordinate with a dazed expression and eyes filled with horror and fear, Thomas's face darkened. It was one thing to humble himself in front of these 2, but in front of his own subordinates, his authority immediately came back. Dab, what happened? Weren't you supposed to capture that group of terrorists? Why did you come back looking so disheveled? Minister of Defense Dab regained some spirit upon seeing Thomas, rushing over to shout, Boss, they are not human. They are demons. They are Superman. Bullets can't kill them. They can blow up a tank with one kick. It's too terrifying. We need to run. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Thomas looked at Dab, who was trying to pull him. His brows furrowed. What demons? Didn't I give you enough men? Where are the others? Dab's eyes were vacant, murmuring to himself, they're all dead. All dead. So many died. They are steel-bodied. They are unkillable hell demons. You failed the mission? Thomas looked at the incoherent Dab, his expression turning cold. Your Majesty, I don't want to be the Minister of Defense anymore. I want to go home, Dab said, and was about to leave. However, as he passed by Watanabe, the latter's previously closed eyes suddenly opened wide. Clang. The katana at his waist was suddenly drawn, the cold light flashing. Dab's head flew off directly. The headless corpse gushed blood, instantly frightening the 3 black women into screaming. Humph. In our Sakura country, such failure only deserves seppuku. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Watanabe moved swiftly, appearing beside the still bleeding headless corpse. Then, Dab's entire body was torn apart, shattered into several pieces. Thomas's face turned pale. This was not the first time he had seen this Sakura countryman in action. The previous president had been directly turned into a human puppet by this called Watanabe. That terrifying scene was still etched in Thomas's mind. Will watched this scene with great interest, as if he were witnessing something ordinary. This disgusting scene did not affect his appetite. Instead, it made him even hungrier, as he devoured more steak. Watanabe, your swordsmanship has improved quite a bit. Will wiped his mouth and smiled. It's a pity those summer people got away. Otherwise, my blade could have been even faster against them. Watanabe's gaze was indifferent as he mentioned the summer people, revealing a look of regret. You seem to have a strong animosity towards the summer people, Will chuckled. The enmity between summer country and Sakura country has been long-standing. Everyone in the world knows this. However, our task is to help Thomas maintain the stability of this place, which is beneficial for our mineral development. We have to deal with these unstable factors. Otherwise, if the higher-ups blame us, it will be difficult for us to explain. Watanabe fell silent for a moment and nodded, just as the 2 were about to get up and leave. Several American military Humvees crashed through the main gate of the presidential palace. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire suddenly erupted but quickly ceased. Will and Watanabe exchanged glances. both wearing cold smirks. They came right to us. We don't even have to make a trip. Will smiled with amusement. There's even a person from Xia country? It seems this group is connected to Xia country. Watanabe squinted his eyes, then smiled cruelly. I want to skin this Xia person alive, one slice at a time. Chapter 92. Strong suppression. The manor had quite a few armed guards, but in front of the T800, they were nothing more than chickens and dogs. After taking out more than 20 people in quick succession, the others all fled. Young Ming was somewhat surprised. Besides Thomas, he also saw two strange faces, one American and one from Sakura country. Two foreigners appeared in this desolate place. Interesting. Yang Ming's eyes flickered. Come in. Protect the emperor. Hurry up and protect the emperor. Thomas looked at Yang Ming, who was accompanied by a group of fully armed men, and was immediately terrified. He shouted loudly to the surroundings. However, no one responded. Those who should have run had already fled. Thomas swallowed hard, his eyes darting around. He planned to retreat with his three girls. Swish, swish, swish. Watanabe didn't even look, and several shurikens flew out. Just as Thomas turned around, along with the three girls, their heads were all pierced, dead beyond recovery. Will frowned. This guy was someone we supported. He still has use. And you just killed him like that? Will's voice was somewhat dissatisfied. Watanabe snorted coldly. Such waste is a waste of food. Once we finish off these people, we can just support another one. Do you both treat me like air? Yang Ming was somewhat displeased. Are these two acting a bit too much? Treating him like a backdrop? What is the difference between a dying person and air? Watanabe clearly understood the Xia language, looking at Yang Ming with indifference. Oh, the little devil is quite arrogant. 8 gates of Yalu. Xia country pig. Die, die. Watanabe was somewhat angry. He certainly knew that the term little devil in Yang Ming's mouth was not a compliment. His eyes turned cold. 3 shurikens shot towards Yang Ming's head. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Ming pulled out his Desert Eagle, firing several shots in quick succession, knocking the shurikens away in midair. He blew the smoke from the gun's muzzle. What year is it? Still playing with hidden weapons? What excellent marksmanship. Will, who had been watching the show, was somewhat surprised. He had experienced the power and speed of Watanabe's shurikens. They were no less than Barrett sniper bullets. For Yang Ming to intercept them so quickly, that is not something an ordinary person could do. Xia country is indeed researching super soldiers. Will observed, trying to discern something from Yang Ming. Seeing his shurikens shot down, Watanabe's gaze sharpened. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turns out he has some skills. Saying that, Watanabe's eyes were bloodthirsty. However, this is where it ends. The katana was drawn, glinting coldly. Then Watanabe moved swiftly, darting towards Yang Ming. Tat, tat, tat. On the side of the Humvee, the heavy machine gun opened fire. Dense bullets rained down. Swish. Watanabe drew another katana. With both swords waving, he managed to intercept and slice all the bullets in half. Hundreds of bullets were fired, none of which harmed him. Interesting. This guy is at least stronger than the ninjas Yang Ming encountered in Las Vegas. Looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Bullets can't threaten me. Watanabe had a cruel look on his face, and at this moment, he charged right in front of Yang Ming. Draw and slash. He roared, and Watanabe's momentum suddenly exploded. A sharp energy radiated from the blade. Damn, blade energy. Seeing the visible energy formed, Yang Ming exclaimed. Watanabe, seeing Yang Ming's shocked expression, felt a surge of pride. Every enemy who died under his slash wore a similar expression. He had already imagined Yang Ming's head rolling like that of just now's dab. Are you done using your skills? The scene of decapitation Watanabe had imagined didn't happen. Instead, Yang Ming's voice reached Watanabe's ears. Watanabe was taken aback. He saw Yang Ming looking at him like he was a fool. Not a single thread of his clothing was damaged. Watanabe's face changed. How is that possible? You actually have no injuries. Very strong? I didn't even feel it. Yang Ming shrugged, looking like he wanted to be hit. Watanabe's expression sank, and he suddenly reversed his grip on the sword, slashing from a low angle. This strike was incredibly powerful. If it were an ordinary person, it would probably split them in half from the groin. Sure enough, a devil, no martial virtue. Sneak attack. Yang Ming retreated behind the T800s. Cut him. Suddenly, the 2 T800s beside him kicked towards Watanabe. Watanabe didn't expect Yang Ming to be so fast. He easily dodged the slash. He blocked the T800's attack with his sword. However, soon after, Watanabe regretted it. A tremendous force surged through the blade. It rebounded back to him, and Watanabe was sent flying out. He landed and stumbled back several steps, leaving a series of deep footprints on the tiles. Enough to show the power of the T800's kick. Once he steadied himself, Watanabe's expression became grave. These two actually possessed such impressive strength. Will no longer had the mood to watch the show, his gaze filled with suspicion as he looked at Yang Ming. He exchanged glances with Watanabe. Let us attack together. Will S body suddenly swelled, and the already well-developed muscles on him rapidly inflated like balloons. His height of 1.8 meters quickly transformed him into a nearly 3-meter tall giant. I'll go take down that Xia person. You hold off these two. The others are not a concern. Watanabe still thought that Yang Ming only had those two T200s with combat power, while the rest were ordinary people. However, just then, a T300 emerged from beside Yang Ming. It beckoned to the two. This provocative gesture made both of their faces turn ugly. Let us attack together. I'm in a hurry. The T300's emotionless voice reached their ears. The most provocative part was that the T300 even repeated it in Sakura language and English, just in case they didn't understand. Baka, FK, Will, and Watanabe were furious, wishing they could tear the T300 apart. Will's massive fist slammed towards the T300's head, while Watanabe's katana aimed for the T300's neck. Bang! Clang! Then the two witnessed a scene they would find difficult to comprehend for the rest of their lives. His strength is actually above mine. Will's face changed dramatically. At this moment, the T300's hand gripped Will's fist, rendering him completely immobile. This punch, according to military measurements, had an accurate data of 25 tons. It could even incapacitate a tank, yet now a single person could catch it with one hand. What kind of structure is this guy's body? My katana couldn't even cut through him, and it's now dull. Watanabe turned pale. His katana was a family heirloom. A precious sword passed down from his ancestor, Yamada no Orakai. How could it not even break the opponent's skin? Too slow. The T300 grabbed both of their arms and suddenly slammed them to the ground. The ground trembled. The two were directly embedded in the dirt. T300 walked up to Watanabe. At this moment, Watanabe was spitting blood from the impact, looking at the T300 with eyes full of horror. T300 remained expressionless, raising his fist in front of Watanabe. Cough cough, such a big fist. Your skills are impressive. Can you let me off this time? I will repay you generously. Watanabe's rebellious demeanor faltered for the first time. However, energy surged within T300. His fist suddenly smashed down. The fist, along with Watanabe's head, was driven directly into the ground. One punch, two punches, three punches. The ground trembled incessantly like a pile driver. After a dozen consecutive punches, a deep pit was left in the ground. Watanabe's head was deeply embedded. And though he was unaware of what had happened, the rigid position of his body by the edge of the pit indicated that he had been dead for some time. T300 stood up, his fist still smeared with brain matter. Will was completely terrified. This was simply a killing machine. Hey, bro, don't kill me. We don't have much enmity. You people from Summer Country have a grudge against Sakura Country, but the friendship between Summer Country and Beautiful Country is unbreakable. I love Summer Country. Seeing T300 look at him, Will was so frightened that he shivered and hurriedly cried out for mercy to Yang Ming, revealing the access code. Chapter 93. Heading to the mine, do you want to live or die? Yang Ming said lightly, looking at the big guy in front of him. I want to live. Will hurriedly replied. I have a few questions to ask you. I haven't studied much, so you'd better not lie to me. Otherwise, I'll slice your flesh like cutting sausage and feed it to the dogs. Will shivered all over and quickly knelt in front of Yang Ming, saying, you can ask. I guarantee I'll tell you everything. Will was still much taller than Yang Ming even while kneeling. Realizing this, he hurriedly bent down. Yang Ming looked at Will's muscular body and frowned slightly. Can you control this thing, or not? Will's body stiffened, and he awkwardly said, I can control it. I can control it. I was just scared by your might, and completely forgot. After saying that, Will's body deflated like a deflated balloon and quickly returned to normal. This scene surprised Yang Ming. Human flesh could actually be freely controlled in size. This was truly something he had never seen before. This ability shouldn't be innate, right? How did you get it? And this little Japanese guy, how could you gain such superhuman abilities? Yang Ming had this question in his mind since their last encounter with those extraordinary ninjas in Las Vegas. After all, the personal strength of those ninjas was somewhat exaggerated. To put it harshly, in the martial arts world, they would also be top experts. Such strength that transcended the physical limits of the human body shouldn't exist in Yang Ming's understanding of the real world. However, considering that he could traverse two worlds and obtain a factory as a golden finger, he wasn't so unable to accept it. It could only be said that the reality of this world wasn't as simple as he had thought. It was just that his previous identity had never allowed him to touch it at all. I am a product of the Beautiful Country's Super Soldier Program, Will directly stated. Super Soldier Program? Yang Ming frowned. A type of energy serum that can enhance the human body and evolve some incredible abilities, Will patted himself. I evolved the ability to increase muscle mass and strength. Energy serum? What is that? Yang Ming asked. He had always thought that the white jade stone discovered on that ninja in Las Vegas should be related to this thing. He didn't expect it to be different. I'm not very clear about the specifics. After all, the CIA's level of secrecy isn't something a low-level person like me can access, but from what they call it. They all refer to it as pure energy serum. It's somewhat similar to Compound V in the boys. Did you also evolve a native person? Yang Ming's eyelid twitched. He hadn't taken this group of people seriously before, but if they could evolve superhumans of that caliber, he really had to retreat from the spotlight. After all, this superhuman youth version possessed heat rays comparable to the sun's temperature. He really couldn't handle that, and it wasn't shameful to be cautious. Will smiled awkwardly. How could that be possible? If they could really evolve a native person, Beautiful Country wouldn't be fighting a tariff war. They would have already started a fight with Summer Country. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Pure energy serum. Yang Ming pondered for a moment. So this Watanabe, just like you, also injected the pure energy serum? Yang Ming pressed on. Will scratched his head. I'm not too sure. After all, Beautiful Country and Sakura Country are allies. So it's possible to obtain some pure energy serum from the CIA. This place is in Africa. What are you doing here? Yang Ming asked the last question. Will hesitated slightly. I won't say if you don't want me to. Yang Ming's gaze turned cold as he signaled T800 beside him. Seeing T800 step forward, Will shivered. He now had a psychological shadow of T800. I'll tell. Let's talk it out calmly. Don't use violence. We're all civilized people. Our team received orders from above to assist in mining. Mining? Yang Ming was taken aback. This place only has some gold and diamond mines, right? Diamonds aren't worth much. Could it be that this mold has changed? No longer loving oil, but loving gold. However, thinking about the soaring gold prices recently, Yang Ming felt it was indeed possible. Which mine? Will took out his Apple phone, opened Google Maps, and pointed. This one. Yang Ming glanced at it, and his expression immediately darkened. These damn bastards. They actually want to mine mine. Bobo Mountain, day mine. As an African mine, it changed hands several times. Originally sold to Summer Country's Shengtung Group by the former president. It was then gambled away to Li Xiu. After Thomas took power, it was directly occupied. In a simple thatched hut. A few blonde and blue-eyed people from the Beautiful Country were lounging with their legs crossed, flying leaves. Beside them was a samurai from Sakura Country with a mustache. And behind him were several masked ninjas. Despite the scorching heat, they were covered up and showed no signs of sweating. Just then, a ninja walked in, holding a box. Upon seeing this ninja, the previously intoxicated white people immediately became alert, rising to look at the box the ninja placed on the table. Lord Sasuke. This is the only piece that has come out during this time. The ninja respectfully bowed to the samurai sitting at the table. Sasuke nodded while holding his katana and reached for the box. However, a large hand pressed directly on the box. Sasuke frowned. Evans, what do you mean by this? The man called Evans, who was flying leaves, pulled the box over. This mine is ours. Naturally, the first piece belongs to us. Without our exploration, you wouldn't even know there was shadow or here. Sasuke's gaze turned icy. If I say it's mine, then it's mine. Evans pulled out a cigar and lit it. Speaking in a very domineering tone. In front of the people from Sakura Country, the people from Beautiful Country always had a sense of superiority. He then ignored Sasuke and directly opened the box. Inside the box was a crystal-clear crystal embedded with a milky white stone the size of a baby's fist, emitting a faint white glow. It was quite beautiful. Upon seeing this, Evans's eyes lit up, and Sasuke's eyes also burned with enthusiasm. According to our agreement, 37 points. This shadow, or we also want 30. Sasuke spoke. Evans pursed his lips and smiled slightly. Why the rush? Since this place produces pure energy stones, there must be more. The terminology used by the two was clearly different. Sasuke's face darkened. So this piece doesn't belong to us. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Easy. Calm down. I'm not saying I'm not giving it to you. Let's put it on the account first. We'll split it later. Hearing Evan's words, Sasuke's expression improved considerably.